My name is Gu Fangchen. With a blink of my eyes, I find myself inexplicably transported to a world of martial prowess. Becoming a student of the humanities with blocked vital energy might have been bearable, but the fact that I find myself amidst a disaster zone besieged by a tide of beasts is quite another matter. Barely opening my eyes, I am immediately confronted with the terrifying prospect of being devoured by a monstrous creature. In a moment of despair, I seize a power drill and fight back with all my might. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the beast and fulfilling the activation conditions for the killing and plundering system. The system has unblocked your meridians and granted you SSS level mental strength. Your rate of cultivation will far surpass that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, each time you slay a beast, you can plunder its vitality attributes to enhance yourself. Upon slaying a certain number of beasts of the same species, you can directly acquire the formidable innate talents of that species. From that moment forth, slaughter became my swiftest path to power. I vanquished the black-armored wild boar and gained the barbaric physique, sanctifying my flesh, impervious to all techniques. I hunted the swift wolf and obtained the lithe body, making my steps unparalleled, capable of pursuing souls over 1,000 miles. I slaughtered the thunderous giant eagle, wielding heavenly thunder punishment, summoning divine lightning with but a thought. As I continued to slay more and more beasts, they began to call me a madman, a monster. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that in this world where human life is as fragile as grass, I held but one creed. That is, to forge my martial path through slaughter. Chapter 1. The Transmigration. Gaia Dragon Country, a certain county, shared apartment, 10th floor. Pain. Such excruciating pain. Gu Fangchen clutched his head, sitting up from the ground, utterly bewildered. Surveying his surroundings, he was met with an unfamiliar ceiling, concrete walls, and a set of furnishings so sparse they could be deemed rudimentary. This structure is entirely different from my home. Where am I? Enduring the throbbing pain in his head, Gu Fangchen leaned against the wall, struggling to rise. The room was small, and he immediately spotted a full-length mirror standing in the corner. He instinctively approached it. In the mirror, a stranger's face stared back. With sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a pronounced nose, and distinctly defined features, it was undeniably the visage of a handsome young man. The only blemish was the gruesome wound on the forehead of this striking face, with blood trickling down the cheek, creating a rather horrifying sight. Who is this? Gu Fangchen was utterly confounded. At that moment, a torrent of chaotic memories surged into his mind like a burst dam. Gu Fangchen uttered a pained groan, clutching his head once more, the agony nearly overwhelming him. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure. I have transmigrated? He gazed at his reflection with a complex expression, slowly piecing together the fragments of his new reality. This was no longer Blue Star, but a world of martial prowess named Gaia Star. Here, beasts roamed freely. People could cultivate to become warriors and combat these monstrous entities. Unfortunately, he had transmigrated into a high school senior in this world, also named Gu Fangchen. Alas, he was naturally afflicted with blocked vital energy, unable to practice martial arts, and was an ordinary student of the humanities, orphaned and alone. Just recently, the county he resided in had been besieged by a large-scale invasion of beasts, instantly transforming it into a disaster zone. In a panic during the escape, the original owner inadvertently struck his head against the edge of a table, resulting in his untimely demise, thus allowing this individual from Blue Star to take his place. After assimilating these memories, the piercing pain in his mind finally subsided significantly. Gu Fangchen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and then, with lingering weakness, made his way to the window. Cautiously, he pulled back a corner of the curtain to peer outside. The sight before him caused his pupils to constrict. The streets lay in disarray, with ruins and flames reaching for the sky. The cacophony of roars, explosions, and screams filled the air, reminiscent of a Hell's Cape. Even more astonishingly, numerous individuals hovered mid-air, gliding on metallic contraptions resembling floating skateboards, swiftly maneuvering between the buildings. They wielded swords, spears, and shields, their bodies shimmering with vibrant hues, engaged in a fierce battle against the grotesque and fearsome beasts below. Are these the warriors? Gu Fangchen felt an overwhelming shock. Just as he was lost in thought, a fiery red figure caught his attention. It was a female warrior, clad in a form-fitting crimson combat suit that accentuated her alluring figure. Her sleek ponytail danced in the wind, her countenance cool and resolute. Gripping a crimson spear, she struck with the precision of a dragon. With each swing, a fierce gust of wind accompanied her, piercing through the beasts that lunged at her with deadly efficiency. In the brief moments of battle, she seemed to sense something, her cold gaze inadvertently sweeping over the building where Gu Fangchen resided. Their eyes met. The female warrior paused, clearly taken aback by the presence of a living soul in such a place. In the next instant, Her floating skateboard accelerated, transforming into a streak of light as she vanished from Gu Fangchen's view. "Get to safety," she called out, her voice cold and rapid. "This place has become a war zone. The situation is dire, and we cannot afford to divert our attention to civilians. Mind your safety." Before her words had fully faded, she hardly spared Gu Fangchen a second glance, propelling herself back into the chaos of battle with a powerful lunge. Thud! With her spear, another beast's head was pierced through. Gu Fangchen stood there, dumbfounded, watching her receding fiery silhouette, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. "Mind your safety." His gaze instinctively followed the direction in which the warriors were engaged in combat. Not far away, several skyscrapers, significantly more opulent than the surrounding structures, stood illuminated. These buildings, adorned with sleek glass facades and futuristic designs, towered above the war-torn ruins like majestic sentinels. At the entrances of those skyscrapers, numerous warriors were seen coming and going, escorting a group of individuals toward a secure evacuation point. The protected individuals were impeccably dressed, their faces adorned with panic, yet displaying no signs of distress. They were the affluent and powerful of his county. Gu Fangchen instantly comprehended. So, this is what they meant by unable to divert our attention to civilians. It was clear that he and the residents of the surrounding buildings were not among those prioritized for rescue. This was only natural. It was the same on Blue Star. Just then, a sudden clicking sound echoed in his ears. Gu Fangchen's heart raced, instantly becoming alert. The sound originated from the direction of the living room. According to the original owner's memories, he shared the apartment with others. The living room was a communal area. Those rarely seen roommates, being naturally suspicious and fearful of losing belongings in a shared space, had installed surveillance in the living room to monitor the public area. As it stood, there was likely something in the living room. This thought struck him like a bolt of lightning, causing cold sweat to drench his back. He dashed to the door, swiftly locking it from the inside. Click! After securing the door, he exhaled slightly in relief. He stealthily retreated to the corner, quickly retrieving his phone. Based on his memories, he opened an application named Home Guardian. After a brief loading period, the live footage from the living room appeared on his phone screen. Just one glance made Gu Fangchen's stomach churn violently, nearly causing him to vomit. There, on the floor of the living room, lay a Chapter 2. Slaughter Crack, Crunch. The sounds of flesh being torn apart and bones being gnawed echoed clearly through the phone's microphone, reaching Gu Fangchen's ears without distortion. The thick stench of blood seemed to pierce through the screen and the walls, rushing straight into his nostrils. At that moment, Gu Fangchen suddenly noticed that in one corner of the surveillance feed, a tiny red light lit up without warning. His pupils shrank sharply. Damn it! What kind of idiotic surveillance system is this? Just to indicate that a user is connected, it actually turns on a light? Sure enough, the very next second, the hyena-like aberrant beast that had been feeding suddenly froze. It lifted its blood-smeared head, its pair of crimson beastly eyes locking onto the surveillance camera on the TV wall, the one with the glowing red light. And Gu Fangchen's room was right behind that TV wall. Roar! The hyena aberrant beast let out a low, furious roar, instantly abandoning its meal and charging straight toward the TV wall. Boom! A deafening crash shook the wall behind Gu Fangchen violently, dust raining down. Not good. It's going to smash through the wall. Gu Fangchen's face turned deathly pale. Driven by sheer survival instinct, he frantically scanned the small room, searching for anything he could use as a weapon. A chair? Too light. A desk lamp? It would shatter with one hit. His gaze finally locked onto a toolbox under the bed. He lunged over, yanked it out, and flipped it open. Inside lay a rechargeable electric drill. The original owner had borrowed it from a neighbor a few days ago. He found the landlord's bookshelf too small and planned to drill holes in the wall to install extra shelving. Before he ever got the chance, the area had turned into a disaster zone. Now, this drill, meant for installing shelves, had become his only hope. Boom. Another thunderous impact. The entire wall cracked with ugly fissures, looking as though it might collapse at any moment. No time to hesitate. Gu Fangchen fumbled open the toolbox, grabbed the drill body, scanned the scattered bits, and chose the longest, sharpest alloy drill bit. His fingers trembled from fear, but he forced himself to stay calm, lining it up with the chuck. Click. Locked in place. He pressed the switch. Bzzz. The shrill whine of the motor filled the cramped room, giving him the tiniest sliver of reassurance. And then bang. The wall finally caved in, leaving a gaping hole. The ferocious hyena aberrant beast burst through, shrouded in dust and murderous intent. Gu Fangchen's pupils contracted as he instinctively rolled aside. Rip! A sharp claw grazed his arm, spraying blood. His school uniform sleeve was instantly torn apart. A searing pain following. No time to think. Missing its strike, the beast twisted its head and lunged again, jaws wide open, snapping at Gu Fangchen. At the brink of life and death, Gu Fangchen unleashed a ferocity he'd never known before. Instead of retreating, he surged forward, cranking the drill to maximum power and thrusting it straight at the beast's eye, glowing with cruel red light. His reasoning was simple. The eyes are a weak point. But he was still just a frail liberal arts student with blocked chi and blood. And his opponent was a battle-hardened, bloodthirsty, aberrant beast. The hyena's reaction speed far exceeded his expectations. Its head snapped to the side. Rip! The rapidly spinning drill bit missed the eye, scraping across its cheek instead. The hardened alloy bit sparked violently against its scales, carving a wound so deep bone could be seen. Ow! The intense pain drove the beast completely berserk. It let out an ear-splitting roar and violently whipped its massive head. Bam! An overwhelming force struck. Gu Fangchen felt as though he'd been hit by a speeding freight truck. His body flew backward, slamming into the desk behind him, shattering the already flimsy furniture into pieces. Cough, cough. It felt as though his organs had been displaced. He spat out a mouthful of blood as darkness swam before his eyes. The wounded beast gave him no time to recover. Fueled by towering rage, it pounced again. This time, Gu Fangchen had no strength left to dodge. He was slammed hard onto the ground. Putrid saliva dripped onto his face. That gaping maw filled with fangs was only a few inches from his throat. It's over. The shadow of death had never been so clear. Gu Fangchen's mind went blank. Yet his hand gripping the drill, driven purely by instinct, clenched the trigger with all its might. Easy. The drill continued to spin madly. Using the last shred of strength he had, he shoved the drill wildly into the massive body, pinning him down. Thud. This time, luck was on his side. The drill bit plunged deep into the hyena's armpit, straight into its soft ribs. There was no hard-scale armor there. The bit sank in instantly, savagely shredding flesh and organs. Wow! The beast screamed in agony, far more piercing than before. It thrashed violently. Its claws ripped wildly across Gu Fangchen's body and legs, carving several bone-deep gashes in an instant. The pain nearly knocked him unconscious. But he knew that if he let go, he would die. He let out a roar no longer human, bracing his shoulder against the beast's jaw. Blood pouring freely as he forced the drill deeper and deeper. Man and beast grappled in the cramped room in the most primitive, blood-soaked struggle imaginable. Sizzle, blood, brain matter, and the stench of burnt flesh exploded outward, splattering all over Gu Fangchen's face. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Finally, the crushing weight on his body grew lighter. The frenzied roars faded into weak whimpers. At last, boom, the massive corpse of the hyena crashed down onto him, completely motionless. Huff, Gu Fangchen lay sprawled on the floor, shoving the corpse off himself as he gasped for air. His body was covered in wounds, his face smeared with filth and blood. He looked utterly miserable. It hurt. Everything hurt. But he was alive. Alive. Before he could even finish catching his breath, a dark shadow suddenly darted through the hole in the wall. Gu Fangchen's heart sank. He focused his eyes, another aberrant beast. It's over. Despair flooded his heart. He had just survived a deadly battle. His body was completely drained, unable to react at all. At that critical instant, bang, a crisp gunshot rang out from outside the window. The glass shattered with a crash as a bullet flew in, striking the newly arrived beast squarely in the head. The tremendous impact sent it stumbling backward. The next second, the locked door was kicked open. Boom. 3 agile figures rushed inside. At the front was a tall man. He didn't even glance at the stunned Gu Fangchen. The combat blade in his hand flashed with cold light, instantly beheading the staggering, aberrant beast. The movements were as fluid as flowing water, executed with precision and decisiveness. Gu Fangchen was utterly taken aback. It was not until the leader of the group approached him, a gentle smile gracing his face, that he reached out and helped him to his feet. It's all right now, classmate. You're safe, he reassured, patting Gu Fangchen's shoulder with a calm and powerful voice that instilled an unbidden sense of security. Captain, interjected a younger male warrior beside them, furrowing his brow. Aren't we heading to the wealth center? I heard the rewards from those big shots are substantial. The man referred to as the captain shook his head, his gaze resolute. There are countless wealthy individuals clamoring to offer help. We are not needed there. But here, among the civilians, every life we can save counts. With that, he turned to the only female warrior in the team. Xiaoya, please escort this classmate to the temporary shelter downstairs while we search this building for any remaining survivors. Understood. Captain. Xiaoya responded promptly, moving to support Gu Fangchen's arm. Leaning closer, she whispered softly in his ear. Hey there, handsome, you must be scared, huh? Don't worry. Big sister will protect you. By the way, you are quite good looking. Let us exchange contact information once we're safe, okay? However, Gu Fangchen seemed oblivious to her words. His eyes fixated ahead, unmoving. His expression was one of shock and disbelief. Just moments ago, a translucent blue panel, visible only to him, had inexplicably materialized before his very eyes. Ding. Condition met. Kill exotic beast 11. System activated. Chapter 3 Slaughter-and-Plunder. A system. A system. It was indeed a system. As a young man deeply influenced by online literature from Blue Star, he understood all too well what this entailed. This was the essential golden finger for any traveler. A stream of information surged into his mind, instantly clarifying the core functions of the system. It was a brutally straightforward slaughter-and-plunder system. By defeating exotic beasts, one could seize their vitality attributes to enhance oneself. Furthermore, upon killing a certain number of beasts of the same kind, one could even directly acquire powerful talents from that species. His gaze was firmly locked onto the translucent panel only he could see. Host, Gu Fangchen. Vitality value, 81, 100 points. The standard vitality value for a normal person is 100 points. The subsequent number indicates the threshold for the next level. Realm, not entered. Mental power rating, SSS level, highest level. Talent, none. Cultivation method, none. Gu Fangchen's heart raced. The original host had a congenital blockage of vitality, rendering martial aspirations hopeless. With a vitality value of 80 points, he fell far below the average level of 100 points, even lower than many frail individuals. Yet now, having only slain the weakest exotic beast, his vitality had increased by 1 point. Though modest, this signified that the so-called blockage in his meridians had begun to clear. Even more astonishing was his mental power. It was rated at the highest level. Could this be due to the merging of two souls? Gu Fangchen pondered further. According to the original host's memories, mental power seemed to be one of the most crucial standards for assessing a warrior's talent. It determined a warrior's comprehension, memory, and control over their own vitality and muscles. The higher the mental power rating, the faster and more efficiently one could learn techniques of the same tier. So, does this mean my talent for martial arts is quite impressive? Indeed, just as Gu Fangchen was swept up in a tide of excitement. The text on the panel changed again. Ding. First kill of exotic beast, black-scaled hyena, awarded special talent, breath sensing. Breath sensing can detect all life forms with hostile intent or vitality fluctuations within a radius of 300 meters. As this talent description appeared, Gu Fangchen's mind instantaneously conjured a three-dimensional radar map centered on himself, extending 300 meters in radius. On this map, 3 bright blue dots hovered nearby. These dots undoubtedly represented the 3 warriors before him, their vitality robust, akin to 3 flames burning brightly. Beyond them, in the streets and buildings, thousands of varying-sized red dots were visible, the exotic beasts. Each red dot exuded a ferocious, bloodthirsty aura, sending chills down his spine. It turned out that the previously encountered black-scaled hyena was merely the most inconspicuous character in this area. Xiaoya, take this classmate and proceed downstairs. We'll search upstairs. The man referred to as the captain's voice interrupted Gu Fangchen's thoughts. Understood. Handsome, let us go? Xiaoya, seeing Gu Fangchen's dumbfounded expression, assumed he was too frightened to speak and waved her hand in front of his face. Hey, handsome, are you back with us? But in that instant, the radar map in Gu Fangchen's mind suddenly jolted. At the edge of the radar, a deep red dot appeared, larger and more glaring than all the surrounding red dots combined, materializing without warning. It was advancing towards their building at a terrifying speed. The overwhelming and malevolent aura it radiated sent every hair on Gu Fangchen's body standing on end. This creature was undoubtedly far beyond the capabilities of the current warrior squad. Wait, Gu Fangchen blurted out, shaking off Xiaoya's hand. The captain, Xiaoya, and another warrior turned to him, their faces marked with confusion. What's wrong, classmate? Is there something else? The captain inquired gently. Gu Fangchen's face turned pale. No time for explanations. He pointed in a direction and shouted with all his might, run. Don't go upstairs. Flee from the other side. A massive creature is approaching. Very quickly. Upon hearing this, the 3 were left bewildered. Xiaoya blinked, then burst into laughter. Handsome, have you been scared into hallucinations? Don't worry. We've cleared most of the nearby exotic beasts. There's nothing to fear. The young warrior, Feng, frowned, growing impatient. Stop causing a ruckus, classmate. High-level exotic beasts are being contained at the wealth center. Our task is merely cleanup. There's no way. His words were abruptly cut off as a sudden crackle erupted from the walkie-talkie at their waists, followed by a frantic voice, tinged with fear, blasting through the static. It's the sniper providing cover outside the building. Captain, southwest direction. A high-energy target is rapidly approaching. My God, it's too fast. It's identified. It's the shadow leopard. It's a disaster-level exotic beast. Repeat, disaster-level exotic beast. It's heading for your building. Evacuate. You can't handle it. Evacuate. Disaster level. Those 2 words struck the hearts of the warrior team like a heavy hammer. The exotic beasts of Gaia Star are classified into 6 major levels based on their destructive capability and vitality strength. Beast, King, Disaster, Calamity, Catastrophe, and Annihilation. Their small squad was adept at exterminating common beast-level anomalies, and could even occasionally encircle and eliminate isolated king-level foes with relative ease. Yet, when faced with a catastrophe-level beast, it would be tantamount to courting death. The air seemed to freeze in that instant. A look of impatience on Feng's face abruptly transformed into one of sheer horror. Xiaoya, who had previously worn a teasing smile, turned pale as all color drained from her face. The captain, whose visage was usually calm and resolute, now bore an expression filled with shock and disbelief. The 3 of them simultaneously cast their gaze upon the boy they had assumed to be an ordinary survivor. Their eyes were filled with suspicion and confusion. How did he know? Before the specialized instruments and snipers could detect it, how could this unarmed, frail humanities student have foreseen the arrival of a catastrophe-level anomaly? Chapter 4, Shadow Leopard. But reality afforded them no time for contemplation or inquiry. Just as their uncertain gazes fixated on Gu Fangchen, a thunderous boom erupted from the side of the building. A sound that resembled not a mere collision, but rather the terrifying detonation of a heavy bomb. The entire structure seemed to be grasped by an invisible giant hand, violently shaking. The ground beneath them tilted suddenly, and chunks of cement and dust rained down from the ceiling like a torrential downpour. Xiaoya let out a piercing scream, nearly losing her balance. The captain and Afeng's expressions also shifted dramatically. They had no time to react before witnessing the load-bearing wall, along with several room partitions, shatter inward as if made of paper. Amidst the swirling dust, a black shadow, moving at an almost imperceptible speed, surged through the building, carrying with it a wave of destruction. The already precarious structure, reeling from the beast's tide, finally emitted a groan of unbearable strain and began to collapse. Damn it! It has breached the load-bearing structure. The building is going to fall. Evacuate quickly. The captain, a seasoned veteran, was the first to regain his composure after the shock. He seized Xiaoya, shouting at Afeng, take that student. Use the stairs. We can't. Gu Fangchen's voice rang out at the same moment. In his mind's radar, the enormous crimsoned, having penetrated the building, made a sharp turn and was now lurking directly beneath them, locking onto their floor. It's waiting for us down there. Going down means certain death. Gu Fangchen pointed toward the massive hole that the shadow leopard had just created, facing the adjacent building, and shouted, "We need to go that way. Jump across. Jump across? Are you mad?" Afeng's eyes turned red in an instant, clouded by sheer terror and the instinct to survive. He grabbed Gu Fangchen by the collar, his face twisted in fury as he roared, "That's a gap of over 10 meters. We're on the 10th floor. Are you trying to get us all killed? It's your fault. If it weren't for you, we would have retreated to safety long ago." Afeng, shut up. The captain snapped, his gaze flickering rapidly. Given their strength, even without hoverboards, a fall from several dozen meters would merely result in broken bones. But below them lurked that catastrophe-level beast. Failure meant certain death. Yet waiting here was hardly better. The beast would strike again soon, making it akin to waiting for death. Thus, it was a gamble where survival was unlikely. In that fleeting moment, he suddenly recalled Gu Fangchen's astonishing foresight. In a flash of inspiration, the captain made a decisive call. Follow him. Head that way. He pushed Afeng aside, his gaze sharp as a blade, issuing a command. Captain. Afeng attempted to protest. Roar. A low, oppressive growl erupted from the floor below, reverberating as if it were a detonation against the ground. The terrifying pressure contained within that voice silenced Afeng instantly, as if his very blood had frozen. Fear overwhelmed everything. Go. The captain dashed forward, leading the charge toward the edge of the gaping hole. The wind whipped in, and beneath them lay an abyss. The rooftop of the adjacent building appeared so distant in their trembling vision. Hoverboards were standard for elite warriors, and their junior squad, tasked with perimeter extermination, had no right to such equipment. In this moment, without aerial advantage, that 10-meter chasm was their sole path to survival. There was no time for a running start. With a roar, the captain's muscles tensed, unleashing a surge of vitality as he propelled himself like a cannonball toward the opposite building. Following closely were Xiaoya, clutching Gu Fangchen, and a pale Afeng. In the moment their bodies soared through the air, BM. The ground they had just vacated was violently shattered by a shadow surging upward from below. It was a long, sleek creature, its body covered in black scales that seemed to absorb light, resembling a leopard but with limbs and a tail that were even more powerful and agile. Its golden, slit-like eyes reflected the desperate figures of the four suspended in midair. The catastrophe-level beast, the shadow leopard. It had arrived. It appeared to revel in this game of cat and mouse, propelling itself off the shattered floor with its powerful hind legs. Its massive form transformed into a streak of black lightning, darting toward the weakest of the four in midair, Gu Fangchen, with claws glinting menacingly in the air. Watch out. Xiaoya, closest to him, let out a chilling scream, attempting to turn and save him, but was utterly powerless. It was over. Gu Fangchen's pupils were filled with the rapidly enlarging shadow. In a split second, the captain, in midair, twisted his body and hurled his combat knife toward the shadow leopard. Clang! The knife struck the creature's head with precision, igniting a shower of sparks, yet it did not pierce its scales. However, the tremendous force of the blow caused the shadow leopard to momentarily falter in midair. That fraction of a second granted Gu Fangchen his only chance of survival. Thud! 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 The three of them landed heavily on the rooftop of the opposite building. The captain and Xiaoya were relatively unscathed, but Afeng, paralyzed by fear, stumbled awkwardly, crashing to the ground in a daze. Meanwhile, Gu Fangchen, with Xiaoya's desperate pull, barely clung to the edge of the rooftop, half of his body dangling precariously over the edge. Roar! The shadow leopard, enraged at its missed strike, emitted a furious roar, leaping across the collapsing building toward them. Gu Fangchen's arms felt as if they were being torn apart, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to waste a single ounce of energy on a cry for help. His gaze, or rather the perception in his mind, locked onto the black lightning hurtling toward him. "Don't worry about me. Get out of the way," he shouted with all his might to Xiaoya and the captain above him. That leap was aimed directly at him, suspended in the air. However, that lethal minion would inevitably affect the two individuals at the edge of the rooftop. Yet, Xiaoya and the captain appeared oblivious to his warning, continuing to rush forward with all their might to pull him back. The speed of the shadow leopard was simply too swift. In the blink of an eye, that gaping maw filled with sharp fangs, carrying the stench of blood, was perilously close, poised to sink its teeth into Gu Fangchen's leg. At that moment, a blue dot flickered to life on the radar in Gu Fangchen's mind. The next second, boom, a figure, engulfed in blazing crimson flames and wielding a red spear, surged forth like a valkyrie ascending against the tide, boldly confronting the dark lightning. It was the high ponytail warrior who had previously warned Gu Fangchen. Chapter 5. The Crimson Flame Dragon Spear. With a resounding clash, the spear tip collided with the beast's claw in midair. The fierce crimson flames of vitality erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, with the dark energy swirling around the shadow leopard's claws, creating a visible shockwave that sent debris flying from the rooftop's edge. The clang of metal on metal pierced the air, causing the high ponytail warrior to momentarily falter in midair, evidently bearing the brunt of the tremendous impact. Yet, her reflexes were lightning fast. Utilizing the recoil, the engine of her hovering skateboard emitted a dazzling blue flame, allowing her to execute a graceful aerial spin and land firmly on the rooftop. In that very instant, her wrist flicked, and a silver chain shot forth from her arm armor, wrapping around Gu Fangchen's waist, yanking him upward with great force. A surge of strength washed over him, and Gu Fangchen felt his body lighten as he was pulled back from the brink of death, crashing heavily onto the rooftop floor. Cough, cough, cough. He gasped for breath, inhaling the acrid mix of smoke and blood, his heart racing uncontrollably. He was saved. The captain, Xiaoya, and Feng were utterly dumbfounded at this moment. They stared in awe at the striking crimson figure before them, their faces awash with shock and disbelief. Feng's lips trembled, his eyes brimming with fervent admiration and reverence. The crimson flame dragon spear, Xiaoyoli. Gu Fangchen propped himself up, the name ringing a bell. Indeed. The captain's voice was tinged with excitement as he gazed at her silhouette, solemnly stating, "The daughter of General Xiaozhan of the Dragon Country Military District. The most dazzling genius of the military. It is said that she is only 18 this year and has already attained the rank of a third-tier warrior, her strength unfathomable." A third-tier warrior. Gu Fangchen's heart seized with trepidation. The ranks of warriors correspond to the classifications of extraordinary beasts. First-tier warriors are equivalent to beast level. Second-tier corresponds to king level, while third-tier represents those capable of directly confronting disaster-level extraordinary beasts. No wonder she could confront the disaster-level shadow leopard with such audacity. At this moment, Xiao Liuli paid no heed to the discussions behind her. Clad in a fiery red combat suit, she stood confidently at the edge of the rooftop, facing the menacing shadow leopard across from her. Her features were exquisite, with elegantly arched brows and a finely sculpted nose. In her phoenix eyes burned a battle intent even more fervent than the flames of vitality enveloping her. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall on her skateboard, wielding the red spear, she emanated an aura of undeniable strength. Just by her appearance, it was evident she possessed formidable power. An elite. A true elite. In terms of equipment, demeanor, and strength, she was leagues apart from the captain and his struggling team of warriors at the bottom tier. Shouldn't she be safeguarding those influential figures at the wealth center? Why was she here in this impoverished district? Xiaoya could not help but murmur, her tone filled with confusion. The captain gave a wry smile and shook his head. Who knows? Just as they were conversing, Xiao Liuli sprang into action. Instead of charging head-on, her skateboard accelerated suddenly, transforming into a streak of red light as she maneuvered swiftly around the crumbling building where the shadow leopard resided. Simultaneously, her red spear lunged with precision, unleashing a flurry of sharp strikes that forced the shadow leopard to evade and roar, unable to pin down her elusive form. She was using her high mobility to restrain that terrifying disaster-level beast. "What are you all waiting for?" Xiao Liuli's icy voice rang out, carrying an unmistakable command. "Immediately take this student and evacuate from the other side of the building. Leave this to me." "Yes." The captain snapped back to attention and responded promptly. In the presence of true strength, obeying orders was the best course of action. He immediately turned to signal Feng and Xiaoya. "Hurry. We need to get this student to safety." However, as Xiaoya reached out to assist Gu Fangchen, he abruptly shook his head, his gaze fixated on the distant battlefield. "No, we cannot leave." "What?" The captain was taken aback, frowning as he replied, "Classmate, this is not the time for heroics. Miss Xia is buying us time. I am not being heroic." Gu Fangchen's voice was hoarse with urgency. His mind raced. On the radar in his mind, although the massive red representing the shadow leopard was retreating, Its ferocious aura continued to escalate. Akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. She cannot hold it back. Gu Fangchen asserted decisively, this shadow leopard is cunning. It is not using its full strength. It is observing, familiarizing itself with her attack patterns. Once we leave, she will become its sole target, and it will unleash its true power. At that point, she won't be able to escape. Though Xia Liuli was in the midst of rapid movement, she caught wind of Gu Fangchen's words. Her delicate brows furrowed, a flicker of displeasure crossing her icy gaze. How dare an ordinary person with barely perceptible fluctuations in vitality presume to instruct a third-tier warrior on the battlefield? What a joke. You, an ordinary person, know nothing. Her voice traveled across the distance, carrying a chill as she reprimanded him. Don't cause trouble here. Leave immediately. It is going to attack you with its tail. From your left rear, at an extremely tricky angle. Gu Fangchen disregarded her admonishment entirely, summoning every ounce of energy to shout out the information he sensed through his heightened awareness. What? Xia Liuli paused in surprise. The left rear was indeed a blind spot. And with the building's complex structure, how could it possibly? Before she could finish her thought, whoosh, a sound like a breaking wind erupted. The shadow leopard's tail, harder than steel, indeed lashed out like a black whip, tearing through the air with a deadly shriek aimed directly at Xia Liuli's left flank. This strike was swift, precise, and merciless, completely surpassing conventional attack predictions. Xia Liuli's pupils constricted. Had it not been for Gu Fangchen's thunderous warning that granted her an infinitesimal fraction of a second to react, she would have certainly been unable to evade this blow. Even if she survived, she would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries. In a split second, she forced her body to twist, the vector engines of her skateboard unleashing maximum power, propelling her in a desperate yet effective maneuver to narrowly avoid the shadowy whip. Boom! The lethal tail smashed into the wall behind her, creating a terrifying indentation in the reinforced concrete, sending debris scattering. Regaining her balance, Xia Liuli floated in midair, a cold sweat breaking out on her back. She abruptly turned her head, her cold, sharp phoenix eyes finally locking onto the boy standing on the rooftop. In her gaze, there was an overwhelming sense of shock and confusion. How on earth did he know? Such a premonition, transcending sight and perception, should not manifest in an ordinary person. Chapter 6. A Gamble. Roar. With one failed strike, the shadow leopard became even more ferocious. No longer testing the waters, dark energy began to surge from its massive form, evidently preparing to unleash a more violent attack. This cannot continue here. Gu Fangchen watched the scene unfold, his heart racing. The building was on the verge of collapse. Once a fight ensued, this area would be affected, and there were still many survivors below. In his mind's radar, dozens of faint white light points trembled in fear. It must be led away. Miss Xia, Gu Fangchen shouted loudly, meeting Xia Liuli's astonished gaze. Draw it out of the city. Lead it to the abandoned mine 3 kilometers west. There's no one there. You can fight freely. Xia Liuli's heart jolted. This was indeed the best plan. However, it is cunning. I alone may not be able to lure it that far. It could abandon the chase at any moment and turn to slaughter others. She immediately pointed out the flaw in the plan. I will help you. Gu Fangchen stepped forward, his gaze unprecedentedly resolute. Take me with you. I can predict all its attack routes and intentions. Upon hearing this, not only Xia Liuli, but even the captain and his team were left dumbfounded. Are you insane? A Feng screamed, that's a disaster-level beast. A mere ordinary person would die with just a brush, perish with a mere touch. Classmate, don't be impulsive. The captain hastily tried to dissuade him. Yet, Xia Liuli remained fixated on Gu Fangchen's eyes. For some reason, she was struck by the calmness, determination, and a startling confidence in his gaze, devoid of the collapse and despair one would expect from an ordinary high school student facing a disaster-class beast. This boy is definitely extraordinary. Moreover, he truly did foresee it. Let us gamble. As a paragon of excellence. Xia Liuli also had the wild, adventurous spirit flowing in her veins. All right. She bit her silver teeth, making a decision that left everyone astonished. She maneuvered her hoverboard and instantly dashed in front of Gu Fangchen, hovering at the edge of the rooftop. You get on. Her words were succinct. Then, she turned to the astonished captain and commanded, your task is not to evacuate, but to immediately rescue all nearby survivors and take them to the temporary shelter. Hurry. Yes. Yes. The captain, intimidated by her powerful aura, instinctively stood at attention and saluted. Gu Fangchen hesitated no longer, taking a deep breath before leaping onto the hoverboard. The board was small, and the two of them standing on it made it feel exceedingly cramped. Hold on tight. Xia Liuli barked coldly. If you die, I'm not responsible. The instinct for survival left Gu Fangchen no time to ponder any impropriety regarding physical proximity. He reached out his arms and tightly embraced Xia Liuli's lean, powerful waist from behind. The texture was that of the combat suit, tough and cold. Yet, even through the fabric, he could distinctly feel the astonishing elasticity and explosive strength contained within her form. A faint fragrance, mingling with sweat and the scent of gunpowder, wafted into his nostrils. Xia Liuli's body noticeably stiffened. In her lifetime, she had never engaged in such intimate contact with any male. A strange sensation coursed through her waist, causing her cheeks to subtly flush. However, she quickly suppressed all distracting thoughts. Her phoenix eyes now solely filled with the icy intent to battle. Steady yourself. No sooner had she spoken than, vroom, the hoverboard's engine roared to life, transforming into an arrow released from a bow, shooting into the night sky. Roar! The shadow leopard, sensing its prey attempting to flee, let out a thunderous roar. Its limbs propelling it forward with power, its massive body morphing into a black flash as it leapt madly between the buildings, relentlessly pursuing them. A heart-pounding race for survival unfolded in the ruins of the city. Faster, even faster. The wind howled in his ears, distorting Gu Fangchen's voice. Yet he still shouted at the top of his lungs beside Xiao Yuli. Shut up. The energy consumption is too rapid. It will catch up to us. Xiao Yuli gritted her teeth, fine beads of sweat forming on her brow. The endurance and speed of a disaster-level beast exceeded her imagination. Simultaneously, carrying an additional person on the hoverboard doubled her energy expenditure. It's going to accelerate. At the upcoming intersection, it will rebound off the left side of the commercial building wall to intercept us. Dive to the right beneath that destroyed billboard. Gu Fangchen's words flowed rapidly as if he were rapping, his brain intensely focused, locking onto the frantic red dot on his mental radar. This time, Xiao Yuli hesitated not at all. Her trust in Gu Fangchen's predictive ability had evolved from initial shock to an almost instinctual faith. She abruptly lowered her body, executing a beautiful drift with the hoverboard, narrowly slipping beneath a massive, broken billboard. In the next moment they passed through, boom. A shadow plummeted from the sky, crashing violently into the spot they had just occupied, its sharp claws tearing a massive gash in the glass curtain wall of the commercial building. Had they delayed even half a second, they would have been reduced to mere pulp. Well done. Gu Fangchen couldn't help but praise. Xiao Yuli remained silent, merely steering the hoverboard as they sped westward through the city. In this high-stakes chase, the two of them and the beast played out a thrilling dance of evasion and pursuit amidst the steel jungle. Gu Fangchen's mind operated as a high-precision tactical analyzer. Turn into that alley ahead. It's large, its speed will be affected. Caution, something about to fall from above. In 3 seconds, pull up to the left. It will launch a long-range energy attack. Gu Fangchen continuously issued commands. Xiao Yuli transformed into the pinnacle of a top-tier pilot, her combat prowess shining at that moment. Every command from Gu Fangchen, no matter how absurd or challenging, she executed in the most perfect way within the shortest time. From initial stumbles to a deepening synergy, Gu Fangchen's instructions became increasingly succinct. Left, up, dive, and Xiao Yuli's movements grew ever more fluid. She even began to fire off sharp shots from the gun during the fleeting moments of evasion, continuously provoking the shadow leopard to ensure its fury remained fixated solely on her. In this life-or-death chase, a peculiar tacit understanding formed between them. Gu Fangchen held her waist tightly, acutely aware of her every muscle tightening and relaxing with each exertion. He could smell the fragrance carried by the wind from her hair. More importantly, he could feel the fierce heartbeat beneath her cold exterior. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuli felt, for the first time, the presence of a back behind her, one she could wholly entrust her life to. She needed no further thought, no observation. She merely had to trust the voice that resonated in her ear. Then, unleash all your skills and strength to the utmost. This sensation is novel, yet profoundly reassuring. Chapter 7, Annihilation. How much farther? The voice of Xiao Yuli echoed, tinged with fatigue and breathlessness. The prolonged high-intensity maneuvering had taken a tremendous toll on her spirit and vitality. Almost there. Just over that overpass ahead lies the abandoned mining area. Gu Fangchen shouted. Victory is within reach. Perhaps sensing that it had been drawn away from its hunting ground, the shadow leopard emitted the most furious and savage roar it had ever unleashed. Roar! It ceased its pursuit abruptly, halting on the rooftop of a building, its dark energy swirling violently, converging in its mouth to form a black energy sphere exuding an aura of destruction. This is bad. It's preparing a wide-range attack. Gu Fangchen's scalp prickled with fear as the red dot on the radar blazed like a miniature sun. This strike could level everything within 100 meters. And they were precisely at the epicenter of the impending attack. The speed of the hoverboard had reached its limit. There was no way to escape before the energy sphere detonated. There was no avoiding it. The shadow of death loomed once more. There was no other choice. A glimmer of determination flashed in Xiao Yuli's eyes. You jump down. I'll take the hit. She was prepared to bear the brunt of this blow with her own body, striving to secure a slim chance of survival for Gu Fangchen. No. At that moment, Gu Fangchen's mind was strikingly calm. He gazed at the energy fluctuations of the shadow leopard on the radar, and a wild thought surged within him. Don't dodge. Don't block. He shouted into Xiao Yuli's ear with all his might. Charge straight at it. Trust me. What? Xiao Yuli was utterly bewildered. Charge forward? Towards that energy sphere capable of annihilating everything? That is suicide. Utter, unequivocal suicide. It is gathering power. The energy is still unstable. It dares not detonate it at its mouth. It requires a ballistic interval. Gu Fangchen's voice bore an undeniable allure. If we charge forward, we can traverse the death vacuum created before its energy explosion. Hurry, there's no time left. Trust me. Listening to the boy's hoarse yet resolute roar in her ear, and witnessing the energy sphere ahead, growing ever brighter and radiating an inexorable aura of destruction, Xia Liuli hesitated for a mere tenth of a second. She did not comprehend how this boy could perceive everything, yet she knew that throughout this journey, he had never erred. Biting down hard on her silver teeth, an unprecedented light ignited in her beautiful eyes. A madman. I'll join you in your madness, just this once. She abruptly redirected her hoverboard, truly hurtling towards the death energy sphere, pushing its power to the absolute limit. Buzz. The crimson streak, akin to a meteor defying gravity, pierced the night sky, unhesitatingly crashing into the deepest darkness. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment. Gu Fangchen tightly embraced Xia Liuli's waist, his arms straining with effort. He could feel the tautness of the woman's body before him, and beneath her icy exterior. Her heart thudded with equal fervor. In their world, only the ever-enlarging, compressing black sun that seemed capable of devouring all light remained. The shadow leopard's cruel golden slit pupils flickered with a hint of human-like astonishment and confusion. It had never anticipated that these two insignificant insects would not flee, but rather dare to charge towards its breath of annihilation. But the arrow was knocked. It had to be released. Roar. Accompanied by a roar of rage, the energy sphere, having reached its zenith, finally burst forth. There was no cataclysmic explosion. Only an eerie silence. Where the black energy sphere passed, air, light, and sound seemed to be entirely consumed, leaving behind a pitch-black trajectory. And the red streak driven by Xia Liuli intersected with this path of death in a manner that was almost suicidal. Now is the time. Gu Fangchen's voice thundered in Xia Liuli's ear. Relying on her almost blind trust in the boy behind her, she maximized the hoverboard's performance to its utmost limits. A flash of red. Just as they brushed past the energy sphere, Gu Fangchen distinctly felt an indescribable suction emanating from the side, as if it sought to wrench their very souls from their bodies. In the next moment, that black energy sphere, having completed its fleeting trajectory, detonated with a tremendous roar 100 meters behind them. The world seemed to lose its sound. Following that was a silent, cataclysmic eruption of light and dark. A colossal black hemispherical mass suddenly expanded, instantly engulfing everything behind them. A terrifying shockwave, akin to an indomitable wall, struck the tail of the hoverboard with tremendous force. Crack! The energy shield of the hoverboard shattered in response. Warning! Engine overload. Energy core damaged. The shrill electronic alarms blared frantically in Xia Liuli's earpiece. Bang! The hoverboard spiraled out of control, tumbling violently in midair. Hold on tight. Xia Liuli let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Clearly, she had sustained internal injuries from the earlier impact. The two were like fallen leaves in a tempest, violently hurled downwards towards the ground of the abandoned mining area. On the other side, the shadow leopard was also not faring well. Releasing such a powerful energy attack had taken a significant toll on its own reserves. It stood on the rooftop, its massive body heaving, gasping for breath, and the dark energy surrounding it had become considerably thinner. To it, those two insects must have perished in its recent breath of destruction. Yet just as it prepared to turn away and seek new prey, its beastly eyes suddenly narrowed. Below, in the abandoned mining area, a crimson figure surged forth from the billowing smoke. It was that female warrior. She was still alive. Xia Liuli appeared remarkably disheveled. Her combat suit torn in several places, blood staining the corner of her mouth, her complexion as pale as paper. The hoverboard beneath her was billowing thick black smoke, clearly on the verge of being rendered inoperable. Yet her cold phoenix eyes shone with astonishing brilliance, aflame with indomitable fighting spirit. After charging its attack, there would be a 0.5-second energy stagnation. The scales below its throat would flare open to dissipate heat. Now is the moment. This is the only opportunity. Gu Fangchen's voice echoed from beneath her. He had been thrown onto a pile of mining debris several dozen meters away, his entire body aching as if it had been shattered. Yet his consciousness was remarkably clear, his mental radar locking onto the shadow leopard's fatal weakness. Now is the time. She forcefully suppressed the surging blood within her, channeling every last ounce of her remaining strength into the crimson spear in her hand. Buzz. Blood-red flames erupted from the spear, coalescing into a vividly lifelike dragon-shaped phantom that spiraled upward. The military's secret spear technique, burning sky dragon spear technique. Beast, meet your demise, she cried out, using the soon-to-be-defunct hoverboard as her final launch pad, propelling herself forward, her entire being merged with the spear, transforming into a scarlet comet that tore through the night sky. With an unwavering resolve, she lunged at the shadow leopard, which had just released its ultimate move and was now in its most vulnerable state. Swiftly, at the pinnacle of speed, within the beastly eyes of the shadow leopard, a flicker of emotion known as fear finally emerged. It yearned to evade, yet the energy within it had just been completely expended, leaving its physical responses unable to keep pace with its racing thoughts. Helplessly, it could only watch as the crimson light of death expanded rapidly within its pupils. With a dull thud, this time there was no sharp clang of metal. Instead, it was the muted sound of a blade piercing flesh. The fiery tip of the spear, striking with unerring precision from the lethal angle indicated by Gu Fangchen, brutally penetrated the slight gap in the scales of the shadow leopardess throat, which had opened slightly for heat dissipation. The spear, devoid of a shaft, drove deep into its flesh. A howl escaped the shadow leopard, abruptly cut short, replaced by a faint whimper. Its golden slit pupils dimmed swiftly, and its massive form swayed before crashing down from the rooftop with a thunderous sound, stirring up clouds of dust. Beep. Detected host's deep involvement in the slaying of calamity-level beast, shadow leopard, 11. Contribution assessed, 45. Plunder successful. Health points, 150. Current health, 231, 150, 700 points. The minimum standard for a beginner warrior of the first rank is 200 points. Realm, newly entered first rank, beginner. Beep. Special conditions met, successfully plundered talent. Shadow step. Shadow step, active talent. Can enhance host's movement speed for 10 seconds while significantly reducing footstep noise. Chapter 8, Becoming Stronger. A flurry of system notifications inundated Gu Fangchen's mind. A torrent of immense and pure heat surged through his limbs and bones, instantly revitalizing his body, which had been nearly shattered from the fall. The previously agonizing pain rapidly dissipated under the nurturing warmth, replaced by an unprecedented sensation of strength and fulfillment. Gu Fangchen struggled to rise from the ground, feeling an inexhaustible well of energy coursing through him. He had become stronger, unprecedentedly powerful. With a thud, Xiao Liuli fell from midair, kneeling on one knee, supported by her spear to avoid collapsing. Gasping for breath, sweat soaked her temples, mingling with the dust on her face, lending her exquisite visage a touch of delicate vulnerability. She had triumphed, yet had exhausted her final reserves of strength. Gu Fangchen rushed over, eager to assist, yet unsure of how to proceed. Xiao Liuli glanced up at him, her expression a complex tapestry of shock, curiosity, and gratitude. I'm fine, cough. I can manage, she insisted, mustering the strength to rise and step toward the corpse of the shadow leopard. As a seasoned warrior, she did not forget the most crucial task, harvesting the spoils of battle. With practiced ease, she retrieved a specially crafted dissection knife from her tool belt, slicing open the shadow leopardess chest to extract a fist-sized, pitch-black crystal core radiating with ominous energy. This was the energy core of a calamity-level beast, worth a fortune. Subsequently, she skillfully severed its 4 sharp claws and long tail, all prime materials for crafting high-grade weaponry. After completing her task, she sighed in relief, storing the materials in a containment device before returning to Gu Fangchen. Let us go. I'll escort you back to the safe zone. Her voice remained cold, yet it lacked the frigid distance of before. She picked up the now utterly wrecked hoverboard, extracting the communication module to send a location and rescue signal. Half an hour later, a military off-road vehicle roared into view, collecting the two of them. The vehicle sped along towards the brightly lit temporary shelter in the Eastern District. Inside the cabin, a heavy silence enveloped them. Both remained quiet, simply gazing out at the retreating ruins. Finally, upon glimpsing the towering walls and dense searchlights of the shelter ahead, Xiao Liuli broke the silence. I am Xiao Liuli, she stated, fixing her gaze on Gu Fangchen. I still do not know your name. Gu Fangchen. Gu Fangchen, she repeated silently in her mind, as if etching the name into her memory. I will remember it. The vehicle halted beside the queue at the shelter's entrance, where countless shaken civilians were lining up to register for trucks heading to the rear base. Follow them. It is safe here now, Xiao Liuli instructed. And you? Gu Fangchen instinctively inquired. My mission is not yet complete. A spark of determination reignited in Xiao Liuli's eyes. She regarded Gu Fangchen, hesitating briefly before retrieving a slightly worn thread-bound book from her storage device and handing it to him. Take this. Gu Fangchen was taken aback, but accepted it. The cover bore 5 archaic characters. Rock body refinement technique. Your physique is quite unique. Your vital energy is blocked, and you possess almost no potential to become a warrior, Xiao Liuli stated calmly. However, this body refinement technique does not require any innate talent. You can practice it when you have time. Strengthening the body is always beneficial. In this world, every bit of power translates to an increased hope for survival. After speaking, her cold phoenix eyes lingered on Gu Fangchen for a moment before she retrieved another item from her storage device. It was a card, entirely black. Additionally, regarding the distribution of this bounty, Xiao Liuli's tone turned serious and solemn. The calamity-level shadow leopard was a joint hunt. According to contribution, you are entitled to at least half. Before Gu Fangchen could respond, she pressed the card into his hand. This anonymous card is a special provision from the military. Thanks to you, had you not lured the shadow leopard away from the city, this operation would have likely cost many lives. You have saved a city and countless warriors and survivors, making you a significant contributor to this operation. Thus, this card is well-deserved. Shortly, I will sell all materials from the Shadow Leopard through official channels, and after deducting taxes, half of the proceeds will automatically be deposited onto this card. She watched Gu Fangchen, who was still in shock, and continued indifferently. The password is 071124. The complete body of a calamity-level beast is worth a staggering sum. This amount alone should suffice for you to live lavishly in any A-grade base city for a lifetime. Take care. With this. She gave Gu Fangchen a deep look before turning away and boarding the vehicle. The off-road vehicle roared to life, abruptly pivoting toward the battlefield. As if everything between them had been irrevocably concluded with this settlement. Gu Fangchen stood rooted to the spot, one hand clutching the ancient manual and the other grasping the cold metal card, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood that Xiao Liuli had given him not merely a sum of money and a book, but a future that an ordinary person could scarcely hope to attain. 071124. He murmured, committing the numbers to memory before he turned and joined the throng boarding one of the military trucks bound for the rear base. The cabin was crammed with survivors, their voices a cacophony of weeping, chatter, and comfort. Gu Fangchen found a corner to sit in, shrouding himself in shadow. He caressed the slightly warm stone body refinement technique with one hand, while the other securely tucked away the weighty black card, preparing to close his eyes and reflect on the events of the day. Yet, just as he shut his eyes, he felt someone squeeze in beside him. Big brother. Big brother. A somewhat obsequious voice rang in his ear. Gu Fangchen opened his eyes, a barely perceptible frown creasing his brow. Before him stood a young man appearing to be 17 or 18, slender in stature with a pair of shrewd, beady eyes, wearing a broad smile. Dust covered him as well, indicating he too was a survivor, yet his eyes sparkled with an intelligence and cunning that seemed incongruous amidst the surrounding atmosphere of despair. What is it? Gu Fangchen inquired, his voice flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. Hee, big brother, I saw everything just now. The young man lowered his voice, adopting a conspiratorial tone as he unconsciously edged closer to Gu Fangchen. You and that warrior lady who resembles a celestial being. You must be quite familiar, right? His gaze was filled with both probing curiosity and unabashed envy. Chapter 9. The Old OG Clearly. The scene where Xiao Liuli personally escorted Gu Fangchen to the convoy had not escaped this observant individual's notice. Gu Fangchen felt a jolt of apprehension at the mention, yet he refrained from responding immediately. He discreetly opened his eyes a crack and swiftly surveyed the compartment. Indeed, he found that not only this forward young man, but also several other survivors were covertly scrutinizing him with a myriad of complex expressions. Their gazes conveyed awe, envy, inquisitiveness, and even a hint of jealousy. In the eyes of these recently liberated survivors, any warrior stood as a figure of great renown. How much more so for an elite warrior like Xiao Liuli, whose extraordinary presence and formidable prowess placed her on a pedestal. Naturally, being associated with such an individual cast Gu Fangchen in a light of privilege and distinction, marking him as a person worthy of admiration, or perhaps even ambition. Among the crowd, Gu Fangchen remained silent. The young man, possessing considerable audacity, leaned closer and lowered his voice further. Big brother, please don't misunderstand, I mean no harm. My name is Ma Dong, and I have lost everything. He forced out a couple of tears, feigning a pitiful demeanor. I see you possess a remarkable bearing. And surely you are not an ordinary person. Once we reach the shelter, might I accompany you? I can do anything. I'm strong and quick. Just provide me with a meal. With a grimace, yet laced with an inexplicable sense of pride, Ma Dong continued, to be honest, my fate is akin to that of a harbinger of doom. I've encountered the beast tide in East City 2 years ago, and the ant disaster in South Mountain last year. I've been through it all. This has resulted in my shelter certificates being thicker than my student ID. So, I am well versed in the processes of shelters, from registration to dealing with those soldier ruffians. Consider me an old hand. Hearing this rather bizarre self-introduction, even Gu Fangchen, with his experiences from 2 lifetimes, nearly lost his composure. Trouble follows him everywhere. This fellow is like a real-life Conan. However, Gu Fangchen slowly opened his eyes, scrutinizing the young man named Ma Dong. Ma Dong felt a chill run down his spine under Gu Fangchen's gaze, yet he forced a smile. Gu Fangchen was rapidly contemplating his options. Initially, he had intended to decline. Yet, Ma Dong's last remark had precisely struck a chord with his needs. Although he had assimilated the original owner's memories, the original owner had been a bookish scholar, with knowledge of this world confined to textbooks and the internet. His understanding of bases, shelters, and the warrior circles was virtually non-existent. As for Gu Fangchen, the transmigrator, he was equally in the dark. To swiftly adapt to this new environment and grasp the various unspoken rules, a local guide, someone familiar with the intricacies, would undoubtedly be invaluable. As for the risk, Gu Fangchen assessed the surging vitality within him. Vitality value, 231 points. This far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. A single Ma Dong, or even 100 of them, could hardly pose a threat. Moreover, with his talents of breath sensing and shadow steps, all schemes and conspiracies would be mere jokes in the face of absolute power. This Ma Dong, despite his slippery demeanor, was hardly a life-threatening concern. Keeping him close as a pawn to scout ahead seemed a prudent choice. If he behaved, he would simply serve as an errand boy. If he dared to play tricks, a flicker of coldness flashed in Gu Fangchen's eyes. He could readily test how much force was required to crush a throat with his 231 points of vitality. Having reached this conclusion, Gu Fangchen resolved within himself. He regarded the visibly anxious Ma Dong and slowly spoke. "You may follow." Ma Dong's face erupted with uncontainable joy at these words, ready to express his gratitude. However, Gu Fangchen's next phrase caused his smile to freeze. "Speak less, observe more. You will do as I instruct. Understood?" "Absolutely understood. I will follow your orders without question." Ma Dong eagerly nodded, his head bobbing like a pestle, his face once again adorned with a sycophantic smile. "Rest assured, from this day forth, I, Ma Dong, am at your service." Gu Fangchen replied coolly, then closed his eyes once more, as though everything that had transpired moments ago had never occurred. Ma Dong, sensing the cue, dared not utter another word. He dutifully found a spot beside Gu Fangchen, sitting upright, exuding an air of unwavering loyalty as he vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. Assuming the role of protector, Gu Fangchen observed this without a ripple of emotion. In this post-apocalyptic world, human hearts were inscrutable. Yet, this did not imply a rejection of all available resources. This Ma Dong would serve as the first pawn in his foray into this new realm. The military truck jolted along the rugged road for nearly an hour before gradually slowing its pace. The once restless crowd in the compartment began to quiet. Everyone strained their necks, anxiously listening to the sounds outside. With a screech, the truck came to a complete stop. The canvas curtain of the truck was abruptly pulled open from the outside. Blinding beams of searchlight flooded in, causing the long-accustomed darkness to compel the crowd to squint. "Everyone, disembark. Move quickly. Form a line." A fully armed soldier bellowed impatiently from below. The crowd, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, yet simultaneously gripped by fear of the unknown, scrambled to descend from the truck. Gu Fangchen and the closely following Ma Dong were among the last to exit. As their feet touched the solid ground, Gu Fangchen lifted his gaze to survey the scene. They found themselves in a vast plaza hastily constructed from shipping containers and high-voltage fencing. Surrounding them, towering watchtowers loomed, their cold searchlights sweeping over every inch of land below like the eye of a god. Armed soldiers patrolled, the atmosphere thick with an oppressive tension. This was the temporary shelter number 13, located at the rear of Long Country. All male survivors, line up on the left for registration. Women and children to the right. Injured individuals, proceed to the medical tent ahead. A man resembling an officer commands the crowd with a stoic expression, wielding a loudspeaker. "This way, brother." Ma Dong immediately slipped into his old OG mode, adeptly pulling Gu Fangchen along as they merged into the throng of male survivors. Chapter 10. No room for idleness. The line moved slowly forward. Soon, the voice from the loudspeaker resonated once more. "Listen closely. The shelter is not a charitable institution. We do not harbor idlers. Adult males, after registration, must accept assignments for logistical work. Tasks are categorized into construction, material transportation, environmental cleanup, and kitchen duties. Complete the daily quotas, and you shall receive 2 ample meals and clean drinking water. Should you indulge in idleness, you will face starvation." This chilling and harsh proclamation incited a wave of suppressed agitation among the recently liberated crowd, still clinging to a glimmer of hope. "Did you hear that, brother?" Ma Dong leaned closer to Gu Fangchen, lowering his voice in a tone of a seasoned survivor. "There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. But fret not, I know the ins and outs of this place." He glanced around furtively and continued, "Construction is perilous and grueling. One might find themselves buried under collapsing walls at any moment. Environmental cleanup is revolting, dealing with refuse and corpses, which easily leads to illness. Hence, the best option is material transportation." Ma Dong's eyes sparkled with cunning. "Though the warehouse work is tiring, there are fewer overseers, ample space, and many corners to take a breather. When we register, let us find a way to slip into the transportation crew." He was already scheming how to leverage his connection with Gu Fangchen to charm the registrar. But Gu Fangchen seemed indifferent to his lengthy discourse, merely asking, "What does the kitchen entail?" "The kitchen?" Ma Dong was momentarily taken aback. Then a look of revulsion crossed his face. "My dear brother, please don't even consider that place." He almost wailed. "That's no job for a human. The entire shelter's meal for tens of thousands falls under their purview. 16 hours a day, it's nothing but chopping vegetables or hauling hundreds of pounds of ingredients around." He paused, his visage morphing into a more horrified and disgusted expression, lowering his voice to add, "And the worst part is having to process those low-level beasts brought back from the front lines, butchering and slicing their meat for the martial artists. You can't imagine the sight. The blood flows like a river, and the stench lingers for days. Not to mention the heat, exhaustion, and noise, with scarcely a moment to rest." The kitchen staff are all veteran cooks with tempers worse than a latrine stone. Anyone caught slacking off might find a ladle flying at their face. Ma Dong gestured dramatically. In summary, the kitchen is the most laborious, exhausting, and least rewarding of the 4 arduous tasks. Not even a dog would go there. Is that so? Gu Fangchen nodded thoughtfully. Ma Dong assumed he had been persuaded and eagerly concurred. Exactly. So we will go to the kitchen. Gu Fangchen interrupted him, his tone leaving no room for argument. Ah. Ma Dong's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He rubbed his ears, suspecting he had misheard. Big brother. You can't be serious about going to the kitchen? Gu Fangchen disregarded him, his gaze fixed resolutely on the registration area, his thoughts profound. The kitchen was not a place for life experiences. It was a means of seizing attributes. For survival. At that moment, his mind was remarkably clear. The kill and plunder system was his sole reliance for existence in this brutal world. The system's core revolved around slaying beasts. Yet, what was his current identity? A mere high school student with a congenital blood blockage, a survivor just escaped from the disaster zone. With such an identity, could he step onto the battlefield? Almost impossible. Even applying to become a reserve martial artist would likely earn him the label of a madman or a schemer seeking to exploit the front lines. Swiftly kicked out by the conscription officer. Even if he managed to join the fray, with his present capabilities, he was no different from cannon fodder. So, aside from the battlefield, was there a safe and simple way to grow stronger? Yes, brother, indeed. The kitchen. To Ma Dong and others, it was a filthy, exhausting job. Not worth a dog's effort. But to Gu Fangchen, it was no kitchen at all. Rather, it was a golden mine disguised as a refuse pit. A treasure trove brimming with experience packages. If he could become a kitchen worker, charged with slaughtering and processing the beasts returned from the front lines, then each swing of the knife, each handling of the flesh, could be deemed plunder by the system. He would transform into a butcher, voraciously absorbing power in secret corners, quietly amassing wealth. As for why he must grow stronger, the recent harrowing experiences had etched in his mind the essence of this world. It was a stark, ruthless jungle where might reigns supreme. Without power, one becomes mere meat on the chopping block, at the mercy of others. Your life, in this world, no longer belongs to you. It hinges upon the whims of the powerful, just like those martial artists, who might prioritize saving the wealthy for bounty, dismissing the plight of commoners with a casual remark. Just like Xiao Yoli, whose mere presence felt divine, easily deciding their fates. He no longer wished to endure the helplessness of entrusting his destiny to others. The substantial sum Xiao Yoli had bestowed upon him seemed to promise a lifetime of comfort. Yet Gu Fangchen understood well that without adequate strength to protect it, that money was akin to a castle built on sand. The next beast tide or an encounter with a malicious martial artist would shatter it to oblivion. Wealth can procure comfort, but it cannot buy dignity. More importantly, it cannot purchase sovereignty over one's life. Only power, everlasting power, is the sole reality. Thus, what did the dirt, toil, and hardship of the kitchen matter? Compared to the absolute power to dictate one's destiny, all of it was a paltry price to pay. Having comprehended all this, Gu Fangchen's gaze became unwaveringly resolute. Let us go? He calmly interrupted Ma Dong, who was still lamenting, his tone brooking no dissent. Why, big brother? Ma Dong continued to struggle, his face contorted in despair as he pleaded. If you merely speak to the registrar, with your connection to that young lady, not only could you join the transportation crew, you could even be assigned a supervisory role. Why must you endure suffering in that hell? Upon hearing this, Gu Fangchen finally turned his head to glance at him. The look in his eyes was calm, yet conveyed a chilling, unyielding resolve that made Ma Dong instantly hush, shivering involuntarily. From that gaze, he discerned an icy, imperious will. I understand. Ma Dong lowered his head, resembling a defeated rooster. He realized that this newly recognized elder brother had a thought process entirely distinct from the norm, choosing to traverse a narrow and perilous bridge instead of the broad, sunlit avenue. He lamented inwardly that his promising days seemed to be drawing to a close before they had even begun. Yet, contemplating Gu Fangchen's unfathomable background and his own solitary predicament, devoid of any refuge, Ma Dong ultimately steeled himself. What was there to lose? It was merely a kitchen. After all, he had once dealt with the eggs laid by the queen ant during his time at the Nanshan ant disaster shelter. How could he possibly fear a communal kitchen? With a determined puff of his chest, he forced a smile onto his face and fell in step behind Gu Fangchen, heading towards the registration office. However, that smile appeared more grotesque than a frown. Chapter 11. We are here to register. The registration process was straightforward and brutally efficient. A cold-faced clerk sat behind a desk, barely lifting her gaze as she scanned the wrist of each individual with a device, seemingly recording their identity and screening for any infectious diseases. The allocation of work, however, was entirely random. Next, first in line was an honest-looking middle-aged man. After the clerk scanned his wrist and glanced at the random allocation result that flashed on the screen, she tossed him a metal badge with an expression devoid of emotion. Construction team, Area C. Take your badge and report over there. The man's face paled, but upon seeing the soldier beside him wielding an electric baton, he dared not utter a word, trembling as he grasped the badge and shuffled away. Soon, it was the turn of a young man who seemed to have worse luck. Kitchen miscellaneous team. The clerk's voice remained frigid, as if pronouncing a death sentence. The young man momentarily froze, but relief flickered across his face, as he seemed to think it was preferable to wall repairs. He accepted the badge and followed the soldier's instructions toward a corner of the square, cordoned off by massive tarpaulin. However, just as he reached the entrance, he halted abruptly. An indescribable stench surged forth like a tangible shockwave from the seams of the tarpaulin. It was a grotesque amalgamation of blood, rotting entrails, charred grease, and the acrid scent of disinfectant. The mere whiff caused violent spasms in his stomach. Gagging, the young man's complexion turned ashen. He had barely stepped inside when he doubled over, clutching a nearby container, retching violently until nothing but bile remained. The two soldiers guarding the entrance had long since grown accustomed to such scenes, their faces etched with indifference and impatience. One stepped forward and, without hesitation, delivered a swift kick to the young man's backside. "Are you done? Get inside already. Don't block the way." The young man stumbled forward. A mournful expression plastered on his face, nearly dragged into that hellish realm. The tarpaulin curtain fell, severing the view, but not the nauseating wails and the overpowering stench. Witnessing this, the people in line turned pale, all fervently praying they would not draw the short straw. Ma Dong's legs turned to jelly, his complexion as white as a ghost. He discreetly tugged at Gu Fangchen's sleeve, his voice trembling. "Big brother, should we reconsider?" Yet Gu Fangchen appeared unfazed by the horrific scene, his expression impassive as he stepped forward. "Next," the clerk urged impatiently. Gu Fangchen extended his wrist. The clerk picked up the scanner, about to proceed, but just as the device neared his skin, Gu Fangchen interjected. "I request to go to the kitchen." Instantly, silence enveloped the queue. Everyone turned to him, their gazes a mix of incredulity, amusement, and pity, as if beholding a madman, a fool, or a hero. Even the typically indifferent clerk paused, staring at him as if he were a rare animal. "What did you say?" Her voice brimmed with confusion. "I request to go to the kitchen," Gu Fangchen reiterated, his tone resolute. "Big brother." Ma Dong nearly wailed in despair. The clerk scrutinized him deeply, shook her head, and ceased to inquire further. Since someone was willing to occupy the most undesirable position, she was more than willing to accommodate. "Fine, I'll grant your request." She quickly operated her terminal, bypassing the random allocation process, and tossed 2 badges inscribed with the character for kitchen. "You two, together then. Take your badges and report over there." Gu Fangchen took both badges and turned to hand one to Ma Dong. Trembling, Ma Dong accepted the seemingly leaden badge, his expression one of utter despair, even more so than that of the young man who had just been kicked inside. He gazed at Gu Fangchen's unnaturally calm face and then at the distant, wailing entrance to hell, rendered speechless. Following this newly recognized big brother was supposed to lead to a rise in fortunes, not a one-way ticket to the 18th layer of hell. Gu Fangchen paid him no mind, striding steadily towards the foul-smelling abyss, unperturbed, with a hint of barely perceptible anticipation in his eyes. He lifted the heavy, grease-stained tarpaulin. A wave of heat, mingled with blood and steam, surged forth, nearly toppling Ma Dong, who followed closely behind. The overpowering stench filled his nostrils, making him choke and nearly retch. Yet, curiously, the moment the curtain was lifted, the previously clamorous kitchen fell eerily silent. The clattering of knives ceased. Spatulas clattered against pot edges, and even the workers hauling massive iron barrels halted in their tracks. Over 100 laborers, be they burly cooks or emaciated survivors, froze, turning in unison to gaze at Gu Fangchen and Ma Dong at the entrance, their eyes filled with numbness, exhaustion, and a mix of incredulous mockery. Clearly, Gu Fangchen's audacious declaration at the registration office had traveled unimpeded to this isolated hell. Here, everyone was coerced into labor, dreaming of escape. Yet today, 2 individuals had voluntarily stepped forth to embrace the flames. What a rarity! Amidst the profound silence, a towering man, nearly 6.5 feet tall, bare-chested save for an apron and gripping a still-dripping boning knife, emerged from the crowd. He scrutinized Gu Fangchen and Ma Dong with his large, piercing eyes brimming with disdain. "So, you two are the ones who volunteered to join our kitchen?" Ma Dong felt a shiver run down his spine, his legs weak as he instinctively sought refuge behind Gu. The mockery on the burly man's face froze for a moment. He clearly hadn't expected this seemingly frail student to have such nerve. He let out a "heh," took the iron tag, glanced at it, then casually tossed it into a nearby iron bucket full of junk. After that, he used the back of his boning knife to pat Gu Fangchen on the shoulder, the force so heavy that even Ma Dong, standing nearby, felt his heart jump. "All right, you've got guts." The burly man split into a grin, revealing a mouthful of smoke-yellowed teeth. "Since you came on your own initiative, I'll make sure you get some real work." He turned around and pointed with the boning knife toward the deepest part of the back kitchen, a corner enclosed by iron bars where blood flowed freely. There, 5 or 6 enormous beasts were hanging from iron chains. Their bodies were covered in long black fur, their tusks jutted outward, and they reeked of savagery. Their hides were riddled with blade wounds and scorch marks. Clearly, they were severely wounded rejects just sent back from the front lines. They were already on their last legs, yet still twitched from time to time, letting out low, muffled roars. Those are black armored wild boars sent back from the front today. Half dead already. Perfect for you two to practice on. They're yours. The burly man's voice dripped with malicious amusement. Before nightfall, clean them up for me. Separate bone from flesh. Take out all the organs. Not a single piece of meat goes to waste. Do it well, and you get extra meat tonight. He shook the boning knife in his hand and sneered. Do it badly, and you two will replace those pigs. With that, he ignored them completely and turned to bellow at the others. What the hell are you all staring at? You done with your work or itching for a whipping? The back kitchen instantly returned to its noisy chaos. Ma Dong stared at those beasts. Even gravely injured, they still radiated ferocity. Then he looked at the thick layer of dried blood on the floor. His legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed on the spot. If it were just processing already dead beast corpses, he could grit his teeth and manage. But this was asking him to finish off beasts that weren't even dead yet. What if one of those boars lashed out in its final moments? One bite could tear half his body off. He was done for. His life was completely over. Yet when he looked at Gu Fangchen beside him in despair, he found that his newly acknowledged big brother showed not the slightest trace of fear or disgust. Instead, in his eyes flickered a kind of blazing light Ma Dong couldn't he understand at all. It was the wild joy and excitement of a starving wolf seeing a flock of sheep. Ma Dong's scalp went numb. This big brother he didn't have some kind of special fetish, did he? Gu Fangchen paid no attention to Ma Dong's rapidly collapsing mental state. He walked straight to the tool rack. Ignoring the knives meant for cooked food, he picked up the heaviest, roughest, thick-backed bone cleaver, its blade chipped and scarred. He weighed it in his hand. Perfect. Then he walked toward the nearest black armored wild boar, the one still letting out painful low growls as it hung from its chains. Big brother, what are you going to do? Ma Dong's voice trembled uncontrollably. Gu Fangchen didn't answer. He simply moved to the boar's side, watching its chest rise and fall under the strain of severe injury, sensing the faint yet violent pulse of life still within it. The next second he moved, gripping the bone cleaver with both hands. He poured all 231 points of surging chi and blood power into his arms. With no wasted motion, he brought the blade down with brutal force onto the boar's thick neck. Pshhk? A dull, meaty sound rang out, empowered by terrifying strength. The heavy blade sliced through bone and tough hide as easily as tofu. The boar's head, which had still been twitching moments ago, shot into the air and rolled aside. Foul-smelling blood erupted like a fountain, spraying all over Gu Fangchen. One strike. Instant death. The entire slaughter area fell into an eerie silence once more. Everyone was stunned by the clean, decisive, almost savage scene before them. Yet Gu Fangchen seemed completely oblivious. Because, inside his mind rang a system notification more beautiful than any sound in the world. Ding. You have killed beast class exotic beast. Black armored wild boar, 1100. Plunder successful. Chi and blood 1. System notice. For low-tier beasts of the same race, after killing 100, you may plunder the race as core talent. Chi and blood. 232, 1. 700 points of faint yet pure current of heat flowed once more through his limbs and bones. Though far weaker than what he gained from killing the shadow leopard, that solid feeling of growing stronger still filled him with immense pleasure. More importantly, kill 100. And he could plunder a talent. There were 5 here, and from the front lines, heavily wounded beasts were being sent back every single day. How was this a hellish back kitchen? This was clearly a paradise tailor-made just for him. A private dungeon where he could grind monsters and level up like crazy. With zero risk. Thinking of this, Gu Fangchen could no longer suppress the joy in his heart. Standing in the pool of blood, he actually let out a soft, ha laughing. The laughter wasn't loud, but it rang clearly in everyone's ears. It wasn't manic laughter, nor a bloodthirsty cackle. It was laughter from the depths of his heart. Against the backdrop of this bloody, putrid environment, that sound was more chilling than any ghostly wail. Holy shit, that guy SA freak, someone in the crowd muttered shakily, instantly echoing everyone's thoughts. All expressions shifted from mockery to sheer terror. He killed a beast, got sprayed head to toe in blood, and could still laugh. There was definitely something wrong with this kid's head. A complete lunatic. Even the burly man with the scarred face had lost all traces of ridicule. In its place was utter shock and disbelief. He'd worked in this back kitchen for 5 years. He'd seen people cry, piss themselves, and force themselves to push through. But someone like this handsome kid, who after killing a beast and getting drenched in blood could look enjoyed and even laugh out loud. First time in his damn life. Chapter 13. A super freak. The burly man swallowed hard, forcing himself to maintain his authority. Gripping the boning knife, he walked over. What are you laughing at? Hurry up and process it once you've killed it. He pointed at the boar's corpse and barked gruffly. Start by cutting into the abdomen and draining the blood. Then remove the organs. Watch carefully. Cut here. Don't rupture the gallbladder, or the whole piece of meat is ruined. As he spoke, he prepared to demonstrate personally for this freakish newcomer. But before he could finish his explanation, Gu Fangchen's eye suddenly lit up. his face filled with eager anticipation as he leaned in himself, pointing at the boar's belly and asking, "Here? Then I just take everything inside out, right?" Those eyes were pure, like a model student asking a question in class. That tone was excited, like a child who had just found a new toy. Every line of instruction the burly man had prepared jammed in his throat. He looked at Gu Fangchen's sparkling eyes, then at the boar's head on the ground, its eyes still wide open in death. A chill shot from his tailbone straight up to the top of his head. This kid was way too damn creepy. The burly man instinctively took a step back, putting distance between himself and this newcomer who radiated an unmistakably freakish aura. He cleared his throat twice, forcibly covering up his loss of composure and the chill creeping up from the bottom of his heart. His thick Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Ahem. Fine. Looks like you're born for this kind of work, kid. He forcibly redefined Gu Fangchen's abnormal behavior as natural talent, which at least made it easier on his own pride. Since you already know how to do it, then these few are all yours. His eyes darted away, not daring to meet Gu Fangchen's gaze. I've got to go check on the soup over there. Make sure it doesn't burn. As if avoiding a plague, he turned and left without even demonstrating anything. His steps were fast and hurried. He plunged straight into the crowd on the other side without looking back, shouting loudly as he went, as if trying to prove he was still the boss around here. What the hell are you all staring at? You done with your work? The onlooking laborers hurriedly shrank back and resumed their tasks. Yet countless looks of fear and curiosity continued to drift toward the slaughter area and its newly arrived monster. In an instant, only Gu Fangchen and a completely petrified Ma Dong remained in the slaughter zone. Ma Dong was dumbfounded. He stood there like a weathered statue, still clutching that cold iron tag in his hand. He looked at Gu Fangchen, knife in hand, wearing an excited expression as he prepared to go after the second boar. Then he looked at the burly man's retreating figure, which looked almost like a rout. His brain completely shut down. This script was wrong. Wasn't this supposed to be the hellish back kitchen? How did the boss who could suppress everyone here get scared off with just a look and a few words from his new big brother? Who was the real boss here? In just a few minutes, Ma Dong felt his entire worldview get smashed, reassembled, then smashed all over again. So what was he supposed to do now? Go help? Just looking at the twitching boar and the blood, guts, and filth all over the ground made his stomach churn violently. Or just stand here and do nothing. But seeing how enthusiastically his big brother was going at it, standing around as a spectator didn't seem right either. While he was locked in this inner struggle, Gu Fangchen had already brought his blade down and cleanly ended the second black armored wild boar. Ding. You have killed beast class exotic beast, black armored wild boar, 2100. Plunder successful. Chi and blood 1. Chi and blood, 233, 1, 700 points. Another warm current surged through his body. Gu Fangchen let out a satisfied groan. That single sound plunged everyone into silence. The entire crowd. Is this guy even human? Groaning while killing pigs. Are you kidding me? As everyone stood there dumbstruck, Gu Fangchen turned around and frowned slightly at Ma Dong, who was still frozen in place. What are you standing there for? His voice snapped Ma Dong out of his chaotic thoughts. I Ma Dong stammered, not knowing what to say. Gu Fangchen pointed at a slightly smaller boning knife on the tool rack. Go get that knife. Cut open the belly of the one that just died. I'll teach you how to process it. His tone was so casual, it was as if he were saying, go wash that cabbage. Ma Dong shuddered. He looked at Gu Fangchen's face, splattered with blood, yet still calm and handsome, then at those clear, bright eyes that seemed to hide a bottomless abyss. He knew he had no choice. Oh, okay, big brother. Ma Dong almost crawled over to the tool rack with his eyes closed, grabbing the boning knife with trembling hands. The moment he gripped the icy handle, it felt like he wasn't holding a knife at all. It felt like he was holding his contract of indenture. A ticket into an unknown world that was terrifying, yet seemed to conceal something else entirely. The next hour was a live performance that completely shattered everyone's common sense in the back kitchen. Under Gu Fangchen's calm and efficient guidance, Ma Dong, though still shaking and weak-kneed, managed to clumsily learn how to drain blood and cut open the abdomen. As for Gu Fangchen, he was like a tireless machine. Every swing of the bone cleaver in his hands was precise and lethal. Finishing blows, draining blood, opening the carcass, separating bone and flesh, a sequence of steps that even veterans found laborious flowed from his hands smoothly and effortlessly, so fast it dazzled the eyes. In just over an hour, all 5 massive black armored wild boars had been processed cleanly. One pile of lean meat streaked with blood, one pile of snow-white skeletons, and another pile of neatly sorted organs. Everything was handled flawlessly and arranged perfectly. Even the pickiest cook wouldn't be able to find a single fault. The entire back kitchen once again fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stopped what they were doing, staring blankly at the 2 newcomers in the slaughter area and the results of their work, which looked like a piece of art. If before they thought Gu Fangchen was a freak, now they thought he was a highly skilled, terrifyingly efficient freak who actually enjoyed it. A super freak. Too damn freakish. People couldn't stop clicking their tongues in disbelief. Gu Fangchen wiped the blood from his hands and let out a long breath. Chi and blood. 236, 3, 700 points black armored wild boar kill progress. 5100 Chapter 14. Not quite enough to kill. To be honest, although the gains from killing low-level wild boars weren't that great, that steady feeling of improvement was still utterly intoxicating for Gu Fangchen. He looked around. Clearly, those 5 boars didn't satisfy his appetite. His gaze passed over the stunned crowd and locked precisely onto the burly man, who was hiding behind a stove. Pretending to be busy, Gu Fangchen walked over. With every step he took, the crowd unconsciously split apart to either side, like the sea parting for Moses, making way for him on their own. Sensing the movement, the burly man stiffened. He slowly turned around, forcing out a smile uglier than crying. Little brother, no. Gu. Done with the work? Hard work, really hard work. He had already started using honorifics. Gu Fangchen didn't care about the form of address. He put on a bright, innocent smile and asked curiously, "Brother, is there more work?" Huh. The burly man froze. I mean, are there any more half-dead exotic beasts? Gu Fangchen's smile grew wider, his tone brimming with anticipation. These few aren't really enough to kill. Gulp. The burly man swallowed hard, feeling a chill shoot straight from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Not enough to kill. Is that something a human being is supposed to say? He looked at Gu Fangchen's harmless smile, then recalled the brutal, efficient methods from moments ago, and his whole body shuddered. After the shock, he hurriedly nodded and bowed. Yes, of course there are. He pointed at a massive cold storage door behind the slaughter area. Even his voice was starting to crack. There's another batch in the freezer. The higher-ups specifically ordered them to be handled carefully. There should be about 20 more. 20? Hearing that number, Gu Fangchen's eyes instantly lit up. He smiled in satisfaction and patted the burly man's solid shoulder. Thanks for the trouble, brother. After finishing his words, he turned to the still-dazed Ma Dong not far away and instructed, Ma Dong. Here, big brother. Ma Dong snapped to attention, standing perfectly upright. Go fetch a trailer and be responsible for transporting the wild boars from the cold storage. I will handle the slaughter. Gu Fangchen's tone was unyielding. Upon hearing this, a surge of euphoric relief washed over Ma Dong. Only responsible for transportation. No need to personally execute the slaughter. Incredible. He was more than eager to be solely in charge of transport. Asking him to deal the finishing blow to the still-breathing beasts was more excruciating than death itself. Understood. Big brother. No problem, big brother. I will ensure the task is completed, big brother. Ma Dong nodded vigorously, as if fearing Gu Fangchen might change his mind. He hurriedly scampered to the corner, grabbed a metal trailer meant for transporting ingredients, and dashed toward the cold storage door without looking back. Meanwhile, Gu Fangchen returned to the blood-soaked slaughter area, picking up the bone-cutting knife and sharpening it on the whetstone with a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. He stood there, awaiting the arrival of fresh ingredients, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his features. All present, without exception, the kitchen workers and helpers were left dumbfounded. What a poet he is. Before long, Ma Dong returned, exerting every ounce of strength to transport the barely alive black-armored wild boars to the slaughter area, one after another. With each arrival, Gu Fangchen would swiftly bring the knife down, executing the task with seamless precision. As Ma Dong prepared the next boar, Gu Fangchen had already opened the abdomen of the previous one, separating flesh from bone. Their cooperation formed a bizarre yet efficient assembly line, one responsible for transport and preliminary processing, the other for the core slaughter and meticulous dissection. Gu Fangchen's movements became increasingly rapid and adept. He no longer needed to look. It was as if the knife had eyes of its own, consistently finding the most effortless angles and the most perfect lines of cut. Blood pooled beneath his feet, while the neatly processed corpses of the beasts were arranged beside him. The other kitchen staff had long ceased their tasks, gathering silently outside the slaughter area, watching this personal exhibition in awe. Their expressions shifted from initial horror to numbness, and finally, evolved into a sense of reverence. Goodness, this is beyond mere labor. It is an art. A bloody, violent art. As the final black-armored wild boar was flawlessly disassembled, night had completely fallen. The lights of the shelter illuminated the entire square as if it were day, signaling the end of a day's toil. Ding. Killed, beast-level creature, black-armored wild boar. 25,100. Plunder successful. Vitality points 20. Host, Gu Fangchen. Vitality points, 256, 700. Talent, breath sensing, shadow steps. Martial arts, none. Feeling the surge of power within him once again, Gu Fangchen set down the bone-cutting knife with satisfaction. In just one afternoon, his vitality points had increased by 25. This figure, when compared to the terrifying gains from slaying the shadow leopard, seemed trivial. Yet, Gu Fangchen was elated, for he understood the implications. This meant he had found a perfect beginner's village where he could risk-free and furiously enhance his attributes. Although the rewards from slaying disaster-level beasts were high, they came at the cost of life and limb, fraught with uncertainty. Here, he could consistently harvest dozens of points daily. Little by little, his strength would soon undergo a qualitative leap. Thus, this seemingly insignificant 25 points held immense value in his eyes. Moreover, with the system in place. To complain would feel like being ungrateful after receiving a boon. Never mind, having something is enough. I am not picky. With that thought, he chuckled aloud, leaving everyone around him in astonishment. At that moment, a series of urgent bell chimes rang out, signaling mealtime. Time's up. Everyone, put down your tasks and line up for food. The booming voice of the burly man resonated again, but this time, his gaze frequently drifted towards Gu Fangchen. His tone softened with a hint of politeness. He approached Gu Fangchen, gazing at the mountain of meat and bones, a complex smile forming on his face. Gu, you've worked hard. Thanks to you, the brothers 1T have to work overtime tonight. It's nothing, it's what I should do. Gu Fangchen waved his hand, feeling quite pleased. Let us go eat. I specially reserved the best meat for you and Brother Ma. The burly man warmly beckoned. His demeanor transformed from earlier in the day. Gu Fangchen nodded and said to the exhausted Ma Dong, who could barely muster the strength to breathe, let us eat. All right, big brother, Ma Dong replied weakly, feeling as if half his life had been drained away. Chapter 15, Vitality Meat Soup. The crowd arrived at the kitchen's dining area, where several large pots of steaming food had already been prepared. The survivors' meals were quite simple, consisting of a paste-like synthetic nutrient compound paired with some dark bread. At this moment, the burly man personally approached a small pot being guarded separately, speaking respectfully to the soldier on duty, before being granted permission to lift the lid. An intensely rich aroma of meat wafted forth instantaneously. This fragrance was entirely different from the synthetic smell of the large pot, imbued with a wild essence that could ignite the most primal appetites. It's the Vitality Meat Soup. Oh my, that is something only martial artists can enjoy. The surrounding workers in line had their eyes instantly redden, fixating hungrily on that small pot, swallowing hard with unabashed desire and envy. The blood and flesh of the beasts contained a faint energy, while ordinary people could not become martial artists from long-term consumption. They could nonetheless strengthen their bodies and enhance their resistance. In any base, beast meat was a strictly controlled strategic resource. Thus, only martial artists on the front lines and high-ranking officials of the base were eligible to partake. Now, the burly man personally served Gu Fangchen and Ma Dong 2 generous bowls of tender, richly flavored beast meat from that exclusive pot. This was no longer a mere privilege. It was a symbol of status, a profound respect for absolute strength. Those who had previously looked down on Gu Fangchen now dared not harbor even a hint of jealousy. Their expressions replaced by deep reverence. They understood that this newcomer had, through his astonishing prowess, earned true authority in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Ma Dong, holding the bowl of aromatic divine soup, trembled with emotion. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he gazed at the tender, perfectly cooked beast meat. This time, it was genuine sentiment. It was the first time in his life he had tasted this legendary delicacy. In other shelters, he had just been unable to eat it. Even catching a whiff was considered a stroke of luck. The elder brother, overwhelmed with excitement, stammered incoherently, his gaze towards Gu Fangchen evolving from mere opportunism to profound admiration and fervor. Truly, following the elder brother promised a feast. Gu Fangchen regarded his juvenile demeanor with a hint of amusement, yet felt no trace of disdain in his heart. Just as Gu Fangchen was about to indulge, Ma Dong unexpectedly performed an action that took him by surprise. With trembling chopsticks, quivering from exhilaration, Ma Dong cautiously lifted the largest, most succulent piece of meat from his bowl and placed it into Gu Fangchen's. Elder brother, please eat, he implored. His voice tinged with a nasal tone and an almost weeping timbre, yet brimming with undeniable sincerity. For one who had endured hunger for far too long, that piece of meat could well be more precious than life itself. Yet, without hesitation, he bestowed it upon Gu Fangchen. Gu Fangchen observed the additional morsel in his bowl and then glanced at Ma Dong's tear-streaked, snotty face, his expression subtly shifting. This Ma Dong was more astute and perceptive than he had initially presumed. Gu Fangchen neither declined nor elaborated. Simply and calmly lifted the piece of meat and placed it into his mouth. Then, he turned to Ma Dong and uttered softly, eat. Those two simple words resonated like a divine decree, striking Ma Dong's heart with profound impact. Ma Dong abruptly raised his head, gazing at Gu Fangchen's serene visage. His lips trembling, utterly speechless. He could only nod vigorously before bowing his head, ravenously burying his face into his bowl. Witnessing this, Gu Fangchen withdrew his gaze and began to eat heartily. After an afternoon of rigorous labor, he truly felt famished. As the warm broth flowed down his throat, it transformed into a soothing warmth, rejuvenating his recently enhanced physique, bringing him unparalleled comfort. The meal was savored to the fullest, accompanied by countless envious, resentful glances that served as the finest accompaniment to his feast. Upon finishing, a burly man with a face full of flesh personally guided Gu Fangchen and Ma Dong through the bustling square to the survivors' temporary dormitory area. The dormitory consisted of a large communal sleeping area fashioned from a row of massive shipping containers. Inside, numerous bunk beds were tightly arranged, and the air was thick with an unpleasant melange of sweat, foot odor, and cheap disinfectant, a stark contrast to the enticing aroma of meat from the dining hall. Brother Gu, Brother Ma, the conditions are rudimentary. I hope you can bear with it, the burly man said, gesturing towards two relatively clean, empty bunks in the corner. His face adorned with a hint of ingratiating smile. I've spoken to the dormitory manager. No one dares to occupy your places. Before departing, he solemnly clasped his fists towards Gu Fangchen and stated in a deep voice, I am Zhang Hu, a cook in the army previously. Should you need anything in the kitchen, do not hesitate to command me. Anything I, Lao Zhang, can manage, I will not hesitate to fulfill. This declaration effectively transferred the authority of the kitchen to Gu Fangchen. Zhang Hu understood clearly that in a place where life was as fragile as grass, an individual as formidable and unpredictable as Gu Fangchen was not someone he could afford to offend. Rather than waiting to be supplanted, it was wiser to proactively pledge allegiance. Gu Fangchen nodded non-committally in acknowledgement. Zhang Hu, as if released from a great burden, exchanged a few more pleasantries before turning to leave. Once Zhang Hu's figure faded from view, Ma Dong excitedly grasped Gu Fangchen's arm, his face alight with fervor. Elder brother, you are truly impressive. Gu Fangchen cast him a sidelong glance, withdrawing his arm, and replied coolly, you reek of blood, go take a shower. Understood. Ma Dong, now completely obedient to Gu Fangchen, scampered behind him as they made their way to the communal bathroom. Inside, steam filled the air, and it too was overcrowded. Gu Fangchen selected a showerhead in a corner, shedding the blood-soaked, stiffened garment that clung to him. The moment his bare torso was illuminated under the lights, the surrounding chatter hushed abruptly. His physique, while not exaggerated like those of bodybuilders, displayed every muscle in smooth, distinct lines, reminiscent of ancient Greek sculptures. His flat abdomen bore a clear outline of 8 well-defined abs, with a pronounced V-line extending enticingly towards his waist, radiating an aura of raw vitality. This starkly contrasted with the surrounding survivors, some emaciated, others bloated. Wow, Ma Dong, just having removed his trousers, nearly had his eyes pop out. He pointed at Gu Fangchen, stammering in astonishment, elder brother, your physique is extraordinary. Chapter 16, Cultivation. He distinctly remembered that when they first met, Gu Fangchen wore a school uniform, appearing as an ordinary student, even somewhat slender. Yet how much time had passed? It felt as though he had transformed into an entirely different person. Moreover, that physique was rather impressive. Could this be the legendary phenomenon of looking slim in clothes, yet muscular when undressed? Gu Fangchen paid no heed to Ma Dong's exclamations, calmly standing under the shower, allowing the warm water to wash away the blood and fatigue. He felt the changes within his body. The vitality plundered by the system not only enhanced his inner strength, but also subtly sculpted his physique into the most perfect and combat-ready form. This sensation was delightful. After their shower, the two returned to the dormitory. Ma Dong, having experienced a whirlwind of emotions throughout the day, was utterly drained and, combined with a full stomach, fell into a deep slumber, snoring thunderously within 3 minutes of hitting the pillow. Meanwhile, Gu Fangchen remained wide awake, feeling the surging vitality within him, his spirit more invigorated than ever. Strength. Those two words echoed incessantly in his mind. Silently, he rose from his bed and glanced at the patrolling soldiers' searchlights outside. With a thought, he retrieved the bound book that Xiao Yoli had gifted him from his pocket, the body refinement technique. The dormitory was crowded and filled with prying eyes. Unsuitable for cultivation. Gu Fangchen carefully tucked the manual away, scanning the noisy dormitory. In the next moment, he activated his newly acquired talent, Shadow Step. His form seemed to meld into the shadows cast by the bed, rendering him as light as a cat. He descended the bed without a sound, his movements ghostly as he deftly navigated around the scattered stinky shoes and debris, effortlessly traversing the entire dormitory. The guard at the door, dozing against the frame, remained oblivious as a shadow flitted past him. Minutes later, Gu Fangchen arrived at a secluded corner piled with discarded containers, a blind spot for surveillance and patrols. Taking a deep breath, he once again extracted the body refinement technique, using the distant searchlight's glow to open the first page. The ancient text's pages were yellowed and rough to the touch, filled not merely with words, but with intricate diagrams of human meridians and archaic, unrefined postures for cultivation. To the ordinary person, a mere glance might induce dizziness, leaving them bewildered. Yet for Gu Fangchen, whose mental acuity was rated SSS, these complex diagrams and esoteric incantations appeared before him as vividly as high-definition 3D models, crystal clear in their detail. Indeed, within a mere span of a few minutes, Gu Fangchen adeptly committed to memory the foundational principles of the first layer of the heart method and the 9 basic stances, achieving a remarkable synthesis. His extraordinary mental acuity now unveiled an astonishing capacity for learning. The rock-solid body refinement technique, as Xiao Yoli had aptly described, imposes minimal demands on innate talent. It does not seek the comprehension of the ethereal energies of the cosmos, nor does it require the grasp of profound esoteric realms. Its sole essence lies in utilizing one's own vitality as a hammer, with muscles, bones, and skin serving as iron, to repetitively forge and temper the corporeal form. Simple, yet unyielding, It strikes directly at the very core of strength. A spark of determination flickered in Gu Fangchen's eyes as he decisively stowed away the manual and proceeded to an open space. With legs apart, his waist lowered, and arms crossed before his chest, he assumed the foundational stance depicted in the first illustration, the rock-solid stance. The moment he settled into position, an uncanny sensation of tearing surged from the depths of his muscles. Adhering to the heart method's principles, he commenced regulating his breath, endeavoring to channel the surging vitality within him along a specific pathway. Ugh! Gu Fangchen let out a muffled grunt, beads of perspiration instantly forming on his brow. The pain. It was more excruciating than having his flesh rend by the claws of a mythical beast. He could distinctly perceive the formidable force of his vitality, akin to a raging bull, rampaging through his meridians. The original owner's meridians were already narrow and frail. Had it been the previous him, he would have likely shattered his meridians within 3 seconds, succumbing instantly. But now it was different. Clenching his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fervor, Gu Fangchen concentrated all his formidable mental prowess, transforming it into an invisible hand that forcefully grasped the tumultuous vitality. With unwavering resolve, he thrust it onto the operational trajectory of the rock-solid body refinement technique. Sizzling sounds echoed within him, reminiscent of glaciers cracking. The obstructions and barriers that had once impeded his path were obliterated by this raw force. Boom! As the first cycle successfully completed its course, an unparalleled sensation of euphoria surged from his tailbone, radiating throughout his entire being. The once ferocious vitality now became docile and substantial, akin to molten iron. Continuously tempering his muscles, bones, and skin, he could sense his muscles fortifying at a visibly accelerated pace, the density of his bones augmenting, and even his skin seemingly acquiring an additional layer of resilience. Time slipped away unnoticed amidst the intertwining of agony and relief. Upon completing the 4th stance and feeling his vitality diminished by half, Gu Fangchen gradually concluded his practice, releasing a deep breath laden with a faint metallic tang. He gazed down at his hands and clenched them tightly. Snap! A series of crisp cracks resonated from his joints. A surge of power far exceeding his previous capabilities emanating from his palms. The astonishing results of merely half of the first layer? Gu Fangchen was profoundly astounded. Eagerly, he summoned his system panel. Host, Gu Fangchen. Vitality, 256. Vitality more refined. Explosive power enhanced, 700 points. Realm, first stage, early phase. Mental power rating, SSS. Talent, vitality sensing. Shadow steps. Technique, rock-solid body refinement technique. First layer 45. Indeed, although the vitality value remained unchanged, a new line of pale golden notes appeared, clearly indicating his progress in cultivation. While his vitality was still at 253 points, the power he could now unleash had undoubtedly surpassed his capabilities prior to cultivation. If the vitality before was akin to loose grains of sand, then now it resembled cement that had been initially compacted. The total quantity may appear unchanged, but the density and hardness had escalated beyond comparison. Excellent. Truly splendid. An unprecedented brilliance ignited in Gu Fangchen's eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, savoring the torrent of power coursing through him. Tomorrow, he would head to the kitchen and take down 100 black armored wild boars, first securing his talent. With this thought, he tidied up, activated shadow steps once more, and silently returned to his dormitory, sinking into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 17. Gu is Gu. And you are you. The following day, before dawn broke, as the jarring wake-up horn blared, Gu Fangchen had already opened his eyes, his gaze clear and devoid of fatigue. After a night of cultivation and rest, he not only replenished his vitality, but also felt invigorated, as if brimming with inexhaustible energy. Morning, brother Ma. Ma Dong mumbled, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he descended from the upper bunk. Upon their return to the kitchen, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. The steward, Zhang Hu, had been waiting at the door, and upon spotting Gu Fangchen, he instantly approached with a beaming smile. Gu, good morning. How did you rest last night? Breakfast is ready for you and brother Ma. It's the special vitality meat soup for warriors. The gazes of the surrounding laborers, which had been tinged with fear yesterday, transformed into pure reverence. In this realm, strength served as the most effective passport. Without engaging in pleasantries, Gu Fangchen finished his breakfast and directly headed towards the bloody slaughter area. Gu, there are still over 70 boars in the cold storage, Zhang Hu trailed behind, eagerly reporting on the tasks at hand, his demeanor exceedingly humble. Understood. Gu Fangchen grasped the familiar heavy-bladed bone cutter, offering a mere 2-word response. Soon, Ma Dong once again transformed into the transport captain, bringing over one exhausted black armored wild boar after another. Gu Fangchen commenced the slaughter for the new day. However, the moment the first strike fell, all onlookers were instantaneously captivated. Fast. Too fast. If yesterday Gu Fangchen was merely an adept butcher with remarkable efficiency, today, the knife in his hand had metamorphosed into a streak of silver lightning. His form weaved seamlessly between the wild boars, each flick of his wrist, Each downward thrust of the blade was executed with textbook precision, devoid of any superfluous movements. With a swift flash, a wild boar's head was sent soaring. Before the blood could even spurt forth, his figure had already appeared beside another boar, delivering a precise incision to its abdomen. The entire process flowed like water, dazzling to the eyes. Zhang Hu and the other butchers stood in stunned silence. Having worked in this field for years, they prided themselves on their thorough understanding of the anatomy of pigs. Yet, they had never witnessed such a terrifying knife technique. Yesterday, Gu Fangchen required a minute or two to process a single boar, yet now, from the initial strike to the separation of flesh and bone, he had compressed the entire process into a mere 30 seconds. Efficiency had multiplied several times over. Ma Dong's pace of transportation could scarcely keep up with Gu Fangchen's slaughtering speed. Is this even human? An old butcher gasped as his cooking spoon clattered to the ground. The cultivation of the rock-solid body refinement technique has elevated his mastery over his own physique to an entirely new echelon. With each swing of his blade, he could perceive the efficiency of his power utilization, surpassing the previous day's performance by several degrees. Ding. Slain beast-level aberration, black-armored wild boar, 50, 100. Ding. Slain beast-level aberration, black-armored wild boar, 78, 100. Ding. Slain beast-level aberration, black-armored wild boar, 99, 100. The system's notification resounded incessantly in his mind, while his vitality steadily surged. Finally, when Ma Dong, panting heavily, dragged the last black-armored wild boar before him, Gu Fangchen inhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with intensity. This was the one. He eschewed any flamboyant techniques, returning to simplicity and directness, delivering a single, decisive strike. Swish. With a swift motion, the blade fell. In that fleeting moment, a distinctly different, almost metallic-sounding system notification thundered in his mind. Ding. Cumulative slaying of beast-level aberration, black-armored wild boar, 100, 100. Conditions met, initiating the plunder of racial talents. Plunder successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the core racial talent of the black-armored wild boar, savage physique. Boom. A torrent of power, unlike anything he had previously felt, surged forth from the depths of his genes. This time, it was not the light energy he was accustomed to, but an overwhelmingly dense, primal force. He sensed his bones creaking, their density escalating dramatically, and his muscle fibers becoming extraordinarily robust and resilient. A steady and substantial strength took root deep within his being, flourishing. Gu Fangchen promptly opened the system panel. Host, Gu Fangchen. Vitality, 331, 75, 700 points. Realm, initial stage of first level. Talents, breath sensing, shadow steps, savage physique, new. Savage physique, passive talent. Significantly enhances the host's load-bearing capacity and core strength, while continuously augmenting muscle and bone density, improving endurance and impact resistance. It was achieved. Moreover, it was a passive skill. In comparison to those combat skills that required active activation, incurred costs, and had cooldowns, this permanently effective passive talent that comprehensively fortifies the body's foundation held far greater value. It bestowed the purest, most fundamental enhancement of physical attributes. Greater strength, enhanced endurance, and superior impact resistance. Incredible. Standing amidst the pool of blood, Gu Fangchen slowly raised his head, feeling the weighty and resilient force coursing through him. A sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. To the eyes of those around him, that smile elicited gasps of fear, their backs instantly drenched in cold sweat. It was utterly terrifying. Gulp. Zhang Hu, the overseer, swallowed hard, feeling his legs weaken. He observed the surrounding laborers, their faces ashen, having forgotten their tasks in fright. Realizing he must take action, mustering his courage, he forced a smile more grotesque than tears and cautiously approached. Brother Gu, you've worked hard, truly hard. You've already exceeded today's quota. How about you take a break over there? We can handle the rest. He merely wished to expeditiously dismiss this terrifying figure. Otherwise, his crew would hardly be able to work today. Yet, Gu Fangchen seemed oblivious to his insinuation, licking his lips with lingering desire, turning to him with curiosity. Is that all? Huh. Zhang Hu was taken aback. Gu Fangchen twirled the bone knife in his hand, his tone imbued with pure confusion. Is there nothing left? Nothing. Truly nothing. Zhang Hu, startled by his gesture, hastily waved his hands, his voice rising in pitch. This is all that was brought from the front line. The next batch won't arrive until tomorrow. Oh, I see. A barely perceptible disappointment flickered across Gu Fangchen's face as he carelessly plunged the bloody bone knife into a nearby pile of pork. All right then, I'll take my leave. With that, he disregarded the others, striding out of the kitchen amidst a path cleared by the laborers as if parting the Red Sea. Witnessing this, Ma Dong, exhausted yet exhilarated, immediately abandoned his task, eager to follow. Brother, wait for me. As he took a step, a massive hand akin to a fan clamped down on his shoulder. Ma Dong turned to find the scowling Zhang Hu. Where do you think you're going? Zhang Hu's voice regained its rugged authority. I'm going to rest with my brother. Ma Dong replied, as if it were the most natural thing. Zhang Hu snorted derisively, pointing at the towering piles of flesh and entrails in the slaughtering area, and barked, Gu Gu is Gu Gu. You are you. He can leave, but you cannot. Do you see that heap? If you don't finish it before dark, don't even think about dinner. The smile on Ma Dong's face froze instantaneously. He glanced at Gu Fangchen's nonchalant retreating figure, then at the gruesome sight before him, feeling utterly despondent. Chapter 18 Rock-Solid Body Refinement Technique, Second Layer. Gu Fangchen, unfazed by Ma Dong, returned to the communal bathhouse, rinsing away the blood and fatigue once more with hot water. This time, he could distinctly feel that his muscles and bones, having been bolstered by the savage physique, had become heavier and more solid. It was a strength imbued with a profound. Gu Fangchen felt an overwhelming power within him, a force that seemed capable of shaking mountains, igniting an indomitable spirit within his heart. At that moment, a red dot, signifying hostility, appeared without warning on the radar map in his mind. Located on the opposite side of the container stacks, someone was spying. Gu Fangchen's pupils constricted instinctively as he turned his head. A figure, cloaked entirely in black, was motionless beneath a container, fixated on him. That gaze was chilling and laden with scrutiny. He had been discovered, clearly startled by Gu Fangchen's acute perception. The figure in black stiffened momentarily before resolutely turning to flee, darting away like a nimble cat, vanishing into the intricate maze of containers. Thinking of escape? A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Gu Fangchen's lips. Shadow steps, activation successful. He propelled himself forward, transforming into a blurred afterimage, silently pursuing. The black-clad figure was remarkably quick, exhibiting impressive agility, yet to Gu Fangchen, he appeared to be moving in slow motion. In mere breaths, Gu Fangchen had closed the distance to a mere 3 meters behind him. The black figure sensed the oppressive presence looming behind him and felt a flicker of dread. He realized he could not evade capture. Suddenly, he whirled around, a glint of cold steel flashing in his hand as a sharp dagger lunged towards Gu Fangchen's chest with lethal intent. The strike was swift and vicious, aimed directly at his vital points. However, Gu Fangchen did not flinch or evade. He merely regarded the gleaming edge as it magnified in his vision. Slicing through the fabric of Gu Fangchen's inexpensive white vest with ease, the black figure felt a surge of triumph. Yet, in the next instant, his exhilaration froze, replaced by sheer horror and disbelief. Clang! The crisp sound of metal striking metal resonated. The dagger's tip, upon making contact with Gu Fangchen's skin, met an unexpected resistance akin to striking the hardest alloy, sparks flying. His chest bore only a faint white mark. Meanwhile, the dagger in the black figure's hand shattered under the immense recoil, snapping into 2 pieces. The black-clad assailant was utterly dumbfounded. He glanced at the broken blade in his hand, then at Gu Fangchen's unscathed torso, his mind a blank. Was this a human? His body, harder than steel. In that fleeting moment of shock, Gu Fangchen sprang into action. Grasping the wrist of the black figure's weapon hand, he applied pressure. Crack! The sound of shattering bones was unmistakable. A blood-curdling scream erupted from the black figure as the dagger slipped from his grasp. Gu Fangchen offered him no mercy. With a grip like a vice, he seized the man's throat, forcefully pinning him against the container. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the container buckled under the impact. The black figure was rendered disoriented, losing all capacity to resist, and promptly collapsing into unconsciousness. Gu Fangchen swiftly conducted a search of the unconscious man. Soon, he retrieved a palm-sized burlap sack from the black figure's grasp. With a thought, he probed the contents with his mental energy. The items inside became immediately clear. A martial arts manual titled 3 Styles of Wind Chasing, several pieces of black bread wrapped in oil paper, and a water flask filled with clear liquid. No identification, no money, nor any tokens of mission. It was as if he were a destitute lone warrior. Gu Fangchen gave it little thought. In this place, one encountered all manner of individuals. One hand clutched the burlap sack while the other dragged the unconscious black figure like a lifeless dog as he turned towards the direction of the patrol team not far away. Regardless of this man's identity or intentions, handing him over to the shelter's overseers was the simplest course of action. Before long, a squad of patrolling soldiers armed with assault rifles discovered the commotion and swiftly surrounded the scene. Halt! Who goes there? The leading captain inquired. When they discerned that the newcomer was a youth clad in a cheap vest, dragging an unconscious black figure, all were momentarily taken aback. This fellow was lurking stealthily, and I apprehended him, Gu Fangchen replied matter-of-factly, casually discarding the black figure onto the ground. The patrol captain, an experienced veteran, crouched down to remove the black figure's mask. Glancing at the broken dagger and the attire, his expression darkening significantly. Damn it, another one of those marauders, he muttered under his breath. His eyes filled with disdain and wariness. Impressive, remarked a nearby young soldier, moving closer. Captain, indeed. This attire matches those who attempted to infiltrate the medical area a few days ago. The patrol captain's gaze refocused on Gu Fangchen, now filled with scrutiny and astonishment. Did you single-handedly apprehend him? Yes, Gu Fangchen nodded. The captain and his team exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of shock. They were uncertain of the black figure's strength, but the ability to silently infiltrate this area was no small feat. Yet here stood a youth who appeared to be no older than a high school student, having subdued him without a scratch. Remarkable. However, despite their astonishment, they quickly regained their composure. The shelter was a melting pot of various individuals, including some low-tier warriors who had fallen on hard times, making such occurrences not entirely surprising. Student, you are a warrior, are you not? The captain's tone grew notably more courteous. Indeed, Gu Fangchen did not conceal the truth. Receiving a confirmation, the captain nodded appreciatively. Retrieving a small vial emblazoned with the military insignia from his tactical vest pocket and handing it to Gu Fangchen. Thank you for eliminating a potential threat to the shelter. This contains 3 mid-grade chi blood pills, a standard reward from the military for contributing warriors, which should aid your cultivation. Gu Fangchen accepted the vial, feeling its weight. The name chi blood pill instantly resonated with the original host's memories. He recalled how, when his parents were still alive, they had exhausted their savings in a futile attempt to cure his innate chi blockage by purchasing a few of these pills. Yet, the immense potency had never been absorbed by his frail, obstructed meridians, ultimately wasted. But now times had changed. His meridians had been reshaped by the system and martial arts, becoming robust and expansive. These 3 mid-grade chi blood pills were undoubtedly superb supplements for him. Thank you, Gu Fangchen replied, discreetly storing the vial. Wang Ming, observing him accept the offering, adopted a more solemn demeanor. He produced a data terminal and, in a formal tone, stated, I am the captain of Patrol Team 3. Wang Ming, please provide your name for registration. Gu Fangchen. Wang Ming nodded, swiftly recording the name before raising his gaze, stating earnestly, thank you once again, Gu student, for eliminating a potential threat to the shelter. According to wartime regulations, we will report your status as a warrior. Currently, you are at liberty to move freely within the shelter. However, should the situation on the battlefield become dire in the future, we reserve the right to conscript all warriors within the refuge. I trust you understand. No problem, Gu Fangchen replied succinctly. Wang Ming nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and promptly ordered his subordinates to remove the unconscious invader, hurrying off to report to superiors. Watching their retreating figures, Gu Fangchen remained rooted in place. Feeling not a hint of displeasure at the prospect of conscription, rather, a subtle smile graced his lips. The burlap sack contained nothing of particular significance, so it would not be handed over. As for the conscription, I eagerly await your arrival. His mind was remarkably clear. Although butchering pigs in the kitchen was safe, the returns had been dwindling. With the barbaric physique, talent from the black-armored wild boar now secured, further slaying would only result in a sluggish increase in vitality, simply not cost-effective. To rapidly grow stronger, he must hunt more formidable beasts and seize more potent talents. The kitchen, evidently, could no longer satisfy his appetite. Only the true battlefield provided the highest cost-effectiveness and the swiftest means of enhancement. In the days that followed, Gu Fangchen's life adopted an exceptionally regimented routine. By day, he continued to be the awe-inspiring butcher in the kitchen, meticulously processing the carcasses of the beasts delivered each day. Although there were no other exotic creatures here aside from wild boars, resulting in no successful acquisition of talents from other species, he still managed to consistently increase his vitality by several dozen points daily. Better than nothing, at least. By night, he would appear punctually in the desolate corner of abandoned shipping containers, fervently practicing the stone body refining technique. Following online tutorials, he divided the vitality pills into 3 doses. The pain of cultivation was greatly alleviated, replaced by a warm, powerful flow that dramatically enhanced his training efficiency. Each pill provided him with nearly 100 points of vitality. Over the course of the month, he utilized all 3 vitality pills, resulting in a staggering growth of nearly 300 points in vitality solely from the pills. Simultaneously, he began studying the wind pursuit technique, which he had confiscated from the black-clad individual. Lacking a blade, he fashioned a suitable branch as a substitute. The wind pursuit technique emphasized speed, precision, and lethality, its concise yet deadly maneuvers perfectly aligned with his straightforward and efficient character. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Gu Fangchen's strength underwent a profound transformation. Host, Gu Fangchen. Vitality, 1015, 684, 1200 points. Realm, initial stage of first rank. Mid-stage of first rank, new. Talents, breath detection, shadow steps, barbaric physique. Cultivation techniques, stone body refining technique, 5th layer 12, wind pursuit technique, completed. In just 1 month, his vitality surged by nearly 700 points, successfully crossing the threshold into the mid-stage of first rank. He was a mere 185 points away from the standard of a late-stage first-rank warrior, which stood at 1,200 vitality. The stone body refining technique, as a fundamental body refinement method, comprised 13 layers, with increasing difficulty in the latter stages. Achieving a breakthrough to the 5th layer in just 1 month was considered remarkable. Likewise, the wind pursuit technique, a foundational blade technique consisting of only 3 forms, had also been mastered to perfection under the support of his formidable mental strength. As of now, he was virtually invincible among his peers. On this particular day, as was customary, Gu Fangchen had just finished processing the day's exotic beasts in the kitchen and was preparing to head to his usual training spot. Thud, thud, thud. A series of orderly and powerful footsteps suddenly echoed from the kitchen entrance. A squad of fully armed soldiers clad in black special combat uniforms strode in with stern expressions. Leading them was an officer bearing the insignia of a second lieutenant. He stood tall, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, exuding a demeanor distinctly different from the ordinary soldiers tasked with maintaining order within the shelter. They were truly elite troops forged in the crucible of battle. Attention, survivors. Please remain silent. The lieutenant's voice, though not loud, cut through the cacophony with clarity. His gaze swept over the crowd as he solemnly declared, "On behalf of the Dragon Kingdom's military, I officially announce that the beast tide besieging this city has been thoroughly eradicated. The crisis has been averted." Silence fell. After 3 seconds of profound stillness, boom! An indescribable euphoria erupted like a volcanic explosion, instantly igniting the entire kitchen. Chapter 20 has concluded. We have won. We have triumphed. Finally, it's over. We can return home. We can go back to the base city. Countless individuals embraced, tears streaming down their faces as they hurled their kitchen utensils and iron basins into the air, exuberantly expressing their exhilaration and relief. Even the typically composed Zhang, who had tears glistening in his eyes, animatedly patting the shoulders of those around him. Ma Dong, too, was elated, seizing Gu Fangchen's arm and bouncing with excitement. "Big brother, this is fantastic. The beast tide is over. We can leave this wretched place and return to the base city. With your abilities, you'll be living the good life there." Yet, Gu Fangchen's brow subtly furrowed. He remained silent. Go to the base city? What use would his slaughter-and-plunder system have without the exotic beasts? Was he to become a wealthy idler in the base city, as Xia Liuli suggested, living off an astronomical sum? No, that was not what he desired. What he yearned for was the absolute power to control his own destiny. With this thought, Gu Fangchen's gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. Gently brushing aside the still exuberant Ma Dong, he strode directly towards the lieutenant amidst a sea of astonished stares. "Sir." Gu Fangchen's voice was calm, yet resonant. "I would like to inquire if you are still recruiting soldiers?" At this utterance, the surrounding cheers abruptly ceased. Everyone regarded Gu Fangchen as though he were a fool. Ma Dong's mouth fell agape in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief, as he stood frozen. "Big brother, what are you doing?" he whispered urgently, nearly on the verge of tears. "Have you lost your mind? After barely surviving, why would you want to enlist? That means facing the beasts on the front lines. It's dangerous." He pointed to himself, sincerely attempting to dissuade him. "Big brother, please don't be impulsive. I have some distant relatives in the base city who have excellent connections. Given our rapport over this past month, I can introduce you to them for some small business. You'll never have to worry about food and clothing. Why take that risk?" However, Gu Fangchen merely cast a tranquil glance in his direction, remaining silent. That single look rendered all of Ma Dong's words stuck in his throat. He understood his elder brother's character all too well. Once a decision was made, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. With a long sigh, Ma Dong felt dejected. The second lieutenant regarded Gu Fangchen with interest. He approached and, without reservation, grasped Gu Fangchen's arm and shoulder. The sensation was akin to steel, solid and robust. "You possess talent." A flicker of surprise crossed the lieutenant's eyes. "Indeed, a fine prospect. By your physique, you must be a warrior, yes?" "Yes. What is your name?" "Gu Fangchen." The moment these 3 words were uttered, the young lieutenant and the elite soldiers behind him were struck by a sudden tremor. They exchanged swift glances, their eyes brimming with incredulous shock, almost in unison exclaiming, "You are the one who, alongside Miss Xia, slayed the disaster-level shadow leopard, Gu Fangchen." Boom. Ma Dong's mind felt as if it had been struck by a thunderbolt, leaving him in a state of utter blankness. He had no inkling of what a shadow leopard was, yet the term disaster level resonated in his ears like a thunderclap. Such a horrifying entity could easily obliterate a small town. His elder brother had actually slain such a monster? Meeting the astonished gazes of the crowd, Gu Fangchen nodded nonchalantly. The expression on the lieutenant's face instantly transformed from admiration to profound respect. He straightened his posture abruptly and rendered a formal military salute to Gu Fangchen. "Mr. Gu, my apologies." He then lowered his hands, his tone becoming exceedingly solemn. "As it happens, tomorrow marks the recruitment day for the squad. All frontline teams are seeking new members. With your prowess and achievements, you undoubtedly qualify for selection. Please accompany us, and I shall arrange everything immediately." As he spoke, he prepared to personally escort Gu Fangchen away. Brother, Ma Dong, feeling a tumult of emotions, finally mustered the courage to call out to him. Under the bewildered gazes of all present, he approached Gu Fangchen, knelt down with a thud, and earnestly bowed 3 times before him. "Brother." He lifted his head, tears streaming down his face, his voice choked yet sincere. "I, Ma Dong, have lived a wretched life. Bullied in every shelter. This past month, following you, I have finally felt like a human being, not only free from harm, but also feasting on meat daily. I will forever remember this kindness, no matter where life takes me. He fished out his old phone from his pocket and opened the WeChat QR code. Brother, take care. I shall return to the base city and strive to thrive. If you ever find yourself in need of madong, just utter a word, and I shall brave fire and water without hesitation. Gu Fangchen regarded him in silence for a moment, then helped him to his feet, patting his shoulder before taking out his phone to add him on WeChat. Take care as well. Leaving behind those 4 words, Gu Fangchen turned to follow the lieutenant. Departing from the scene, Ma Dong knelt on the ground, watching Gu Fangchen's upright figure vanish at the doorway, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. How wonderful it would be if he were also a martial artist. He longed to continue following his brother. Mr. Gu, your luggage? The lieutenant inquired politely. In the dormitory. Gu Fangchen replied succinctly. Upon returning to the musty communal dormitory, Gu Fangchen's so-called belongings were indeed scant. Aside from a change of cheap clothes acquired from the shelter, he was left with only 2 well-thumbed manuals, the rock-solid body refinement technique and the wind chase style, along with a black card signifying immense wealth. He tucked these 3 items close to him while discarding everything else without a second thought. Under the lieutenant's guidance, Gu Fangchen boarded a sleek military armored off-road vehicle. As the door shut, the cacophony of the outside world was abruptly muted. Inside the vehicle, only the deep rumble of the engine and the steady breaths of the soldiers could be heard. The vehicle started and sped away from the temporary shelter numbered 13. The scenery outside rapidly retreated, from the makeshift container plaza to the war-torn urban ruins, and gradually to the emerging signs of human engineering. Ultimately, a colossal iron wall, stretching across the horizon, came into view. Towering into the clouds, the wall was adorned with menacing turrets and energy matrix nodes, casting a formidable shadow in the waning sunlight, evoking an indescribable sense of both oppression and security. The off-road vehicle did not enter the heart of the base city, but halted at the perimeter of a massive military fortress. This was the eastern theater of the Dragon Kingdom, the border fortress of the 7th Frontline Base. The air was thick with an atmosphere of martial rigor, underscored by the towering watchtowers, armed personnel bustling about, and warplanes poised for action on the tarmac. The armored off-road vehicle came to a gradual stop in front of a building marked with a reception sign. Mr. Gu, we have arrived, the lieutenant said, opening the door for him with a courteous gesture. This scene instantly drew the attention of everyone in the vicinity. At the entrance of the fortress and in the square, numerous soldiers and officers passing by instinctively cast curious glances in their direction. Upon seeing a mere boy, clad in a cheap t-shirt and seemingly no older than 18, stepping out of the vehicle, their curiosity swiftly morphed into bewilderment and confusion. Isn't that Lieutenant Lee from Team 3, personally opening the door? Who is that kid? He doesn't appear to be the offspring of any notable figure. Dressed in goods from street vendors, could he be some impoverished relative of a high-ranking official? A few soldiers, busy polishing their weapons, couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves. In this strictly hierarchical place, where merit and military achievements dictated one's worth, it was indeed a rarity for an ordinary youth to receive such solemn treatment from a lieutenant. Gu Fangchen, oblivious to the gazes around him, maintained a calm demeanor as he followed the lieutenant into the reception building. Passing through the austere and immaculate metallic corridor, the lieutenant halted before a door and swiped his identity card to gain entry. Mr. Gu, please. What greeted his eyes was a single dormitory of approximately 20 square meters. It contained a tidy single bed, a set of metallic furniture, a laptop, and a private bathroom. Although the furnishings were minimal, having such an independent room in this space where every inch was precious was already a considerable privilege. Mr. Gu, please rest for now. Dinner will be delivered to your room, the lieutenant said, his demeanor still respectful. I will come to escort you to the central training ground at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you, Gu Fangchen nodded. The lieutenant ceased further conversation, saluted once more, and then exited, closing the door behind him. Left alone in the room, Gu Fangchen approached the window, gazing at the towering iron wall that loomed like a mountain and the blood-red sky in the distance as the sun set. His emotions a tumultuous blend. He first took a hot shower, then, shirtless and drying his damp hair, walked over to the brand-new laptop. He powered it on. The interface revealed a streamlined system designed for military use, equipped with essential office software and an internal application named Military Merit Mall. His curiosity piqued. Gu Fangchen clicked on the mall, and a dazzling array of products instantly filled the screen. From basic vitality elixirs and healing potions to standard alloy combat knives and tactical gear, there were even cultivation manuals and high-tech weaponry requiring substantial military merit for exchange. The items within the mall could be redeemed using either money or military merit points, but invariably, the prices were exorbitant. Gu Fangchen did not linger in distraction. After a cursory glance, he exited the application. During the month in the shelter, he had either been slaughtering pigs in the kitchen or practicing in a corner, leaving him no time to attend to anything else. The black card Summer Lioli had given him was something he had yet to verify for its balance. Now, finally having some time, he decided to explore this further. His curiosity was undeniably piqued. Contemplating, he cautiously extracted the jet-black metallic card from his inner pocket. Following the tutorial etched on the reverse side of the card, he accessed an encrypted financial port on the military computer. He input the card number, followed by the sequence of digits he had long memorized, 071124. With a press of the Enter key, a succinct balance inquiry page materialized after a brief moment of buffering. A dazzling array of numbers appeared at the center of the screen. Gu Fangchen was momentarily taken aback. He began to count, one by one. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, tens of millions. At the forefront of the figures was a distinct 3, trailed by a full 7 zeros. 30 million. Even with Gu Fangchen's resolute nature, honed over 2 lifetimes, his breath quickened involuntarily at this revelation. He was well aware of the exorbitant value of materials from disaster-level beasts. Yet he had never fathomed that even half of the earnings could amount to such a staggering figure. With a heart racing with excitement, he reopened the military merit shop. This time, he did not merely skim through. Rather, he meticulously examined the shop's exchange mechanism. The entire marketplace was distinctly divided into 2 major sections, public trading area and military exclusive zone. Simultaneously, in the upper right corner of his personal information panel, a clear indication read, Permission level, level 0, temporary personnel. Items in the public trading area could be purchased directly with Dragon Kingdom currency. But due to their availability to the public, the prices were exorbitantly high. Conversely, the military exclusive zone was shrouded in greater mystery, offering items at significantly more favorable rates. Yet currently, Gu Fangchen, being a non-military individual, could not access this area, as all items were displayed in a gray locked state. Clicking on it only elicited a cold message. Insufficient permissions, access denied. Helpless, he shifted his gaze back to the public trading area. What he desperately needed now was a reliable weapon and a decent set of combat gear. He casually clicked on a seemingly decent E-grade alloy combat knife, Shadow Edge. With a clearly marked price, 10 million Dragon Kingdom currency. He glanced at a nearby set of E-grade Hound series combat attire, which was priced even higher at 15 million. Just for this knife and armor, it would cost a staggering 25 million. Outrageously expensive. This was merely the lowest tier E-grade equipment in the public trading area. Truly, it was tailored for non-military warriors. The prices were exorbitant. Devoid of any cost-effectiveness, a pure exploitation zone. It blatantly conveyed the message. Want better equipment at a more favorable price? Then join the military. He chuckled bitterly. Yet his determination remained unyielded as he attempted to scroll upward, hoping to glimpse the prices of equipment in the military exclusive zone. However, warning, your permission level is insufficient. This item area requires permission level, level 2, non-commissioned officer, for access. Gu Fangchen, undeterred, continued to scroll. Warning, your permission level is insufficient. This item area requires permission level, level 1, private, for access. Upon reaching this point, Gu Fangchen exhaled a long, exasperated sigh, rubbing his temples. He had come to understand. 30 million appeared to be a fortune, yet if he did not join the military, it would merely afford him the qualifications to enter. A basic E-grade combat outfit, an E-grade alloy knife, and perhaps a little left over for some ordinary blood vitality pills that encapsulated the entirety of 30 million's purchasing power. The truly invaluable treasures that could bridge the gap between warriors, such as advanced techniques, various artifacts, and more formidable weapons, were all locked behind the high walls of permissions and military merits. It seemed joining the military was the only viable option. If he were to purchase equipment directly from the public trading area, he might end up losing his very last shred of dignity. Thus, he resolved to delay any purchases until he had joined the military. Gu Fangchen chuckled at his own predicament, yet the fire in his eyes burned even brighter. This system, rather than being an obstacle, served as the clearest map for him. As long as he participated in the selection tomorrow and successfully joined a team of warriors, he would attain permission level, level 1. Once on the battlefield, hunting down beasts would earn him military merits. Though the path was arduous, every step was clearly marked. Chapter 22, Training. With this thought, Gu Fangchen felt a stirring within him, as if his very essence was boiling with anticipation. Waiting idly was not in his nature. Tomorrow's selection would undoubtedly attract a throng of formidable contenders. He needed to gain a more intuitive understanding of his current abilities. With that in mind, he summoned the electronic map of the base fortress from the computer. Soon, a massive structure marked as the Comprehensive Training Center came into view. This was it. Without a hint of hesitation, Gu Fangchen donned a clean, inexpensive tracksuit he had received from the shelter and stepped outside. The night at the border fortress was anything but tranquil, with soldiers patrolling and warriors hurrying about. Guided by the map, he quickly located the Comprehensive Training Center. This was a vast dome-shaped building, entirely forged from alloy. Before he even approached, the muffled sounds of impacts, the whistling of weapons slicing through the air, and the robust shouts of warriors permeated the thick walls, greeting him. As soon as he stepped through the door, Gu Fangchen instantly became the focal point of the entire training center. Inside, the space was astonishingly vast and brilliantly illuminated. Hundreds of warriors were sweating profusely in various areas. Yet without exception, they were all clad in standardized combat attire. Only Gu Fangchen, dressed in a faded and inexpensive tracksuit, appeared out of place. Like a drop of ink on a blank sheet of paper. Hey, who is that kid? Dares to come here dressed like that? Must be new, right? Probably some poor relation trying to see the world. Whispers arose from all directions, the glances cast toward him filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and a subtle hint of disdain. Gu Fangchen paid no heed to these stares and strode directly to the front desk. Behind the counter sat a young female soldier, who was languidly gazing at the light screen. Upon noticing Gu Fangchen, she lazily lifted her eyelids, her tone flat. What do you need? Hello. I would like to use the testing equipment here. Is it available for outsiders? Gu Fangchen inquired. Yes. The soldier's attitude remained indifferent as she explained. Tomorrow is the squad recruitment day, and this area is open to all free warriors participating in the selection for the next few days. The testing area costs 500 Dragon Kingdom currency per hour. How will you pay? Gu Fangchen pondered for a moment, then casually pulled out the black card that Xia Liuli had given him from his pocket and handed it over. Swipe the card. The moment the card appeared on the counter, the soldier's movements abruptly froze, her previously languid pupils narrowing sharply as she fixed her gaze on the card. Simultaneously, the once boisterous training center seemed to have been muted, enveloped in an eerie silence. Drip. A bead of sweat fell from the brow of a nearby warrior lifting weights, the sound resonating in the hushed hall with startling clarity. All eyes in the training hall, whether those of individuals engaged in weightlifting or sparring, were fixated upon the front desk, drawn inexorably to a diminutive card. Every breath seemed to stall. The black card. It was indeed the exclusive black card provided by the military. This card served as a symbol of identity for those who had made immense contributions to the nation or belonged to illustrious backgrounds. Within the entirety of the No. 7 frontline base, there were fewer than 10 individuals who possessed such a card. With a gulp, the female soldier at the front desk swallowed hard. Abruptly rising from her seat, her posture suddenly erect, the previously languid expression on her face vanishing without a trace. In its stead emerged an air of utmost respect. Her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Your Excellency, please hold on. I shall attend to you at once. You may utilize all facilities within the base free of charge. Her previously languid hands now moved with such swiftness at the console that they nearly left a blur in their wake. She swiftly accessed the highest level of authorization, entered temporary information, and executed a series of operations with fluidity, not daring to exhibit even the slightest hint of lethargy. In no time, a magnetic card, glimmering with a faint platinum sheen, was produced. The soldier, cradling the card with both hands, slightly bowed, and reverently presented it to Gu Fangchen. Your Excellency. This is your temporary access card. Please keep it well. Gu Fangchen felt somewhat bewildered. He had merely intended to make a payment. Why did the other party react as if they had seen a ghost? However, he dismissed it as merely the military's peculiar customs. He calmly accepted the platinum card, casually stowed it alongside the black card in his pocket, and then turned to head towards the testing area. It was only after Gu Fangchen's figure, clad in inexpensive sportswear, had completely vanished beyond the entrance of the testing area that a collective sigh of relief echoed through the training hall. The oppressive silence was shattered, replaced by a cacophony of animated discussions. What on earth was that? That black card. I've only seen it in military propaganda. It's said to be exclusive to Tier 5 generals and those who have made significant contributions to the Alliance. Yet he appears so youthful. Could he be the illegitimate child of some war god? Here, just to experience life? Stop guessing. A warrior who seemed to be a squad leader interjected in a hushed tone. A person possessing that card is beyond our station to speculate about. Did you see that gaze? It was as tranquil as if he were staring at a corpse. He is undoubtedly someone formidable. Indeed. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, each returning to their respective tasks. Gu Fangchen continued along the path indicated by the signs on the floor. Before long, he passed an area semi-isolated by an energy shield labeled Advanced Combat Zone. The commotion emanating from within was palpably more intense than that of the regular training area outside. His steps halted instinctively. Inside, 2 warriors clad in combat uniforms were engaged in practice. Yet their combat style transcended Gu Fangchen's understanding entirely. One of them trembled, and a layer of faint crimson, almost tangible, enveloped his form, forming a resilient protective aura. The other warrior, wielding a combat knife, unleashed a fierce shout, cleaving forward with his blade. Buzz, a scarlet blade of light, half a meter long and condensed to a material form, erupted from the knife, tearing through the air with an ear-piercing shriek, and struck fiercely against the protective aura of the other warrior. Clang! The clash of blade and aura erupted in a shower of sparks, producing a cacophony akin to a metallic symphony. The resilient aura quivered violently, nearly shattering, while the blade of light disintegrated in response. Having failed to land a decisive blow, the knife-wielding warrior retreated abruptly, simultaneously executing another strike, sending a second blade of light skimming the ground. cleaving into a specialized alloy target a dozen meters away. With a hiss, the hardened target bore a deep gash several inches in depth. Gu Fangchen's pupils dilated in astonishment. This resembled the prowess of a Tier 2 warrior. The transformation of vital energy, breaking forth from within. The external manifestation of vital energy, solidifying into a blade of light. Chapter 23, The Tortoiseshell Technique. Gu Fangchen's gaze was shaken. His current combat style, regardless of strength or physical resilience, remained confined to close-quarters brawling, necessitating direct contact and bloodshed. In stark contrast, Tier 2 warriors had already extended their vital energy beyond their bodies, transforming it into lethal ranged attacks. This was a leap from within to without. A qualitative transformation of life. Inside the arena, the two Tier 2 warriors continued their spirited exchange for several more exchanges, blades and auras colliding with explosive resonance. Finally, it seemed they both exhausted their energy, withdrawing simultaneously to catch their breath. Damn it, Lu Meng, your mountain splitter technique is becoming increasingly formidable, remarked the shield-bearing warrior as he dissipated his protective aura and plopped down onto the ground, wiping sweat from his brow. Zhang Qingyu, your tortoise-shell technique is equally hardening. Lu Meng, the knife-wielding warrior, chuckled back, sheathing his blade. Damn tortoise-shell technique. This is called protective aura. Zhang Qingyu retorted, feigning a punch at Lu Meng. As the two prepared to rest, their casual glance fell upon Gu Fangchen, who was standing at the edge of the arena, captivated by the display. Oh. Lu Meng was the first to speak up, his demeanor seemingly jovial as he waved at Gu Fangchen. Hey, brother, you're new here? I haven't seen you before. The other warrior, Zhang Qingyu, chimed in. Looking at your physique, you're quite solid. You must be a free warrior gearing up for tomorrow's squad selection, right? In the face of the inquiries from the two Tier 2 powerhouses, Gu Fangchen retracted his astonishment, responding respectfully, Greetings, officers. My name is Gu Fangchen. I am indeed here for the selection. I apologize for my intrusion. I was mesmerized watching your practice. Haha, no worries at all. Lu Meng laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. Observing before the selection is beneficial. Gu Fangchen nodded, feeling it inappropriate to linger further, and turned to depart towards the testing area. However, at that moment, Zhang Qingyu suddenly spoke up. Little brother, I noticed your gaze earlier. You seemed quite earnest. How about we show you a few moves? We just finished sparring and have some time to spare. Gu Fangchen paused. Instruction from two Tier 2 warriors as a Tier 1 warrior was an extraordinary opportunity. He recalled his recently perfected Chasing Wind 3 styles. Although he had mastered the techniques, they remained theoretical, having never been tested in combat. More importantly, he lacked a clear understanding of the defensive capability of his rock refining body technique at the 5th layer. This was an exceptional chance. With this thought, Gu Fangchen turned back, a glimmer of determination in his eyes, and bowed slightly. I would be most grateful for your guidance, officers. Excellent. Refreshing. Lu Meng stood up, brushing off the dust from his outfit. Let us head to your training room. This place lacks space for proper demonstration. Gu Fangchen nodded and led the way, with Zhang Qingyu and Lu Meng following closely behind, eagerly discussing how they might instruct the newcomer. Yet, when Gu Fangchen swiped the platinum access card to open the door to the training room marked War God 1, their footsteps suddenly froze in place. The smiles on their faces were utterly erased. Is this really War God 1? Lu Meng's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his voice trembling in shock. Am I not seeing correctly? Zhang Qingyu also wore an expression of sheer astonishment, vigorously rubbing his eyes. The training room before them spanned over 1,000 square meters. Its floor and walls emanating a metallic sheen of dark gold, a testament to the indomitable Titan alloy, capable of withstanding the full force of a 4th-tier warrior-esque strike. The interior was not only equipped with a gravity system adjustable up to 300 times, but also adorned with holographic combat AIs capable of simulating various exotic beasts. Furthermore, there was a divine data analyzer capable of real-time analysis of a warrior's vital energy flow and energy output. Such a high-spec training room existed only in 3 instances within the entire Base 7. Typically, only officers or elite teams undertaking near-death missions could apply for its use. Access was not merely a matter of wealth. After years of service, they had only dared to gaze enviously from the outside. Yet now, this lad clad in a cheap tracksuit had simply swiped his card to gain entry. My good fellow, who on earth are you? Zhang Qingyu and Lu Meng exchanged a glance, both reflecting profound astonishment in their eyes, their tones turning cautious. Gu Fangchen, observing their reactions, felt somewhat perplexed, but answered truthfully. I have no notable background. I'm merely a refugee who just arrived from Shelter 13. I was working in the kitchen, slaughtering pigs. Zhang Qingyu and Lu Meng were utterly dumbfounded. A refugee? Slaughtering pigs? Are you jesting with me? Which pig slaughterer could possibly access the God of War training room? Their worldview was undergoing an unprecedented upheaval, yet gazing at Gu Fangchen's calm demeanor, so uncharacteristically devoid of deceit, they found themselves at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Lu Meng who inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tempest within, and waved his hand. All right, if you prefer not to elaborate, so be it. Come, let us witness your prowess. As they stepped into the room, the rich and pure energy environment enveloped them, sending another tremor through their hearts. Lu Meng pointed to the central open area and instructed Gu Fangchen, demonstrate your most familiar set of techniques. Do not hold anything back. This way, we can better tailor our guidance for you. Gu Fangchen nodded. He approached the nearby weapon rack, where dozens of gleaming standard weapons were displayed. He casually picked up the most ordinary alloy long sword, weighing it in his hand. It felt just right. Then, he took his position in the center of the training ground, and the previously youthful glimmer in his eyes shifted dramatically the moment he gripped the hilt. If he had seemed like a piece of warm jade before, at this moment, he transformed into a formidable weapon hidden within its sheath, an intense yet restrained aura emanating from him. Lu Meng and Zhang Qingyu instinctively adopted a more serious demeanor. In the next instant, Gu Fangchen moved. The first move of the wind chase technique, chasing the wind. In a blink, Gu Fangchen's figure flickered, his feet seeming to summon the wind, propelling him like an arrow loosed from its bow, instantly closing the distance to the imagined adversary. The first move of the wind chase technique, chasing the wind. The blade's momentum was not yet exhausted. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword transformed into a shimmering arc of cold light, slicing through the air with a speed that left only an afterimage. The second move, slashing the wind. Following swiftly, he retracted the blade, yet his momentum intensified rather than diminished, and he stepped forward with sudden ferocity. A powerful overhead cleave, imbued with the force of 1,000 pounds, descended with a thunderous crash. The third move, absolute wind. The blade halted mere inches from the ground, the resulting airflow stirring visible ripples across the surface. 3 moves, executed seamlessly. Fluid as flowing water, swift, precise, and fierce. Lu Meng and Zhang Qingyu were utterly mesmerized. They exchanged glances, each reflecting unabashed admiration. Impressive, truly impressive, Lu Meng exclaimed first. His posture steady, his strikes decisive, every aspect, from force to speed and angle, was impeccable. This basic wind chase technique of yours exhibits a hint of masterful finesse. He paused, adopting a tone of casual inquiry. You've certainly honed this swordplay to remarkable proficiency. You must have trained for several years? Gu Fangchen, hearing this, sheathed his sword and replied candidly, not for long, perhaps just about a month. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. The expressions of Lu Meng and Zhang Qingyu shifted from admiration to disbelief, their smiles abruptly frozen. What did you say? Lu Meng, convinced he was hallucinating, raised his voice an octave higher. Repeat that. Beside him, Zhang Qingyu wore an expression as if he had seen a ghost. You said how long you've trained? Gu Fangchen, bemused by their astonished visages, repeated, a month. I discovered this technique in the shelter and practiced it. Lu Meng opened his mouth, ready to accuse him of treating them like fools, but the sincerity reflected in Gu Fangchen's clear, earnest eyes made him swallow his words. That gaze was disarmingly genuine. So genuine it made him question his own life choices. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingyu continued to scrutinize Gu Fangchen, his initial shock gradually morphing into a blend of astonishment and fervent curiosity. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh as if a light bulb had gone off in his mind. Wait a moment, old Lu. He halted Lu Meng, who was about to speak further, and stepped closer to Gu Fangchen. I understand now. You, my friend, must possess an extraordinarily powerful mental acuity. Upon hearing this, Lu Meng seemed to connect the dots as well. Yes, absolutely. Zhang Qingyu took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure as he began to analyze. For ordinary warriors, even with commendable talent, it would take at least 3 to 5 years of rigorous training to master the wind chase technique to the refined degree you just displayed. Yet, you accomplished it in merely a month. This can only mean one thing. Your mental acuity is astonishingly high. His tone grew more solemn, tinged with awe and yearning. In the realm of martial arts, one begins with body refinement, progresses to energy mastery, and ultimately, breaks through barriers. When a warrior ascends to the 4th tier, they undergo a qualitative transformation in their mental acuity. At that point, a gifted warrior's mental prowess can begin to influence reality, manifesting as intangible telekinetic force. They can manipulate objects at will, wield flying blades, and even condense mental shockwaves to directly assault an enemy's soul. All of this is achievable only by those with top-tier mental acuity. Such envy truly. The three fell silent for a moment before Lu Meng spoke up. Young brother, while your swordplay is undeniably impeccable, what about other aspects? A warrior must not rely solely on offense without defense. How proficient are you in defensive techniques? Gu Fangchen replied. I've practiced a body refinement technique, but I'm unsure of its effectiveness. I would like to test my defense. Do you have any relevant instruments? Certainly. Zhang Qingyu pointed to a massive apparatus on the opposite side of the training room, resembling a mechanical iron fist. That's the impact testing device, capable of simulating attacks from warriors of various tiers. Let us go and give it a try. The three approached the apparatus. Gu Fangchen stepped onto the testing platform, inhaled deeply, and activated the rock body refinement technique to its utmost limit, starting from the lowest tier of ordinary attacks. As Lu Meng adjusted the settings on the control panel, The immense mechanical fist suddenly shot forward, crashing heavily into Gu Fangchen's chest. Impact force, 200 kilograms. Gu Fangchen remained utterly unyielding. Continue. Impact force, 500 kilograms. Impact force, 1,000 kilograms. As the impact force surged to 3,500 kilograms, equivalent to the full force of a peak first-tier martial artist, Gu Fangchen remained steadfast, as immovable as a rock rooted in the earth, stable as Mount Tai. The expressions of Lu Meng and Zhang Qingyu transformed from casual indifference to a growing gravity. Beyond this point lies the realm of the second tier. Zhang Qingyu intoned gravely, simulating the ordinary attack of an early-stage second-tier martial artist. Impact force, 6,000 kilograms. Boom. This time, the mechanical iron fist even emitted a faint energy halo. Bang. A deep, thunderous sound erupted. Gu Fangchen's figure jolted violently, and he staggered back 3 steps before managing to regain his balance, a surge of blood and energy roiling in his chest. Although he sustained no injury, it was evident that he was nearing the limits of his current defensive capabilities. Impressive. Lu Meng's eyes sparkled with admiration. A first-tier martial artist with the fortitude to withstand a near second-tier ordinary strike, only forced back a few steps. Your body refinement technique is quite solid. Chapter 25, The Prodigy. At this moment, however, Zhang Qingyu shook his head and stepped forward. Solid it may be, but it lacks finesse. You were merely relying on your physical body and chi to absorb the impact, causing your strength to become too dispersed. He pointed at several key nodes on Gu Fangchen's chest, waist, and legs. The essence of your technique lies in the word rock, emphasizing the layered transmission of impact force, ultimately dissipating it into the earth. Try to ground your chi in your lower body, using your waist as an axis to neutralize 70% of the impact, and resist the remaining 30% with your physical form. Lu Meng chimed in, exactly. Don't just stand there like a wooden post, and take it. You must learn to release and transform. The two engaged in a back and forth, imparting their invaluable combat experience amassed over the years to Gu Fangchen. With his SSS-level mental acuity, Gu Fangchen grasped the essence of their teachings almost instantaneously. He closed his eyes, rapidly simulating the concepts in his mind, and after merely a few seconds, he reopened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining within. Thank you, sirs, for your guidance. Allow me to try once more. He returned to the platform, adjusting his chi circulation and physical exertion techniques according to their advice. Once more, he faced the same force. Boom. The mechanical iron fist struck with the might of 1,000 tons. This time, Gu Fangchen did not resist head-on. The moment the fist made contact with his body, his feet anchored firmly to the ground like old roots, and his waist executed a subtle twist. Bang. The terrifying force capable of penetrating steel was deftly channeled through his spine, waist, and legs, dissipating layer by layer into the alloy floor beneath him. The alloy floor groaned under the immense strain. Yet Gu Fangchen merely swayed slightly before regaining his complete stability, his feet not yielding an inch. Ding. Under the guidance of 2 second-tier martial artists, your understanding of strength has reached new heights, and the rock body refinement technique has advanced to the 6th layer. A powerful sensation surged through his limbs and bones. Lu Meng and Zhang Qingyu were utterly dumbfounded. They stared at Gu Fangchen, then glanced at the humming alloy floor, feeling their worldview shaken to its very core. We merely offered a suggestion, and you learned it so quickly? Zhang Qingyu stammered, his lips trembling. How can anyone compete with this? The two exchanged glances, recognizing the mutual numbness and helplessness in each other's eyes. Yet soon, that numbness transformed into an unprecedented excitement and fervor. Teaching an ordinary person is torment. Teaching a genius is a delight. Don't get too proud. This is merely the foundational method of force dissipation. Zhang Qingyu suppressed his astonishment, adopting a serious demeanor as he stepped forward once more. Merely knowing how to dissipate force is insufficient. True rock is not an inanimate object, but a living entity that can take root in the earth. Your feet must anchor, while your waist should sway like aquatic grass, flowing with the force to render it formless. Lu Meng, equally enthused, added, and breathing. The moment the impact strikes, inhale and contract your abdomen, letting strength arise from the ground. When the impact dissipates, exhale and project your voice, energizing your entire body. Inhale and exhale create a cycle. Give it another try? Gu Fangchen meticulously committed these insights to memory. In his mind, countless figures rapidly practiced, seamlessly integrating these seemingly disparate techniques into the framework of the rock body refinement technique. He sensed his understanding of this technique deepening at an astonishing pace. Very well. Let us conclude for today. Zhang Qingyu observed Gu Fangchen lost in contemplation and knew they could teach no more. It would be counterproductive to overwhelm him. Take the time to digest it all. Come. Lu Meng clapped Gu Fangchen on the shoulder, grinning widely. For mere theory is of little use. Practical experience is the ultimate test of truth. Allow me to introduce you to something intriguing. With that, he led Gu Fangchen to the holographic combat AI situated in the corner of the training room. This is a virtual combat system capable of simulating various exotic beasts, Lu Meng explained. Though tomorrow entails real combat against genuine beasts, this system can help you adapt to the battlefield in advance, akin to a mock examination. The system will grade your performance, comprising a total of 230 levels, each progressively more challenging. Generally, if one can breach the 10th level, they are prepared for the real combat and can easily qualify to join a regular extermination team. Zhang Qingyu added, to enter elite squads, one must achieve at least level 20. As for claiming the top spot and catching the attention of those ace teams, don't even think about it without the strength of level 30 or higher. Gu Fangchen nodded in understanding. All right. With that, he approached the control panel and selected Start Challenge. Command confirmed, generating virtual battlefield level 1. As light and shadow shifted, Gu Fangchen found himself instantly transported to a vast grassland. A common beast-level razor-toothed rabbit appeared, yet before it could exhibit its ferocity, a flash of blade light sliced through the air. Instant kill. Level 1, cleared. Lu Meng and Zhang Qingyu exchanged smiles, deeming it entirely normal. However, their smiles quickly faded. Level 5, cleared. Level 10, cleared. The numbers on the screen flickered continuously as Gu Fangchen navigated through various simulated scenarios. Whether facing packs of wolf beasts or the tough-skinned wild boars, nothing could impede his progress. His swordsmanship was succinct and efficient, his defense utterly impenetrable, rendering him a veritable killing machine. By the time the number reached level 20, Gu Fangchen hadn't even broken a sweat. The smiles on Lu Meng and Zhang Qingyu had vanished entirely, replaced by a grave expression. This lad's foundation is remarkably solid, Lu Meng murmured. He has already surpassed the majority of elite squad members. Zhang Qingyu's eyes brimmed with astonishment. The challenge continued. Level 25, level 30. As the levels surpassed 30, the virtual beasts began to exhibit special abilities and mutations. Gu Fangchen's demeanor finally turned serious. His speed intensified, and his strikes became more ferocious. He wielded the shadow steps technique to its utmost, transforming into a phantom weaving through the horde of beasts, each strike inevitably claiming a life. Lu Meng and Zhang Qingyu found themselves utterly speechless, their gazes fixated on the screen, hearts racing in tandem with the ever-escalating numbers. Level 35, level 39, level 40 passed. As this number flickered onto the display, Gu Fangchen's breathing became slightly hurried. Command confirmed, generating level 41 virtual battlefield. The scene abruptly shifted to a desolate plain shrouded in ominous thunderclouds. Roar. An extraordinary beast, its body entwined with blue arcs of lightning and resembling a cheetah, emerged 100 meters away. It was a king-level beast, the Thunderlight leopard. Zhang Qingyu gasped in astonishment. It could unleash lightning from a distance. Before he could finish his sentence, the Thunderlight leopard opened its jaws wide, releasing a blinding bolt of blue electricity that sliced through the air like a piercing arrow, hurtling straight toward Gu Fangchen. Gu Fangchen's pupils constricted, instinctively activating Shadow Step to dodge to the side. Whoosh! The lightning grazed his shoulder, detonating a charred crater in the ground, the air thick with the acrid scent of ozone. Before he could regain his footing, 3 more bolts of lightning formed a triangular blockade, sealing off all his escape routes. Too fast. Gu Fangchen narrowly evaded 2 strikes with his extraordinary reflexes. But the third bolt ultimately struck first, colliding violently with his left arm. Zzz. A wave of intense numbness and excruciating pain surged through his body. Warning. Fatal attack detected. Challenge failed. Chapter 26. The Breaking Army's 7-Kill Blade. The scene before him returned to normal. Gu Fangchen stood still, shaking off the lingering numbness in his left arm. Rather than displaying any signs of frustration, his eyes were alight with an insatiable thirst for greater power. A king-level beast equated to a second-tier warrior. After battling the king-level beast, he acutely sensed the vast chasm between the first and second tiers. Still far from enough. Gu Fangchen shook his head. Meanwhile, Lu Meng and Zhang Qingyu exhaled deeply, as though they had just emerged from battle themselves. They regarded the glaring crimson number, 41, on the control panel, then turned to observe the youth moving his arm with calm composure, their minds a blank canvas. 41 levels. Lu Meng's voice was somewhat hoarse. Damn it, the champion of last year's base competition, from the new recruits, only made it to 43 levels. Zhang Qingyu stood beside him, equally astounded. He felt as though he had only just started advising this young man. Yet somehow, the night had flown by, 3:30 already? Unbeknownst to them, they had accompanied this prodigy from 9 in the evening to 3 in the morning. Gu Fangchen was equally taken aback. He had been completely immersed in the thrill of training and combat, oblivious to the passage of time. The trio exchanged few words as they exited the training room. Just before they left, Lu Meng seemed to recall something and took out his phone. Bro, let us add each other on WeChat. In the future at the base, feel free to reach out to us whenever. Gu Fangchen nodded, adding both of them on WeChat. By the way, I still don't know your name, Zhang Qingyu inquired. Gu Fangchen, he replied. At the moment those 3 syllables escaped his lips, Lu Meng and Zhang Qingyu abruptly stiffened, as if struck by lightning, their expressions mirroring that of the previous lieutenant. They locked eyes with Gu Fangchen, exclaiming in unison, "You are that Gu Fangchen?" Gu Fangchen was taken aback. Somewhat bewildered. Am I that famous? More than just famous, Lu Ming exclaimed, thumping his thigh in excitement. After Xia Qianjin returned, she sang your praises at the military conference, claiming you were calm under pressure, bold, possessing an uncanny battlefield insight. She said you are the most formidable tactical genius she has ever encountered. Upon hearing this, Gu Fangchen finally understood why they reacted so intensely to his name. It turned out, Xia Liuli had been singing his praises. At that moment, Zhang Qingyu retrieved a pristine blade technique manual from his storage pouch and solemnly handed it over. Brother Gu, now that your Chasing Wind 3 styles is complete, it is merely a basic blade technique. Further practice would yield little benefit. It is time for you to advance to the next stage. This Breaking Army 7 kill blade was awarded to me by the military when I was still a first-tier warrior. It consists of 7 styles, emphasizing relentless offense, ensuring a kill with every strike, perfect for your current phase. As he spoke, he pressed the Breaking Army's 7 kill blade into Gu Fangchen's arms. Upon hearing the name, Gu Fangchen felt a flicker of recognition. Just a few hours prior, he had come across this very manual in the military merit markets, public trading zone. It was an advanced blade technique meticulously tailored for first-tier warriors, renowned for its decisive lethality and immense power, highly sought after by frontline soldiers. However, its price was equally staggering, 12 million Dragon Country coins, almost half of his 30 million fortune. This was far too precious. Gu Fangchen instinctively wanted to decline. Take it, Lu Ming interjected, forcefully shoving the manual into his hands, eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. What are you being so wishy-washy for? Both Zhang Qingyu and I specialize in heavy weaponry. This blade technique would gather dust in our hands. Giving it to you is putting it to good use. Zhang Qingyu also patted his shoulder, sincerity gleaming in his eyes. Brother Gu, don't be polite with us. We have been at Base 7 for nearly 5 years, witnessing countless so-called geniuses. But none as extraordinary as you. We believe your future achievements will be boundless. Consider this blade technique a small investment in the powerful individual you are destined to become. With such earnest declarations, if Gu Fangchen were to refuse any further, it would seem rather pretentious. Taking a deep breath, he secured the weighty manual close to him and solemnly clasped his fists toward the two. Thank you, brothers. I will remember this kindness. Haha, that's the spirit. Lu Ming laughed heartily, giving him a pat on the back. All right, go get some rest, recharge your spirit, and perform well tomorrow. With that, the three bid farewell. Gu Fangchen walked alone along the cold, desolate pathways of the base at 3 in the morning. The night breeze swept past, soothing his exhilarated mind. Upon returning to his tidy single dormitory, he did not immediately rest. Instead, he eagerly retrieved the Breaking Army's 7 kill blade. The 5 imposing characters on the cover, reminiscent of iron and silver strokes, seemed to emanate a fierce aura of slaughter, stirring his spirit. He flipped open to the first page, where concise yet commanding incantations and simple yet lethal blade technique illustrations greeted his eyes. With an SSS-level mental prowess, Gu Fangchen's memory and comprehension abilities have reached a terrifying level. In less than half an hour, he imprinted the essence of the 7 styles sword technique and the circulation routes of vital energy and blood into his mind, gaining an initial understanding of its principles. A remarkable sword technique indeed. He carefully stored the manual away before sitting cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes in meditation, and beginning to recuperate the vital energy and stamina expended that evening. Chapter 27, The Capital City of Magic. Nightfall in the capital city of Magic, in the Central District. Within a penthouse apartment that boasts the finest night view of the entire city, Xia Liuli had just concluded a day of meditative training. Barefoot, she walked across the floor. Smooth as jade, clad in a loose silk nightgown, she shed the cold armor of the day, revealing her exquisitely beautiful, serene visage. Her high ponytail had come undone, cascading like a waterfall of black hair down her shoulders, imparting a touch of languid grace to her demeanor. However, the loose nightgown did little to conceal her nearly flawless, voluptuous figure. As she moved, the delicate silk occasionally clung to her body, accentuating her breathtaking curves. Her slender waist, almost delicate to the touch, formed a perfect golden ratio with her pert hips. Just beneath the hem of her gown, her long, flawless legs peeked out, straight and elegant. At that moment, the holographic communication console in the center of the living room suddenly illuminated, emitting a faint, buzzing sound. An encrypted communication request arrived from Base 7. Xia Liuli approached the console, casually tapping it, and the slightly respectful face of Lieutenant Li appeared before her as a three-dimensional projection. Miss Xia, good evening. Lieutenant Li stood stiffly, and even through the screen, his seriousness was palpable. I apologize for the intrusion, but there is a matter that requires your personal report. Speak. Xia Liuli replied, her tone cool and succinct. Yes, the individual you were particularly concerned about, Gu Fangchen, has arrived at Base 7 today and has confirmed his participation in tomorrow's martial artist selection. Xia Liuli, poised to take a sip from a cup of warm water, paused momentarily. A flicker of evident confusion crossed her icy phoenix eyes. He did not choose to stay in the city? No, Lieutenant Li answered truthfully. After the Beast Tide crisis was resolved, he was the first survivor to voluntarily apply to join the military. Xiao Liuli fell silent. She had presumed that, given Gu Fangchen's innate condition of blocked vital energy, he would opt to spend the rest of his days in comfort after acquiring a sum of money sufficient to last a lifetime. For an ordinary person, this would undoubtedly be the best outcome. Yet, she never anticipated that he would not only remain but actively enlist in the military selection. Does he aspire to become a martial artist? He intends to tread the most arduous and perilous path? However, I have confirmed his file. Xiao Liuli's voice held a note of inquiry. With his innate blockage of vital energy, the likelihood of him becoming a martial artist is nearly non-existent. By what means does he intend to participate in the selection? Lieutenant Li's expression reflected a hint of confusion as well, yet he respectfully replied, Miss Xia, this is precisely what I wish to report to you. According to the patrol team's report, Mr. Gu single-handedly subdued an infiltrating enemy at a shelter a month ago. At that time, Patrol Captain Wang Ming assessed that he possessed martial artist capabilities and rewarded him with 3 mid-grade vital energy pills. Today, upon my personal interaction with him, though I did not delve deeply, I could clearly sense his steady vital energy, prolonged breathing, and solid foundation. He is far from a person with blocked vital energy. He hesitated briefly before adding, in fact, he struck me as more composed and dangerous than many seasoned veterans in the military. Xiao Liuli set her cup down. Her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. A month, merely a month's time. A youth previously deemed a martial arts failure had not only acquired the strength of a martial artist, but could also instill a sense of danger in a battle-hardened lieutenant? Was it the result of those 3 vital energy pills? How could that be possible? 3 mid-grade vital energy pills could hardly yield such a transformative effect. In that moment, an array of mysteries cloaked the figure of that young man, and an intense curiosity, like a vine, began to flourish wildly within her heart. After a prolonged silence, she gazed at the projection of Lieutenant Li and issued a brief command. Understood. I will attend tomorrow's selection. Yes. Lieutenant Li snapped to attention, and the communication was promptly severed. In the spacious room, only Xia Liuli remained. She walked to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city below. Aglow with lights like a sea of stars, her cold eyes reflecting a hint of indescribable complexity. Meanwhile, in the single dormitory of Base 7, Gu Fangchen sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed in meditation as he repeatedly deliberated over the insights gained from his sparring with Liu and Zhang, as well as the essence of the Broken Army 7 kills soared in his mind. Buzz. The old mobile phone on the bedside suddenly vibrated twice. Gu Fangchen slowly opened his eyes and picked up the phone. On the screen appeared a WeChat message from Ma Dong. Big brother, are you asleep? I've arrived in the capital city of magic. It's so damn bustling here. I found a temporary place to stay and finally settled in. Just wanted to let you know I'm safe. Immediately followed were the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th messages. Big brother, I'm a little lost. It seems none of my relatives are willing to take me out. Everyone here is so impressive, with my lack of strength and background. It feels like my only option is to do menial labor. You're so capable. Could you possibly guide me? I'm Ma Dong. Don't want to spend my life as a doormat. The messages brimmed with the trepidation of a newcomer to the big city and uncertainty about the future. Gu Fangchen gazed at the messages, lost in contemplation. Ma Dong was slick and clever, but fundamentally not a bad person. More importantly, he understood the importance of timing and was grateful for favors. To have such a person engage in menial labor would be a sheer waste. With this thought, Gu Fangchen resolved to act, his fingers swiftly typing a line of text before sending it. In this world, aside from a martial artist's own strength, what do you think is the most valuable asset? As soon as the message was sent, Ma Dong responded almost instantaneously. Money? Power? Or perhaps divine weapons? Gu Fangchen smiled and continued typing. It is information. What do martial artists require? Techniques, elixirs, weapons, materials from exotic beasts. Where do these items originate? From battlefields, from ruins, from secret realms. When are high-value missions released? Which team is recruiting new members? Which exotic beast materials have recently skyrocketed in price? All of this constitutes information. Your greatest advantage is not your strength, but rather your keen eyes and agile legs. You jest about being a jinx, but that is precisely your greatest asset. Because you have encountered more diverse people and experiences than anyone else. Stop fixating on doing menial labor. Visit mercenary guilds, martial arts schools, bars, and trading markets. Listen, observe. And remember, gathering those fragmented pieces of information that others dismiss, meticulously organizing, filtering, and verifying them, only to sell them to those who need it most. Starting with running errands for low-ranking martial artists, gradually establishing your network and credibility. When everyone recognizes that seeking out Ma Dong equates to receiving the most timely and accurate information, you will no longer be seen as inconsequential. Chapter 28. The selection is about to begin. After sending these few lines, Gu Fangchen set his phone aside and closed his eyes once more. He had illuminated the path for Ma Dong. How far he could go now rested solely on his own fortune. Meanwhile, in a cramped and damp rented room far away in the city of Mo, Ma Dong stared blankly at the text on his phone screen. as if struck by a thunderbolt, leaving him utterly bewildered. Information. Yes, it was information. He abruptly slapped his thigh, a newfound brilliance igniting in his eyes. All his previous confusion and anxiety vanished in an instant. It felt as though he had discovered the direction of his lifelong endeavor, murmuring to himself, his gaze growing ever brighter and more resolute. Brother, you are truly the greatest benefactor of my life. He read the message from Gu Fangchen 10 times, word for word, trembling with excitement, his fingers flying over the screen as he sent another message to Gu Fangchen. Brother, I understand. I completely understand. Rest assured, if I, Madong, fail to make something of myself, I shall come to see you with my head in hand. This kindness, I know not how to repay. Not long after the message was sent, Gu Fangchen's reply appeared, succinct and calm as ever. There is no need for repayment. Living well is the best gratitude you can offer me. Ma Dong felt a warmth in his eyes as he read this message. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly replied, Yes, brother, please rest early. Wishing you a successful selection tomorrow, soaring to great heights. Gu Fangchen responded, you should rest early too. With that, Gu Fangchen set his phone aside and closed his eyes. The next morning, as the clarion call of the military camp rang out punctually, Gu Fangchen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze clear and focused. After a night of recuperation, he had regained his peak condition. The atmosphere at the border fortress today was noticeably more fervent than usual. In the square, free martial artists from various shelters and nearby base cities gathered in groups, all heading towards the central training ground. They were all there to participate in today's squad selection. Gu Fangchen donned a clean tracksuit, blending into the crowd, appearing unremarkable. He sat alone in a corner of the cafeteria, quietly consuming a simple breakfast. Just then, a slight commotion arose at the entrance of the cafeteria. The young officer, Second Lieutenant Li, who had received him the day prior, strode in, impeccably dressed in military uniform, flanked by a squad of elite soldiers. His sharp gaze swept across the room, pointedly ignoring the eager martial artists who attempted to approach him, ultimately fixing his gaze on Gu Fangchen in the corner. Whispers erupted around them. Isn't that Second Lieutenant Li, responsible for elite recruitment? Why is he personally in the cafeteria? It seems he is here to escort some important figure. Under the puzzled scrutiny of the crowd, Second Lieutenant Li made his way through the throng, directly approaching Gu Fangchen's table, standing tall and saluting sharply. Mr. Gu, the time is nigh. I have been ordered to escort you to the central training ground. The respectful address of Mr. Gu rendered the previously boisterous cafeteria silent for a brief moment, all eyes converging on the youth clad in inexpensive athletic wear, leisurely sipping his milk. Mister? Who is that kid? Second Lieutenant Li is addressing him respectfully. Could he be some general's relative here to gain experience? A barrage of incredulous, envious, and confused gazes, akin to searchlights, fell upon Gu Fangchen. Yet Gu Fangchen seemed oblivious. He set down his milk, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and calmly rose. Thank you. With that, he followed Second Lieutenant Li, stepping out of the cafeteria amidst the complex gazes of the martial artists. Outside, a black military SUV awaited them. The vehicle roared to life, speeding towards the central training ground. The scene there was already buzzing with excitement. Hundreds of martial artists congregating outside the grand dome-shaped building, eager and varied in demeanor. As the black military SUV, bearing special plates, halted at the entrance, it instantly captured the attention of the entire assembly. The door swung open, and Gu Fangchen, clad in his modest athletic attire, emerged. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd, which soon erupted into hushed conversations. Second Lieutenant Li swiftly exited the vehicle, hastening to Gu Fangchen's side, bowing deeply once more, his tone respectful. Mr. Gu, my task is complete. I wish you success in the selection and may you triumph. Gu Fangchen nodded. Only then did Second Lieutenant Li turn and quickly depart in the vehicle. With his exit, Gu Fangchen found himself entirely alone, exposed to the scrutinizing gazes of hundreds. What is this? Such pretentiousness. I thought it was some big shot, but it's just this? Clad in cheap clothing, having a lieutenant open doors and bowing. Who is he trying to impress? A few seasoned free martial artists did not bother to conceal their disdain, their tones dripping with sarcasm. Enough about him. Let us not waste our time. One suddenly adopted a fawning smile, gesturing towards a figure surrounded by admirers not far off. See that? That's the real big shot. Young Master Zhao from the Zhao group, Zhao Tianhao. The crowd immediately turned their attention. A tall, handsome young man was indeed being encircled by a throng of admirers. He donned the latest Songlong series combat uniform, a deep blue hue that exuded value. I heard young Master Zhao is determined to secure a spot in the Songlong Special Forces. Of course, young Master Zhao is on the verge of breaking through to a high-tier martial artist, and with the Zhao family's resources, joining an elite team is practically guaranteed. Zhao Tianhao basked in the flattery surrounding him, a self-satisfied smile gracing his face. His casual gaze swept over to Gu Fangchen, who stood alone not far away, curling his lips into a dismissive smirk. In these times, there are always some lowly individuals who believe that with a little underhanded connection, they can leap to greatness. His voice, though soft, was perfectly audible to those nearby. Little do they know, In the face of absolute strength, all flashy tricks are mere jokes. This remark was clearly directed at Gu Fangchen. Yet Gu Fangchen didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, instead seeking a quiet corner against the wall. Closing his eyes to rest, his indifferent demeanor, in Zhao Tianhao's eyes, was interpreted as insecurity and impotent rage. Just then, look, over at the entrance. A sharp gasp and commotion erupted from the crowd. The previously noisy training ground fell silent in an instant, all eyes turning towards the entrance. The crowd parted as if commanded by Moses, instinctively shifting to the sides. A figure draped in fiery red, surrounded by a retinue of loyal guards, approached with a slow grace. The innate aura of power she exuded, coupled with her breathtakingly cold beauty, rendered her akin to a blazing sun amidst the night, instantly capturing the attention of every individual present. It was none other than the Crimson Flame Dragon Spear, Xiao Liuli. Chapter 29. Have you not eaten? Heavens! How could she possibly be here at our new recruit selection event? Goodness! She is 1,000 times more exquisite in person than on screen. Mother! Mother! The atmosphere erupted into sheer frenzy. Every warrior, regardless of gender, gazed upon the approaching figure with a fervor bordering on idolization. Zhao Tianhao's breath hitched sharply. Then, an unprecedented wave of ecstasy surged through him. He hastily adjusted his expensive battle attire, straightened his back, and donned what he believed to be his most charming and confident smile. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Xiao Liuli's frosty phoenix eyes swept across the gathering. Ultimately, she strode directly towards Zhao Tianhao, step by deliberate step. Goodness! Miss Xia is heading straight for young Master Zhao. As expected, only someone of young Master Zhao's caliber deserves Miss Xia, a match made in heaven. The crowd erupted once more into whispers of envy. Zhao Tianhao's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. He beheld the stunning figure drawing closer, filled with an unparalleled sense of pride and elation. How beautiful! She walks towards me. He had even prepared an opening remark, eager to greet the most radiant jewel of the magic capital's military base in the most perfect manner. As he pondered, Xiao Liuli's steps finally came to a halt before him. Zhao Tianhao beamed what he considered to be his most dazzling smile, ready to speak. Miss Xia. But instead of the goddess's favor, he was met with a swift and resounding crimson blur. Smack! The sharp crack of a slap reverberated through the air, sending chills down the spines of all present. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhao Tianhao's handsome face contorted grotesquely, as if struck by a speeding freight truck, and he was sent spinning backward. Thud! He crashed into the crowd several meters away, toppling several onlookers. As he landed, he rolled multiple times before coming to a stop. One side of his face visibly swollen, a vivid red handprint emblazoned across his left cheek. Silence engulfed the arena. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the exquisite figure who remained poised with her hand raised, their minds utterly blank. Zhao Tianhao, too, was rendered completely dazed. Struggling to rise, he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with teeth, his face a mask of agony and incredulity. Miss Xia, he wished to ask why. To understand, to unleash his fury. But before he could articulate another word, Xiao Liuli's icy silhouette reappeared before him like a specter, still without uttering a single word. Xiao Liuli's long, elegant leg shot upward, tracing a sharp arc in the air, transforming into a powerful kick that struck the other side of Zhao Tianhao's face with ferocity. Thwack! The thunderous impact made every heart in the vicinity skip a beat. Zhao Tianhao was once again sent flying. This time, he could not even rise. Lying on the ground, stars dancing before his eyes, utterly bewildered by the beating he had just received. Before he could recover from the searing pain and dizziness, a foot clad in fiery red combat boots mercilessly pressed down on his chest, pinning him firmly to the ground. Next, Xiao Liuli leaned down, seizing the collar of his expensive battle uniform, dragging him across the ground like a ragged dog, leaving a long trail behind. Under the gaze of hundreds, who looked on as if witnessing a ghost, she unceremoniously towed the once mighty Zhao family scion to the least conspicuous corner of the training ground. She brought him before a boy clad in cheap athletic wear who had not even bothered to glance up throughout the entire commotion. Thud! Xiao Liuli flung the dazed Zhao Tianhao at Gu Fangchen's feet. Then, her furious, icy gaze bore down on the fallen Zhao Tianhao, her voice piercingly cold, resonating throughout the arena. Apologized to him. Boom! The crowd erupted in chaos. Everyone regarded the boy leaning against the wall with an air of reverence, their hearts swelling with tumultuous waves of astonishment. Who on earth is this? That is Zhao Tianhao, the heir of the Zhao group. Xiao Liuli has publicly reduced him to a wretched state and is now demanding an apology from him. On the ground, Zhao Tianhao finally regained his senses from the shock, an overwhelming sense of humiliation and rage surging within him. He was the Zhao family's young master. Never before had he endured such treatment. Xiao Liuli, he hissed through clenched teeth, his swollen lips barely forming the words, his gaze venomous. Do not push your luck. My Zhao family. He could not finish his sentence before several black-clad bodyguards from the Zhao family, who had been on standby, reacted immediately, stepping forward. their energy surging as they attempted to shield Zhao Tianhao. But as they moved, Xiao Liuli's guards appeared before them in an instant, like a flash of lightning. Buzz. A weighty aura of energy, more formidable than theirs, descended upon them like a mountain. The bodyguards' faces drained of color, their legs turning to jelly, barely able to stand, let alone advance. They recognized that these were the elite Crimson Flame Guards of the Xia family, each one a battle-hardened peak-level warrior. They were no match for these first-tier warriors. Miss Xia is conducting business. Outsiders, step aside. One of the Crimson Flame Guards spoke in a frigid tone, devoid of any emotion. The bodyguards broke into a cold sweat, too intimidated to move an inch. Seeing this, Xiao Liuli turned her icy gaze back to Zhao Tianhao. Her expression unyielding. She slowly raised her long, beautiful leg once more and delivered another brutal kick, this time to Zhao Tianhao's abdomen. Thud. Zhao Tianhao let out a muffled groan of pain, curling up like a shrimp, nearly retching his last meal. I shall say this again. Xiao Liuli looked down at him, her voice imbued with an unassailable authority. I am not negotiating with you. This is an order. Apologize. Zhao Tianhao, racked with agony, gazed upon the breathtaking yet frigid visage before him, then glanced at his bodyguards, who were restrained and unable to move. All his pride and indignation were finally eclipsed by a profound sense of fear. He understood that if he did not relent today, he might truly be beaten to death right here. Trembling, he reluctantly squeezed out 3 words through gritted teeth. I am sorry. His voice was barely a whisper, filled with unending resentment and unwillingness. But Xiao Liuli appeared to be deaf to his plight, merely tilting her head slightly, her frosty phoenix eyes meeting his. Her tone impassive. Such a feeble voice. Have you not eaten? Chapter 30. I said I can't hear you. Silence descended upon the arena. It was evident to all that Xiao Liuli had no intention of sparing Zhao Tianhao. Today, she seemed resolute in her desire to humiliate him, pressing his face into the ground and rubbing it mercilessly. Zhao Tianhao's complexion instantly turned a deep shade of purplish red, and humiliating tears welled up in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms. Noticing his silence, Xiao Liuli intensified her pressure, the heel of her combat boots slowly grinding against his ribs. A faint crack echoed through the air. Zhao Tianhao emitted a suppressed groan of pain, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. What did you say? I can't hear you. Are you deaf? Xiao Liuli's voice remained icy, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Under the dual torment of excruciating pain and fear, Zhao Tianhao's psychological defenses crumbled entirely. He dared not harbor any resentment or hope. And with every ounce of strength he could muster, he screamed, I'm sorry. This cry resonated throughout the venue, filled with desperation and pleading. Oh, I heard that. Xiao Liuli nodded in satisfaction, though the coldness on her face showed no signs of thawing. In this moment, all present believed that the tumult would soon come to an end. However, Xiao Liuli's subsequent actions left everyone in a state of shock once more. She casually waved her hand at the guards behind her. Take this person away. Yes. A member of the Red Flame Guard immediately stepped forward, hoisting Zhao Tianhao off the ground. Notify the selection department. Xiao Liuli continued. Zhao Tianhao is permanently disqualified from joining the Dragon Country Military District. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment once more. Zhao Tianhao was bewildered. He shouted incredulously, Hey, what do you mean? On what grounds do you revoke my qualification? Clearly, Xiao Liuli had no intention of providing an explanation. She paid him no mind, merely raising her gaze to scan the crowd with her sharp phoenix eyes. Finally, her gaze settled on a few martial artists who had previously praised Zhao Tianhao with condescension. She pointed her slender fingers at them, one by one. You. The martial artists who were singled out turned as pale as death, trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Liuli slowly uttered a single word, scram. As soon as the word left her lips, the Red Flame Guards sprang into action. Their figures blurred into indistinct shadows as they swiftly rushed into the crowd. Before the singled-out martial artists could react, they felt a chill at their necks, and in an instant, they were lifted off the ground. The Red Flame Guard, uninterested in exchanging pleasantries, seized them 2 at a time, as if they were mere chickens, dragging them from the crowd and unceremoniously tossing them by Zhao Tianhao's side. The entire process took no longer than 3 seconds, efficient and devoid of any semblance of warmth. Once the Red Flame Guard completed their task, they returned to stand behind Xiao Liuli, perfectly poised, as if nothing had transpired. Outside the central training arena, a profound silence enveloped the space. Hundreds of martial artists, suddenly hushed, bowed their heads, not daring to breathe, fearful that they might be next in line for punishment. Those who had previously reveled in the spectacle, gossiping and harboring jealousy, now found themselves engulfed in overwhelming dread. They finally understood that this red flame dragon spear was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also possessed an overwhelming strength that inspired despair, unyieldingly ruthless. In her presence, not even the Zhao family's 3rd young master or the mightiest of kings would dare challenge her authority. Zhao Tianhao, thrown to the entrance, glared at Xiao Liuli's retreating figure, his eyes filled with rage. Xiao Liuli, just you wait. The resentment and fury within him reached a fever pitch. Yet, he dared not unleash it directly at her. Instead, he directed his spiteful gaze at the corner where a certain figure had not once glanced in his direction. He did not know the name or background of the young man clad in humble attire. However, he was acutely aware that all the humiliation he had endured today stemmed from him. Damn it, I must make him pay, Zhao Tianhao declared to the bodyguards who had just been thrown out alongside him, struggling to rise from the ground. He turned and led his equally disheveled subordinates out of the training arena. Although Zhao Tianhao and his entourage had departed, the atmosphere outside the arena did not ease. Rather, it descended into an even more peculiar silence. Xiao Liuli's frosty gaze swept across the crowd, her delicate brows knitting together as she coldly admonished, "What are you staring at? Do you have nothing better to do? Do you wish to be thrown out like them?" Her voice, akin to a chilling wind in winter, sent shivers through everyone, abruptly awakening them from their stupor. "And no, we don't. Please, Miss Xia, forgive us." Hundreds of martial artists scattered like frightened birds, no longer daring to linger, rushing into the central training arena to obediently form a line and wait. In an instant, the previously bustling scene was reduced to just Xiao Liuli, her guards, and the seemingly detached Gu Fangchen. Once the area was cleared, Xiao Liuli strode confidently toward Gu Fangchen. "What brings you here?" Her voice carried a hint of curiosity that she herself had not recognized. Meeting her probing gaze, Gu Fangchen replied nonchalantly, "Am I not allowed to be here?" "You." Xiao Liuli was momentarily taken aback by his indifferent demeanor, her elegant brows arching slightly, the corners of her mouth twitching. Growing weary of idle chatter, she extended her slender fingers and boldly pressed them against Gu Fangchen's chest and arm, a surge of pure vitality coursing through her touch, swiftly assessing his physical condition. In the next moment, surprise flickered in her eyes. His vitality was robust, his foundation solid, and the density of his muscles and bones surpassed that of many martial artists of the same rank. This body harbored explosive power. Retracting her hand, Xiao Liuli fixed her cold gaze on Gu Fangchen. "Your meridians are unblocked?" Gu Fangchen nodded. "How did that happen?" Xiao Liuli pressed, her curiosity piqued. For her, it was fascinating to uncover how someone deemed a martial arts failure, with congenital blockages, could defy fate so remarkably. Chapter 31, Gifted Beyond Measure. Gu Fangchen met her gaze, a serene smile gracing his lips. "I owe it to the stone body refining technique you gifted me." Stone body refining technique? Xiao Liuli was taken aback. Disbelief etched across her face. How could that rudimentary, commonly available body refining method possibly unblock meridians? It was the simplest and least demanding technique, requiring minimal talent, even accessible to non-martial artists. How could it yield such miraculous results? Gu Fangchen shrugged, remaining noncommittal. "Who knows? Perhaps I am simply gifted." Xiao Liuli. She felt momentarily at a loss for words. A sudden awkwardness enveloped the conversation. Taking a deep breath, she forcibly quelled her inner turmoil and shifted the topic to regain control. "How far have you progressed? What level have you reached?" In her view, if Gu Fangchen had managed to enter the realm within a month and mastered the first level, it would already be considered a miracle. Gu Fangchen pondered for a moment before responding honestly, "The 6th level." As the words left his lips, Xiao Liuli was struck as though by a bolt of divine lightning, her entire being frozen in place. It was not only her. Even the few stoic Qian guards behind her, known for their icy demeanor, trembled violently. Though their heads were bowed, the slight quiver at the corners of their eyes and the sudden constriction of their pupils betrayed the tumultuous storm raging within them. As Xiao Liuli's personal bodyguards, they understood better than anyone what the 6th level of the rock-solid body refining technique entailed. Xiao Liuli's exquisitely beautiful face, usually as cold as a glacier, was now wide-eyed in astonishment. Her crimson lips parted as she struggled to close them. What? Her voice trembled, a reflection of her shock. "The 6th level? How is that possible? I, Xiao Liuli, possess the military's most esteemed mental prowess, recognized as a once-in-a-century martial prodigy in Magic City. Yet even I took 2 months to progress from novice to the 6th level when I practiced this technique. And now, this individual had achieved it in less than half that time." Her first instinct was disbelief. Her sharp phoenix eyes narrowed, filled with scrutiny and skepticism. Was this person merely boasting? To validate her suspicions, she extended her hand once more, this time without reservation. An even more refined and potent surge of vital energy surged into Gu Fangchen's body. She intended to personally ascertain the level of his technique's operation, ensuring that his feeble lies would be laid bare before her. However, in the next instant, Xiao Liuli's expression shifted from scrutiny to shock, then from shock to suspicion, ultimately solidifying into a state of disbelief. As her vital energy coursed through Gu Fangchen's meridians, she could distinctly perceive that the formidable force within him was operating with an unparalleled mastery, flawlessly navigating the intricate pathways of the 6th level. In fact, the fluidity of his movements and control over his power surpassed even her own in her prime. It was indeed the 6th level, and one with an exceptionally solid foundation. Bzzz. Xiao Liuli's mind went blank, as if struck by a powerful blow, rendering her utterly dazed. She abruptly withdrew her hand, as if jolted by electricity, instinctively stepping back. In her usually composed and confident phoenix eyes, only confusion and self-doubt remained. Meanwhile, the stoic Qian guards, witnessing their young mistress in such a state of disarray, exchanged alarmed glances, recognizing the tremors of a seismic shock within her. At that moment, a tall, composed middle-aged man adorned with the rank of captain approached swiftly. He was Chun Feng, the leader of the Qian guards. "Miss Xia," Chun Feng said as he reached her side, bowing respectfully, then casting a glance at Gu Fangchen. He reported, "The selection is about to commence. According to protocol, Mr. Gu must immediately register, or he will be deemed absent." Upon hearing this, Xia Liuli finally snapped back to reality from her overwhelming shock. She inhaled deeply, forcing herself to quell the tumult within and regain a semblance of her usual composure. Nodding, she addressed Gu Fangchen. "You may go." A smile graced Gu Fangchen's face as he nodded to both her and Chun Feng. "Goodbye." Xia Liuli instinctively replied, "Goodbye." As she watched his figure fade into the entrance of the arena, she too stepped forward, preparing to follow him into the observation platform to assess the situation. "Miss Xia, please hold." Captain Chun Feng suddenly called out to her. Stopping in her tracks, Xia Liuli turned to look at him, her eyes questioning. Chun Feng's expression bore a hint of reluctance, yet he steeled himself and whispered, "Miss Xia, we just received word from headquarters regarding your marriage arrangement with the Yi family. The elder hopes for a prompt and definitive response from you." "The Yi family?" Xia Liuli's expression instantly turned frigid. In her phoenix eyes, which had only just regained their calm, a cold disdain and fury ignited, her voice echoing as if from the depths of the abyss. "When did my affairs become your concern? Leave." Chun Feng was taken aback by her sudden outburst, his entire being paralyzed in shock. Having served beside Xia Liuli for many years, he understood her temperament well. Though she was often cold, she was fair with her own, never prone to unwarranted anger. What had transpired today? Before he could ponder further, Xia Liuli had already swept away, not looking back as she strode toward the exclusive passage to the observation platform. Leaving behind a resolute and frosty silhouette, Chun Feng stood rooted to the spot, utterly dumbfounded. "Did I say something wrong?" he muttered in confusion, glancing at his two subordinates. Xia Liuli had never shown such ire towards him before. One of the Qian guards hesitated before stepping forward, speaking in a tone almost dreamy. "Captain, Miss Xia might be feeling a bit defeated because of that Gu Fangchen. What about him?" Chun Feng inquired, perplexed. The guard swallowed hard, his voice trembling. He practiced the rock-solid body refining technique and broke through to the 6th level in just 1 month. Chun Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily thinking it a ridiculous joke. Yet, upon seeing the horrified expression on his subordinate's face, his own confusion solidified. "Wait, are you serious?" Chapter 32, A Flower-Embroidered Pillow. Meanwhile, Gu Fangchen had traversed through the heavy alloy gates, stepping into the heart of the central martial arena. Before him lay an expansive arena, capable of accommodating thousands. Surrounding it were tiered spectator stands, while in the center, hundreds of independent assessment zones separated by energy shields awaited. At that moment, the arena was bustling with several hundred first-tier martial artists awaiting their assessments, gathered in clusters, their voices merging into a buzzing cacophony. As Gu Fangchen's figure appeared at the entrance, the noise around him fell abruptly silent, all eyes converging upon him. The gazes were filled with a complex array of emotions, fear, reverence, and a profound curiosity. Everyone present understood that this seemingly harmless youth and inexpensive athletic was the very individual who had humiliated the Zhao family's young master and provoked the Qian dragon lance into a public outburst. In an instant, no one dared approach him, nor did they dare to whisper. Gu Fangchen appeared oblivious to the strange atmosphere surrounding him, making his way directly toward the registration area, where a long queue had already formed. However, what transpired next showcased the true essence of his intimidating presence. As Gu Fangchen's footsteps approached the end of the serpentine line, those at the back recoiled as if encountering a terrifying creature, their faces paling, as they hastily stepped aside to clear a path. This reaction swiftly cascaded forward like a line of dominoes. The individuals positioned in the midst of the queue turned sideways, bowing their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Ultimately, as Gu Fangchen reached the forefront of the line, the imposing man who had initially stood first, his face brimming with arrogance, instantly lost all semblance of pride upon seeing Gu Fangchen. He forced a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. Taking a step back and, with a humble gesture, beckoned, "Please, esteemed sir, after you." Under the scrutiny of countless complex gazes, Gu Fangchen did not hesitate. He proceeded directly to the registration desk. The officer in charge of the registration glanced up at him, his eyes reflecting a hint of reverence. He swiftly operated the terminal and handed Gu Fangchen a metallic identification tag. "Examiner, Gu Fangchen, ID number 039. Receiving the tag, Gu Fangchen cast a brief glance at the number without dwelling on it, and made his way directly to the adjacent waiting area. As he settled into a seat, the martial artists who had previously occupied the space sprang up as if propelled by springs, instinctively distancing themselves from him by several paces. fearful of incurring the wrath of this formidable figure. Delighted by the tranquility, Gu Fangchen closed his eyes again, commencing the mental rehearsal of the recently acquired Breaking Army 7 Kills blade. For him, the waiting period was also a part of his cultivation. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, he reached a moment of enlightenment regarding the first form of the sword technique, transitioning from form to intent, and then to spirit, ultimately achieving a profound understanding. Ding! With your SSS level mental fortitude, you have completed tens of thousands of rehearsals in the spiritual realm, successfully grasping the essence of the Breaking Army 7 Kills blade. The Breaking Army 7 Kills blade has been successfully initiated, comprehending the first kill, breaking the formation. As the system's notification faded, Gu Fangchen slowly opened his eyes. His gaze remained tranquil, yet deep within, a cold and domineering intent to kill simmered. Akin to a legendary weapon recently quenched in blood, quietly awakening. He even harbored a potent premonition that if he were to seize a blade now, he could effortlessly unleash the first form imbued with a sense of destruction. At that moment, a crackle of electricity echoed from the massive loudspeakers overhead. Subsequently, a cold and solemn female voice resonated throughout the arena. All examiners, please take note. The 2310 annual number 7 frontline base, martial artist team selection, is now officially commencing. First assessment, quality of vital energy test. Examinees numbered 001 to 020. Please proceed immediately to test Area 1. Repeating, examinees numbered 001 to 020. Please proceed immediately to test Area 1. Examinees numbered 020 to 040. Please proceed immediately to test Area 2. Repeating, examinees numbered 020 to 040. Please proceed immediately to test Area 2. Without a second thought, Gu Fangchen made his way to test Area 2. Meanwhile, the atmosphere atop the circular observation platform at the center of the arena brimmed with excitement. Here, the leaders of various elite teams from Base 7 and the officers in charge of recruitment gathered, closely monitoring the dynamics of each testing area through the holographic screen before them, seeking promising candidates to recruit. Who is this Gu Fangchen? Have we found anything out? One captain inquired, brimming with curiosity. Who knows? His file is classified as S-level. We can't access it, another lean, sharp-eyed captain replied, shaking his head. I suspect this lad is destined to make quite an impression today, with Xia Qianjin personally advocating for him, even if his abilities are mediocre. Those eager to curry favor with the Xia family will surely rush to recruit him, a definite dark horse. Indeed, another captain adorned with a scorpion tattoo concurred, nodding in agreement. Such high-profile figures are beyond our reach. Moreover, who knows if he is merely a figurehead, relying solely on his connections. Exactly. I've heard their SA candidate named Yuan Tan, whose defensive techniques are quite impressive. Several heavy infantry teams have their eyes on him. There's also a girl named Su Mei, whose agility is uncanny. She excels in dagger combat. Their discussions buzzed with speculation. Clearly, due to Xia Liuli's influence, they had positioned Gu Fangchen as a well-connected yet unproven contender. While none dared to provoke him, most held a skeptical or watchful stance regarding his capabilities. In a corner, clad in heavy armor, Zhang Qingyu listened to the chatter, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He, too, was a team captain. He had deliberately withheld information from Gu Fangchen yesterday, solely to witness the boy's astonishment upon discovering his true identity. As for being a mere figurehead, if these folks knew that this lad had mastered the rock refining body technique to the 6th level in just a month, their expressions would be priceless. With Lu Ming absent today, Zhang Qingyu could only chuckle to himself, lifting his teacup leisurely as he anticipated the unfolding drama. At that moment, the exclusive entrance to the observation platform slid open silently. A figure clad in fiery red stepped forth. In an instant, every captain, regardless of their seniority or pride, rose from their seats and rendered a precise military salute to this figure. Xia Qianjin. In response to the salute from the iron-willed captains, Xia Liuli merely raised her hand in a calm gesture, her demeanor casual, yet exuding an undeniable authority. Please, be seated. Her voice, cool as ice, resonated clearly in every ear. Yes, the captains promptly resumed their seats, yet the atmosphere of the observation platform grew even more solemn and oppressive with her presence. Xia Liuli disregarded everyone, striding directly to the center of the platform, claiming the best vantage point that had remained unoccupied, and seated herself gracefully. Her frosty phoenix eyes scanned the multitude of testing areas below, finally settling on a corner of Test Area 2, where a youth clad in inexpensive sportswear awaited quietly. Chapter 33, The Assessment commences. In the central arena, the atmosphere turned serious. A stern-faced chief examiner in military uniform ascended the high platform, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd as he intoned, "Candidates, welcome to the martial artist selection at Base 7. This selection will consist of 3 rounds, with candidates chosen based on merit. To incentivize everyone, the base has prepared rewards." The voice of the chief examiner resonated through the loudspeakers, clear and commanding. The candidate with the highest final score will receive 3,000 military merit points and a cash reward of 5 million Dragon Country currency. The second place will receive 2,000 military merit points and a cash reward of 3 million. The third place will receive 1,000 military merit points and a cash reward of 1 million. As these words echoed, the crowd erupted into a fervor, the eyes of all martial artists igniting with fervent ambition. 3,000 military merit points. How many beasts would one have to slay to accumulate that? 5 million in cash. That could buy a set of entry-level E-grade gear. I'm all in. This time, I must secure a ranking. The chief examiner, satisfied, nodded and waved his hand. Without further ado, the first assessment commences now. As his words echoed, all the participants promptly entered their designated testing zones according to their numbers. In the second testing area, where Gu Fangchen was situated, 20 martial artists stood in a line, each facing a metallic pillar half their height, topped with a fist-sized jet black crystal orb. This was the vital essence quality testing device. It does not measure the total amount of vital essence, but rather the refinement and purity of the essence, serving as the optimal standard for gauging a martial artist's foundational strength. Vital essence quality test, officially commencing. The cold, electronic voice resonated once more. All martial artists present, including Gu Fangchen, inhaled deeply and pressed their palms against the frigid crystal orb. In the next moment, they began to channel their vital essence into the orb, buzzing. At the center of the training ground, the enormous holographic display instantly illuminated, displaying the numbers and names of over 100 participants in a cascading waterfall effect, forming a real-time leaderboard. The scores of all participants fluctuated rapidly. On the observation platform, the team leaders perked up, their eyes sharp and intent, fixating on the display, eager not to miss any promising candidates. Pay close attention. There are several formidable contenders this time. Hardly had the words left their lips when the leaderboard trembled violently. One name surged from the middle of the list, rocketing straight to the top. First place, Yu Wentan, Vital Essence Quality Rating, 81 points. The announcement sparked a minor commotion among the spectators. Impressive. Starting strong with over 80 points, Yu Wentan's foundation is indeed solid. It seems this year's heavy armor team will be fiercely competitive. Below in the testing area, a towering man, as solid as an iron tower with bronze skin, gazed at his score, a proud expression unmistakably adorning his face. This was Yu Wentan. He withdrew his hand, scanning the surroundings, disdain curling his lips at those with far inferior scores. A bunch of clods. Yet, his triumphant smirk barely lasted 3 seconds. The leaderboard shifted dramatically once more. Another name, like a sword unsheathed, ascended with a more fierce momentum, instantly surpassing him. First place, Su Mei, Vital Essence Quality Rating, 83 points. What the hell? It's that dagger-wielding girl. Impressive. Her movements are elusive. I didn't expect her Vital Essence foundation to be so stable. The smile on Yu Wentan's face froze instantly. He turned sharply to a woman dressed in a tight black leather outfit, her figure alluring, a playful smile gracing her lips. Su Mei sensed his gaze. Withdrawing her delicate hand from the crystal orb, and with a slight parting of her crimson lips, her voice, though soft, dripped with sarcasm. Is this the Yu family's earthly elephant technique? I thought it would be formidable, but it turns out to be rather lackluster. Yu Wentan's expression darkened, ready to retaliate. But just then, buzz, the leaderboard erupted with an unexpected blinding light. Under the astonished gazes of all, a name from the bottom of the leaderboard began a reckless ascent. 85, 90, 95. It surged past the 90-point barrier with an overwhelming force, leaving Su Mei and Yu Wentan far behind, and the momentum showed no signs of abating. Ultimately, in the suffocating silence of the arena, the name solidified at the top. First place, Gu Fangchen, Vital Essence Quality Rating, 100 points. A perfect score, an actual theoretical maximum. In the testing area, the fury on Yu Wentan's face froze, and the sarcasm on Su Mei's lips turned rigid. Both stood as if spellbound, staring at that number, their minds blank. On the observation platform, the previously noisy discussions came to an abrupt halt. All team leaders leaned forward instinctively, their eyes locked onto the glaring 100, disbelief filling their gazes. Full marks? Is the device malfunctioning? One leader murmured. His vital essence is as refined as mercury, devoid of any impurities. His foundation is a flawless gem, exclaimed another keen-eyed officer. What the hell? It turns out he has not just a pretty face. The team leaders stood dumbfounded. In a corner, Zhang Qingyu set down his teacup, regarding that name with a knowing smile. Meanwhile, at the center, Xia Liuli's beautiful face, as cold as ice, betrayed no emotion, only a faint, elusive smile at the corners of her lips. After a brief, stunned silence, the arena erupted in chaos. Brother, you are incredible, the nearest martial artist exclaimed instinctively, his tone imbued with pure admiration. Immediately, those who had previously kept their distance from Gu Fangchen surged forward like sharks sensing blood, their faces adorned with enthusiastic smiles. Brother Gu, your foundation is remarkably solid. Truly a role model for us all. Indeed. My goodness. Not only are you talented, but you also possess striking looks. Just then, a graceful figure squeezed through the crowd. It was Su Mei, the same woman who had earlier mocked Yu Wentan. Now, any trace of arrogance had vanished from her face, replaced by a smile that oozed charm. She leaned close to Gu Fangchen, her breath fragrant like orchids. Handsome guy, you're truly impressive. After the selection, would you fancy a drink? I know a great place. Gu Fangchen kept his eyes closed, merely responding with a faint, non-committal hum, acknowledging the surrounding compliments without further elaboration. Su Mei's smile faltered, but she dared not react, retreating to the side in disappointment. Meanwhile, Yu Wentan's face was dark enough to drip water. He snorted coldly, unwilling to approach. What use is a high vital essence quality? Merely a facade, he thought disdainfully. A martial artist relies on solid offense and defense. In the upcoming defense test, I shall show him what true fortitude is. At that moment, the broadcast resounded once more. The first assessment has concluded, and the data has been recorded. Now commencing the second assessment, defense pressure test. All participants, please follow the instructions and proceed to the designated area. Chapter 34, Defense Evaluation. The second round of testing assesses pure defensive capabilities. In the center of the arena, hundreds of massive mechanical impact devices rose. Participants were required to stand on platforms and withstand attacks from the mechanical iron fists. The device would provide a final score based on the maximum impact endured. All participants took their places on their respective testing platforms. Defense pressure test, officially commencing. As the electronic voice faded, the mechanical iron fists in front of each platform roared to life, beginning with the lowest impact and incrementally increasing, striking fiercely against every martial artist on the platform. The scores on the holographic display began to fluctuate wildly. Roar! Yu Wentan bellowed, channeling his family's earthly elephant technique to its utmost, a thick, earthy golden aura enveloping him, making him seem as one with the earth. Faced with an increasingly formidable impact, his complexion flushed crimson, veins bulging. Yet his feet remained steadfastly anchored as if they were riveted to the ground, not yielding an inch. Boom. Ultimately, following a violent collision, he let out a guttural roar of exhaustion, staggering back 5 or 6 steps before he could barely regain his footing. Meanwhile, on the grand screen, his score was firmly established. Yu Wentan, defense assessment, 92 points. Excellent. Truly, the hallmark of the Yu Wen family's earthly skill. This defensive prowess is undoubtedly of the highest caliber among first-tier martial artists. The audience was awash with admiration, as Yu Wentan absorbed the astonished exclamations around him. A triumphant smile spread across his face. A fleeting glance revealed that Su Mei's defensive score was a mere 75 points, further intensifying the grin at the corners of his mouth. The first place in this round is assured. Habitually, he cast a challenging gaze towards the figure in the corner, his eyes brimming with provocation. Yet, just as he reveled in his triumph, the grand screen displayed the data representing Gu Fangchen, which continued to ascend in a steady and unstoppable manner. Unlike Yu Wentan, Gu Fangchen did not unleash a thunderous roar, nor did he evoke dazzling displays of light. He simply inhaled deeply, slightly parted his feet, and assumed the most basic horse stance. Boom, boom, boom. The impact surged furiously, swiftly surpassing the 92-point threshold. Yet the youth on the platform remained as unyielding as an ancient statue, not even the hem of his garment fluttering. Observing Gu Fangchen's silhouette, the smile on Yu Wentan's face had vanished without a trace, replaced by an ashen pallor. Ultimately, amidst the collective stupor of the onlookers, the energy gauge of the mechanical impact device peaked, emitting a strident alarm. Warning! Impact has reached the upper limit of this testing area. The grand screen displayed a breath-stealing number next to Gu Fangchen's name. Gu Fangchen, defense assessment, 100 points. Another perfect score. Another overwhelming victory. Gazing at the glaring 100 points on the grand screen, Yu Wentan felt as if the world were spinning around him. His pride in the earthly skill, his hallmark of absolute defense, had become a complete farce in the presence of this enigmatic youth. He felt utterly unworthy even to catch the other's gaze. Crack! The heart of his ambition shattered. The second assessment has concluded, and the data has been recorded. We now commence the third and final assessment, Comprehensive Combat Ability Test. All candidates, please proceed to the designated area as instructed. As the words fell, the ground in the center of the arena cracked, and a massive steel gate slowly rose, revealing a dark and profound passageway beyond. The chief examiner on the high platform coldly announced the rules. The final examination, codenamed Meat Grinder, is a desolate battlefield spanning 100 square kilometers. Within it, 3,000 beast-level creatures have been deployed. You will utilize the standard weapons provided and engage in 1 hour of free hunting. Final scores will be ranked based on the number of kills, accounting for 40 of the total score. Remember, there are safety officers monitoring the battlefield. In the event of life-threatening danger, you will be rescued, but the assessment will end, and your scores will reset to 0. Now, proceed to the armory to collect your equipment. The assessment will officially commence in 5 minutes. The instructions were succinct and clear, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of all present. particularly among those martial artists who had scored low in the previous rounds. Their eyes blazed with primal fervor. This was their sole opportunity for redemption. The armory doors swung open, and hundreds of martial artists surged forward, clamoring for their preferred weapons. This black-edged battle knife is excellent, with a steady center of gravity. Step aside. I saw it first. The scene descended into chaos. Gu Fangchen refrained from jostling for position. He waited until the crowd thinned before approaching at a leisurely pace. He walked directly to the weapon rack and casually picked up a standard alloy longsword. The blade felt slightly heavy in his hand, the cold touch sending a thrill of excitement coursing through his veins. Finally, he could slay beasts. Gu Fangchen trembled with exhilaration. 5 minutes later, all candidates were fully armed, gathered before the enormous steel gate of the battlefield. Buzz. Above the gate, a massive countdown timer illuminated in red. 10, 9, 8. Everyone's breaths quickened, gripping their weapons tightly, muscles taut, poised like coiled leopards ready to spring. Gu Fangchen stood at the back of the crowd, gently caressing the blade in his hand, his gaze tranquil as a bottomless, icy abyss. 3, 2, 1. Boom. At the instant the countdown reached 0, the 100-ton steel gate thundered open with a deafening roar, slowly rising. A chilling gust, mingled with rust and dust, rushed forth. Kill! Someone shouted. And the hundreds of martial artists surged forward like unleashed beasts, darting into the vast wasteland battlefield. They formed temporary teams of 3 or 5, or, emboldened by their skills, ventured solo, swiftly disappearing among the labyrinthine streets and towering buildings. In the blink of an eye, only Gu Fangchen remained at the entrance. He did not rush in. Instead, he stood still, slowly closing his eyes. Breath sensing activate. In an instant, a three-dimensional radar map centered around him, with a radius of 300 meters, vividly materialized in his mind. Surrounding him, hundreds of blue dots representing other candidates moved rapidly, dispersing. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the ruins, red dots symbolizing the beasts emitted a savage, bloodthirsty aura, like fireflies in the night, utterly exposed. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Gu Fangchen's mouth. In this assessment, he was the sole player wielding an all-encompassing advantage. With a swift motion, he activated Shadow Step, seamlessly merging into the shadows along the street, avoiding the routes of all other candidates, and stealthily advancing towards the area dense with red dots. While others sought prey, he was heading towards his banquet. In his eyes, there was no hint of tension, only the fervor and excitement akin to a hungry wolf spotting a flock of sheep. Chapter 35. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. In the wasteland battlefield, within a destroyed commercial street. Roar! Yuwen bellowed angrily, his heavy shield crashing against the side of a rock-skinned wild boar, sending it stumbling. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his battle axe in a heavy arc, putting forth all his strength to crack open the wild boar's tough skull with a resounding thud. Puffing and panting, having dispatched this most ordinary beast-level creature, Yuwen was already gasping for breath, sweat beading on his forehead. On the observation platform, several team leaders were monitoring the live feed from his area. This kid, Yuwen, indeed possesses commendable defense, but his offensive methods are rather singular, making him somewhat inefficient. He has a solid foundation, yet lacks agility. He is a competent heavy-armored defender, but cannot serve as a spearhead. They casually critiqued, their attention shifting to another screen. On the screen, Su Mei's silhouette appeared ghostly, her twin daggers slicing through the beast horde, emitting a chilling gleam that silently reaped lives, her efficiency evidently surpassing that of Yuwen. At the very center, Xia Luli sat in serene silence, her untouched tea before her. Her cold, phoenix-like eyes merely cast a fleeting glance over the flickering screens, betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation. The so-called dark horse of this test, in her eyes, bore no greater significance than a strayed dog by the roadside. At that moment, the director in charge of the broadcast seemed to sense the monotony of the scene. He swiftly switched angles, seeking a more captivating image. Suddenly, his finger paused. He pulled up the personal camera feed of contestant number 039, Gu Fangchen. The onlookers, including Xia Luli, instinctively directed their gazes towards him. Just a single glance plunged the entire venue into an eerie silence. On the screen, Gu Fangchen's figure resembled a deity of slaughter emerging from the depths of hell. Unlike others who cautiously hunted solitary prey, he boldly wielded his blade and leaped straight into a pack of over a dozen gale wolves. Then, upon landing, rather than retreating, he advanced. The alloy blade in his hand transformed into a silvery streak, striking forth with an unparalleled ferocity, sweeping horizontally, breaking Military 7 kill blade first form, breaking the formation. With a sickening thud, the two gale wolves that dared to block his path were cleaved in two before they could even utter a cry of despair. Scalding blood mixed with shattered innards erupted forth, splattering Gu Fangchen from head to toe. Yet, he remained unfazed, standing amidst the pool of blood, his face not displaying an ounce of fear, but rather adorned with an exuberant, almost ecstatic smile. He was laughing. What the hell? Is he truly laughing? WTF? Why? Is he relishing the slaughter? The spectators on the viewing platform were left dumbfounded, a chill coursing from their spines to the crown of their heads. Even Xia Lu Li, whose eyes were typically as tranquil as a still pond, widened slightly in astonishment. On the battlefield, Gu Fangchen's mind resonated with a melodious notification. Ding. Killed beast-level monster, Gale Wolf, 1100. Plunder successful, health points 5. Ding. Killed beast-level monster, Gale Wolf, 2100. Plunder successful, health points 5. Ding. Killed beast-level monster, Gale Wolf, 3100. Plunder successful, health points 5. Health points, 10, 30, 15, 1200 points. Feeling the warm surge within him, far more potent than during the slaughter of pigs, Gu Fangchen's eyes instantly sparkled. Indeed, 5 times more than killing wild boars. Could it be that these beasts were vibrant and full of life, unlike the half-dead creatures from the kitchen? Thus, the plundered health points were greater. This thought ignited the prairie of desire within him like a spark. He became even more exhilarated in his killing spree. Roar. The surrounding gale wolves were thoroughly incensed by the scent of blood, launching themselves at him from all directions, their sharp claws slicing the air with lethal glimmers. Gu Fangchen's expression hardened, activating shadow steps beneath him, his form transforming into a blurred afterimage, gracefully maneuvering amidst the onslaught of wolves. Each of his evasions was perfectly timed to dodge deadly attacks. Meanwhile, the blade in his hand became the most efficient scythe of death. With a swift slash, a gale wolf attempted a sneak attack from behind, but without turning his head, he countered with a reverse strike, piercing precisely from the creature's jaw through to its skull. Withdrawing the blade, he advanced and pivoted, delivering a powerful downward slash. Crack! Another gale wolf lunging at him was cleaved in half from head to tail. Its sturdy spine crumbled beneath his blade, as fragile as rotting wood. The crisp sound of shattered bones mingled with the dull thud of blade meeting flesh, composing a primal, bloody symphony of death. He no longer adhered to any formal techniques. Each swing and thrust was executed with sheer simplicity and utmost efficiency. In less than a minute, the pack of wolves, which would be lethal to any other first-tier martial artist, lay scattered as a field of mangled corpses. Ding. Killed beast-level monster, Gale Wolf, 16,100. Plunder successful, health points 5. Ding. Killed beast-level monster, Gale Wolf, 17,100. Plunder successful, health points 5. Ding. Killed beast-level monster, Gale Wolf, 18,100. Plunder successful. Health points 5. Health points, 1105, 75, 1200 points. Gu Fangchen stood amidst the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, savoring the sensation of warmth flooding his body. Exhilaration coursing through him. He slowly lifted his head, shaking off the last drop of blood from his blade, his gaze drifting over the ruins towards the horizon. On his radar map, more red dots were converging. He grinned widely, revealing teeth starkly white against the blood, and laughed once more. This scene was captured clearly by the broadcast camera, sending shivers down the spines of the captains watching. Chapter 36, Madness of Slaughter. On the viewing platform, an oppressive silence reigned. Gulp. Someone, not identified, struggled to swallow, shattering the stillness. Is this boy even human? One captain's scalp prickled. While others trembled in terror at the thought of Bat, they discovered an uninvited guest, reeking of blood, whose scarlet eyes instantly locked onto Gu Fangchen. The heavy iron hooves scraped against the ground as it launched a collective charge. The earth trembled with a resounding roar. Faced with this terrifying momentum capable of reducing an armored vehicle to scrap, any rational contestant would instinctively choose to evade. Yet Gu Fangchen revealed a chilling smile once more. Instead of retreating, he dragged the blade behind him and boldly charged towards the onrushing tide of steel. Bang! He collided fiercely with the foremost iron-skinned rhinoceros. The dull thud made the hearts of those in the viewing stand skip a beat. However, the anticipated scene of the man being sent flying did not unfold. Gu Fangchen's feet were anchored like solid rock, and he braced himself against the several-ton iron beast with sheer determination. The rhinoceros's formidable impact crashed against him. Yet it was as if it had struck a bottomless abyss, failing to budge him even an inch. Gu Fangchen's gaze sharpened, and his arm muscles surged with vigor. He unleashed the full might of the rock refinement technique and brutal physique. The alloy-worn knife in his hand, imbued with immense force, rose high before cleaving down towards the center of the rhinoceros's skull. Crack! The sound of splintering bone echoed, a grating noise that set teeth on edge. The rhinoceros's formidable skull, which could withstand the charge of a freight train, was split apart as if it were mere paper before his unyielding strength. The blade pierced cleanly through. Ding! Slayed the beast-level anomaly, iron-skinned rhinoceros, 1100. Plunder successful, vitality points 8. Vitality points, 11, 13, 8, 1200. A single strike ended it. He withdrew his war knife without even glancing at the colossal carcass that collapsed, spinning around for a fierce horizontal slash. The resounding tear of thick hide and the sharp crack of bone breaking resonated almost simultaneously. Another iron-skinned rhinoceros charging from the side had its thick neck severed by 2/3. Its massive head drooping weakly, propelled by its own momentum as it tumbled away. Ding. Slayed the beast-level anomaly, iron-skinned rhinoceros. 2100. Plunder successful, vitality points 8. Vitality points, 1121, 8, 1200. He was in a killing frenzy. Gu Fangchen was utterly consumed by bloodlust. He moved like a black whirlwind of death, weaving through the lumbering herd of rhinoceroses. One slice severed a foreleg, causing it to lose balance. A kick crushed a skull, splattering red and white matter everywhere. Scalding blood rained upon him like a torrential downpour, rendering him a fearsome beast emerging from a sea of corpses. In the brief span of mere seconds, the battle concluded. Ding. Slayed the beast-level anomaly, iron-skinned rhinoceros. 18,100. Plunder successful, vitality points 8. Ding. Slayed the beast-level anomaly, iron-skinned rhinoceros. 19,100. Plunder successful, vitality points 8. Ding. Slayed the beast-level anomaly, iron-skinned rhinoceros. 20,100. Plunder successful, vitality points 8. Vitality points, 1265, 144, 2000. Realm, mid-stage first level to late-stage first level, new. As the system notification echoed, Gu Fangchen's body trembled violently. Boom. An unprecedented surge of vitality erupted within him like a flood breaking through a dam. His already broad and resilient meridians expanded further, as though a raging river surged through his veins. Every bone, every muscle, rejoiced and quaked under this newfound power. This was the late-stage first level. Gu Fangchen clenched his fists tightly, feeling the explosive energy within him teetering on the brink of eruption, sending shivers down his spine. He redirected his gaze to the panel. Ding. Slayed the beast-level anomaly, iron-skinned rhinoceros. 20,100. Plunder successful, vitality points 8. It was then he realized that each iron-skinned rhinoceros he defeated yielded 8 points of vitality, whereas the swift wolf had only provided 5 points. So that's it. Even among beast-level anomalies, there exists a hierarchy of strength. The stronger the anomaly, the greater the vitality it offers. This is quite reasonable. He glanced over the system panel once more. Swift wolf kill progress, 18,100. Iron-skinned rhinoceros kill progress, 20,100. He was still far from acquiring the talents of both species. It seemed that for the time being, he needed to focus on securing these two talents. Just as Gu Fangchen was formulating his next monster-slaying strategy, a crackling sound filled the air. Above the ruined battlefield, a massive loudspeaker crackled back to life. Following that, the cold and solemn voice of the chief examiner resonated throughout the meat grinder arena. Attention all contestants, we are announcing the real-time hunting leaderboard. First place, contestant 039. Gu Fangchen, number of kills, 38. Second place, contestant 021. Su Mei, number of kills, 8. Third place, contestant 007. Yuan Tan, number of kills, 5. A wave of shock swept across the arena. Chapter 37, Brutality. Too brutal. The announcement landed like a heavy bombshell in the hearts of all contestants. Near the ruins of a collapsed building, several martial artists, who had just banded together to defeat a beast, were gasping for breath when they heard the broadcast. Their expressions instantly frozen. Did I hear that correctly? First place with 38 kills. What kind of joke is this? We 5 teamed up and fought tooth and nail just to take down 3, and he alone has taken down 38. What the hell? Is Gu Fangchen a man or a ghost? It was one thing to dominate the previous 2 tests, but now he asked this monstrous in actual combat. How did he find so many anomalies? This is unreasonable. In an instant, every contestant within the battlefield who heard the broadcast was left dumbfounded. All their fighting spirit and hopes were crushed beneath that unreachable number, leaving behind only endless terror and helplessness. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the ruined battlefield, beneath the shadow of a tall building, a figure cloaked in black stood quietly. When the broadcast echoed, there was not a flicker of emotion on his face hidden beneath the hood. He shifted, drifting through the shadows of the ruins like a specter. Moments later, he arrived at an area surrounded by the debris of 3 towering buildings. This was the weakest blind spot in the entire battlefield's surveillance network. Confirming that the area was clear, the man in black slowly crouched down. He produced a pouch made from unknown beast hide from his bosom and poured out a handful of black powder, exuding an eerie aura. His fingers, dusted with the powder, swiftly traced intricate symbols on the ground. In no time, a formation composed of countless twisted runes took shape. Completing this, he retrieved 3 items from the pouch: a bone as dark as ink, a shriveled, withered heart still faintly pulsating, and a tuft of hair stained with dark golden blood. He carefully placed these 3 items at the 3 core nodes of the formation. Buzz! The magical formation suddenly erupted with an eerie crimson glow. As the runes upon the ground appeared to come alive, beginning to writhe slowly, an invisible wave, imbued with a sense of ferocity and a beckoning aura, emanated from the center of the formation, silently transmitting towards an unknown corner of the desolate battlefield. The man in the black robe nodded in satisfaction and rose slowly. He raised his left hand, and the seemingly unremarkable tactical watch on his wrist sprang to life, its screen illuminating instantly. Target locked. Subject 039, Gu Fangchen. Signal source confirmed. Calculating optimal route. On the watch's display, a vivid red, representing Gu Fangchen's position, flickered rapidly. The man in black glanced at the map, confirming his direction. In the next moment, his figure abruptly shifted, transforming into a shadow so swift it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, silently racing towards Gu Fangchen's location. His movements stirred not a whisper of wind, akin to the most adept assassin of the night, his intent clear and murderous intent restrained. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the ruined battlefield, in a central plaza that appeared flat as a board, the chilling howl of wolves echoed, reverberating through the air. A glance revealed that nearly 100 gale wolves had congregated in the square, surrounding the bloodied figure at its center, creating an impenetrable barrier. Faced with a horde that would send shivers down the spine of any elite squad, Gu Fangchen exhibited not an ounce of tension upon his countenance. He merely licked his lips, his eyes igniting with a ferocity more savage and bloodthirsty than that of the wolves themselves. With a sudden stomp, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, charging into the deathly sea of claws and fangs. The alloy combat knife in his grasp seemed to come alive at that moment, transforming into a silver whirlwind of death. Having received the enhancement of barbaric physique, his defensive capabilities among his peers were formidable. Thus, facing the ordinary gale wolves, he felt no need to evade. He plunged directly into the fray, allowing the claws of 3 or 4 gale wolves to rake across his flesh. Clang, clang. The jarring sound of metal clashing rang out, yet not a single mark was left upon Gu Fangchen's skin. Hard, too hard. Simultaneously, his blade, in a display of unreasonable brutality, instantaneously severed the heads of several wolves, sending them soaring into the air. Ding. Killed beast class monster, Gale Wolf, 31100. Plunder successful. Health points 5. Ding. Killed beast class monster, Gale Wolf, 32100. Plunder successful. Health points 5. Ding. Killed beast class monster, Gale Wolf, 33100. Plunder successful. Health points 5. Health points 1340, 75, 2000. A warm flow surged within him, enhancing his momentum rather than diminishing it. He utterly forsook defense, unleashing a bloody massacre among the wolves with the most ferocious and direct approach. A gale wolf leapt high from behind him, attempting to ambush his neck. Gu Fangchen did not turn his head. Instead, he swiftly extended his left hand backward, seizing the wolf's throat with a grip as ironclad as a vice. Then, with a violent squeeze in midair, crack, the vertebrae shattered. He casually wielded the warm carcass as a weapon, swinging it forcefully towards another group of approaching wolves. Bang, bang. 2 gale wolves were smashed, their bones snapping and bodies hurtling away. Before they could touch the ground, Gu Fangchen's figure was already like a shadow, the blade in his hand flashing past. 2 massive wolf heads soared into the air. The entire plaza had transformed into a macabre slaughterhouse. Limbs and remnants flew about, blood mingling with the howls of the wolves. The black figure danced madly amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. With each swing of his knife, he sent forth a spray of scalding blood. With every step, he crushed the skull of a defiant creature beneath his feet. Brutal, too brutal. Chapter 38, The Ethereal Form. At last, as the final gale wolf emitted a desperate howl, pierced through the throat by Gu Fangchen's blade and nailed to the ground, the entire plaza fell into a profound silence. The corpses of nearly 100 beasts formed a perfect circle around him. As if devoted followers were engaged in the most ardent of worship, the warm blood pooled into streams, staining the ground beneath his feet a shocking dark red. Ding. Killed beast class monster, Gale Wolf, 98100. Plunder successful. Health points 5. Ding. Killed beast class monster, Gale Wolf, 99100. Plunder successful. Health points 5. Ding. Killed beast class monster, Gale Wolf, 100100. Plunder successful. Health points 5. Health points 1675, 375, 2000. Ding. Cumulative kill of beast class monster, Gale Wolf, 100,100. Conditions met. Initiating plunder of racial talent. Boom. A power, starkly different from the heavy sensation of barbaric physique, surged from the tips of his nerves. It was a lightness, a swiftness, as though he had shed some form of restraint. He felt, at that moment, an unprecedented buoyancy in his body, where every joint and muscle was under exquisite control, achieving a level of finesse that was utterly effortless. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the core racial talent of the Gale Wolf, Ethereal Form. Ethereal Form, passive talent, permanently enhances the host's neural reaction speed and bodily coordination, reducing energy consumption during high-speed movement and evasion, allowing you to be as light as a swallow in battle. Gu Fangchen slowly lifted his foot, executing a sidestep. If he had appeared somewhat clumsy in his evasive maneuvers before, now he felt as if he were treading upon clouds, incredibly light, so smooth, exceedingly smooth. Gu Fangchen was immensely pleased. He then tested the rotation of his wrist. The alloy combat knife felt as though it had become an extension of his arm. Weightless yet perfectly controlled. Splendid. Truly splendid. If barbaric physique had endowed him with indomitable strength and defense, then ethereal form bestowed upon him the ultimate finesse and agility to wield that power. One forceful and one supple, they complemented each other magnificently. He was now akin to a heavy tank equipped with the handling of a supercar. In the viewing stand, silence reigned. All the captains, gazing at the main screen showcasing scenes rivaling the finest Hollywood special effects, found their minds blank, even forgetting to breathe. He slaughtered them all, annihilated an entire wolf pack. A captain's voice echoed, sounding almost like a dream. Did you notice? Another captain remarked gravely. His breathing rhythm had remained consistent throughout. His stamina seems boundless. It was not just stamina. Another captain shook his head, eyes filled with bewilderment. What astonishes most should be his efficiency. Look at the replay. Every movement, every swing of the knife is devoid of any superfluous action. Remarkable. Meanwhile, at the center, Xia Liuli's cold phoenix eyes remained fixated on the bloodied figure displayed on the screen. Unwavering. Her slender, fair fingers unconsciously tapped gently on the armrest, producing a rhythmically delicate sound. For the first time, she felt an inscrutable sensation towards a peer, Gu Fangchen. She parted her crimson lips, silently uttering his name, her eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. Just as Gu Fangchen reveled in the exhilarating surge of power, a sudden furrow appeared on his brow. Something was amiss. On the radar map in his mind, a deep crimson dot, larger and more glaring than all preceding red dots combined, had inexplicably materialized at the edge of the square. That overwhelming and malevolent aura was frenzied, bloodthirsty, overflowing with a desire for destruction, a king-class mutant beast. Gu Fangchen's pupils constricted sharply. Almost simultaneously, a crackling sound erupted as the battlefield's broadcast blared once more. However, this time, the chief examiner's voice carried an unprecedented gravity and urgency. Emergency notification. Emergency notification. An unexpected situation has arisen in the examination area. A king-class mutant beast, the terror claw Tyrannosaurus, has intruded. All candidates are advised to remain calm and refrain from panic. After urgent deliberation, the examination content has been altered. We will dispatch a third-tier warrior to enter the examination area and incapacitate this king-class beast to the brink of death. On this basis, all candidates will have the opportunity to deliver the final blow. The successful slayer will directly receive a reward of 500 points. Repeat. 500 points. Boom. This announcement detonated like a nuclear bomb on the tranquil surface of a lake, instantly igniting the entire battlefield. 500 points. That equated to the hunt of 500 beast-level mutant creatures. Holy smokes. 500 points. Wasn't this practically a gift for first place? Damn it. It's all or nothing. Land that blow, and victory is mine. Let us go. Hurry to the gathering point. After a brief moment of shock, all candidates erupted with unparalleled greed and fervor. They could no longer afford to hunt the scattered beast-level mutants, swiftly redirecting their course like sharks sensing blood. Frantically surging towards the coordinates announced over the broadcast. In the northern sector of the battlefield, on an expansive, abandoned highway, a creature towering 3 stories high, resembling a Tyrannosaurus rex, yet possessing forelimbs evolved into 2 scythe-like claws, roared skyward. Each step it took cracked the hardened asphalt. The terrifying pressure of a king-class beast thickening the surrounding air into a suffocating miasma. Above it, a figure stood on a silver floating hoverboard, nimbly darting about. This was a young warrior clad in standard combat attire, his expression steely, his gaze composed. A third-tier warrior. As the other candidates arrived, panting and breathless, they beheld this scene with awe. A hoverboard. That was the distinctive equipment of a third-tier warrior. Was this the might of a third-tier powerhouse? What an intimidating presence. Chapter 39. Terror Claw Tyrannosaurus. In the air, the third-tier warrior wielded his battle blade, each swing unleashing a concentrated arc of light that struck against the terror claw Tyrannosaurus's thick scales, sending forth a shower of blinding sparks. He held back his full strength, adopting an effortless stance as he continuously wore down the beast's stamina. However, he appeared somewhat agitated. Damn it, it's so difficult to control my strength. He cursed inwardly. The orders were to injure this king-class beast to the brink of death without rendering it wholly incapacitated, leaving a challenge for the novice candidates without making it overly difficult. This was far more cumbersome than simply defeating it outright. Fine, let us do it this way. With that thought, he exerted his arms, releasing a surge of formidable vitality that transformed into a visible shockwave, crashing into the terror claw Tyrannosaurus's chest. Bang! The creature emitted a pained roar, its massive form staggering backward, cracks forming in its chest scales, blood gushing forth. That should suffice. The young warrior sheathed his blade, hovering in midair. and coldly addressed the throng of candidates below, now fervently excited. It is heavily injured. The next move is yours. Whoever claims its head shall be the champion of this examination. His words acted like the most potent stimulant, instantly igniting the greed of all present. Damn it. Let us do this. The title of champion is mine. Everyone charge. Wear it down. Yu Wentan roared, the first to raise his heavy shield and rush forward, attempting to draw the terror claw Tyrannosaurus's attention. Following closely, Sume darted like a bolt of black lightning, flanking from the side. Her dual daggers aimed at the beast's injured hind leg. The remaining 100 warriors, invigorated, shouted as they launched a frenzied assault from all directions. Yet, they ultimately underestimated the terror of a king-class beast. Roar! Even heavily wounded, the terror claw Tyrannosaurus's might remained undiminished. It violently swung its tail, akin to a steel whip. Bang! 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 The foremost warriors had no time to react before being swept aside, their bones shattered, sent flying like discarded sacks, instantly incapacitated. Next, its scythe-like claws began to thrash wildly among the crowd. Sizzle! Yu Wentan's proud heavy shield crumbled before the claws like mere paper, torn apart in an instant. He himself was struck by an irresistible force, spewing blood as he crashed into the distant ruins, losing consciousness. In an instant, screams and wails filled the air. The once formidable assault formation collapsed in disarray. In midair, the third-tier warrior frowned in dismay. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. I've battered it to this extent. And they still get bloodied. He cursed inwardly, but then sighed. Indeed, most truly promising talents had already been recruited by well-funded martial arts schools and affluent families, avoiding the perilous life of the military, who would willingly choose to live on the edge of a blade. With that, he glanced at the approaching safety personnel. Keep an eye on them. Don't let them die. Understood, the safety personnel nodded. On the observation platform, the squad leaders shook their heads in disapproval. Alas, the quality truly declines year by year. At this rate, not only will they fail to claim the final blow, but they might also face total annihilation. It seems that a victor will not emerge anytime soon. The main screen was broadcasting this brutal assault in real time, capturing everyone's attention as they were drawn to the rampaging terror claw Tyrannosaurus. Yet, several kilometers away at a street corner, Gu Fangchen abruptly halted in his tracks. For on his radar, a red that was hurtling towards him at an alarming speed. Closer and closer, Gu Fangchen turned to glance into the shadowy alley beside him, where a man clad in a black robe brandishing a dagger had charged directly towards him. In that fleeting moment of mutual gaze, both were momentarily taken aback. It was astonishing that he was not a monstrous beast. Gu Fangchen's eyes widened in disbelief. The man in the black robe, equally astonished, questioned himself. How did he detect my presence? I had clearly suppressed my murderous intent, but with the arrow on the string, it must be released. The black-robed man had no intention of halting. He lunged forward, brandishing the poisoned dagger, aiming directly for Gu Fangchen's throat. Swift, precise, and fierce. In the face of this lethal assault, Gu Fangchen's response was even swifter. He shifted his body slightly, and with the grace of his innate talent, he narrowly evaded the lethal strike. Almost simultaneously, he countered, extending his hand like a vice, gripping the black-robed man's wrist with iron-like strength. How fast? The black-robed man's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated that his opponent's reflexes and strength would far exceed his expectations. With a sudden twist of his wrist, a peculiar shockwave erupted, forcibly breaking free from Gu Fangchen's grasp, allowing him to flip backward and land with perfect poise. The two stood merely 5 meters apart, once again locked in confrontation. Without a word wasted, the battle erupted in an instant. The black-robed man flickered, transforming into several indistinct afterimages, simultaneously attacking Gu Fangchen from various angles, his poisoned dagger raining down like a shower of stars, sealing off all possible escape routes for Gu Fangchen. Yet, Gu Fangchen remained steadfast, unflinching, as he thrust his long knife into the ground. Clang! He crossed his arms, shielding himself as the rock refinement technique surged to its zenith. The sound of metal clashing rang out like a barrage of raindrops. The dagger, capable of piercing steel, struck against his arm, producing a shower of blinding sparks, leaving not even a mark behind. A flicker of horror crossed the black-robed man's eyes as he intended to retreat. However, Gu Fangchen seized upon this moment of rigidity, sweeping his right leg like a battle axe. With no means of evasion, the black-robed man could only cross his arms to block. Bang! A muffled thud resounded as the black-robed man was sent flying, rolling on the ground twice to dissipate the momentum. Meanwhile, at the observation platform, a sharp-eyed captain suddenly pointed at a split screen, exclaiming, "Look! Something seems off with camera 039. The director immediately switched the feed to the main screen. As the crowd witnessed Gu Fangchen engaged in a life-and-death struggle with a mysterious figure in black, an uproar erupted. It's the pirates. They are the same group that infiltrated the shelter last time. Damn it! Their audacity knows no bounds, daring to strike in the midst of the selection event. Xia Liuli's phoenix eyes turned icy in an instant. The chief examiner's expression darkened, and he slammed his hand on the table, bellowing into the communicator. Security Team 3. Immediately proceed to Zone D7. Target the position of Candidate 039. Capture the assassin alive. Chapter 40. Dense black smoke. Within the arena, seeing his strike miss, the black-robed man realized he had been exposed. With no chance of subduing his opponent in the short term, further engagement was futile. With that thought, he withdrew 3 black metallic spheres from his cloak and hurled them towards Gu Fangchen. Boom, boom, boom. The metallic spheres detonated midair, enveloping the entire street in a thick cloud of black smoke. In the smoke, visibility dropped to less than half a meter, obstructing most forms of perception. The black-robed man's figure vanished into the fog. Thinking of fleeing? Gu Fangchen's gaze sharpened. For one possessing breath sensing, such a ruse was utterly meaningless. On the radar in his mind, the red, representing hostility, was rapidly fleeing deeper into the ruins. Gu Fangchen seized his long knife from the ground, his figure flickering like an arrow released from its bow, unhesitatingly plunging into the thick smoke. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, a fully armed team of security personnel arrived on the scene. Report. The assassin has entered the smoke zone. The team leader relayed into the communicator. Just as his words fell, a shadow abruptly shot out from the smoke, crashing violently before them. It was the black-robed assassin. A composite alloy blade protruded from his chest, blood gushing forth, signaling that his time was running out. In the next moment, Gu Fangchen's figure emerged slowly from the smoke. He approached the black-robed man, ignoring the stunned security personnel surrounding him, and emotionlessly placed a foot upon the assassin's head. Crack! A faint sound echoed. Red and white substances splattered everywhere. The arena fell into a profound silence. The security personnel and all the captains on the observation platform stared at this scene, their minds blank. Clean, efficient, remarkably strong. In stark contrast to the shock of the others, Gu Fangchen appeared utterly composed. He withdrew the long knife from the corpse, casually wiped the blood on the black robe, and then, with the blade's tip, retrieved a small storage pouch from the lifeless body. He opened the pouch and glanced inside. A few vials of elixirs and a seemingly aged martial arts manual lay within. A modest windfall. A satisfied smile crept across Gu Fangchen's face. That laughter resonated sharply through the desolate street. For reasons unknown, the surrounding security personnel felt a chill race up their spines at the sound of his laughter, causing them to shiver in unison. Gu Fangchen raised his head, gazing at the utterly petrified security personnel, and calmly inquired, "These are my spoils of war, correct? May I take them with me?" The lead security officer finally snapped back to reality from his shock. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to regain composure, and stepped forward to accept the storage pouch from Gu Fangchen's hand. After a cursory inspection, confirming there were no items of military secrecy or special markings, he promptly communicated with his superiors. Seconds later, he received a response. "Mr. Gu," he respectfully returned the storage pouch to Gu Fangchen, a hint of reverence in his tone. "The higher-ups have instructed that according to wartime regulations, since you have slain the assassin, these spoils rightfully belong to you." "Thank you." Gu Fangchen accepted the pouch, slipping it into his pants pocket. He then bent down to retrieve the dagger, glimmering with an eerie blue toxin, from the assassin's grasp. He examined the strange blue glow on the blade, sweeping his gaze across the assassin's body until he spotted a specially crafted sheath made from exotic beast hide on his outer thigh. He swiftly tore off the sheath, and with a soft click, the poison blade fit perfectly within it. He adeptly secured this unexpected treasure, along with the sheath, to the outer side of his thigh. Completing his tasks, he nodded at the security personnel in a farewell gesture. Without any further hesitation, he flickered away like a shadow, racing towards the direction of the royal-level monstrous beast, leaving the security personnel standing in place, gazing at the headless corpse and the ever-expanding pool of blood. They glanced once more at Gu Fangchen's figure, now a mere silhouette among the ruins. For reasons unknown, a chilling sensation surged from their feet, racing up to the crown of their heads. Meanwhile, the know with each earth-shattering roar of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, a tempestuous wave of force surged forth, sending the approaching challengers tumbling in disarray. Its colossal, scythe-like claws carved deep furrows into the ground with every swing, sending shards of rock and broken weaponry flying in every direction. The entire scene was one of utter chaos. Su Mei, like a wraith, skillfully maneuvered through the fray, attempting to strike at the vulnerable joints of the beast. Yet, despite her utmost efforts, she could only leave a shallow cut upon its resilient flesh, failing to inflict any significant damage. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, seemingly enraged by this pesky insect, violently swung its tail. Bang! Su Mei felt an overwhelming force strike her, propelling her backward, where she rolled helplessly across the ground several times before managing to dissipate some of the momentum, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. Meanwhile, many others were denied even the opportunity to engage. They were paralyzed by the overwhelming aura of ferocity, their limbs trembling as they futilely hurled their weapons from a distance, unable to even tickle the colossal creature. Suspended in the air, a third-tier martial artist hovered idly, observing the chaotic scene below, his expression one of palpable impatience. A bunch of inept fools, he muttered under his breath, feeling as though his time was being squandered. On the observation platform, an array of team leaders shared his sentiments, their interest waning as they sipped tea and engaged in idle chatter, having lost all hope for the farcical display unfolding beneath them. At that moment, a figure emerged. Unlike the others, he did not rush. Instead, he approached the tumultuous battlefield with deliberate, steady strides, covered in blood yet entirely unfazed. His gaze was as tranquil as a still pond, a bloodied long knife in hand. As he advanced, those challengers who had been roaring and charging instinctively halted, as if struck by an invisible force, parting to grant him passage. Soon, Gu Fangchen reached the forefront of the melee. He surveyed the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was currently wreaking havoc, and then glanced at the surrounding challengers, their faces betraying a mixture of fear and greed, yet caught in a dilemma. He spoke slowly, "Step aside." This simple command left everyone momentarily stunned. A martial artist, recently swatted aside by the beast, struggled to rise, and, upon hearing the words, instinctively shouted, "Who the hell are you to tell us to step aside?" However, upon recognizing Gu Fangchen's face, he was struck dumb. Holy shit, Gu Fangchen. He immediately pivoted from anger to a state of extreme obsequiousness and reverence. Forgetting his injuries, he sprang to his feet and wildly gestured to those around him, his voice booming. "What are you all doing, standing there in shock? Didn't you hear Brother Gu? Step aside. Make way for Brother Gu." His shout prompted everyone around him to turn sharply. Upon recognizing Gu Fangchen, they recoiled in horror, scrambling to retreat as if they were mice confronted by a cat. In an instant, a vast, fan-shaped area was cleared. Amidst the multitude of bewildered, fearful, and incredulous gazes, Gu Fangchen, knife in hand, stepped into the death zone shrouded by the Tyrannosaurus Rex's oppressive aura. In the air, the previously impatient third-tier martial artist suddenly perked up. The team leaders on the observation platform collectively set down their teacups, leaning forward instinctively. "Oh, it's this kid? How intriguing. What does he intend to do? Is he truly challenging a king-level beast alone? Even if the dinosaur is severely injured, it's not something a first-tier martial artist can contend with alone, right? Watch closely. This kid is quite extraordinary." Zhang Qingyu's lips curled into a knowing smirk, while a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Xiao Yoli's eyes. Chapter 41, Perfect Breakthrough. On the battlefield, the massive single eye of the Tyrannosaurus Rex locked onto the diminutive human who dared to provoke it. Roar! With a thunderous bellow, it lunged forward, its scythe-like claws slicing through the air, aimed directly at Gu Fangchen. This strike had the power to flatten a tank. Yet, as the colossal claw descended, Gu Fangchen's figure suddenly shifted just before impact. Shadow step. His form blurred into a phantom, evading the violent gust of claw wind with an impossible angle. Boom. The massive claw crashed down onto the spot where he had just stood, the hardened road beneath shattering into a terrifying crater, debris scattering. With its strike missed, the Tyrannosaurus Rex became even more furious, pivoting to unleash another swipe with its other claw. But Gu Fangchen did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, lightly tapping his toes on the ground. Like a weightless leaf, he soared upward, landing deftly atop the beast's robust arm. He traversed the hard, scaled surface as if it were flat ground, racing towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex's injured chest with lightning speed. The spectators on the observation platform were utterly astounded. Is this agility truly that of a first-tier martial artist? Clearly, the Tyrannosaurus Rex had not anticipated such a tenacious opponent. It thrashed its body wildly, attempting to shake off the ant clinging to it. Yet Gu Fangchen's feet were as firmly rooted as if they had taken hold of the creature itself, steadfast against its frantic movements. At that moment, Gu Fangchen's left hand glimmered with cold light. The poisoned dagger, seized from an assassin, materialized in his grasp. He targeted the gap in the Tyrannosaurus Rex's scales. Shattered by the third-tier martial artist, his gaze sharpening. With a powerful upward swing of his right-hand long knife, he executed a domineering breaking army 7-kill knife, forcing the beast to tilt its head back. Now's the moment. The chink in its armor was fully exposed. Gu Fangchen dove downward, the poisoned dagger transforming into a streak of lightning as it plunged into the grievous wound, deep enough to see bone. Splurt! The blade pierced flesh. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus Rex emitted the most harrowing, anguished roar it had ever produced. The toxin from the dagger surged into its bloodstream and nerves. Its colossal body trembled violently, its once ferocious movements visibly slowing and stiffening. Success! Gu Fangchen offered no respite. Utilizing the recoil from the dagger's entry, he soared into the air, executing a graceful flip before landing firmly on the broad back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Then, gripping the long knife with both hands, he channeled all the surging vitality within him into the blade. Once charged, he aimed at the beast's robust neck and, with a stance akin to cleaving mountains, brought the knife down with ferocity. Crack! The terrifying sound of shattering bones reverberated throughout the arena, enough to make anyone's teeth ache. The indomitable cervical vertebrae shattered beneath the swift stroke. The thunderous roar of the Tyrannosaurus Rex abruptly ceased, its colossal head drooping lifelessly. Those crimson beastly eyes dimmed rapidly. Finally, with a thunderous crash, its mountain-like bulk collapsed to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust, and fell utterly silent. Ding! You have slain the king-level beast, Tyrannosaurus Rex. 11. Plundering successful. Vitality value 150. Vitality value 1825, 150, out of 2,000 points. Plundering successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Tyrannosaurus Rex's racial core talent, Tyrant's Fury. Tyrant's Fury, active talent. Upon activation, the host will enter a berserk state for 10 seconds, with a 30 increase in strength and resilience. Berserk? Gu Fangchen mused indifferently. At that moment, another panel materialized. Conditions for breaking through to the second tier have been fulfilled. Upon reaching the peak of the first tier, the host may choose a breakthrough method with a 100 success rate for direct advancement to the early second tier. In the future, the success rate for breakthroughs from the third to the sixth tiers will still be 100. Ordinary breakthrough. Slay a king-level beast. 11. Elite breakthrough. Slay a king-level beast. 13. Perfect breakthrough. Slay a king-level beast. 15. Breakthrough? Observing the panel before him, Gu Fangchen's mind flashed back to the information he had researched on the military computer yesterday. According to the data he had encountered online, every major realm of martial artists in this world is divided into 4 minor stages: early, mid, late, and peak. Once a martial artist's vitality cultivation reaches the pinnacle of their current realm, they encounter an invisible barrier, preventing any further progress in vitality value. To continue growing stronger, one must break through and ascend to the next major realm. This breakthrough is precisely what has ensnared countless martial artists, trapping them in a particular realm for their entire lives, a terrifying chasm. For instance, to break through from the first to the second tier, a typical martial artist must prepare the exceedingly precious heart's blood of a king-level beast, complemented with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, refined into a breakthrough elixir. Then, they must channel the ferocious energy of the beast to cleanse their meridians, which may lead to a life-altering leap in their existence. Depending on the rarity and quantity of materials used, the methods of breakthrough are generally classified into 3 types. Ordinary breakthrough, utilizing the heart's blood of a common king-level beast, with the lowest risk and highest success rate. However, post-breakthrough, the foundation becomes unstable, vitality muddled, rendering their combat power at the bottom tier among peers, and greatly increasing the difficulty of future breakthroughs. This method is referred to as a low-grade second tier. Elite breakthrough, utilizing the heart's blood of 3 different attribute king-level beasts. Balancing risk and reward, it is the choice of the vast majority of martial artists. Post-breakthrough, the foundation is solid, and strength is commendable, known as a mid-grade second tier. Perfect breakthrough, utilizing the heart's blood of 5 top-tier king-level beasts, supplemented with legendary spiritual materials. This method carries extreme risk, with a success rate of less than 10%. Failure may result in meridian damage, leading to disability, or worse, instant death. However, if successful, it forges the most perfect foundational path, with combat power greatly exceeding peers, and a future martial journey that will be clear and unobstructed. Such rare existences are referred to as high-grade second tier. Moreover, once this path is chosen, there is no turning back. For example, if one opts for an ordinary breakthrough, they must continue with this method for future breakthroughs, from second to third, and third to fourth, unless they abandon their cultivation and start anew. The same principle applies to elite and perfect breakthroughs. Once chosen, one must walk this singular path to the end. Gu Fangchen recalled distinctly that the data had specifically mentioned Xiao Yuli, one of the few among the current young generation of the military to ascend as a high-grade third-tier martial artist through a perfect breakthrough. At this moment, as Gu Fangchen gazed at the system panel before him, his mind became crystal clear. He finally understood where the true brilliance of his Slaughter-Plunder system lay. It could entirely bypass all tedious material preparations and elixir refining processes, while simultaneously obliterating the terrifying risk of failure that hovered at less than 10%. A success rate of 100. This meant that the path, regarded as perilous, only attempted by the most extraordinary, the perfect breakthrough, had transformed into a smooth and expansive avenue before him. Was there any doubt? Even a dog would choose the perfect breakthrough. In his heart, he made the sole decision. That was, he still needed 4 more king-level beasts. Chapter 42, The Undisputed Top Scholar. The entire venue fell into silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stared blankly at the dust-laden battlefield center. There, Gu Fangchen slowly descended from the enormous corpse, wielding his blade, drenched in blood, resembling a demonic deity. Clap, clap. It was unclear who was the first to snap back from the extreme shock and instinctively began to applaud. This applause, akin to stones thrown into a lake, instantly stirred 1,000 ripples. Clap, 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 clap. A thunderous round of applause erupted. All the examiners present, whether it be the envious Yuan Tan or Su Mei, now offered their most fervent applause for the young man before them, devoid of jealousy or scheming. Only pure reverence and admiration for an absolute powerhouse. At this moment, Gu Fangchen, with his overwhelming strength, conquered all present. In midair, a third-tier martial artist gradually descended. He retracted his hovering skateboard and strode confidently towards Gu Fangchen. The irritation and disdain that had previously adorned his face were now replaced with genuine admiration and appreciation. Splendid. That was an exquisite display. He did not hold back his praise, extending his hand with a hearty smile. I am Lin Feng, the captain of the Dawn Special Operations Team. It is a pleasure to meet you, Gu Fangchen. Hello. Gu Fangchen also extended his hand to shake. Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder with enthusiasm, his eyes filled with admiration, tinged with a hint of regret. What a pity. Our Dawn team just filled its roster recently. Otherwise, I would have surely invited you to join. Gu Fangchen offered an awkward chuckle, not saying much more. Suddenly, Lin Feng recalled something and added, rest assured, this Tyrannosaurus Rex was slain by your own merit, so the spoils rightfully belong to you. The Dragon Country Military District never demands additional material submissions beyond necessary task items. Shortly, I will have a safety officer assist you in collecting the materials and storing them in the temporary warehouse at the base. As he spoke, he produced a metal card engraved with special patterns and handed it over. This is a temporary access card for the warehouse. The address is on the back. You can retrieve it yourself later. Gu Fangchen accepted the card, somewhat surprised. He had anticipated the military might seize the materials of this king-level beast under various pretenses. He hadn't expected the handling to be so straightforward and efficient. This did indeed increase his favorable impression of the military. Just then, an announcement blared over the loudspeaker. The chief examiner's voice resonating throughout the venue. The final assessment has concluded. The champion has been determined. Due to the appearance of invading assassins. To ensure everyone's safety and investigate the reason for the emergence of king-level beasts, this selection process has been concluded early. The final results are determined based on the current leaderboard. First place, contestant 039, Gu Fangchen, total score, 638 points. Second place, contestant 021, Su Mei, total score, 68 points. Third place, contestant 007, Yu Wentan, total score, 53 points. All contestants, please return immediately to the central training arena. As the announcement concluded, Lin Feng swiftly directed the arriving safety personnel to expertly assist Gu Fangchen in dismembering the corpse of the fearsome clawed Tyrannosaurus. Meanwhile, the other contestants, under the protection of several safety officers, began their return. The atmosphere along the route was markedly different from their earlier journey. Contestants, who had previously regarded Gu Fangchen with a sense of reverence, now surrounded him with exuberant smiles plastered across their faces. Brother Gu, that last strike of yours was magnificent. You're truly my idol. Honestly, so dashing and powerful. Are you in need of any underlings? The kind that serves tea and runs errands. Gu Fangchen was somewhat taken aback by this sudden wave of enthusiasm and could only respond with a smile to each of them. Before long, they returned to the central training arena. As Gu Fangchen stepped out of the passageway, he noticed that the elevated platform ahead was already teeming with individuals. Dozens of fierce-looking team captains, their gazes sharp and penetrating, stood in unison. Their eyes fixated upon him as if they were a pack of hungry wolves that had just spotted a rare treasure. Brother Gu, one captain, adorned with a scorpion tattoo, came to a screeching halt before him, breathless yet beaming with fervent enthusiasm. This was the same captain who had previously dismissed Gu Fangchen as merely a decorative figure. Brother, join us, the Scorpions. All resources will be prioritized for you. Before he could finish, others surged forward. Don't listen to him. The Scorpion team endures hardships daily. Join us. The Thunderstorm. We provide the best logistical support. Brother Gu, our Iron Wall team may not be well known, but we offer the highest rewards. In a matter of moments, Gu Fangchen found himself ensnared in a whirlwind of enticing offers, inundated by a cacophony of extraordinary conditions. Just then, the cold, solemn voice of the announcement reverberated throughout the arena, instantly silencing the commotion. The assessment has concluded, and the final results have been determined. All movements ceased instinctively, and heads turned toward the giant screen. Contestant, Gu Fangchen. First item, Vitality Quality Assessment, 100 points. Second item, Defense Pressure Assessment, 100 points. Third item, Practical Combat Assessment, 638 points. As this impeccable series of scores was displayed, the arena fell into an eerie silence once more. The emotionless electronic voice paused momentarily before delivering the final result in an authoritative tone devoid of any sentiment. Overall score, first place, Gu Fangchen. Reward, 3,000 military merit points, 5 million Dragon Country currency. Boom. The arena erupted into a frenzy. The captains who had once surrounded Gu Fangchen now appeared even more fervent after a brief moment of shock. Truly the top scholar. A resounding victory. All eyes in the arena once again converged upon him, awaiting his decision. On the observation platform, Xia Lioli rested her chin on her hand, her cold, phoenix-like eyes revealing a glimmer of curiosity. She too was eager to discover what choice Gu Fangchen would make. Would he join the most resource-rich Thunderstorm? Or the team with the most illustrious military achievements, that Songlong? Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Gu Fangchen finally made his move. He disregarded the clamoring captains before him, calmly lifted his head, and scanned the direction of the observation platform, ultimately settling his gaze on Zhang Qingyu, who had just descended from the stage. He raised his hand and pointed. "I choose him." 3 words resonated clearly in every ear present. The once boisterous arena fell into an uncanny silence. All the captains were taken aback. Following the direction of his finger, their faces etched with confusion. Even Zhang Qingyu himself was left dumbfounded, standing there, pointing to himself in disbelief. "How did he know I was the captain? I never disclosed that." "What? Brother Gu, you're not joking, are you?" The scorpion captain was the first to regain his composure, his tone rife with bewilderment. "You chose Zhang Qingyu?" Another captain hastily interjected. "Brother Gu, have you thought this through? Zhang Qingyu's pioneer team is no ordinary combat unit. They are a group of madmen specialized in tackling the toughest challenges." "What?" Several newcomers gasped in astonishment. "Indeed," the captain lamented, "their mission is to eradicate the most densely populated and formidable beast hordes. They are the vanguard, the tip of the spear, and bear the highest casualty rates. They are almost perpetually on duty, either amidst the beast hordes or on their way there, while they earn plenty of military merit points. Their lives are often at stake. You, such a genius, should focus on cultivating your skills. Engaging in constant missions is a waste of your talent." For a moment, all eyes turned to Gu Fangchen with expressions of sympathy. Yet, in the face of their persuasion, Gu Fangchen displayed no signs of wavering. Instead, he laughed heartily. "That sounds splendid." The entire arena was left in a state of confusion. They had intended to further persuade him, but Gu Fangchen was resolute. Ultimately, Gu Fangchen joined Zhang Qingyu's Yama team, prompting a chorus of lamentations from the surrounding captains, who pounded their chests in despair. After the selection concluded, Gu Fangchen and Zhang Qingyu walked toward the Rewards Redemption Center. Zhang Qingyu still seemed somewhat dazed. He turned to Gu Fangchen and couldn't help but ask, "Brother, may I ask how you knew I was the captain?" "It was a guess," Gu Fangchen replied succinctly. "Yesterday in the training room. Your strength alongside Brother Lu Meng was clearly superior to the others, and you both were well acquainted with the base's affairs, showing great concern for the newcomer selection. What else could you be but the captain? I'm not a fool." "Ah." Zhang Qingyu was momentarily at a loss for words, scratching his nose, pondering. "So, does that mean I'm the fool?" The two soon arrived at the Rewards Redemption desk. A young, beautiful clerk sat at the front, and upon seeing Zhang Qingyu, she promptly stood to salute. "Greetings, Captain Zhang." Zhang Qingyu nodded, pointing to Gu Fangchen beside him. "Please process his rewards." Gu Fangchen presented the red identity card that symbolized his first-place victory. The moment the clerk beheld the vibrant first-place insignia on the card, her demeanor shifted entirely. Filled with respect, when she raised her gaze to meet Gu Fangchen's handsome face, she was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson. How striking. She quickly averted her eyes, attempting to mask her flustered reaction, and hurriedly began operating the terminal. "Mr. Gu, your 3,000 military merit points have been successfully credited to your identity card." Her voice trembled slightly. "May I ask if you have a designated bank card number for the 5 million cash reward? If not, we can directly deposit it into this red identity card." Gu Fangchen pondered for a moment, then retrieved a pitch-black metal card from his pocket and placed it on the counter. "Could you transfer the funds to this card?" Before the counter, an oppressive silence enveloped the air. Zhang Qingyu and the female clerk found their gazes magnetically drawn to the enigmatic black card. "Goodness, the black card!" Zhang Qingyu exclaimed in astonishment, while the female clerk sprang from her seat, her hands trembling uncontrollably as she grasped the card. "It's possible. Of course it is," she declared, adopting a near-hallowed demeanor as she gingerly placed the black card on the reader, her movements delicate as if fearing to mar its perfection. Zhang Qingyu stared in disbelief at Gu Fangchen. "You used this card to access the War God number 1 training room yesterday?" Gu Fangchen nodded. "Yes. It was given to me by Xiao Yuli." "Xiao Yuli." Zhang Qingyu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Was that taciturn girl truly the kind to casually bestow a black card? Before he could voice his thoughts, the clerk's quivering voice interrupted. "It's processed, Mr. Gu." Gu Fangchen accepted the black and red cards, stowing them away. Zhang Qingyu instinctively turned back, eager to say more, but his voice lodged in his throat. For just behind them, Xiao Yuli stood with 2 personal guards, her hands clasped behind her, exuding an air of grace. Her icy phoenix eyes fixated on him, revealing no trace of emotion. A chill coursed down Zhang Qingyu's spine, a wave of dread surging from his tailbone to the crown of his head. He felt as though he had been caught red-handed speaking ill behind someone's back. His body froze, a grimace more grotesque than a cry twisting his features, as he weighed whether to apologize or simply kneel in supplication. Yet, Xiao Yuli bestowed upon him not even a cursory glance, as if deaf to his previous words. She gracefully strode past him and approached Gu Fangchen, to the astonishment of Zhang Qingyu and the 2 red flame guards. A faint smile flickered across Xiao Yuli's exquisitely frigid visage. She regarded Gu Fangchen, her tone still cool, yet lacking the usual frigid distance. "You can do it." These seemingly simple words detonated like heavy explosives in the hearts of Zhang Qingyu and the Red Flame Guards, leaving them momentarily petrified. You can do it. Xia Qianjin actually uttered those words. Years in the military had taught them that the phrase "you can do it" was utterly absent from Xia Liuli's lexicon. To her, the strong needed no encouragement, while the weak were unworthy of it. Thus, to hear those words spill from her lips was more astonishing than witnessing the sun rise in the west. Having spoken, Xia Liuli offered a slight smile. Her thoughts shifting as she produced 3 vials of premium blood essence pills from her storage ring, presenting them to Gu Fangchen. For you. The onlookers were astounded. Xia Qianjin was giving a gift. To a male peer, Gu Fangchen, unpretentious, accepted the offering with a simple, "Thank you." Observing this, Xia Liuli said nothing further. Resuming her poised stance with hands clasped behind her, embodying a regal queen surveying her domain, her demeanor exuding an icy and haughty aura as she turned to depart, leaving behind a striking silhouette. Only after her figure vanished at the corridor's end did Zhang Qingyu exhale a sigh of relief, feeling drenched in cold sweat, as if he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Meanwhile, the usually impassive Red Flame Guards exchanged glances, their shared astonishment evident in their eyes. Impressive. Xia Liuli continued onward, exiting the base. As she stepped outside, a cacophony of raucous noise assaulted her ears. She lifted her gaze, her brows furrowing in displeasure. Not far ahead, a conspicuously ostentatious luxury sports car was parked beside a figure that ignited a visceral aversion within her, who approached her with a bouquet of flowers. A disingenuous smile plastered across his face. Yi Liang. Xia Liuli's expression tightened. Liuli. Yi Liang's voice, dripping with feigned tenderness, broke the silence. Xia Liuli's eyes turned icy. Do not address me with that nauseating title. Yi Liang's smile faltered, yet he persisted, extending the bouquet. Liuli, please don't be angry, I merely wish to. Before he could finish, a glint of unrestrained fury flashed in Xia Liuli's eyes. Without hesitation, she seized the bouquet from him, and in a swift motion, crushed it in her hand. The priceless icy crystal roses crumbled in an instant, petals scattering like shattered butterflies, while the delicate stems snapped under her relentless grip, before she carelessly discarded them onto the ground. Get lost. Yi Liang's facade of gentility collapsed, his expression hardening with a glint of malice, yet he feigned composure, saying, Liuli, why must you resort to such measures? The engagement between our families was arranged by our elders. Engagement? Xia Liuli stepped closer, looking down upon him with disdain, her cold phoenix eyes filled with utter contempt. You think yourself worthy? Having spoken, she dismissed him with a flick of her foot, sending the remnants of the crushed petals aside, before she turned to leave. However, as her figure vanished around the corner, Yi Liang's once genteel smile faded, revealing a cold, possessive glint in his eyes, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. He slowly licked his lips, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 44, A Treasure Found. In the base cafeteria, Gu Fangchen and Zhang Qingyu were serving themselves. The fare here was evidently several notches above that of the shelter, featuring generous portions of exotic beast meat, fresh vegetables, and an array of staple foods. While selecting his dishes, Gu Fangchen casually inquired, Brother Zhang, where's Lu Meng? I haven't seen him. Oh, you mean old Lu? Zhang Qingyu chuckled, explaining, He is not from our base 7. He is the captain of the Lone Wolf team from the adjacent base 3. He happened to pass by yesterday and came to challenge me for a friendly spar. Gu Fangchen nodded in understanding. After finishing their meals, Gu Fangchen was about to take out his identity card to pay when a large hand, resembling a fan, suddenly pressed down on his. I'll take care of it. Zhang Qingyu interjected, swiftly swiping his card across the sensor. Beep. Thanks, Captain. Gu Fangchen replied, not wishing to be overly formal. Hey, no need for that. Zhang Qingyu grinned, carrying his tray as he led Gu Fangchen to a seat by the window. From now on, we're brothers sharing the same pot. Not long after they sat down, several captains from nearby teams approached with their trays, all wearing bright smiles. Old Zhang, congratulations. You found a treasure. Look at you. Snagging this year's top scorer without a word. You owe us a treat tonight. Brother Gu. We'll have to look out for each other on the front lines from now on. Zhang Qingyu beamed with delight, responding to each one with a smile, relishing the feeling of being the center of attention. After a lengthy exchange of pleasantries, the captains gradually dispersed. Zhang Qingyu finally took a seat and addressed Gu Fangchen. After finishing your meal, please return to the dormitory to pack your belongings. I will escort you to our Yanluo team's quarters and introduce you to our companions. Gu Fangchen pondered for a moment and replied, Before we go, I would like to visit the warehouse. Oh, you mean the materials from that royal-level beast? Are you planning to have someone forge them into weapons? Zhang Qingyu inquired. Yes. Indeed, Gu Fangchen affirmed. Very well, I shall accompany you to the warehouse shortly. Just as the atmosphere in the cafeteria remained serene, a group suddenly entered through the door. At the forefront was a robust young officer, a subtle smile perpetually playing at the corners of his mouth. Following him were several similarly composed team members, their gazes towards Zhang Qingyu tinged with a barely perceptible provocation. Well, if it isn't our Yanluo king, Captain Zhang. The young officer disregarded everyone else and made his way directly to Gu Fangchen's table. He appraised Gu Fangchen from head to toe before displaying a seemingly amiable smile. This must be the top scholar from this selection, my brother Gu Fangchen, am I correct? He extended his hand, introducing himself. I am Wang Wu, captain of the Kanjiing team. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Gu Fangchen merely lifted his gaze, sensing the ill intentions behind the facade, and chose not to reciprocate the handshake, responding only with a faint acknowledgement. Wang Wu's smile faltered for a moment, but he swiftly regained his composure, retracting his hand and redirecting his gaze toward Zhang Qingyu. A glimmer of sharp mockery now accompanied his feigned friendliness. Old Zhang, congratulations. I hear you're planning to recruit several newcomers to fill the ranks this year? He patted Zhang Qingyu on the shoulder, his tone dripping with sarcasm. But I must remind you, don't lead our top scholar astray. He is a promising talent, unlike us common folk whose lives are worth little. With that, the chopsticks in Zhang Qingyu's hand crashed forcefully onto the table. He slowly raised his head, his once cheerful expression now frozen in icy disdain. The fury in his eyes barely contained. Wang Wu, what do you mean by that? The previously lively cafeteria atmosphere plummeted into a tense silence. Everyone sensed the palpable hostility and instinctively fell silent, even pausing their meals. Gu Fangchen, however, did not bother to glance at Wang Wu. Instead, he methodically set down his bowl and chopsticks, his composed gaze rendering the air around them thick with tension. Wang Wu, noticing this, wore an even broader smile, relishing the effect he had created. It's nothing serious, just lamenting for my brother Gu. He raised his hands innocently. All right, let us not disturb the top scholar's meal. With that, he turned away, leading his entourage of smirking comrades out of the cafeteria. Only after their figures had completely vanished did the oppressive atmosphere begin to lift. Gu Fangchen turned to Zhang Qingyu, whose face remained clouded with anger, and inquired, who is he? Zhang Qingyu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his rage, and gulped down some water before responding in a low voice. A fly that has been buzzing around me since childhood. I've known him for nearly 10 years. We used to get along quite well. However, he paused, seemingly recalling a memory, a self-deprecating smile creeping onto his lips. Ever since the day the girl I liked confessed to me, he has held a grudge against me. Gu Fangchen was momentarily taken aback. The girl he liked? At this, Zhang Qingyu's gloomy expression transformed into a warm smile. He looked at Gu Fangchen and grinned. Well, to be precise, she is your sister-in-law. Gu Fangchen was taken aback once more, but couldn't he help but chuckle. All right, let us not dwell on unhappy topics. Zhang Qingyu resumed, eating with gusto, his jovial demeanor returning. Eat up. Once we're done, I'll take you to the warehouse. Gu Fangchen nodded in agreement. After their meal, the two emerged from the cafeteria side by side. The roads within the base were broad and well-maintained, with patrol-armored vehicles and hurried warrior squads passing by frequently. Along the way, any warrior who spotted Zhang Qingyu and Gu Fangchen, whether familiar or not, instinctively paused, nodding in acknowledgement, their eyes reflecting unmasked reverence. Captain Zhang, congratulations. Gu, you were phenomenal in the selection. Zhang Qingyu stood tall, his face aglow with pride as he greeted everyone with a smile and a wave. Relishing this unprecedented recognition, he turned to Gu Fangchen, winking and lowering his voice, boasting, how about it, brother? With me. Doesn't it feel like you're the center of attention? This is your first time, right? Gu Fangchen responded with a non-committal murmur, his expression neutral. Zhang Qingyu, however, was too elated to care, practically soaring with joy. He had spent years grinding away at Base 7, and although his Yanluo team had garnered considerable achievements, it had also earned the grim reputation of a concentration camp for short-lived souls due to its high casualty rate. It was the first time he had enjoyed such royal treatment. All of it was thanks to the brother beside him. The more he looked at Gu Fangchen, the more he found him pleasing to the eye. Unable to resist, he gave him another pat on the shoulder. At that moment, a 4-member squad approached from the opposite direction. They were similarly clad in standard combat uniforms, moving briskly as if hurrying to a mission rendezvous. Their current objective was the corrupted marsh crocodile, a creature known for its tough hide and venomous nature. One young warrior was venting his frustrations aloud. Beside him, a striking female warrior idly toyed with the dagger at her waist, her gaze lazily scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, her attention sharpened, landing on Gu Fangchen, who was walking alongside Zhang Qingyu. Hey! The female warrior froze momentarily, instinctively rubbing her eyes in disbelief. What's wrong, Xiaoya? The tall team leader noticed her unusual behavior and inquired. Xiaoya pointed towards Gu Fangchen, her tone laced with uncertainty. Captain, doesn't that person look a bit familiar? I can't shake the feeling he resembles the student we rescued back at the low-rent housing. As soon as she spoke, the other 3 members turned to look in unison. Indeed, the captain was likewise taken aback, astonishment written across his face. How did he end up here? That's impossible. Right? A nearby member named a Feng frowned, scrutinizing Gu Fangchen closely before shaking his head dismissively. Captain, you must be mistaken. That kid is just a literature major with a congenital blood flow blockage, lacking even the qualifications to become a warrior. How could he possibly be stationed at the frontline base? With that, he glanced at his watch and urged, "Enough staring. It's likely just a coincidence. We're about to be late for the assembly, and if we are, the old demon will surely chew us out." Upon hearing the term old demon, both the captain and Xiaoya exhibited a fleeting expression of apprehension. Xiaoya wished to gaze a moment longer, but soon realized that Gu Fangchen and Zhang Qingyu had already turned a corner, entering a colossal storage facility. "Let us proceed. The mission is paramount," the captain intoned, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. Reluctantly, Xiaoya nodded and fell in line behind the group. The quartet brushed past Gu Fangchen, heading towards the #1 strategic material warehouse. As they stepped through the entrance, a distinctive scent, an amalgamation of metal, energy crystals, and various exotic beast materials, assaulted their senses. Inside the warehouse, the vastness was staggering, with towering shelves reaching several stories high, brimming with diverse supplies sealed in specialized containers. Small hover transport vehicles buzzed through the aisles, creating a symphony of activity. The arrival of Gu Fangchen and Zhang Qingyu instantly captivated the attention of all present. "Is that Captain Zhang from Hell's Gate?" And beside him stands the top scorer, Gu Fangchen, no less. Incredible. What a dashing figure. Under the awestruck gazes of numerous staff members, the two made their way directly to the service desk. "Hello, we are here to collect," Gu Fangchen said, presenting the temporary pass Lin Feng had provided him. The front desk attendant accepted the card and scanned it through the reader. Beep. Upon seeing the alert for highest priority flash on the terminal, the attendant's demeanor abruptly shifted. He sprang from his seat, not daring to exhibit the slightest negligence. Grasping the intercom, he reported in a tone of utmost reverence, "Supervisor, supervisor. A VIP of the highest caliber has arrived at Warehouse 1. Please come at once to receive them." As soon as he finished speaking, the door of an office nearby burst open. A middle-aged man, clad in a crisp uniform and appearing to be the warehouse supervisor, hurried over, his face adorned with a professional and enthusiastic smile. "Captain Zhang, what brings you here?" The supervisor first greeted Zhang Qingyu warmly. His gaze then shifted to Gu Fangchen and the striking red first-place insignia on the pass he held. Upon noticing the temporary pass representing the Tyrant Tyrannosaurus materials that Gu Fangchen casually handed over, the supervisor's smile became radiant, tinged with a hint of obsequiousness. "You must be Mr. Gu Fangchen, the illustrious top scorer of this selection. It is an honor to meet you." The supervisor bowed repeatedly, his demeanor exceedingly deferential. "Please, allow me to escort you. Your spoils have been specially stored in the A01 temperature-controlled cold storage, under dedicated supervision." With that, he led the two through the bustling transport corridors to a massive cold storage door crafted from heavy alloy, requiring triple password verification to unlock. Beep. Authorization granted. As the door slid open silently, a blast of icy air, mingled with crystalline frost, invigorated Gu Fangchen. Inside, the atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the outer bustle. It was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. A series of temperature-controlled cabinets, constructed from special energy crystals, were meticulously arranged, housing rare materials radiating powerful energy waves, the air infused with a refreshing energy fragrance. The supervisor guided them to the innermost part of the room, stopping before an independent storage cabinet significantly larger than the others. Through the semi-transparent door, they could clearly see the finest parts of the Tyrant Tyrannosaurus, perfectly segmented and preserved. Two massive claws, resembling black scythes, glimmered ominously. Several of the hardest breastplate scales were stacked together like a small mountain. The longest and thickest main tendon, imbued with remarkable elasticity, was meticulously extracted and coiled on a specially designed stand, still emanating a faint oppressive aura. "Mr. Gu, your spoils are all here," the supervisor beamed. The collection process was conducted by our warehouse's premier material handlers, ensuring not a single fragment was wasted. Gu Fangchen nodded, getting straight to the point. "I wish to forge a weapon from these materials." "Absolutely. Of course." The supervisor's smile widened further. "Mr. Gu, you have indeed come to the right place. Our Divine Workshop is the largest military contractor for weapon customization in Base 7, and all our master blacksmiths are top tier in the industry. Please, allow me to take you to meet our master." Leading the two to a reception area adjacent to the warehouse, the supervisor activated a holographic display showcasing the profiles and images of several master blacksmiths. "Mr. Gu, please take a look." The supervisor stood tall, pride radiating from him as he spoke in an almost lyrical tone. "These individuals are among the most renowned blacksmiths in our entire Eastern Theater. Having them at our disposal is the greatest asset of our Divine Workshop." He pointed to the top image of a jovial, elderly gentleman. "This is Master Li Tiangong, famously known as the Hand of Flame. He has forged no fewer than 80 A-grade weapons. Teams vying for his craftsmanship often line up outside the base." He then shifted to the next image, that of a stern middle-aged man. "And this is Master Wang Pan, the one who can move mountains. He specializes in crafting heavy armor and shields. Many generals owe their lives to his creations." Of course, the supervisor continued, his tone brimming with confidence. "These masters are all eccentric personalities, but as long as you are in our Divine Workshop, with just a word from you, We can surely arrange everything to your satisfaction. Hearing this, Zhang Qingyu leaned in, lowering his voice to caution Gu Fangchen. Brother Gu, don't believe his grandiose claims. Master Li, for all his prowess, is a notorious drunkard. His work is often subpar. Master Wang is skilled, but he works at a snail's pace. If you want him to forge a sword, don't expect it for at least 6 months. His finger finally landed on the most unassuming and somewhat disheveled old man's image in the corner. This is Master Qian, Zhang Qingyu said with a hint of admiration. We call him Old Qian. He has a foul temper and charges exorbitant fees. But his craftsmanship is recognized as the best in the entire base, especially when it comes to handling high-grade exotic beast materials. No one does it better. Gu Fangchen made his decision without hesitation. He will do. Chapter 46, Longbow. A few minutes later, deep within the Divine Workshop's independent forging studio, filled with the heat and clanging of metal, they encountered Old Qian. The elderly man, with wild white hair and bare arms, was muscular and dark-skinned, hammering away at a glowing piece of metal. When the supervisor handed him the material list for the tyrant Tyrannosaurus, he merely glanced at it with impatience and asked, "What do you wish to forge?" "A long sword," Gu Fangchen replied. Old Qian paused at this, finally lifting his gaze to scrutinize Gu Fangchen with eyes that, though clouded, were sharp as an eagle's. After glancing back at the holographic materials list, particularly the intact main tendon of the Tyrannosaurus, he shook his head dismissively. A waste of precious resources. He set down his hammer, his voice gravelly as he stated, "The essence of the tyrant Tyrannosaurus lies not in its bones, but in its tendons. Although its claws are formidable in hardness, they lack sufficient resilience. Fashioned into a blade, they possess brute strength but little versatility, at most resulting in a commendable C-grade weapon. However, its primary tendon embodies both power and elasticity, rendering it the finest material for crafting a potent bow." In the eyes of the eccentric old man Qian, a glimmer of obsession sparkled, with the claws forming the bow limbs, the main tendons serving as the bowstring, and complemented by a few arrows fashioned from its toe bones. I am confident I can create a weapon that could pose a significant threat to a mid-tier martial artist. You may choose. The mention of a longbow stirred a slight excitement within Gu Fangchen. His current combat style, whether through the rock refinement body technique or the breaking Army 7 kills blade, leaned heavily towards close-quarters combat, characterized by unmatched ferocity. Yet, this also implied a severe deficiency in ranged attack capabilities. Had he possessed a powerful bow during the simulated battle against the Thunderlight Leopard, the outcome might have been entirely different. A harmonious blend of close and long-range tactics is indeed the true path to mastery. With this thought, Gu Fangchen resolved without hesitation. Very well, I shall heed the master's advice and forge a longbow. Delighted, Qian's eyes shimmered with approval. A deposit of 5 million, and you may retrieve it in a week. Without a moment's pause, Gu Fangchen swiped his card to complete the payment. As for the remaining materials, the supervisor, seizing the opportunity, beamed and inquired, "Mr. Gu, do you intend to store them with us or sell them to the Divine Craft Workshop? We assure you of the highest market price. Sell it." Gu Fangchen was poised to agree when Zhang Qingyu abruptly grasped his arm, pulling him aside to whisper, "Brother, don't sell to them. The Divine Craft Workshop is merely a contractor. They offer you only money. If you sell these materials directly to the logistics department of the base, the price would be comparable, but crucially, you would also gain military merit points." He gestured towards the empty sheath at Gu Fangchen's waist, reminding him, "Aren't you still in need of a good blade? The fine items in the military merit shop can only be acquired at a discount with military merit points. Those points are far more valuable than mere currency." Understanding dawned upon Gu Fangchen instantly. He turned to the eager supervisor, flashing an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, but I intend to sell the remaining materials to the military." The supervisor's smile faltered momentarily, but years of experience allowed him to quickly regain composure. With a resigned sigh, he waved his hand, restoring his professional demeanor. "Ah, I anticipated this outcome. No hard feelings, Mr. Gu. It is our honor to serve a genius like you." He stepped aside, respectfully gesturing, "I won't delay you further. Please take care." His words were meticulously crafted, expressing both regret and courtesy, devoid of any offense. Gu Fangchen and Zhang Qingyu nodded in acknowledgement before departing the Divine Craft Workshop. Under Zhang Qingyu's guidance, they traversed several heavily guarded corridors and soon arrived at the materials recovery section of the base's logistics department. The atmosphere here starkly contrasted with the commercial ambience of the workshop, steeped in the military solemnity and efficiency. A lieutenant, adorned with his rank insignia, greeted them. Without unnecessary pleasantries, the officer promptly summoned a professional appraiser to swiftly and accurately evaluate the terror claw materials presented by Gu Fangchen. Minutes later, the assessment results were revealed. "Comrade Gu Fangchen," the lieutenant remarked, glancing at the data on the terminal with an appreciative expression, after evaluation. "The total value of the royal-grade exotic beast materials you submitted amounts to 10 million Dragon Kingdom coins and 1,000 military merit points. Do you confirm the sale?" "Confirmed," Gu Fangchen replied decisively. "Very well." The lieutenant immediately processed the transaction on the terminal, and with a soft beep, the deal was sealed. Gu Fangchen's old mobile phone vibrated, and a bank notification message popped up. He glanced down, quickly calculating in his mind. The black card initially held 30 million from Xiaoyoli. The selection competition prize was 5 million, and having just spent 5 million on crafting the longbow, his balance remained unchanged. Now, with the sale of the materials, he received another 10 million. Thus, his total funds had reached an impressive 40 million. Furthermore, his military merit points had increased from 3,000 to a brand new total of 4,000 points. Even Gu Fangchen, usually composed, found himself momentarily entranced by these figures. It felt as though he were ensnared in a surreal dream. Just as he lingered in this reverie for a few seconds, a large hand, resembling a fan, suddenly clapped down on his shoulder, jolting him back to reality. "Hey, what are you daydreaming about, kid?" Zhang Qingyu exclaimed, throwing an arm around his neck. Beaming with a cheerful smile and teasingly narrowing his eyes. "Are you dazed by that long string of zeros? Pathetic. This little money? Stick with me, and you'll have plenty of opportunities to earn more." Observing the still dazed expression on Gu Fangchen's face, he burst into laughter, leading him outside. "Let us head back to the dormitory. I'll introduce you to the place and explain how to utilize those military merit points. That is the foundation of our survival and success on the front lines." Chapter 47, Team Dormitory. Indeed, Gu Fangchen nodded. He returned to his modest single-room dormitory, gathered his scant belongings, and followed Zhang Qingyu deeper into the accommodation area of the base. However, their trajectory veered increasingly off course, gradually distancing from the standard military officer apartments and soldier dormitories. They arrived at a secluded area, shaded by lush trees and imbued with tranquility. Eventually, Zhang Qingyu halted before a 3-story building adorned with a private garden and fountain. "Here we are, this is our team's dormitory." Gu Fangchen gazed at the structure before him, which resembled a luxurious villa more than a mere dormitory, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. "It's so large?" Gu Fangchen could not help but inquire. "It must be large." Zhang Qingyu patted his chest, pride evident on his face. "Those chosen by the elite team are unlike ordinary martial artists in the military. We are the creme de la creme, and the base naturally provides the finest resources for our development." He guided Gu Fangchen into the building. Continuing his explanation, "Our Yinluo team is an armored assault unit, primarily tasked with breakthrough missions. Recently, a brother of ours fell in the line of duty, leaving our team somewhat short-handed." His expression dimmed momentarily at this revelation, but he quickly regained his composure. Clapping Gu Fangchen on the shoulder, "We just happen to need a powerful vice attacker, and with your arrival, you perfectly fill that void. It's simply tailor-made, including you and me. Our team now consists of 4 members. With that, he pushed open the heavy oak door. "I'm back. I brought you a new brother." In the spacious, brightly lit living room sat a man and a woman. Upon hearing the voice, the girl was the first to look up, her eyes instantly sparkling with excitement. She had striking golden hair styled in playful twin ponytails, her radiant smile akin to a little sun, exuding vitality. "Wow, Captain, you really brought back this year's top scorer." With a few spirited leaps, she bounded in front of Gu Fangchen, unabashedly scrutinizing him from head to toe, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. "Hello there, newcomer. I'm Lin Kiki, the main attacker of our team. I look forward to your guidance." In stark contrast to her exuberance was the man languidly perched on the sofa. He possessed a slender physique and a stern visage, exuding an aura that seemed to repel strangers. He merely cast a fleeting glance at Gu Fangchen before lowering his gaze back to the martial arts manual in his hands, seemingly indifferent to the arrival of his new teammate. "Hey, Gao Izhou, that's rude." Zhang Qingyu frowned and called out to the man on the sofa. "A new brother has arrived. Come over and say hello." Reluctantly, Gao Izhou set aside his book at the captain's insistence, stood up, and approached Gu Fangchen, extending his hand. Gao Izhou, after a brief handshake, he turned and returned to the sofa, resuming his reading, leaving an air of awkwardness hanging in the room. Lin Kiki quickly intervened to ease the tension, leaning closer to Gu Fangchen and lowering her voice to explain, "Don't take it personally. His name is Gao Izhou. Our team's shield. He is not targeting you. It's just that we recently lost a brother on the battlefield, his best friend. That's why he has been in a rather poor mood lately." Upon hearing this, Gu Fangchen glanced at the solitary figure on the sofa, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. He nodded calmly. "It's all right, I understand." His composed demeanor earned him a newfound respect from both Lin Kiki and Zhang Qingyu. "Come, let me show you your room," Zhang Qingyu said, leading Gu Fangchen through the opulent villa. Just then, Gao Izhou, still obscured by his book, stiffened imperceptibly upon hearing Gu Fangchen's tranquil acknowledgement. He had anticipated that this brilliant newcomer, faced with his aloofness, would either feel disgruntled or dismissive. However, not only did Gu Fangchen remain unfazed, but he also expressed understanding in a remarkably calm tone. This unexpected reaction stirred a twinge of guilt within Gao Izhou, making him feel that his earlier demeanor had been excessively harsh. As Zhang Qingyu was about to take Gu Fangchen upstairs, Gao Izhou finally set his book down, stood, and called out to him. "Wait a moment." The group turned in surprise. Though Gao Yizhou's expression remained neutral, his eyes reflected sincerity, and his voice softened somewhat. I apologize for my earlier behavior. My mood has been quite poor. I'm sorry. Gu Fangchen regarded him with a smile, shaking his head gently. It's fine. Gao Yizhou seemed somewhat flustered by this warm gesture, unsure of how to respond, merely mumbling an acknowledgement while a faint blush crept to his ears. Lin Kiki stifled a giggle, stepping forward to nudge Gao Yizhou playfully with her elbow. Oh my, our big iceberg can actually feel embarrassed? This is a rare sight. Gao Yizhou's face flushed deeper. He shot Lin Kiki a glare and muttered, "You're so noisy," before retreating to the sofa, picking up his book to shield his face. Huh. Don't mind him. He.s. just a closed-off person. Zhang Qingyu laughed heartily, turning to Gu Fangchen. Come, let me show you your room. He led Gu Fangchen through the luxurious villa. The first floor featured the living room, kitchen, and tactical analysis room, while the basement housed dedicated training rooms and medical pods. The second and third floors consisted of bedrooms. Lin Kiki chimed in with a hint of pride. What do you think? Our team has quite the perks, right? Gu Fangchen nodded with a smile. The trio soon reached the second floor. Zhang Qingyu pointed to the room at the end of the corridor, which boasted the best natural light. That one is yours, and mine is right next door. Feel free to come to me anytime. He opened the door, revealing a spacious and bright room. Besides the standard furnishings, the most striking feature was a high-performance computer connected to the military's internal network. This computer allows direct access to the military supply store for purchasing equipment and resources, which will be delivered by a mechanical butler. Very convenient, Zhang Qingyu explained. At this moment, he and Lin Kiki belatedly noticed Gu Fangchen's worn-out sportswear and a small, nearly insignificant bag he carried. By the way, Lin Kiki said, her golden eyes sparkling with curiosity, do you not have your own equipment yet? Gu Fangchen nodded. Perfect. Zhang Qingyu exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Come, let us sit down and brainstorm some ideas for you. Yes, yes. Lin Kiki chimed in enthusiastically. Your first set of gear is very important. You can't just buy anything. Let us help you decide. All right, Gu Fangchen agreed. Great. Lin Kiki was the first to respond, pulling over a chair and skillfully opening the computer. But let us not rush into looking at items just yet. First, I'll check your access level. As she spoke, she inserted the ID card Gu Fangchen had handed her into the computer's card slot. With a beep, Gu Fangchen's personal information page appeared. Rank, private, merit points, 4,000. Special honor, 2310 selection champion, gold dragon badge, gleaming brilliantly. Lin Kiki's eyes widened, fixated on the dazzling gold dragon badge on the screen. Wow, is this the champion badge for the top scorer? It's so cool. 4,000 merit points. That means you directly skip the rookie stage, jumping straight to private rank, saving at least half a year of effort. Zhang Qingyu added, glancing at the screen with an approving smile. Listen closely, this is your rank level. It's directly tied to your merit points and symbolizes your identity and status within the base. He pointed at the rank list on the screen. Speaking solemnly, ranks are divided into 5 major tiers, each with 9 levels. The 9th level is the lowest, while the 1st is the highest, with merit points as the sole criterion for promotion. Private rank, reach 1,000 merit points. Corporal rank, reach 10,000 merit points. Lieutenant rank, reach 100,000 merit points. Captain rank, reach 1,000 merit points. General rank, reach 10,000 merit points. Lin Kiki added, the higher your rank, the greater the discounts you receive in the store, unlocking more privileges and better items. Gao Yizhou and I have worked hard for nearly 2 years and have only just reached the 7th level of corporal. You, on the other hand, have jumped straight to private rank, bypassing the rookie stage entirely. Zhang Qingyu nodded and continued, to earn merit points, there aren't many avenues. The primary one is hunting exotic beasts and selling their cores and rare materials to the military, which offers the most reasonable prices in the entire Long Kingdom. Not only can you earn money, but you'll also gain merit points. Of course, if you prefer to keep the materials or treasures you acquire, you're not obliged to hand them over. The military is quite lenient in this regard. Additionally, completing various missions issued by the base also rewards merit points. Moreover, like you, if you achieve first place in the selection, the base will grant you special rewards. Regarding military ranks, the military only accounts for the total number of historical merit points you have accumulated. Therefore, when utilizing merit points for purchases, you can do so with confidence and abandon. For instance, as a private, if your historical merit points reach 1,000, you will be classified as a 9th rank private. Upon reaching 2,000, you ascend to an 8th rank private, and 3,000 elevates you to a 7th rank, while 4,000 corresponds to a 6th rank. This pattern continues. And upon reaching the rank of non-commissioned officer, 10,000 points will categorize you as a 9th rank NCO, and 20,000 as an 8th rank NCO. This should be quite comprehensible. Gu Fangchen nodded in acknowledgement. After elucidating the mechanism, Lin Kiki eagerly opened the military merit store. Now, back to the main point. Let us see what splendid equipment a 4,000 merit point scholar can acquire. She clicked on the military department special supply area. Simultaneously, A clear permissions prompt appeared on the screen. Rank, 6th rank private. Current benefits, 15 discount on C-class and below equipment. Unlocked, D-class equipment area, C-class equipment area. Locked, B-class equipment area, requires NCO rank. Look, Lin Kiki pointed at the prompt box and said to Gu Fangchen, this is the advantage of military rank. You immediately unlock the C-class equipment area, unlike when we first arrived, when we could only rummage through the E-class and F-class sections. Her large eyes quickly scanned the screen, and then they lit up as she pointed to a sleek, entirely black suit of soft armor. This is it, the Shadow Leopard Cat series, the pinnacle of C-class equipment. This combat suit is crafted from the leather of mutated shadow cats blended with memory fibers, making it lightweight and durable. Most importantly, it conforms perfectly to the body, allowing for unhindered high-speed maneuvers, truly exceptional. She pointed at the price and told Gu Fangchen, it's priced at 8 million, but as a 6th rank private, you receive a 15 discount. You can acquire it for only 680,000. You save over $1 million. Gu Fangchen understood and nodded. Indeed, this is the military department special supply area. It is remarkably advantageous. The prices are considerably lower than in the public trading area. 680,000. He had seen it before. In the public trading area, even an E-class combat suit costs 15 million. This comparison only reinforces the benefits of joining the military district. This is the one. Without a moment's hesitation, he confirmed the purchase on the screen. Payment successful. Manhwa currency, 6,800,000 yuan. Current balance, 33,200,000 yuan. A cold electronic voice echoed, and Lin Kiki beside him gasped, her mouth agape, her eyes wide with astonishment. Wow, 680,000. You bought it without blinking an eye. And what is this balance with so many zeros? Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, and tens of millions. You have over 30 million. Wasn't your scholarship only 5 million? Gu Fangchen observed her incredulous expression and calmly explained, oh, that sum comes from a reward for hunting a shadow leopard. A shadow leopard? Lin Kiki was momentarily stunned, then her eyes widened. Wait, you mean the disaster-class shadow leopard, right? Gu Fangchen met her astonished gaze and nodded calmly. Boom. Lin Kiki felt her mind go blank, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, freezing in place as if her CPU had short-circuited. It took her several seconds to regain her composure, and her look at Gu Fangchen transformed entirely, from curiosity and admiration to profound awe and disbelief. I am so sorry. Her tone abruptly shifted to one of utmost respect, tinged with a hint of trepidation. The captain only mentioned that you are this year's top scholar, but did not specify your full name. May I inquire what it is? Chapter 49. You are that one. Gu Fangchen found her demeanor somewhat amusing, but responded with composure. Gu Fangchen. Gu Fangchen. Lin Kiki instinctively repeated in her mind. Then, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she sprang up from her chair, her voice sharp enough to nearly pierce the ceiling. You are the one who, alongside Xiaoyo Li, jointly slayed the disaster-class shadow leopard, aren't you? Her exclamation reverberated throughout the entire villa. Downstairs, Gaoizhou, who had been isolating himself behind a book, jolted at the sound. He clearly registered the keywords disaster-class shadow leopard and Gu Fangchen, and his previously placid gaze now stirred with tumultuous waves. He slowly set down his book, his eyes drawn toward the second floor. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingyu leaned casually against the doorframe, arms crossed, a smug smile on his face, reveling in the success of his plan. He had deliberately withheld Gu Fangchen's full name to witness their astonished reactions. The outcome was remarkably effective, he thought with a chuckle. Before Gu Fangchen could process the situation, Lin Kiki dashed over, gripping his hands tightly and shaking them vigorously, her large eyes sparkling with admiration. I have long admired your name. I can't believe you're right here in front of me. Even more astonishing is that you have joined our Hell Squad. This feels like a dream. Gu Fangchen was completely taken aback by her exuberance. He looked at the overly enthusiastic blonde girl before him, recalling the astonished reactions of the captains and officers upon hearing his name. And he couldn't help but wonder what exactly Xia Luli had reported to the military department. Haha. All right, Kiki, tone it down a bit. Don't scare our hero away. Zhang Qingyu laughed heartily, stepping forward to gently pull the still excited Lin Kiki back. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and excitement, the trio finally redirected their focus to the computer screen, resuming their equipment review. The group perused the weapon section intently. Suddenly, Zhang Chenjiayu inquired of Gu Fangchen. By the way, Xiao Gu, you are currently practicing the Breaking Army 7 Killblade, correct? Yes. You entered it in one night? Yes. Zhang Qingyu and Lin Kiki were taken aback. Zhang Chenjiayu took a deep breath, forcing down the storm of emotions within him, his expression growing more serious. Since you are practicing the Breaking Army 7 Killblade, the requirements for weapons are even higher. This blade technique is extraordinarily aggressive. An ordinary alloy blade would not withstand the full force of your blood energy explosion and would dull or even break after only a few uses. He swiftly sifted through the weaponry available, ultimately pointing to a long blade entirely black, adorned with intricate scale patterns. The Black Scale Battle Blade, a C-class weapon. Forged from a blend of black iron, ore, and dragon scale powder, possesses superior strength and sharpness, priced at 15 million, and is perfectly suited for your current needs. Gu Fangchen nodded, preparing to place an order. However, Zhang Qingyu's attention was drawn to an inconspicuous, custom upgrade option at the bottom of the product page. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he clicked on it. An upgrade list materialized. C-Class Black Scale Battle Blade, price, 15 million. Handle upgrade, inlaid with energy crystals. Enhancing blood energy conduction efficiency by 5, price, 2 million. Blade upgrade, replaced with Starfall Mysterious Iron, sharpness 30, toughness 50, with built-in armor-piercing attribute, price, 15 million. Following the price, there was a line of small print. Military merit points can be used for deductions. Each point can offset 2,000 Longwa coins. Total upgrade cost, 32 million. Note, this product can only offset a maximum of 20 million Longwa coins. Upon seeing the option for Starfall Shen Iron, Zhang Qingyu's breath hitched abruptly. Captain, don't even think about it. Lin Kiki, noticing his expression, quickly grasped his arm and urged in a hushed tone, just upgrading the blade alone costs 15 million, 30 million. That's enough to purchase an ordinary B-grade weapon. This is too extravagant. We could simply buy him a B-grade weapon directly using your account, couldn't we? What do you understand? It's not the same. Zhang Qingyu shook his head vehemently, his gaze grave, and swiftly explained. The equipment in the military merit shop cannot be used casually. Each level of weaponry is meticulously designed according to the vitality strength and output frequency of warriors of different ranks. B-grade weapons are crafted for second-tier warriors. Their vitality conduction circuits and energy resonance frequencies are entirely distinct from a soldier's first-tier weapons. He pointed at the screen, his voice urgent and earnest. Forcing Xiaogu to wield a B-grade weapon now would be akin to making a child swing a 100-pound hammer. Not only would he fail to unleash its potential, but he might also face backlash due to obstructed vitality output. This could harm him. But this Black Scale Battle Blade is different. His eyes gleamed with fervor. Its foundation is C-grade, perfectly aligning with his current strength. We merely need to replace its blade with B-grade Starfall Shen Iron. This is akin to installing a nuclear-powered engine that can only fully unleash its might in the future onto the most suitable sports car for him. The initial adjustment will be seamless, and the potential for growth is boundless. This is the ideal weapon for his development. Indeed, Lin Kiki conceded, persuaded. However, Xiaogu lacks sufficient funds for the upgrade, and there are other pieces of equipment to purchase. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingyu crossed his arms and contemplated seriously. He was acutely aware that, given Gu Fangchen's terrifying growth rate, an ordinary C-grade Black Scale Battle Blade would soon be obsolete. Yet, if they could upgrade the blade to Starfall Shen Iron, its quality would escalate directly to B-grade, capable of supporting him until the pinnacle of the second tier. A fine blade on the battlefield is tantamount to a life. With this in mind, Zhang Qingyu hesitated no longer. In the astonished gazes of all, he produced his identity card and pressed it against the computer's sensor with determination. Captain, are you out of your mind? Lin Kiki exclaimed in shock. The personal account page of Zhang Qingyu popped up, revealing his rank as first-class sergeant. Significantly higher than Lin Kiki and Gao Yizhou. His account held a staggering accumulation of over 36,000 military merit points earned through a year of hard work. Military merit points could be earned again, but a potential ace capable of shouldering the future of the team could be lost if missed. Resolute. He unhesitatingly selected military merit deduction. The screen immediately displayed the payment details. Base price of Black Scale Battle Blade, 15,000,000 Longwa coins. Upgrade blade to Starfall Shen Iron, 15,000,000 Longwa coins. Total, 30,000,000 Longwa coins. Damn it, let us go all in. Zhang Qingyu gritted his teeth and also checked the option for upgrading the hilt. Upgrade hilt to Energy Crystal, 2,000,000 Longwa coins. Total, 32,000,000 Longwa coins. Then, he glanced at his military merit points and directly allocated a full 10,000 points to offset the cost. 10,000 military merit points have been deducted, equivalent to 20,000 Longwa coins. Remaining cost, 12,000 Longwa coins. Would you like to continue with the payment? As Zhang Qingyu prepared to utilize his savings upon seeing the remaining 12 million, a hand reached out and placed a black card, representing immense wealth. Gently on the computer sensor, it was Gu Fangchen. Captain, I'll remember this kindness, Gu Fangchen said, his gaze serious. I'll cover the rest. He did not feign modesty, knowing this was the greatest acknowledgement from the captain and the team. What he could do was accept this investment with grace and repay it with future accomplishments 100-fold. Payment successful. Remaining Longwa coins, 12,000,000. Current balance, 21,200,000 Longwa coins. In Chapter 59 turns Dragon Elephant Technique, Lin Kiki and Zhang Qingyu praised Gu Fangchen a few times, chatted casually. And after familiarizing themselves with one another, they realized it was getting late, so they headed back to their rooms to rest. Meanwhile, Gu Fangchen removed his combat uniform, closed the door to his room, and felt no inclination to sleep. The captain had mentioned that the frontline situation was stable, and there likely wouldn't be any tasks for the next half-month. While he could not engage with strange beasts, his training must not cease. Since rapid upgrades through the system were not an option, he would rely on himself. With that thought, he reopened the military merit shop and directly searched in the skill section for the renowned first-tier warrior technique, 9 turns Dragon Elephant Technique. Upon seeing the staggering price of 25 million, Gu Fangchen could not help but click his tongue. So expensive. He glanced at his balance, which had dwindled to only 21,200,000, insufficient for the purchase. Fortunately, this technique could also be offset using military merit points. The price was similarly set at 12,000. As a 6th-tier soldier, he was eligible for an 85 discount, bringing the price down to 21,250,000. Technique, 9 turns Dragon Elephant Technique. Price, 25,000,000 Longwa coins. Rank, 6th-tier soldier, C-grade area discount, 15 off. Discounted price, 21,250,000 Longwa coins. Military merit point deduction ratio, 1 point for 2,000 Longwa coins. Gu Fangchen examined his remaining military merit points for 1,000 and selected maximize deduction. 4,000 military merit points have been deducted, equivalent to 8,000,000 Longwa coins. Remaining payment amount, 13,250,000 Longwa coins. Seeing this figure, Gu Fangchen breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had enough money. Without a moment's hesitation, he confirmed the payment. Payment successful. Longwa coins, 13,250,000. Military merit points, for 1,000. Watching the 13,250,000 evaporate from his bank card along with the 4,000 military merit points, Gu Fangchen felt a twinge of pain. Yet his resolve remained unwavering. While the expenditure for weapons and techniques was substantial, the profits from hunting formidable strange beasts in the future would also be swift. This investment, which could safeguard his life, was undoubtedly worth it. Soon, the technique manual was delivered by drone. Gu Fangchen picked up the hefty ancient tome, promptly sat cross-legged, and immersed himself in fervent cultivation. Name, Gu Fangchen. Rank, 6th-tier soldier, military merit points, 0, Longwa coin balance, 7,950,000. Meanwhile, in a private estate outside Base 7, Zhao Tianhao sat on the sofa with a sullen expression. Though the swelling on his face had subsided, the resentment in his eyes had grown ever more intense. A bodyguard clad in black hurriedly entered and knelt respectfully on one knee. Young master, we have found out. Speak. The young man is named Gu Fangchen, the top scorer of this selection, who has recently joined Zhang Qingyu's Hell Squad. Hell Squad, the top scorer. This fellow has become increasingly ruthless in Zhao Tianhao's eyes. He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the blood-red sunset outside, his voice devoid of any emotion. Very well, keep a close watch on them. When he embarks on his first mission, I want to know every route he takes. Get in touch with the people from the stone. Inform them that I have a lucrative deal in mind. I want that lad Gu Fangchen to be left in pieces. Time flew by, and in a mere half-month, Gu Fangchen had completely immersed himself in his training, experiencing yet another leap in strength. Host, Gu Fangchen. Vitality, 2,000 points. Realm, late-stage first rank. Peak first rank, new, awaiting breakthrough. Cultivation techniques, stone refinement technique, level 8, 30, breaking army 7 killblade, 3rd kill, heartless. 9 transformations dragon elephant technique, no realm, max level. During these 15 days, devoid of encounters with exotic beasts, he diligently practiced the 9 transformations dragon elephant technique. As for the high-grade vitality pills given by Xiao Yoli, he refrained from using them. After all, he was quite close to the peak of the first rank, and using them could lead to a bottleneck that would hinder his body from absorbing the medicine, wasting most of its efficacy. He was not one to squander resources. Thus, he kept the 3 vitality pills well preserved, intending to use them only after breaking through to the 2nd rank. Simultaneously, his body refinement techniques and blade skills had made significant progress, both having advanced 2 levels over this period. At that moment, a crisp doorbell rang, interrupting Gu Fangchen's contemplation. He opened the door to find a small hovering drone quietly suspended at the entrance, its mechanical arm cradling a long, black metal box. The box was entirely matte black, embossed with the characters Divine Craft. Gu Fangchen took the box, and the drone automatically turned and departed. After closing the door, he placed the metal box on the carpet in the center of the room. With a click, the clasps on both sides of the box sprang open. As the lid slowly lifted, a unique aura, a blend of cold metal and a faint scent of blood, wafted forth. Inside lay a thick layer of black velvet, cradling a uniquely designed weapon that rested quietly within. It was a composite bow, currently in its compact form. It resembled an intricate work of art composed of countless precise components, exuding an aesthetic of brutal beauty. The bow limbs were crafted from the hardest claws of a Tyrannosaurus rex, showcasing a profound bone-white hue, its surface adorned with natural, dark golden lightning-like patterns. The grip was enveloped in an unknown black soft material, yielding a warm touch that fit perfectly to the hand. Even Gu Fangchen, with his steady temperament, could not help but feel a flicker of fervor in his eyes at this moment. He extended his hand to lift this dormant weapon from the box. It felt pleasantly heavy, perfectly balanced. Following the instructions in the manual, he flicked his wrist sharply. With a crisp click, the bow limbs instantly sprang out, unfolding and locking into place. Simultaneously, the dark golden bowstring, crafted from the main tendon of the Tyrannosaurus, tightened automatically, emitting a low, dragon-like hum. A composite battle bow, both fierce in appearance and beautiful, embodying primal wildness and futuristic technology, was now fully formed. On the opposite side of the metal box, 20 hive-style black quivers were neatly arranged, each filled with bone arrows crafted from the toe bones of the Tyrannosaurus. The arrows were pure white, their tips glimmering with a chilling light, while the fletching was made from an unknown black feather, light yet stable. Each quiver contained 50 arrows, totaling 1,000. This was an additional gift from the eccentric old Qian. Gu Fangchen nodded in satisfaction, eager to experience this new, deadly weapon. Without a moment's hesitation, he picked up the battle bow and quiver and made his way to the private training room in the basement. Chapter 51, Target Practice. Unlike the vast public training room in War God 1, the dormitory contained 4 training rooms, perfectly accommodating the 4 members of the squad, allowing each to train privately. The private training room was not large, about 200 square meters, but it was fully equipped with various fundamental training facilities, more than sufficient for his solo practice. He approached the shooting zone and activated the holographic target system ahead. Mode selection, fixed target, moving target, simulated combat. Gu Fangchen chose the most basic, moving target mode. Soon, a virtual red bullseye appeared in midair, drifting erratically at a uniform speed from 100 meters away. Taking a deep breath, Gu Fangchen held the bow in his left hand, drew a bone arrow from the quiver with his right, and knocked it onto the bowstring. Buzz. He exerted force with his arms, gradually pulling back the bowstring. An astounding resilience and power emanated from the bow limbs and string, enough to deter any ordinary first-rank warrior. Yet, before Gu Fangchen, bolstered by brutal physique and the 9 transformations dragon-elephant technique, it felt effortless. The bow reached its full draw. His gaze sharpened to an unparalleled focus, his entire being converging on the alignment of bow, arrow, and target. Time seemed to slow at that moment. He could distinctly feel the movement of the air, predicting the next trajectory of the bullseye. Now, release. Whoosh. A sharp sound of slicing air echoed. The white bone arrow transformed into a streak of light, tearing through the air, tracing a perfect line. The next moment, bang, 100 meters away, the erratically floating red bullseye was struck with precision, exploding into a myriad of glowing particles. Right on target. Success. A flicker of joy flashed in Gu Fangchen's eyes. He did not pause, drawing another arrow, nocking it, aiming, and shooting again. Whoosh. Bang. Whoosh. Bang. The shrill whistle of arrows leaving the string and the explosive sound of the target shattering resonated within the training room, creating a deadly symphony. His movements grew increasingly swift and fluid. From standing shots to moving shots, he activated lightweight body, maneuvering swiftly around the space. Yet the battle bow remained as steady as a rock in his hands, each arrow striking true. Gradually, he even ceased to aim with his eyes. Relying solely on breath sensing and his innate combat intuition, he shot arrows casually, achieving perfect accuracy. Arrows flew, targets shattered. Every shot found its mark. At that moment, he was immobile, lethal artillery. Just then, a clear round of applause unexpectedly sounded from behind him. Clap, clap, clap. The applause was neither hurried nor slow, carrying an unmistakable admiration. Gu Fangchen halted his movements, instinctively tensing the hand holding the bow, and turned sharply. There stood Lin Kiki at the doorway, leaning against the frame with her arms crossed over her chest. In those golden, expressive eyes, one could discern an overwhelming sense of astonishment and disbelief. Heavens! Xiao Gu, you are truly a marvel. She bounded over in a few swift steps, circling around Gu Fangchen as if he were an extraordinary treasure, exclaiming in wonder. Your accuracy is astonishing. I dare say, even the most elite snipers at the base, equipped with 8 times magnification and the most advanced ballistic assistance systems, could never achieve the terrifying precision you possess. Her large eyes sparkled with curiosity as they fixated on Gu Fangchen's legs. And what was that extraordinary agility you just displayed? So swift and light, like a wraith. I could scarcely keep up with you. Incredible, indeed. In response to her rapid-fire compliments and inquiries, Gu Fangchen merely shook his head calmly, humbly attributing his prowess to good fortune and casual practice. With a flick, he stowed his battle bow and countered. What brings you here? I intended to practice as well. but when I noticed the lights still on in your vicinity, my curiosity led me here, Lin Kiki replied, playfully sticking out her tongue, a hint of mischief gracing her features. Little did I know I would witness such divine archery. It's truly an eye-opener. With a smile, Gu Fangchen chose not to elaborate further. He turned and approached the target wall to retrieve the bone arrows embedded deep within. Hey, Xiao Gu, Lin Kiki called, observing his retreating figure, as if she wished to say more. However, her words barely escaped her lips when suddenly, a sharp and resounding assembly bell rang throughout the dormitory without warning. Lin Kiki's playful demeanor instantly froze, replaced by a look of apprehension. Is this an emergency assembly? Indeed, Gu Fangchen replied, his brow furrowing slightly, though his gaze remained serene. He glanced at the bow and arrows he had yet to recover and said to Lin Kiki, you should head up first. I will join you once I finish. All right. Although Lin Kiki was unaware of the situation's gravity, she instinctively nodded in agreement. Trusting his calm demeanor. Then hurry, she urged, not lingering further, and swiftly made her way out of the training room towards the living area upstairs. Gu Fangchen, unhurried yet purposeful, approached the target wall. With a forceful motion of his arm, he extracted the bow and arrows from the specialized alloy target with several soft thuds. His movements both swift and efficient. After collecting all the arrows and his battle bow into the box, he turned and briskly ascended to the living area. As he stepped onto the final stair, he heard Lin Kiki's voice resonating from the living room. You scared me. I thought something was wrong, Lin Kiki complained, clutching her chest in fright. Just then, Zhang Qingyu, who had been quietly reading on the couch, caught sight of Gu Fangchen's arrival. His sharp gaze swept over Gu Fangchen, and his previously composed demeanor was overtaken by profound astonishment. Xiao Gu, have you reached the pinnacle of the first tier? Upon hearing this, Lin Kiki nodded vigorously, her expression filled with incredulity. I noticed it too, but I was so absorbed in watching you practice that I didn't want to interrupt. This is astonishingly fast. It's only been half a month. As she spoke, Lin Kiki stepped closer, playfully poking Gu Fangchen's now more muscular chest with her delicate finger and pinching his arm, which felt as solid as iron. Her eyes were alight with unabashed surprise and admiration. Moreover, you seem to have bulked up a bit, and she leaned in closer, a sly smile appearing on her face. You seem even more handsome than before. This is problematic. The girls at the base are going to have their eyes glued to you. Ahem. From the sofa, Gao Yizhou, who had been silently engrossed in his book, suddenly cleared his throat. He put the book down and leisurely quipped, you were already quite handsome. Now you're even more so. What has to become of us? The girls at the base will surely flock to Xiao Gu. Gu Fangchen looked at Gao Yizhou and couldn't help but smile. It was evident that Gao Yizhou's earlier claims of having a bad day were indeed true, since they had become familiar, though still somewhat reserved. He had shed the initial air of aloofness and had become more amiable, often engaging in light-hearted banter and generously sharing his invaluable techniques during training. It was undeniable that his rapid progress was significantly aided by the camaraderie of the members of the Yanluo team. All right, enough jesting. Zhang Qingyu observed the cheerful atmosphere among the team, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. He clapped his hands, redirecting everyone's attention as his expression grew serious. Back to the matter at hand, he said in a low voice. We have just received an urgent mission from the command center. A small-scale beast tide has erupted 30 kilometers outside the city at the Haishi mine, and we are required to proceed immediately to eliminate it. Lin Kiki furrowed her brow upon hearing this. The Haishi mine? ISNT, that area already abandoned? How could a beast tide suddenly emerge? I'm not certain. Zhang Qingyu replied, shaking his head. However, according to the intelligence relayed by the forward scouts, although the scale of this beast tide is modest, the variety of creatures involved is quite diverse. Moreover, this time we will not be acting alone. He paused, his gaze shifting to a more nuanced expression. The command center has requested that we collaborate with another squad. Another squad? Gao Yizhou inquired, raising his head. Which one? Zhang Qingyu slowly revealed a name that left everyone feeling unfamiliar. It's the Bloodwolf squad. Bloodwolf. Lin Kiki blinked her golden eyes, her face a canvas of confusion. I haven't heard of them. On the sofa, Gao Yizhou shook his head slowly, succinctly stating, not familiar. Not to worry. Zhang Qingyu smiled broadly. We'll get to know each other during this joint operation. He clapped his hands again, his voice booming with authority. All right, let us stop dawdling. Assemble here in 5 minutes, fully armed. We depart. Yes, Captain. The group responded in unison, immediately springing into action. Lin Kiki stowed away her playful demeanor, expertly sheathing 2 short blades at her side, while checking her waist for throwing knives. Gao Yizhou donned the hefty C-grade tower shield, his presence now exuding an aura of steadfastness. Gu Fangchen swiftly donned his brand new Shadow Leopard combat suit, securing the upgraded black-scaled battle knife at his waist before retrieving a black metal box containing his composite battle bow. With a decisive click, the box sprang open. Without hesitation, he slung the battle bow, in its compact form, onto his back using a specially designed tactical strap. Then, he extracted 2 honeycomb-style black quivers from the box, deftly attaching them to the tactical points on his combat suit belt. one on each side for easy access without hindering his movements. Now equipped with a long knife at his waist, a battle bow on his back, and a poisoned dagger strapped to the outer side of his thigh, he resembled a walking arsenal, armed to the teeth. Zhang Qingyu, Lin Kiki, and Gao Yizhou exchanged glances, their faces reflecting unreserved admiration. Feeling the chill of the weapons against his body, Gu Fangchen's fighting spirit soared. At long last, the moment to vanquish the otherworldly beasts has arrived. The long-dormant Slaughter-and-Plunder System within his mind, which had lain silent for the past fortnight, seemed to resonate with its master's fervent desire. Beginning to emit a faint hum, what remained was merely the breakthrough. Perfect breakthrough. Slay a king-level otherworldly beast. 15. It is hoped that this mission will present opportunities to encounter several king-level beasts. If so, he could ascend to the second tier. At this moment, Zhang Qingyu clapped his hands in satisfaction. Are we all prepared? Ready. The trio responded in unison. Excellent. Zhang Qingyu's eyes sharpened instantaneously, and the ironclad aura characteristic of a seasoned captain burst forth. The Yinluo team, all present. Our objective is the Blackstone mining area. Let us proceed. The four donned their tactical backpacks and exited the villa. Outside, a menacing, black, modified military Hummer awaited them, resembling a ferocious steel beast in repose. Board the vehicle. At Zhang Qingyu's command, the four entered in succession, the Hummer's engine growling deeply, stirring up a cloud of dust as it sped away towards the wilderness beyond the base. After approximately half an hour of travel, the landscape outside transformed from steel fortifications to the desolate and crumbling expanse of the Gobi Desert. Eventually, the Hummer came to a gradual halt amidst a rugged terrain strewn with jagged rocks and abandoned mine shafts. They had arrived at the Blackstone mining area. In the distance, a similarly modified off-road vehicle awaited their arrival. Leaning against it were four figures, 3 men and 1 woman, clad in matching wolf-gray combat attire. They exuded an aura of seasoned warriors. We've arrived. Disembark, Zhang Qingyu declared, pushing open the car door and leaping down. He waved cheerfully at the tall man leading the opposing group and strode forward. Old Wolf. Long time no see. Your team arrived quite early. The captain of the opposing team, upon hearing this, smiled and prepared to respond. However, at that moment, Gu Fangchen, Lin Kiki, and Gao Yizhou emerged from the vehicle in succession. As Gu Fangchen's handsome, yet stern visage came fully into view before the 4 members of the Bloodwolf team, time seemed to come to a standstill. The bodies of the 3 men and 1 woman opposite him froze in shock. The female team member, who had previously worn a charming smile, now found her expression frozen in disbelief, her red lips parted, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. The slightly younger male teammate appeared as if he had seen a ghost, pointing at Gu Fangchen, his mouth agape, as if to swallow an egg. Even the 4th member, who had been resting with a sniper rifle propped against the vehicle, abruptly opened his eyes, his body tensing in alarm. They gazed at the youth clad in a sleek black combat outfit, fully armed, his demeanor composed and restrained, their minds blank. In unison, they exclaimed, their voices laden with shock, horror, and disbelief. It's you? What are you doing here? Chapter 53. Are you trying to deceive us? The sudden outcry halted Zhang Qingyu in his tracks, a look of bewilderment etched upon his face. He glanced at his own Gu Fangchen, then at the 4 members of the Bloodwolf team, who appeared as though they had encountered a specter, their faces a canvas of astonishment. What on earth was happening? Meanwhile, Gu Fangchen, upon hearing that familiar voice, finally lifted his gaze. His calm eyes surveyed the 4 before him, their faces both familiar and slightly foreign, instantly conjuring memories of the bloody escape from over a month ago. He recognized them. The captain, stable and decisive, had been the backbone of their group at that time. The striking female warrior, now stunned, was none other than Xiaoya, the one who had flirtatiously suggested exchanging contact information. The excitable young male team member was Offing, who had initially deemed him a nuisance but had later been terrified by him. As for the last individual, the sniper who had provided cover from the shadows, he was undoubtedly the same one from before. This was the very team that had rescued him from the clutches of the otherworldly beasts in that shabby apartment. He never imagined they would reunite here, under such circumstances. Lin Kiki observed her expressionless Gu Fangchen, then glanced at the Bloodwolf team, whose faces were a riot of emotions. Her curiosity piqued. She leaned toward Zhang Qingyu and whispered, Captain, what is happening? Do they know Fangchen? Zhang Qingyu, equally perplexed, shook his head and stepped forward, tentatively addressing the captain of the Bloodwolf team. Old Wolf, do you know each other? The captain, referred to as Old Wolf, finally shook off the stupor of shock. He swallowed hard, his gaze sweeping over Gu Fangchen's finely crafted combat attire and the black-scaled war blade at his waist. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He did not answer Zhang Qingyu, but instead fixed his unwavering stare on Gu Fangchen, his voice hoarse as he asked, Little brother, is it truly you? How? It's me, Gu Fangchen replied calmly, nodding in acknowledgement. Long time no see, everyone. His nonchalant demeanor sent tumultuous waves of astonishment crashing through the hearts of the 4 members of the Bloodwolf team. Was this truly the same ordinary student who had once been cornered by a black-scaled hyena? necessitating their intervention? How much time had passed? Just over a month. Moreover, had he not been suffering from a blockage in his vital energy? Was he not an ordinary individual? How could he possibly be here? They looked down, and, upon noticing the golden insignia adorning his combat uniform, their minds ground to a halt. Wait. That was the champion insignia, a testament to his status as the top performer. Not only had he joined the Yinluo team, but he had also become this year's champion. Good heavens. This sounds like a plot twist even a novel wouldn't dare to write. Could it be that he had awakened a system? No way. Fang's mouth hung open, pointing at Gu Fangchen, stuttering. Aren't you the one who was blocked in vital energy? How could you become a warrior? And the champion? Wearing the Yinluo uniform? This doesn't add up. Confusion was etched across Fang's face as he glanced at his teammates, recalling that just over a month prior, Gu Fangchen had been unable to handle even the weakest of black-scaled hyenas. Fang, be quiet. Old Wolf admonished him in a low yet trembling voice. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure, turning his serious gaze back to Gu Fangchen. Brother Gu, what on earth is going on? Your meridians. I was fortunate enough to encounter some opportunities and cleared them, Gu Fangchen explained with an air of nonchalance. Yet, to the ears of the Blood Wolf team, this sounded like an extraordinary tale. Opportunities? What kind of opportunity could transform a martial arts failure into a paragon of strength within a month? Securing the top position in the most perilous and challenging selection at base 7. Is this some kind of trick? Xiaoya suddenly recalled something. She looked at Gu Fangchen and remembered that day outside the shabby apartment, the fiery figure that had descended like a deity. Could it be that after Xia Qianjin returned, she had been singing his praises? Did she lend him a hand? She speculated instinctively. Only someone of such remarkable stature could possess the means to effect such a miraculous transformation, right? Gu Fangchen merely smiled at her conjecture, neither confirming nor denying it. The more he behaved in such a manner, the more the 4 members of the Blood Wolf squad felt their suspicions were validated. Their gazes upon Gu Fangchen transformed from sheer astonishment to a complex blend of reverence and inquiry. Goodness, he actually managed to align himself with the illustrious Miss Xia. His background must be extraordinary. As this realization dawned on him, Fang's face flushed crimson, extending all the way to his ears. Memories flooded back to him of his earlier impatience towards Gu Fangchen when they were both in the low-rent housing. He recalled the foolish words he had uttered out of fear and felt a burning shame, wishing for nothing more than to disappear into a crevice. Under the subtle scrutiny of his companions, Fang hesitated for a considerable time, but ultimately mustered the courage to approach Gu Fangchen. With his head bowed and eyes averted, his voice was barely above a whisper, yet it was laden with sincere contrition. Brother Gu, I am truly sorry. I was blind to your greatness and spoke foolishly before. Please do not take it to heart. With that, he deeply bowed before Gu Fangchen. This scene brought immense satisfaction to Zhang Qingyu, who relished the sight of the notoriously sharp-tongued Fang in such a humbled state. Who would have thought he would witness this in his lifetime? Meanwhile, Lao Lang and Xiaoyu exchanged resigned glances and sighed softly. Gu Fangchen regarded the blushing youth before him and calmly stated, "It's all in the past." He was not one to bear grudges. Furthermore, had they not intervened in time, he might have met a grim fate at the jaws of a hyena. There was no reason to harbor resentment towards those who had saved his life. All right, we're all brothers here. There's no need for such formality. Zhang Qingyu interjected with a smile, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. He patted Lao Lang on the shoulder, adding, "Since we are acquainted, we can coordinate our actions more easily. Now let us discuss the mission." Only then did Lao Lang snap back to reality, nodding as he led everyone to the vehicle, unveiling a holographic map. According to the intelligence gathered, the epicenter of the beast tide lay within the abandoned mine, 3 kilometers ahead. Our task is to conduct coordinated operations to eliminate all aberrant creatures, with a primary focus on identifying the source of the beast tide, he explained. Zhang Qingyu studied the map intently and responded in a low voice. All right, then our team, Yama, will handle the frontal assault, while your Blood Wolf squad provides flanking support and covers from a distance. How does that sound? No problem, Lao Lang replied emphatically. The 2 squads swiftly finalized their tactical arrangements, proceeding in tandem toward the blood-soaked mining area. Chapter 54, Preparations for Battle commence. The Blackstone mining district was marked by rugged terrain, with rusting tracks and overturned mining carts scattered throughout, the air thick with a melancholic blend of rust and dust. The seasoned members of both squads navigated the environment with the ease of veterans, their steps light and swift, emitting nary a sound. Amidst the group, Lao Lang Chengyi, the captain of the Blood Wolf squad, could no longer suppress the tumult of emotions swirling within him. He leaned closer to Zhang Qingyu, lowering his voice. Yet his gaze frequently darted toward Gu Fangchen, who was stationed at the rear, keeping watch. Old Zhang, I still find it hard to believe, he confessed, his tone filled with a dreamlike quality. Regarding Brother Gu, we had only received a brief from the military, stating that he had joined forces with Miss Xia to slay a disaster-level shadow leopard. He paused, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. At that time, we assumed the military had exaggerated his accomplishments for the sake of propaganda. We thought he would just spend the rest of his life enjoying his fortune in some major base city. Who could have imagined that Cheng Ye's gaze would shift back to Gu Fangchen, his expression now one of extreme complexity. Not only had he arrived at base 7, but he had also achieved the top rank. Upon hearing this, Feng and Xiaoya nodded vigorously, their faces reflecting similar shock. They had witnessed firsthand just how weak Gu Fangchen had once been, a common man driven to desperation by the most basic hyena beast. In a span of just over a month, he had accomplished a transformation that many warriors might never achieve in their lifetimes. This was no longer something that could merely be described as talent. It was nothing short of a miracle. Listening to his friend's musings, Zhang Qingyu wore a proud smile. His chest puffed out as he spoke in a tone of boastful pride. Of course. Just look at who his brother is. Our little Gu is a monster among monsters. What does being the top rank even mean? Lin Kiki interjected, unable to contain herself. Her large eyes sparkled with admiration as she added in an almost gossiping tone. You should have seen it. During the selection competition, it was like he was operating on a different dimension. He scored full marks in both the first and second tests. And in the final practical test, he single-handedly defeated more beasts than the remaining few hundred combined. He not only dispatched a marauding creature, but also took down the half-crippled king-level beast, the Terraclaw Tyrant. The 4 members of the Blood Wolf squad collectively gasped in astonishment, feeling a prickling sensation at the nape of their necks. Their gazes toward Gu Fangchen had completely transformed. If their initial reaction had been shock, it had now matured into pure reverence. Speaking of monsters, Xiaoya suddenly recalled something. She blinked her beautiful eyes, her face illuminating with a blend of yearning and admiration as she whispered mysteriously to the group. Have you heard the latest about Miss Xia? Miss Xia? Zhang Qingyu and Cheng Yi both paused, puzzled. What about her? Xiaoya took a deep breath, her tone bordering on the surreal as she revealed news that could send shockwaves throughout the entire Eastern War Zone. I heard from a friend in the military's upper echelons that Miss Xia seems to be in seclusion, preparing to break through to the 4th tier. Boom. Those 2 words struck like thunder, reverberating explosively in the minds of everyone present. 4th tier. Zhang Qingyu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. How old is she? Just turned 18, right? And she's already preparing to challenge the 4th tier. This is utterly outrageous. Cheng Ye's expression mirrored his astonishment. The path of martial arts becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. The leap from the 3rd to the 4th tier is akin to traversing a chasm, a qualitative transformation of life. Countless extraordinarily talented individuals have found themselves stymied at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, unable to advance a single step for their entire lives. Yet Xia Liuli was poised to challenge this formidable barrier before her 20th birthday. But that was not the most terrifying part. Xiaoyu observed the shock on their faces and wore a bittersweet smile, her tone imbued with profound respect and longing as she continued. Let us not forget. Miss Xia is embarking on the perilous path of a perfect breakthrough. This perfect transition from the 3rd to the 4th tier is said to be over 100 times more difficult than a typical breakthrough. In the last century, the number of individuals who have achieved a flawless transition to the 4th tier in the entire Dragon Kingdom could be counted on one hand. If she succeeds, in Xiaoya's eyes, fervent admiration filled her gaze as she declared, she will become the youngest high-tier 4th tier warrior in the history of our Dragon Kingdom. The entire area fell into a deathly silence. Even Gu Fangchen, who had consistently lingered at the rear of the group and appeared indifferent to the outside world, faltered imperceptibly at the mention of the words upper-grade 4th tier. A rare flicker of emotion crossed the typically stern face of Gao Yizhou. He murmured to himself, that is already the realm of legends. My heavens. Lin Kiki covered her mouth, her face alight with the fervor of a starstruck fan. Upper-grade 4th tier. Does that mean she could single-handedly confront an entire horde of beasts even more formidable than a disaster-level threat? Feng's eyes widened, his mind blank, instinctively muttering. She is simply incredible. Is she even human? The shock within the hearts of the crowd was profound. Yet, amidst the astonishment, Gu Fangchen felt a surge of intense battle spirit and yearning. Perfect breakthrough. He recalled the option on his system panel. The thorny path that appeared perilous to others was, for him, a smooth avenue. Xia Liuli. He silently repeated the name, his fists slowly tightening in an unnoticed corner. One day, I too shall stand at that height. Just as everyone remained immersed in their awe of Xia Liuli, Zhang Qingyu's voice pulled them back to reality. All right, everyone focus. He pointed to a large, pitch-black opening not far ahead, his gaze sharpening instantly. We have arrived. Enough chatter, it's time to get to work. Chapter 55, I will go alone. At his words, the group immediately collected themselves, their previously relaxed expressions replaced by an air of solemnity. The 2 small teams alternated in cover, forming a combat formation, cautiously venturing into the seemingly bottomless mine. The interior was cold and damp, the air thick with the stench of blood and decay, and the ground occasionally crunched underfoot with the remnants of unknown beasts. This place had likely become a haven for monstrous creatures. Cheng Yi lowered his voice, gripping his combat knife more tightly. After traversing a narrow passage, they emerged into a vast underground vault. Below them lay a massive natural cavern, as deep as a meteorite crater. The The sight at the cavern's bottom made everyone gasp in astonishment. Countless beasts swarmed like a writhing mass of ants, occupying the entire pit. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 300 of them. Among them were the tough-skinned, iron-armored rhinos, the swiftly climbing venomous earth dragons, and even the ghost-faced blood bats hanging from the cave's ceiling, emitting piercing shrieks. This was a mixed horde composed of various beast-level creatures. Damn it, this is troublesome. Zhang Qingyu's brow furrowed instantly. With so many, charging in recklessly would mean casualties, even if we manage to win. We can only use the old method, Chengyi suggested, pointing to several narrow passages on either side of the pit. Let us split into 2 teams and lure them out in batches, slowly whittling them down. This was undoubtedly the most prudent strategy at present. However, just as everyone nodded in agreement and prepared to divide into groups, Gu Fangchen, standing at the edge of the fault and gazing down at the horde, felt an intense flame ignite in his calm eyes. Experience packs. A vast array of experience packs. His heart raced. Though his vitality was at full capacity and he could not increase his total vitality through slaying beasts, the progress of his plundering talent would not cease. Iron-armored rhino kill progress, 20,100. Just last selection, he had almost completed the plundering of the iron-armored rhino's talent. And down below was the perfect batch. Wasn't he the serendipitous? Furthermore, the venomous earth dragons and ghost-faced bloodbats clearly possessed agility and toxin-based talents. This was no perilous ground. It was, in fact, a paradise-level dungeon tailored just for him. Captain, Gu Fangchen suddenly interjected, interrupting the tactical discussion among the group. I have a suggestion. Zhang Qingyu turned to look at him. Speak. Gu Fangchen's gaze remained fixed on the surging horde below, licking his lips, and with an eerily calm tone, he proposed, could I handle this group of beasts alone? The air seemed to freeze at that moment. The edge of the fault was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stared at Gu Fangchen in disbelief, questioning their own hearing. Lin Kiki was the first to react, frowning as she approached and gently nudged Gu Fangchen with her elbow. Little Gu, are you joking? Alone? There are over 300 beasts down there. This isn't a joke. Little brother, this isn't the time for heroics. Chengyi, the Blood Wolf team leader, cautioned gravely. I know you're strong, but even a second-tier warrior could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. The others, including a Feng, Xiaoya, and Gao Yizhou, looked at Gu Fangchen with wide eyes, utterly baffled. Yet, in the face of their doubts and pleas, Gu Fangchen did not argue. He merely turned his gaze towards Zhang Qingyu. His eyes were remarkably serene. Zhang Qingyu locked eyes with him. In those deep orbs, he found no trace of arrogance or hubris, only a pure yearning for battle and absolute confidence in his own strength. He recalled the figure from the selection match, who had laughed amidst mountains of corpses. He remembered that unfathomable perfect score. Finally, Zhang Qingyu inhaled deeply, making a decision that left everyone utterly astonished. He nodded firmly at Gu Fangchen. All right, I trust you, Captain. Lin Kiki and Gao Yizhou exclaimed in unison. Qingyu looked on in disbelief. Old Zhang, are you out of your mind? But Zhang Qingyu raised his hand, silencing their protests. He gazed at Gu Fangchen with utmost seriousness. However, we will watch from above. If anything goes awry or if you cannot hold on, we will intervene immediately. That is non-negotiable. Understood, Gu Fangchen replied succinctly. He knew this was the maximum concession the captain could give while still trusting him, a significant form of protection. Seeing this, Chengyi opened his mouth, but ultimately let out a resigned sigh. He glanced at his teammates, who were equally marked by disbelief, and shook his head. Fine, since your captain has agreed. I suppose we have no further objections. To be frank, the Blood Wolf team was also curious. They wondered just how strong Gu Fangchen had become, having once been an ordinary humanities student they had saved. Thus, all eyes turned to Gu Fangchen, holding their breath in anticipation. With permission granted, Gu Fangchen revealed a bright smile. He turned to face the deep pit below, rolled his wrists, and twisted his neck. Then, under the watchful gaze of everyone, he stepped to the very edge of the fault. Without a moment's hesitation, he took a step forward, his figure plunging like a stone cast into the abyss, hurtling towards the dark sea of claws and fangs below. Chapter 56. Kill. Little Gu. Lin Keek's heart surged into her throat, and instinctively, she was about to rush forward. But at that very moment, Gu Fangchen, who was plummeting, made his move. In midair, he twisted his body with an astonishing agility, forcefully adjusting his posture. And the menacing war bow, which had been in a stowed state behind him, was swiftly grasped in his left hand. With a crisp click, the war bow unfurled violently. Following this, his right hand, like a phantom, swept past the quiver at his waist, and a gleaming bone arrow was knocked onto the bowstring made from the tendons of a Tyrannosaurus rex. The bow was drawn to its full moon shape. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly in a state of weightlessness, devoid of any hesitation. Below, the once agitated horde of beasts, stirred by this unexpected intruder, lifted their grotesque heads. At the cave's apex, several ghost-faced bloodbats emitted piercing shrieks, leading the charge toward the descending Gu Fangchen, intent on assaulting him. Yet, they were swift. And Gu Fangchen's arrow was swifter. Whoosh! The bowstring resonated, echoing like a dragon's roar piercing the air. That white-bone arrow transformed into a nearly imperceptible streak of lethal light, arriving before its target. With a splat, the foremost ghost-faced bloodbat had no time to utter a cry as its massive head was penetrated, exploding in a cacophony of gore. Gu Fangchen's movements were relentless. His fingers danced upon the bowstring with such speed that they seemed to leave afterimages. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows flew in rapid succession. 3 streaks of white light formed a triangular blockade, sealing off all escape routes for the swarm of bats. 3 more heads burst apart in midair, showering the surroundings in a crimson mist. Ding. Killed beast-level creature, ghost-faced bloodbat, 1100. Plunder successful, vitality value 3. Ding. Killed beast-level creature, ghost-faced bloodbat, 2100. Plunder successful, vitality value 3. Ding. Killed beast-level creature, ghost-faced bloodbat, 4100. Plunder successful, vitality value 3. Due to the host vitality value reaching the current boundary limit, excess vitality will automatically transform into pure energy, refining the body. In that moment of descent, he seemed to transform into a mobile aerial artillery platform. With each twang of the bowstring, a beast was sure to fall. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In just a few seconds of free fall, the terrifying horde of bats at the cave's ceiling was nearly halved by his solitary bow. Ding. Killed beast-level creature, ghost-faced bloodbat, 17100. Plunder successful, vitality value 3. At this instant, his feet finally touched the ground. Boom. A sound as thunderous as a drum reverberated. He slightly bent his knees, absorbing the terrifying impact of a 100-meter drop into the rocky ground beneath him. Spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread from his center. Nearby, the closest beasts were jolted, staggering from the force of the shockwave. On the cliff above, the 4 members of the Bloodwolf squad were utterly dumbfounded. A Feng's mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg, his mind blank. Chengyi, Xiaoya, and the sniper were equally astonished. They questioned whether they could ever achieve such precise and efficient long-range sniping during a 100-meter descent. Was he truly that literature student, plagued by a lack of vitality? Roar. After a brief silence, a cacophony of beastly roars erupted. On the ground, the hundreds of enraged beasts surged forth like a black tide from all directions, rushing toward the audacious human who dared to challenge their authority. Claws, fangs, venom, and sharp horns formed an impenetrable net of death, intent on tearing the diminutive figure to shreds. Yet, Gu Fangchen merely smiled. He slowly straightened, swinging the war bow behind him and grasping the hilt of the dagger at his waist. With a crisp sound, the blade sang. The jet-black war dagger, adorned with intricate scales, finally unsheathed. A chilling and domineering intent surged forth. His gaze turned steely. Instead of retreating, he stomped down hard, transforming into a bolt of black lightning that charged toward the oncoming torrent of beasts. His first target was the tough-skinned ironhide rhinos. First form of the broken Army 7 Killblade. Break the formation. The black-scaled war dagger transformed into a black streak of devastating force, ruthlessly cleaving into the herd of rhinos with a brute disregard for reason. Boom. Where the blade passed, flesh and blood flew. The first 2 ironhide rhinos, whose armored hides could withstand cannon fire, crumbled under his strike like mere tofu. Their massive heads soared into the air, hot blood gushing forth like a fountain. Ding. Killed beast-level creature, ironhide rhino, 21100. Plunder successful, vitality value 8. Ding. Killed beast-level creature, ironhide rhino, 22100. Plunder successful, vitality value 8. The might of a single strike was terrifying. Gu Fangchen had completely lost his mind to the frenzy of slaughter. He abandoned all evasive maneuvers, pushing the rock-solid body refinement technique and savage physique to their limits, allowing the beast's claws and fangs to wreak havoc upon his body. Clang, clang. A venomous earth dragon lunged down from the nearby rock face, its claws saturated with poison crashing into his back. The piercing sound of metal clashing rang out, leaving not a single mark upon his shadow leopard combat suit. Gu Fangchen did not look back. With a swift motion of his left hand, he seized the creature by the throat and slammed it to the ground. Boom! With a swift reversal of his blade, he cleaved the earth dragon's head cleanly in 2. Boom! Ding! Killed beast-level creature, venomous earth dragon, 1100. Plunder successful, vitality value 6. He then advanced, spun around, and executed a powerful horizontal slash. The blade cut through the air with a piercing shriek, cleanly severing 3 ironhide rhinos charging from the front. Ding! Killed beast-level creature, ironhide rhino, 23100. Plunder successful, vitality value 8. Ding! Killed beast-level creature, ironhide rhino, 24100. Plunder successful, vitality value 8. Ding! Killed beast-level creature, ironhide rhino, 25100. Plunder successful, vitality value 8. Severed limbs and shattered innards filled the air. The entire cave floor had transformed into a bloody arena of carnage. Gu Fangchen's figure darted amidst the sea of corpses and blood. The dagger in his hand became the most efficient scythe of death. With every swing, a torrent of hot blood was released, reaping countless lives. He alternated between grand sweeping strikes, his blade carving through swathes of beasts, and retrieving his war bow to shoot down the ghost-faced bloodbats and venomous earth dragons attempting to ambush him from afar at impossible angles. A perfect combination of offense and defense. At this moment, he was a relentless killing machine, tireless and devoid of any weaknesses. Ha 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 ha. At the bottom of the cave, in that blood-soaked arena, paved with severed limbs and remnants of flesh, Gu Fangchen found himself engulfed in the throes of battle. Unable to contain an exuberant and unrestrained laughter, his mirth echoed wildly, brimming with the primal ecstasy and fervor of slaughter. Scalding blood dripped from the tips of his hair, casting his handsome visage in the guise of Ashura emerging from the depths of hell. His body was drenched in blood, his combat attire irrevocably stained a deep, unfathomable crimson. Yet his eyes burned with an alarming intensity, radiating a battle fervor more searing than molten lava. Above, Zhang Qingyu and his companions were left utterly dumbfounded, their scalps prickling and minds blank. The scene before them, akin to the descent of a demonic deity, shattered all their preconceptions regarding combat, genius, and even humanity itself. He has gone mad. Offing's voice trembled, his face a canvas of sheer terror. He has lost it. Mad. Xiaoya's beautiful eyes mirrored disbelief. Yet they also sparkled with an almost obsessive awe. No, look at his gaze. He is entirely lucid. He revels in all of this. Chapter 57, Slaughter. Slaughter. Below, Gu Fangchen's laughter became the death knell for the otherworldly beasts. He cast aside all unnecessary defenses, embracing the dual might of brutal physique and the 8th level of rock refinement technique. These two formidable defensive talents and techniques coalesced, transforming him into a veritable fortress of carnage walking among mortals. Clang, clang, clang. Dozens of venomous earth dragons lunged from the surrounding cliff walls, their clawed limbs slick with poison, raking at his form, yet only igniting a shower of blinding sparks, failing to even tear through the fibers of his combat attire. Gu Fangchen's gaze turned frigid. In a flash, his left hand shot forth, seizing one of the lunging earth dragons by its neck, his arm's muscles bursting with ferocity. Crack! The vertebrae shattered. Then, with a swift grip, he wielded the several hundred-pound dragon's corpse as a colossal club, swinging it with a brutish flourish against the surrounding horde of beasts. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous impacts resounded, 3 aberrant beasts being smashed into oblivion, their bones shattering. Ding. Killed beast-level aberration, venomous earth dragon, 15,100, plunder successful, vitality points 6. Ding. Killed beast-level aberration, venomous earth dragon, 16,100, plunder successful, vitality points 6. Ding. Killed beast-level aberration, venomous earth dragon, 17,100, plunder successful, vitality points 6. Simultaneously, his right hand was not idle. Fingers curled like claws, he lunged for another earth dragon's head. Splat. His fingertips effortlessly pierced through the hardened skull. Red and white matter splattering. He casually flung the warm corpse aside, and then brandished his black-scaled battle knife. Boom! It cleaved the earth dragon in twain. Then, with a swift motion, he charged into the thickest part of the beast horde once more. Ding! Killed beast-level aberration, venomous earth dragon, 18,100, plunder successful, vitality points 6. Ding! Killed beast-level aberration, venomous earth dragon, 19,100, plunder successful, vitality points 6. Ding! Killed beast-level aberration, venomous earth dragon, 20,100, plunder successful, vitality points 6. His vitality points had already peaked at the first-tier limit of 2,000, unable to advance further. Yet, the energy plundered by the system did not go to waste, transforming into the purest nourishment, continuously nurturing and refining every cell of his body, rendering his endurance seemingly infinite. Roar! At this moment, the leader of the aberrant beasts, a colossal iron-hide rhino king, emitted a thunderous roar. Its crimson singular eye locked onto Gu Fangchen, charging forth with the force of 1,000 tons, as if a runaway armored train intent on obliterating all in its path. Faced with this terrifying onslaught capable of collapsing city walls, not a trace of fear marred Gu Fangchen's countenance. Instead of retreating, a feral smile curved upon his lips. He surged forward, like a black cannonball defying the odds, colliding head-on with the rampaging steel torrent. Is he insane? He intends to meet it head-on. Above, Offing screamed in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Clang! The next moment, the black blade met the Rhino King's formidable horn, capable of shattering mountains, in a thunderous clash. The ear-piercing sound of metal on metal reverberated throughout the cavern, causing everyone's eardrums to buzz. A violent shockwave erupted from the point of impact, scattering debris and the corpses of aberrant beasts. Yet, the anticipated gruesome sight of Gu Fangchen being flung away did not materialize. His feet seemed rooted to the ground, as if he had sunk deep into the earth, forcefully halting the charging Rhino King in its tracks. The black-scaled battle knife in his grasp pressed relentlessly against the indomitable horn, sparks flying as neither could gain the upper hand. Buzz! Gu Fangchen's eyes blazed crimson, channeling the 2,000 vitality points overflowing within him into his arms without reservation. The profound power of rock refinement technique at its 8th level, the primal might of brutal physique. In this instant, they fused perfectly. Crack! At that moment, a clear fissure appeared on the iron-hide Rhino King's once proud horn. Moo! The searing pain elicited a mournful cry from it. Yet, before it could retreat, Gu Fangchen's assault descended like a torrential storm. He granted the Rhino King no respite. The black-scaled battle knife morphed into thousands of black lightning strikes, too swift for the eye to comprehend, mercilessly raining down upon the Rhino King's skull. Clang, 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 clang. The rapid-fire strikes melded into a cacophonous metallic tempest. Above, all were rendered speechless. I can't see his blade. Xiaoya's eyes were wide with shock. All she could discern was a blurred silhouette of the black blade, enveloping the massive Rhino King like a vortex of death. He.s. overpowering a king-level aberration. Cheng Yi's jaw dropped, his mind utterly derailed. Are you jesting? That is a king-level aberration, though merely at the initial stage. It is not something a first-tier martial artist can confront directly. Yet now, this iron-hide Rhino King, renowned for its defense and strength, was being forced to retreat under Gu Fangchen's relentless onslaught, utterly incapable of retaliating. Its once proud, hard skull succumbed to the unyielding barrage, new wounds erupting continually, dark red blood mingling with brain matter, splattering in all directions. Roar, roar, roar. The Rhino King bellowed in agony and impotence. It thrashed its head wildly, attempting to dislodge the detestable ant clinging to its vital points. Yet Gu Fangchen's blade adhered to it like a parasite, refusing to relinquish its grip, no matter how it struggled. So fast, too fast. The innate talent of the light body has elevated Gu Fangchen's physical coordination to an astonishing level. With each strike of his blade, he performs minute adjustments with his footwork, flawlessly neutralizing the Rhino King's counterattacks, rendering them non-existent. Kill, 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 kill. In this frenetic flurry of slashes, Gu Fangchen feels his entire being surging with vitality. The weapon in his hand seems to meld with his very essence, each motion executed with effortless grace. In his mind, the initial forms of the breaking Army 7 Kills blade flicker, intertwining and evolving. He senses that he is on the brink of transcending an invisible barrier, an obstruction on the path to a higher realm of swordsmanship. Just a little more, merely a moment of enlightenment stands between him and mastery. At that instant, a radiant spark ignites in Gu Fangchen's eyes. He draws in a deep breath, casting aside all intricate techniques, as myriad intentions of the blade coalesce into a singular focus. The black-scaled battle knife in his grasp no longer seeks mere speed. Instead, it rises high in a return to simplicity. All his strength, all his murderous intent, all his insights converge upon that obsidian blade. In that moment, it seems as though all light and sound have been siphoned away. Buzz! The black-scaled battle knife emits a mournful wail, overwhelmed by the weight of its own power. As a visible layer of dark energy ripples like water across its surface, this is a force unlike the blade's radiance of second-tier warriors. It is a power condensed to its utmost, invoking a resonance within the very fabric of space. Ding! With SSS-level mental strength, you have attained enlightenment and slaughter, and the breaking Army 7 Kills blade has evolved. Comprehension of the 4th kill, soul severing. Gu Fangchen's gaze sharpens, with a stance reminiscent of creation itself. He unleashes a horizontal slash. Crack! A sound so horrific it could make anyone's teeth ache reverberates throughout the arena. The Rhino King's already cracked skull shatters under the force of this strike, akin to glass succumbing to a battering ram's blow. The blade pierces through effortlessly. A wave of destructive sword intent erupts from the blade, instantly obliterating its internal organs, and even its very soul. Moo! The Rhino King's anguished cry abruptly ceases, its crimson eyes dimming rapidly. Its colossal body, akin to a mountain, is cleaved in two, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust, rendering it silent forever. Ding! You have slain the king-level beast, Ironhide Rhino King. 11. Successful plunder. Vitality gained, 200. As the host's vitality has reached the current realm's upper limit, excess vitality will automatically convert into pure energy, refining the physical body. Plunder successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Ironhide Rhino King's core racial talent. Barbarian Charge. Barbarian Charge, active talent. Upon activation, the host can unleash triple impact speed over short distances, increasing collision force by 100, accompanied by a brief stunning effect. Cooldown, 1 minute. Perfect breakthrough. King level beast, 2-1-5. Chapter 58, kill, kill, kill. Another active skill. Gu Fangchen, feeling the heat of the newfound talent coursing through him, is ablaze with excitement. Above the chasm, Zhang Qingyu and his companions are utterly numb. They gaze at the still steaming corpse of the king-level beast, now severed in two, and at the youth standing with his blade, resembling a demonic deity. Their throats are parched, rendering them incapable of uttering even a syllable. Meanwhile, within the cavern, the remaining over 100 beasts, having witnessed the gruesome demise of their elder brother, finally succumb to despair. Fear spreads like a plague, swiftly overwhelming their bloodthirsty instincts. Howl, hiss. They emit shrill cries of terror, their resolve to attack evaporating as they scramble towards the cavern's sole exit, fleeing for their lives. The dark horde of beasts forms a chaotic torrent, desperate to escape this slaughterhouse that has instilled such dread in them. Thinking of fleeing? Gu Fangchen slowly lifts his head, a glint of icy mockery flashing in his battle-hardened eyes. Did I permit your escape? His voice, though soft, resonates like an ominous echo from the depths of the abyss, clearly reaching the ears of every beast. In the next moment, he moves. Shadow steps. Light body. The two speed talents activate simultaneously. His form transforms into a blur, barely discernible to the naked eye, racing towards the passageway. Yet, the sheer number of beasts is overwhelming. They crowd together, poised to surge into the tunnel first. A cold glint flashes in Gu Fangchen's eyes as he unleashes his newly acquired talent. Barbarian charge. Boom. His body suddenly descends, muscles in his legs swelling to their limits, transforming him into a cannonball launched from a siege engine, his speed increasing threefold. He nearly grazes the ground, carving a straight line of destruction as he crashes into the flanks of the fleeing beasts with an unyielding ferocity. Bang, 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 bang. A cacophony of bone-crunching sounds erupts, reminiscent of a heavy vehicle careening into a flock of sheep at full speed. Those beasts obstructing his path, whether the thick-skinned ironhide rhinos or the agile venomous earth dragons, are unable to emit a single cry before being obliterated by the terrifying impact amplified by 300. Meeting immediate death. Their bones crumble to dust, their innards merging with blood to create a gruesome mist. Ding. You have slain the beast-level beast, Ironhide Rhino, 46-100. Ding. You have slain the beast-level beast, Venomous Earth Dragon, 21-100. Ding. You have slain the beast-level beast, Ironhide Rhino, 47-100. Ding. You have slain the beast-level beast, Venomous Earth Dragon, 22-100. A flurry of system notifications floods his mind. The overwhelming force has carved a bloody path through the packed horde of beasts. Finally, with a tremendous crash, Gu Fangchen's form lands solidly at the narrow passage's exit, resembling a gatekeeper emerging from the depths of hell, firmly blocking the only escape route for the beasts. One man stands against 1,000. Those fleeing beasts, upon seeing that bloodied silhouette before them, are instantly engulfed in despair. A reaper bars their path, and there is no retreat. Survival instincts drive them into a frenzy, as they roar and surge forward, attempting to breach what they perceive as a minuscule barrier. Observing the oncoming horde of beast-level creatures, Gu Fangchen tilts his head, gripping his knife in his right hand, extending his left to sweep aside the hair obscuring his vision, revealing a grin that showcases teeth starkly white against the backdrop of blood. Wrath of the Tyrant, activate. Chapter 59, kill, 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 roar. A deep, oppressive roar erupted from the depths of Gu Fangchen's throat, reminiscent of a primordial tyrant's thunderous growl. Boom. A visible tempest of dark crimson energy surged forth, radiating from him like a tangible storm. Every muscle in his body swelled at an astonishing rate, the veins coiling around him like serpents. His once delicate features were now marred by grotesque, blood-red patterns. His obsidian eyes were consumed by a pure, violent crimson. An overwhelming aura, brimming with a desire for destruction, ascended into the heavens. Above, the faces of Zhang Qingyu and his companions turned ashen. What in the world is this? Lin Kiki screamed in terror, gripped by a shiver that resonated from the depths of her soul, leaving her entire being icy cold. Below, the already frightened beasts, upon sensing the terrifying pressure of an apex predator looming over them, collapsed into utter chaos. They shrieked in fear, jostling against one another, even trampling their own kind, desperate to escape the source of the impending death. Yet, the narrow passage became an insurmountable chasm for them. Gu Fangchen staggered slightly. In the next moment, he dashed headlong into the frenzied throng of beasts, driven by despair. The solitary exit transformed into the most perfect meat grinder, and he was the cold, unyielding blade at its core. Splat, splat, splat. The black-scaled battle knife in his hand, bolstered by the power of Tyrant's Fury at level 30, surged to an unfathomable level of might. He no longer required finesse, merely the simplest, most direct sweeping motion. As the blade passed, the 3 iron-skinned rhinos that dared to obstruct him found their once proud shells as fragile as paper, cleaved in two with a single stroke. Scalding blood mixed with shattered entrails cascaded forth like a waterfall, staining the entire passageway in a thick, dark crimson. Ding. Slain beast-level creature, iron-skinned rhino, 61, 100. Ding. Slain beast-level creature, iron-skinned rhino, 62, 100. Ding. Slain beast-level creature, iron-skinned rhino, 63, 100. A single stroke, 3 kills. Ha ha ha. His boisterous laughter reverberated throughout the cavern. He was utterly immersed in the euphoric thrill of his overwhelming power. A venomous earth dragon lunged from a crevice in the rock, attempting to ambush his flank. Without even a glance, Gu Fangchen's left hand shot out, seizing its slimy head with astonishing speed. Then, with a fierce grip, he crushed it. Boom. The hardened skull shattered like a walnut crushed by a hydraulic press. Ding. Slain beast-level creature, venomous earth dragon, 23, 100. He casually tossed the headless corpse aside, striking another earth dragon with his right hand's battle knife in a swift upward motion. Flash. Both bodies were cleaved in half simultaneously. Ding. Slain beast-level creature, venomous earth dragon, 24, 100. Brutal. Blood-soaked. Unreasonable. Above the chasm, everyone had completely lost their ability to think, their eyes glued to this one-sided massacre. Reminiscent of an R-rated horror film. Gulp. Zhang Qingyu swallowed hard, feeling as though his heart might leap from his chest. This was even more ferocious than during the selection. Xia Qianjin claimed Gu Fangchen was the most formidable tactical genius she had ever encountered. What constitutes a tactical genius? This is what you call a tactical genius? Within the passage, the slaughter had reached a fever pitch. Gu Fangchen's figure danced madly in the confined space. With each swing of his blade, a torrential downpour of blood and gore ensued. With every step he took, he crushed a defiant skull beneath his foot. He even grew weary of merely using his knife and began to unleash blows with his fists. A left hook, fueled by ferocity, caved in the chest of an iron-skinned rhino, shattering its ribs and piercing its heart. A right roundhouse kick, imbued with colossal force, smashed into the waists of 3 beasts, pulverizing their spines. At times, he seized the hind leg of a creature, wielding it like a meteor hammer, obliterating its kin into a bloody pulp. At other times, he leaped high, driving his knees down to embed a creature's skull into its chest cavity. Each punch and kick was a visceral display of primal, unadulterated violence. The moment had transcended mere combat. It was the rawest, most savage release of fury. Every blow, every kick, exuded a devastating beauty. The duration of Tyrant's fury had long since expired. Yet Gu Fangchen remained enraptured by the tempest of killing intent, unable to extricate himself. He had morphed into a true war machine, oblivious to fatigue or pain, with only one word echoing in his mind. Kill, 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 kill. Finally, when the last bloodbat emitted a desperate wail, torn from the air and cleaved in two, the cavern fell completely silent. The narrow passage was entirely blocked by a mountain of dismembered beast corpses. Thick blood seeped from the mound, forming a dark crimson stream that trickled slowly. Gu Fangchen stood atop the corpse heap, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for air. The dark red aura around him gradually waned, and his scarlet eyes returned to clarity. Ding. Slain beast-level creature, iron-skinned rhino, 100, 100. Ding. Slain beast-level creature, venomous earth dragon, 100, 100. Ding. Slain beast-level creature, bloodbat, 100, 100. Conditions met, initiating the plunder of racial talents. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Gu Fangchen's voice, though soft, resonated like a boulder cast upon a tranquil lake, instantly rousing the 7 disoriented souls from their profound shock. Huh. Oh, alright. Good. Xiao Gu. Zhang Qingyu was the first to regain his senses, responding instinctively, albeit with a hint of stiffness in his movements. He glanced around at his fellow team members from the Yanluo and Shualong teams, who were equally in a state of bewilderment. Lin Kiki and Gao Yizhou were fervently pinching their own thighs, seemingly to ascertain the reality of their situation. Cheng Yi furrowed his brow, his mouth slightly agape, his mind momentarily incapacitated. Xiaoyao blinked incessantly, her eyes flickering nearly 20 times in a single second. Meanwhile, Offing was incessantly scratching his scalp, his astonishment rendering him almost numb. Even the sniper was affected, his mind having come to a standstill. At that moment, a booming voice broke through the daze. Hey everyone, time to get to work. Let's go? Zhang Qingyu's shout finally snapped everyone back to reality. My heavens, it's really over. Lin Kiki exclaimed, patting her chest, which was rising and falling erratically from her rapid heartbeat. Her golden eyes were still filled with a surreal sense of disbelief. He actually single-handedly annihilated an entire beast lair. Cheng Ye's voice was dry and incredulous. He felt the impact of today's events eclipsed the cumulative shocks of the past decade. The team hurriedly retrieved high-strength alloy rope ladders from their tactical backpacks, securing them at the edge of the ravine. One by one, they cautiously descended along the ladders to the cavernous depths below, which resembled a hellish landscape. as their feet touched the gruesome carpet of viscous blood and dismembered flesh. An overpowering stench of blood flooded their nostrils. Even these battle-hardened veterans could not help but frown at the nauseating odor. However, when their gaze shifted to the young man standing atop a mountain of corpses, nonchalantly cleaning his blade with a rag, all discomfort was eclipsed by a more potent emotion, reverence. A profound and soul-stirring awe. Xiao Gu, Zhang Qingyu approached Gu Fangchen, observing his calm demeanor despite the blood splatters on his face. He opened his mouth, and all the words he wished to convey coalesced into a heartfelt exclamation. "You truly are a monster. You flatter me," Gu Fangchen replied with a gentle smile, sheathing his now clean black-scaled battle knife. "Flattery," Lin Kiki interjected, her gaze towards Gu Fangchen transformed into that of an adoring fan. "That was no flattery. You were utterly magnificent when you were blocking the door and slaying those beasts. I nearly wanted to kneel before you." Gao Yizhou joined in, a rare expression of admiration breaking his usual stoic facade as he solemnly nodded at Gu Fangchen. "You're incredible, my friend. You've even managed to steal the girls." On the other side, the 4 members of the Shualong team gathered around, their expressions a vivid tapestry of astonishment. Offing stared at Gu Fangchen, his tongue nearly tied with admiration. "Gu, you're amazing." The usually taciturn sniper could not contain himself, his voice hoarse yet filled with respect for strength. Xiaoya, her eyes sparkling with excitement, approached Gu Fangchen and teasingly remarked, "Handsome boy, I believe now that back in the low-rent apartment, it wasn't he us saving you. You just couldn't be bothered to intervene and let us have our moment, right?" Listening to his team's praises, Cheng Yi nodded in agreement, stepping forward to firmly pat Gu Fangchen on the shoulder, his gaze sincere. "Brother Gu, today has truly opened our eyes. This level of strength is unparalleled not only at Base 7 but across the entire Eastern Theater. In the first tier, none can surpass you. In fact, I personally believe that even when Xia Qianjin was in the first tier, she could not match your prowess." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in unison. Zhang Qingyu chuckled. "We must ensure Xia Qianjin never hears this. She holds grudges." With that, laughter erupted among them. Faced with such unreserved admiration, Gu Fangchen merely smiled calmly and waved his hand. "All right, enough flattery. If you keep it up, I might just float away." He gestured towards the mountain of beast corpses surrounding them. "We have plenty of spoils to manage. Let us focus on the task at hand." Yes. The task is paramount." The team sprang into action, swiftly retrieving their specialized dissection tools to skillfully collect the most valuable materials from the beasts. Extracting cores, slicing scales, and harvesting tendons, the 8 worked in perfect harmony, their efficiency remarkable. Observing their industriousness, Gu Fangchen contemplated aloud. "The quantity of spoils is too vast for me to handle alone. How about this? Aside from the materials from that king-tier beast and half of the beast-tier materials, I shall keep those. The remaining beast-tier materials can be evenly divided between our 2 teams as compensation for your hard work." Upon hearing his proposition, the busy team members halted their movements in unison. Zhang Qingyu was the first to shake his head, his expression serious. "No, absolutely not. Xiao Gu, we are a team. Assisting you with the spoils is our duty. How could we take your belongings?" Cheng Yi immediately echoed his sentiment, his face resolute. "Indeed, Brother Gu, your words are too distant. This battle was entirely your triumph. We merely observed from above, contributing nothing. If we were to share in your spoils, it would be no different than robbing you. If word got out, what would become of the Shualong's reputation?" "Exactly." Offing and Xiaoya chimed in unison. "Gu, these were all earned through your own strength. They rightfully belong to you. We consider it a privilege just to assist you." Observing the unwavering resolve in their expressions, a warmth surged within Gu Fangchen. He understood that their intentions were sincere, not motivated by greed for trivial gains. Relenting, he nodded. "All right, I shall remember this kindness." With his agreement, the group's smiles returned, their motivation to work even more invigorated. Meanwhile, several kilometers away from the Haishi mining area, in a concealed ravine, 4 figures clad in earth-toned camouflage uniforms were gathered around a portable holographic surveillance device, their expressions grave. They were the Stone Team, a bounty hunter squad hired at great expense by Zhao Tianhao, consisting of 1 mid-level second-tier warrior and 3 early-stage second-tier warriors. Known for their notoriety in Modu, the screen displayed a clear recording of the harrowing massacre that had just transpired within the cavern. This surveillance had been set up days prior when they received details of the Yanluo team's mission target, utilizing a micro-drone to establish a stakeout. The leader of this group, a burly man with a pronounced scar across his face, was Shi Jian, the captain of the Stone Team. At this moment, he was fixated on the screen, his gaze locked onto the blood-soaked figure that fought with the ferocity of a demon, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, and the water bottle in his grip creaking under pressure. "What should we do, Captain?" Beside him, a diminutive man trembled, his voice quavering, his face etched with terror. "This is a formidable opponent. The intelligence provided by young Master Zhao is utterly erroneous. This is no fledgling rookie. What nonsense is this?" Chapter 61, Ingenious Strategy. Simultaneously, the only female member of the team, Alan, wore a similarly ashen countenance. She gazed at the screen displaying Gu Fangchen's audacious confrontation with the Rhino King, swallowing hard. His physical strength likely rivals that of a mid-tier, second-level martial artist. Moreover, his speed and reflexes, if a confrontation ensues, Bloodwolf and the others from the Yinluo team will undoubtedly intervene. They outnumber us, and we are unlikely to prevail against them. At that moment, the team's fourth member, the taciturn and stalwart Tainyo, finally spoke. His voice was deep, yet laced with trepidation. This kid is slaying otherworldly beasts while laughing. I've never encountered someone like him. The entire squad fell into a profound silence. Initially, they had perceived the task of hunting down a newly emerged selection prodigy, a somewhat impressive first-tier martial artist, as a simple endeavor. Yet now, reality had delivered a resounding slap to their faces. This was not a hunt. It was a descent into death. After a lengthy pause, Captain Shi Jian slowly exhaled a breath of frustration, his eyes glinting with a ruthless and greedy light. Indeed, a head-on confrontation would lead to ruin. His voice was low and hoarse. However, young Master Zhao has invested heavily this time. 300 million. If we can return with that kid's head, we shall never again have to engage in such perilous endeavors. But the diminutive man was about to interject. No buts. Shi Jian slammed the table, his gaze turning icy. If we cannot confront him directly, we must resort to cunning. He fixed his eyes on the holographic map, where luminous dots signified Gu Fangchen's position. A cruel smile curling at his lips. The terrain within the mine is complex, making direct action unfeasible. However, they must eventually emerge. They must return. His finger traced the map, finally landing on a desolate area marked in red, situated between the mining zone and the base. This was an obligatory passage for them. Shi Jian's eyes sparkled with a manic intensity. We shall not strike. We shall incite the beasts to do so. Monkey, he turned to the slight man. Immediately head to the eastern rotting marsh and use the pheromones we acquired last time to lure a pack of corrupted marsh crocodiles. The more, the better. Alan. He then directed his gaze to the female team member. Go to the northern wind cry gorge and draw the two-headed wind demon wolf pack here. Tainyo. He finally addressed the brawny man. Make your way to the southern stone circle and bring over the stone-armored giant lizard pack. Upon hearing the distribution of tasks, Monkey, Alan, and Tainyo exchanged glances. Monkey hesitated before asking, Captain, what about you? Shi Jian's face revealed a knowing smirk as he slowly shook his head. His voice hoarse, yet brimming with confidence. Beast-level otherworldly beasts are merely appetizers. They are meant to exhaust their stamina and disrupt their formation. The one capable of slaying that kid is none other than a king-level beast. His finger emphatically struck the holographic map, landing precisely on a partially collapsed clock tower at the center of the desolate area. You three need only to drive those three beast waves to the outskirts of this district, creating a massive encirclement to trap them inside. Then, his eyes gleamed with the fervor of a hunter. Among us four, I possess the best agility and speed. I shall personally draw the three beast kings, the marsh crocodile king, the two-headed wind demon wolf king, and the stone-armored lizard king, right to this clock tower. Here lies the meticulously prepared grave for that lad named Gu Fangchen. As for the others from the Yinluo and Bloodwolf teams, if they can be killed, let it be so. If not, so be it. Upon hearing the captain's audacious plan, the other three team members were initially taken aback. Then their expressions ignited with unparalleled fervor and conviction. The captain personally leading the charge to lure three king-level beasts. That was the true hallmark of ambition. That was the style of the rock-solid team. Understood. Received. We assure you we shall complete the task. The trio exhibited no further hesitation. They each retrieved a menacing demon mask from their tactical backpacks, donning it to obscure their identities. Then, they nodded solemnly at Shi Jian before vanishing into the wilderness like phantoms, racing in different directions. In the mountain hollow, only Shi Jian remained. He deactivated the surveillance equipment, rising slowly while casting his gaze toward the distant Blackstone mine, a sinister smile gracing his lips. What of the prodigious scholar? I shall see how your two teams fare when besieged by three king-level otherworldly beasts alongside three waves of beast-level hordes. With that, he donned a mask of the same design and vanished among the jagged rocks. Within the cavern, the harvesting continued unabated. Despite the overwhelming number of otherworldly beasts, the collaboration of the 8 martial artists yielded remarkable efficiency. Soon, all valuable materials, including the carcass of the Rhino King, were meticulously divided and stored in specially designed high-strength tactical backpacks. Observing the towering pile of numerous enormous backpacks, Gu Fangchen stepped forward, preparing to shoulder a few himself. Yet, just as he extended his hand, a broad hand akin to a fan pressed down on his shoulder. Little Gu, what are you doing? Zhang Qingyu frowned, his face bearing an unyielding seriousness. These laborious tasks are not for you to undertake. Gu Fangchen was about to protest, but Lin Kiki interjected. Hands on her hips and cheeks puffed in displeasure. You are our trump card. The sharp blade. The nuclear weapon. How can we have our nuclear weapon lugging around its own launch platform? She pointed at Gao Yizhou, who had silently shouldered 2 of the largest backpacks, claiming, carrying weight is the responsibility of us supports and tanks. Your task is to remain in peak condition, ready to plunge your knife into the enemy's heart. On the other side, the Bloodwolf team also voiced their agreement. Brother Gu, Kiki is right. Changyi grinned, tossing a backpack onto his shoulder. You are the main damage dealer, we are the support. Roles are clearly defined, and that is only right. Absolutely. A Feng nodded vigorously, a sycophantic expression on his face. You just focus on the fighting, and we'll handle this. Seeing the resolute attitude of his companions, Gu Fangchen felt a warm surge in his heart. Realizing that any further refusal would seem pretentious, he could only smile helplessly and nod. All right, I appreciate everyone's help. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded. The team's most formidable member, endowed with exceptional strength and talent, Gu Fangchen, walked at the forefront, unburdened and light. Behind him, Zhang Qingyu, Gao Yizhou, Chengyi, and the other 7 members each bore backpacks as high as small mountains, trailing closely like diligent worker ants following their queen. The intelligence suggests that there are still several scattered beast packs deep within the mining area. Zhang Qingyu opened the tactical map to confirm the direction. Let us strike decisively and eliminate them all, so we can finish early and return home. Good. The crowd responded in unison, their spirits soaring. Chapter 62. Preparing for battle. Under Gu Fangchen's extraordinary aura sensing, akin to a cheat in the game, they encountered no detours and swiftly located the remaining beast packs. Unfortunately, these were merely insignificant minions. The first wave consisted of over 20 ghost-faced bloodbats, which were shot to pieces by Gu Fangchen's war bow before they could even approach. The second wave comprised a nest of more than 30 venomous earth dragons. Gu Fangchen couldn't be bothered to engage directly, and instead commanded 2 squads to exploit the terrain advantage, executing a splendid annihilation strategy that satisfied everyone involved. The final wave featured over 40 iron-skinned rhinos. The characteristics of the iron-skinned rhinos were well known to them by now, rendering the encounter rather mundane. Soon, under the onslaught of the 2 squads, they were successfully exterminated. Iron-skinned rhino kill progress, 100-100. Toxic earth dragon kill progress, 100-100. Ghost-faced bloodbat kill progress, 100-100. Gazing at the completed progress bars on the system panel, Gu Fangchen sheathed his blade with a sense of disinterest. These ordinary beast-level monsters could no longer bestow him with new talents. Continuing to slay them was merely a physical endeavor. Sigh, how tiresome, he murmured under his breath. This remark was overheard by Lin Kiki beside him. Huh. She looked at the plethora of rhino corpses strewn about, and then back at Gu Fangchen's somewhat bored expression, feeling as though her worldview had been profoundly shaken. How could the disparity between people be so vast? After eradicating all the beasts and confirming the mining area posed no further threat, the group retraced their steps. They climbed the rope ladder one by one. Returning to the surface, as the sun set, it cast a bloody hue across the entire wilderness. They returned to the 2 Hummer vehicles, filling the trunks and back seats with the mountainous spoils of war before finally boarding with satisfaction. Home. Drinks. Zhang Qingyu pressed the accelerator, and the Hummer belonging to the Yanluo squad roared to life, racing towards base number 7. Following closely was the Bloodwolf squad's Hummer, driven by Chengyi. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was relaxed and vibrant as they bantered and chatted through the vehicle's communication system. However, after driving for about half an hour and entering an abandoned urban area, Gu Fangchen, who had been resting with his eyes closed in the lead vehicle, suddenly furrowed his brow and opened his eyes wide. Something was amiss. His mental radar clearly sensed 3 massive and chaotic streams of energy converging rapidly from 3 different directions towards their location. Captain, stop. Gu Fangchen's voice shattered the relaxed ambience within the vehicle. Although Zhang Qingyu was unaware of what was happening, he trusted Gu Fangchen completely. Without hesitation, he slammed on the brakes. Screech. The Hummer skidded to a stop, leaving 2 long tire marks on the ground, halting just beneath a half-collapsed clock tower. What's wrong, Xiaogu? Zhang Qingyu's expression turned serious. The others in the vehicle fell silent, all eyes fixed on Gu Fangchen. The Bloodwolf squad, noticing the sudden brake of the lead vehicle, also reacted swiftly, Chengyi skillfully steering to halt 10 meters away. Old Zhang, what's going on? Chengyi asked urgently through the communicator. Gu Fangchen did not respond immediately. He slowly rolled down the window, his dark eyes scanning the dilapidated buildings casting long shadows in the sunset. There's an ambush, he uttered slowly, his voice low yet heavy, causing every heart in the vehicle to plummet. Ambush. Both Zhang Qingyu and Chengyi were taken aback, their grips tightening on their weapons as their expressions grew wary. Just then, Gu Fangchen's countenance shifted once again. For on his radar, behind them, along the route they had just traversed, a 4th, even larger, chaotic energy stream had appeared without warning. Moreover, it was rapidly encircling them. 3 king-level beasts. Gu Fangchen's tone turned frigid, and they are at least a tier stronger than the iron-skinned Rhino King. They must be mid-tier kings. Damn it, we are surrounded by beasts from all directions. They are coming for us. And 3 king-level beasts stronger than the iron-skinned Rhino. What? The expressions of everyone changed drastically. Zhang Qingyu slammed the steering wheel in anger, shouting, reverse. Charge out. However, it was too late. There was no escaping. Roar. Hiss. The deafening roars of beasts erupted simultaneously from all four directions, drawing near with alarming speed. The ground trembled violently. The already precarious buildings around them groaned under the strain, large chunks of concrete and rebar plummeting from above. Everyone's faces turned ashen. Something's off. Cheng Yi, experienced and perceptive, observed the four surging beast tides in the distance, confusion flickering in his eyes. These beast tides are far too purposeful. It's as if they have been deliberately guided here. No sooner had he spoken, when whoosh, 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 for sharp sounds sliced through the air above them. Everyone looked up in alarm to see, atop the crumbling clock tower and several high buildings around it, for mysterious figures clad in dirt-colored combat gear and wearing sinister, devilish masks. In their hands, they wielded devices resembling grenade launchers. For special projectiles, trailing crimson tails, soared through the air, arching over their heads and striking the ground in four directions around their vehicles. Boom, 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 boom. The projectiles landed without exploding but erupted instantaneously, releasing a thick, crimson mist filled with a pungent, bloody aroma that spread violently. Its beast-attracting pheromone. Zhang Qingyu's eyes widened in horror upon seeing the crimson mist. Damn it! Someone's out to get us. Roar. As expected, the four beast tides, which had hesitated and lingered at the periphery, became frenzied the moment they caught the scent. Their crimson eyes lost all semblance of reason, leaving only the primal thirst for blood. They charged recklessly like four waves of black death towards the source of the pheromones, which was the location of the two Hummer vehicles, launching a suicidal assault. Meanwhile, the four masked figures atop the high buildings, having completed their bombardment, showed no signs of hesitation. They exchanged glances at the two Hummers below, soon to be engulfed by the beast tide. The leader emitted a silent, cold laugh, signaling to the others. In the next instant, the four of them simultaneously raised their grappling guns and shot towards the distant skyscraper. Whoosh. Like agile monkeys, the four figures leaped between the buildings and swiftly vanished into the shadows of the ruins, cloaked in anonymity. Damn it! Zhang Qingyu glared at the retreating figures, his anger boiling to the point of bursting as he slammed his fist against the steering wheel. Who could it be? Why resort to such underhanded tactics against us? Cheng Yi's expression darkened, almost dripping with frustration. There's no use in discussing this now. Gu Fangchen's voice was cold and calm, pulling everyone back from their fury and preparing for battle. Rumbling. Before he could finish speaking, a horde of hundreds of rotting marsh crocodiles surged forward from the east. Chapter 63, The Mud Monkey. Rumbling. Before he could finish speaking, the beast tide composed of hundreds of rotting marsh crocodiles had already charged close. These monstrous creatures, clad in tough, dark green shells, exuded a nauseating stench. Their heavy steps cracked the already damaged roads beneath them, advancing like a moving wall of destruction. In the back seat of the lead vehicle, Gu Fangchen maintained an air of composure. He kicked the car door open with a forceful thrust, while his left hand grasped the fearsome composite war bow behind him. Snap! The crisp sound of the bowstring echoed clearly amidst the cacophony of beastly roars. Without even stepping out of the vehicle, he leaned halfway out, his right hand a blur as he drew a gleaming bone arrow from his quiver, knocking it on the bowstring. The bowstring was drawn to its full arc. Whoosh! A sharp, piercing sound sliced through the air. The white bone arrow transformed into a streak of lethal light, tracing a perfect line through the sky as it accurately struck the largest of the rotting marsh crocodiles charging at the forefront. Thud! The crocodile's once impenetrable skull crumbled like paper before the force of Gu Fangchen's arrow. The bone arrow penetrated its eye socket, the tremendous kinetic energy obliterating its head. A gruesome mix of red and white matter erupting alongside dark green blood. The colossal body, propelled by inertia, stumbled forward a few steps before crashing heavily to the ground, sending a cloud of dust soaring. One shot, one kill. Ding. Killed beast-level creature, rotting marsh crocodile, 1100. This decisive shot instantly afforded everyone a precious moment to breathe. Get out. Form up. Zhang Qingyu and Cheng Yi shouted in unison. The two, in perfect synchrony, kicked open their respective car doors and leaped out. Gu Fangchen showed no inclination to linger. With a swift motion, he stowed the bow and drew the black-scaled combat knife from his waist, jumping out of the Hummer with precision. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged into the fetid wind towards the approaching sea of crocodiles. Thud! Thud! The glint of his knife flashed as he decapitated two rotting marsh crocodiles in quick succession. Ding! Killed beast-level creature, rotting marsh crocodile, 2100. Ding! Killed beast-level creature, rotting marsh crocodile, 3100. Meanwhile, the others swiftly exited their vehicles, using the two sturdy Hummers as cover to establish a defensive formation. Boom! Gao Yizhou bellowed as he slammed a tower shield, thicker than a door, to the ground, planting himself firmly at the front of the formation like a mountain anchored to the earth. Bang! Bang! Two rotting marsh crocodiles crashed against his tower shield with a heavy thud, producing a dull roar, yet only causing him to sway slightly, failing to budge him an inch. Seeking death, Gao Yizhou's gaze sharpened as he thrust the tower shield forward, unleashing a surge of power that pushed the two colossal beasts back, exposing their massive vulnerabilities. Here it comes. Lin Kiki darted forward like a streak of golden lightning from behind Gao Yizhou, her twin daggers transforming into deadly arcs of light that precisely sliced through the soft necks of the two rotting marsh crocodiles. Their enormous heads soared into the air. On the other side, the Blood Wolf squad demonstrated equally impressive teamwork. Offing, left flank, Cheng Yi commanded, and Offing immediately raised his Gauss rifle, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the beast horde to the left. Rat-tat-tat. Although the high-energy bullets lacked the power to inflict mortal wounds on the rotting marsh crocodiles, their tremendous impact effectively slowed the beast's charge. Xiaoya, like a phantom, Xiaoya weaved through the horde, her twin daggers carving lethal arcs as she targeted the crocodiles' weak joints and underbellies, creating a multitude of wounds. Meanwhile, their team sniper provided covering fire from the sidelines. At the center of the battlefield, it was the time for Zhang Qingyu and Cheng Yi, both second-tier powerhouses, to shine. Get out of my way, Zhang Qingyu roared. A layer of crimson blood flames ignited atop the giant axe in his hands. Then, stepping forward, he cleaved downwards. Buzz. A blade of concentrated energy, several meters long, detached from his axe, slicing through the beast horde like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Thud, thud, thud. Wherever the blade passed, 3 or 4 rotting marsh crocodiles with their sturdy shells were effortlessly cleaved in two, as fragile as paper. This is the might of a second-tier warrior. This is the power of unleashed blood energy. Cheng Yi was equally unwilling to be outdone. With a fierce tremor of his combat knife, a layer of soft azure energy enveloped him, deflecting all incoming attacks. This perfectly coordinated ace squad, combined with the seemingly invincible Gu Fangchen, managed to withstand the initial wave of the beast tide's frenzied assault. However, none of their faces bore any semblance of relief, for they understood this was merely the beginning. Roar. Indeed, beast tides from the other 3 directions were already roaring towards them. To the north, hundreds of agile, swift two-headed wind demon wolves. To the east, stone-armored giant lizards, formidable in their defensive might. And behind them, the horrifying pressure of 3 king-tier beasts sent chills down their spines, surrounded from all sides, trapped in a precarious situation. Meanwhile, on a high-rise building 100 meters away from the battlefield, Wang Wu, who harbored a grudge against Zhang Qingyu for stealing his goddess and had previously mocked him in the cafeteria, was leisurely watching the bloody clash below with his eagle squad. Captain, it seems they can't hold on much longer, one team member said gleefully. Another female team member giggled mockingly. That girl named Lin Kiki, wasn't she quite arrogant? Why does she look like a mud monkey now? So pathetic. Should we go down and offer some help? One of the blonde-haired members inquired. Help? Wang Wu slowly lowered his binoculars, turning his head. Help with what he murmured to himself, as if he had already envisioned the scene of Zhang Qingyu being torn apart by the monstrous beasts. Fear not, Zhang Qingyu, for in your demise, I shall dutifully care for your beautiful wife. Chapter 64, Scoundrel. Wang Wu's venomous words, along with his unabashed glee, were distinctly captured by Zhang Qingyu and Cheng Yi below on the battlefield, thanks to their extraordinary hearing as second-tier warriors. Wang Wu, are you even human? Zhang Qingyu seethed with fury, his eyes ablaze. With a mighty swing of his axe, he felled a putrid swamp crocodile and, looking toward the towering building, let out a furious roar. Cheng Yi trembled with rage. To stand by and watch as we perish. Do you not fear a military tribunal, Eagle Squad? Above in the high-rise, Wang Wu, upon hearing the indignant shouts from below, only smiled wider. He pretended to clear his ears, feigning realization, and shouted down, Oh dear. We happened to pass by and saw you all down here. It turns out you need assistance? Why didn't you say so earlier? My memory. Always preoccupied with cheering you on. The alluring female team member beside him chimed in with a sharp, cackling laugh. Exactly. Captain Zhang. We thought you were relishing the battle with your prowess. It seems we misunderstood. Well, for the sake of our past camaraderie, how could we let you die without aid? Wang Wu nodded earnestly. Yet, a glimmer of mockery danced in his eyes. Brothers, ready your weapons. Let us lend them a hand. Understood, Captain. The few teammates behind Wang Wu immediately responded with sinister laughter, retrieving their ranged weapons, including composite battle bows and Gauss energy rifles. Below, Zhang Qingyu and his companions, witnessing this scene, felt their flickering hope extinguished in an instant. They knew Wang Wu's true nature. He could not possibly be so benevolent. Indeed, in the next moment, the 4 members of Wang Wu's squad opened fire simultaneously, but their targets were not the frenzied beasts charging at them. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 arrows, akin to the fangs of a venomous serpent, sliced through the air, not aimed at any monstrous creature, but rather at a remarkably cunning angle, striking precisely at Gao Yizhou, who was valiantly holding back the onslaught of beasts. Thud. Gao Yizhou, exerting all his strength with his tower shield against the charge of 3 putrid swamp crocodiles, was caught unprepared. The 2 arrows swiftly found their way into the crevice of his armor on the left thigh. Ugh! Gao Yizhou let out a muffled grunt, his face turning pale as his left leg buckled, nearly collapsing to one knee. Yizhou! Lin Kiki shrieked, rushing to support him. Boom, boom. Simultaneously, two searing beams of Gauss energy whizzed past Zhang Qingyu's scalp, crashing violently into the ground before him, creating two charred craters, the debris striking his face painfully. Wang Wu! You bastard! Zhang Qingyu was driven to madness, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a raving lunatic. This was not assistance. It was clearly a malicious act. A chance to strike while they were down, an attempt to ensure their demise. Above in the high-rise, Wang Wu surveyed the chaos below, a delightful smile spreading across his face as the battlefield he had assisted became even more tumultuous. He mockingly shouted down, filled with feigned regret, "Oh dear. My apologies." A slip of the hand. "Captain Zhang, you must understand, with the beasts charging so swiftly, our ranged attacks may unfortunately result in collateral damage. Please bear with us." The female teammate beside him laughed uproariously. "Captain Zhang, you must hold on. We are still cheering for you." Zhang Qingyu nearly spat blood in fury. He was well aware that this group of scoundrels was doing it on purpose. This was an abandoned urban area, the surveillance network long incapacitated, leaving no evidence of their actions. Even if reported later, they could easily claim it was a battlefield mishap. There would be no witnesses to refute their claims. Moreover, Wang Wu was a formidable mid-tier, third-grade warrior. With his strength, if he genuinely intended to assist, he could easily dispatch not only these hundreds of beast-level monsters, but even the 3 king-level beasts behind them, with a mere flick of his fingers. Thus, their intentions were abundantly clear. They did not wish to help. They were intent on watching as their comrades were torn apart in despair by the tide of beasts. At that moment, as Zhang Qingyu's mind raced, consumed by fury and distraction, whoosh! High above, the member of Wang Wu's squad with yellow hair drew back his bowstring once more. This time, his target was aimed directly at Zhang Qingyu's vital heart. The arrow was enveloped in a faint aura of blood energy, evidently a lethal shot. "Captain Zhang, watch out." Cheng Ye's eyes widened in horror, desperate to intervene, yet he was ensnared by 3 stone-armored giant lizards, unable to free himself. Just as the deadly arrow was poised to pierce Zhang Qingyu's chest, clang! A streak of black light, akin to lightning cleaving through the void, arrived just in time, striking precisely at the arrowhead. Sparks flew. The arrow, infused with blood energy, was cleaved in half by the strike. It was Gu Fangchen. Unbeknownst to him, he had already appeared before Zhang Qingyu, the blade of his black-scaled war knife humming gently. He slowly lifted his gaze, his dark eyes cutting through the chaotic battlefield, piercing through the swirling smoke, locking onto the bewildered yellow-haired figure atop the high-rise, as well as the increasingly frozen smile of Wang Wu beside him. There was no hint of rage on Gu Fangchen's face. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of all present. "I have taken note of you. When I reach 3rd grade, none of you shall survive. All of you will die." Silence enveloped the area. The 4 members of Wang Wu's squad, upon hearing this chilling proclamation, were momentarily stunned. Then, as if they had heard the grandest joke, they erupted into raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha!" Wang Wu laughed uncontrollably, tears nearly streaming down his face. He pointed at Gu Fangchen below, his tone dripping with mockery and scorn. "Little Gu, I admit you are an outstanding top scholar, quite impressive. But, are you dreaming? I have looked into your background. Orphaned at an early age, raised in an orphanage, your only connection might be with Xia Qiange. Do you truly believe that as you strive for improvement, we shall remain stagnant, waiting for you? Little Gu, by the time you reach the 3rd tier, our captain may well be approaching the 4th. At that point, crushing you would be akin to squashing an ant, wouldn't it? Can you keep pace with his speed? How amusing." The smile on Wang Wu's face gradually faded, replaced by a chilling cruelty. He gazed down from his elevated position at the precarious state of the team below, slowly shaking his head, his tone laced with insincere pity. "Furthermore, whether you survive today is a question in itself. Alas, it seems you are in such dire straits that our assistance is no longer required." He spread his hands, feigning helplessness. "We have other tasks to attend to, so we shall not disturb you any further, good sirs. May you fend for yourselves." With that, he lingered no longer. Signaling to the 3 members behind him, the 4 turned simultaneously, like victorious eagles, swiftly disappearing into the shadows of the ruins, as if they had never existed. "Bastard! Beast!" Zhang Qingyu and Cheng Yi watched their retreating figures, trembling with rage, yet feeling utterly powerless. Chapter 65, The Only Solution. Meanwhile, on a nearby high-rise, the 4 members of the rock-solid team observed everything unfold with clarity. "Captain, is that not Wang Wu of the Eagles? A mid-tier 3rd-stage powerhouse. What brings him here?" The monkey's face was a picture of confusion. "I feared our plan was doomed." Alan patted his chest, still shaken. Captain Shi Jian watched as Wang Wu and his entourage departed, a flicker of relief passing over his scarred visage. Fortunately, Wang Wu has left. They are merely low-tier 2nd-stage warriors. Had they engaged with Wang Wu, a mid-tier 3rd-stage fighter, they would have been obliterated. With this thought, a cruel smile spread across his face. It seems even fate is aiding us. He rose slowly, his eyes glinting with the ferocity of a hunter. His voice hoarse yet excited. I was concerned they might interfere. Little did I know, Wang Wu, this third-stage powerhouse, harbors a grudge against Zhang Qingyu. Ha! Not only did he not assist, but he also drained their strength. How splendid. This is truly a fortuitous opportunity. Tai Niu exclaimed, his face brimming with elation. Indeed. Shi Jian nodded emphatically. He glanced at the map, where 3 enormous red dots representing king-tier beasts drew ever closer, licking his dry lips. A bloodthirsty glint ignited in his eyes as he slowly issued his command. Everyone, pay attention. The fish has entered the net and has already been bitten. Now is its weakest moment. It is time to reel it in. Proceed as per the original plan. Yes, bastard, beast. Zhang Qingyu and Cheng Yi watched their retreating figures, trembling with fury yet feeling utterly powerless. The enemy's treachery, coupled with our allies' betrayal, has exacerbated an already perilous situation. Puff. Seizing the moment when a corrupted marsh crocodile lunged, Gao Yizhou yanked the 2 arrows embedded in his thigh, blood spraying forth. He inspected the arrowheads and, upon seeing they were not poisoned, let out a sigh of relief. Damn it. Thankfully it's merely a flesh wound. Had it been poisoned, I would have met my end here today. He gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his left leg now moving sluggishly. Yet, he did not retreat an inch, steadfastly holding his tower shield before him to carve out space for Lin Kiki, behind him, to deal damage. Yizhou. Zhang Qingyu's eyes widened in desperation as he prepared to rush in for support. Captain, don't mind me. Gao Yizhou roared. Maintain the line. At that moment, a streak of black lightning surged in from the flank. Puff, puff, puff. The blades glimmered as the 3 corrupted marsh crocodiles, attempting to breach Gao Yizhou's defenses, had their massive heads severed in a single stroke. It was Gu Fangchen. Ding. Slain beast-level creature, corrupted marsh crocodile, 26,100. Ding. Slain beast-level creature, corrupted marsh crocodile, 27,100. Ding. Slain beast-level creature, corrupted marsh crocodile, 28,100. Are you alright? Gu Fangchen approached Gao Yizhou, glancing at the wound on his leg, brow furrowed. I had no chance to block that arrow earlier when the line was under pressure. I'm fine. Good brother, no blame. Gao Yizhou forced a smile, struggling to rise. Quickly retrieving a roll of bandages from his tactical pack, he swiftly wrapped it around the wound with practiced ease. I'm perfectly fine. Just a minor injury. I could still fight 300 more rounds. Gu Fangchen nodded, refraining from further words, aware that this was not the time for idle chatter. He scanned their surroundings, his brow knitting tightly. The situation had completely unraveled. The accidental injuries caused by Wang Wu's team, seemingly trivial, had precisely disrupted their previously stable defensive formation. Gao Yizhou was injured, creating a breach in the front line. Zhang Qingyu and Cheng Yi, distracted by their anger, were consuming their blood energy at an alarming rate, and their momentum faltered. The other team members had long since been ensnared in their individual struggles against the relentless tide of beasts, their stamina rapidly depleting. At that moment, roar, a roar, more terrifying and oppressive than all previous beast roars combined, erupted from behind them like a thunderclap. The group turned sharply, their pupils dilating in horror. They beheld the entrance to the blood-red ruins, where 3 monstrous entities, far larger and more fearsome than the surrounding beast-level creatures, advanced like 3 moving mountains. To the far left stood a colossal creature, thrice the size of an ordinary corrupted marsh crocodile, dripping with toxic slime. Swamp Crocodile King. In the center, a similarly massive, 2-headed savage wolf. 2-headed wind demon wolf king. To the far right, a gigantic lizard covered in armor as hard as obsidian, its back bristling with gruesome bone spikes. Giant rock lizard king. 3 genuine mid-tier king-level beasts. Each emanated an aura far surpassing that of the iron-skinned rhino king slain by Gu Fangchen. Behind them loomed a 4th, dark wave of beasts, completely sealing off their last escape route. It's over. A Feng stared at the 3 titanic creatures radiating a destructive aura, the color draining from his face, nearly dropping his Gauss rifle. Despair, an overwhelming despair, akin to frigid seawater, inundated everyone present in an instant. With beasts encircling them from the front, and 3 kings charging in unison from behind, this was no longer a battle. It was a certain death. Damn it. Let us fight them. Zhang Qingyu's eyes turned crimson, teetering on the brink of madness, unleashing his internal energy with reckless abandon, preparing for a final desperate struggle. Yet, in this moment of collective despair, Gu Fangchen slowly closed his eyes. Perfect breakthrough. King-level beast, 25. Only 3 more to go. He felt the mighty energy within him. Having reached the peak of the first stage, yet unable to advance further, a profoundly frenzied yet crystal-clear thought surged within. If one desires to triumph and survive, the sole method lies here. Immediately, instantly, breakthrough. Forge a perfect foundation of the 2nd tier. Chapter 66, A Gamble. With this in mind, Gu Fangchen slowly opened his eyes. In his pitch-black gaze, all traces of despair and fear evaporated, leaving only a serene madness akin to an abyss. He turned his head to face Zhang Qingyu and Cheng Yi, who were prepared to fight with all their might. His voice, though soft, clearly eclipsed the roars of beasts surrounding them. Captain Zhang, Captain Cheng, I need a favor. Zhang Qingyu was taken aback, glancing back at him. What? Gu Fangchen's gaze gradually shifted towards the 3 king-level beasts exuding an aura of destruction in the distance. We shall slay those 3 kings. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Zhang Qingyu and Cheng Yi stared at Gu Fangchen in disbelief, questioning whether they were hallucinating from blood loss. What did you say? Cheng Yi's voice trembled. After dispatching 2 more stone-armored giant lizards, he continued, slay? 3. They are standing together. How do we strike? Looking at Gu Fangchen as if he were a madman, he implored, Brother Gu, I know you are fierce, but those are 3 mid-tier kings. Their strength is formidable. Even in our prime, the combined might of our 2 teams would struggle to take down 2 of them standing together. It's not about taking them all at once. Gu Fangchen shook his head, his eyes glinting with a hunter-esque spark. We must find a way to separate them, to kill them one by one. You 2, along with me, will form a hunting party. The remaining members will create a defensive line, not to seek kills, but to delay, to draw and restrain the other 2 kings, buying us time. Then we will swiftly take down the isolated king. Afterward, we shall return to the defensive line and slay the remaining 2 one by one. Upon hearing this plan, Zhang Qingyu immediately rejected it without a second thought. He pointed at the tide of beasts surging around them, along with their already battered comrades. His expression grave. No. What will happen to them if the 3 of us go after the kings? They are merely late-stage first-tier warriors. The beast tide alone could shred them to pieces. Indeed, Brother Gu, this plan is far too risky, Cheng Yi hastily urged. Just then, a steady voice emerged from behind them. Let us proceed as suggested. Everyone turned abruptly. It was Gao Yizhou, leaning on a tower shield, limping towards them. His usually stern face bore an undeniable resolution. Listen to little Gu. He regarded the 2 stunned captains, slowly exhaling a heavy breath, a self-mocking smile gracing his lips. After all, we are already dancing on the edge of death. A gamble is our only chance for survival. Without it, we are doomed. Gao Yizhou's words struck the hearts of all like a heavy hammer. Yes, if death is inevitable, why not take a gamble? I agree. Lin Kiki was the first to step forward, gripping her twin blades tighter, her golden eyes ablaze with unprecedented battle fervor. I believe in little Gu. We agree too. Xiaoya, a foam, and the sniper also unhesitatingly chose to support. They had all witnessed Gu Fangchen perform miracles firsthand. Ultimately, Zhang Qingyu and Cheng Yi exchanged glances, both seeing the same determination reflected in each other's eyes. All right. Zhang Qingyu slammed his thigh, a bloodthirsty glint igniting in his gaze. Damn it. Let us accompany you in this madness, just once. Speak, how shall we fight? Cheng Yi inquired solemnly. Gu Fangchen's eyes gleamed with approval. Without a moment's hesitation, his mind raced, formulating a plan that was nothing short of flawless. The Swamp Crocodile King is the slowest and poses the least threat. We shall take it down first. His finger accurately pointed towards the rear of the battlefield. Gao Yizhou, a foam, Lin Kiki Xiaoya. You 4 will form the front defensive line, centered around the Hummer. Your objective is not to kill, but to delay. Hold firm against the onslaught of the 3 paths of beasts. At the same time, do your utmost to restrain the 2-headed Wind Wolf King and the Giant Rock Lizard King. Hearing this assignment, Gao Yizhou and the others turned pale. For first-tier warriors against an endless tide of beasts, while also restraining 2 kings. Though fear gripped their hearts, they showed no hesitation, roaring in unison, yes. Next, Gu Fangchen's gaze shifted to the sniper from the Blood Wolf squad. Sniper. Gu Fangchen's voice was steady and powerful. Immediately seek a vantage point. Your task is not to kill, but to suppress. Use your sniper rifle to accurately strike the leading beasts in the tide, while also covering the flanks of the defensive line. Focus on the eyes and joints of those 2 kings to relieve pressure on the defense team. The sniper's eyes gleamed with determination upon hearing this, and without a moment's hesitation, he nodded vigorously at Gu Fangchen. Then, with a swift movement, he fired his grappling gun and ascended towards a dilapidated high-rise like a nimble monkey. Captain Zhang, Captain Cheng, Gu Fangchen's gaze finally settled on the 2 second-tier powerhouses. We 3 will form the hunting party. Our target is the Swamp Crocodile King. We must end this swiftly. All right. Zhang Qingyu and Cheng Yi roared in unison. Action. With a single command, the 8 of them transformed into 2 torrents. Roar. Just as Gao Yizhou and the others retreated to the side of the Hummer, the Giant Rock Lizard King roared towards them. Its massive body suddenly curled, transforming into a colossal rolling boulder that crashed violently into the defensive line. Hold firm. Gao Yizhou bellowed, slamming his tower shield into the ground, bracing against the terrifying impact. He felt his arms go numb, his palms splitting. Meanwhile, the 2-headed Wind Wolf King launched its assault, its azure and white wind blades raining down upon Lin Kiki and Xiaoya like a tempest. The 2 darted like phantoms, skillfully weaving through the gaps in the onslaught, their twin blades leaving shallow wounds upon the Wolf King to draw its ire. Bang! Above, the sniper had taken his position. The sharp crack of the gun echoed as an armor-piercing round struck the giant rock lizard king's eye. Although it failed to inflict substantial damage, it elicited a pained roar, momentarily halting its advance. The defensive line plunged into a fierce struggle, fraught with peril. Every second teetered on the brink of death. Meanwhile, Gu Fangchen, Zhang Chengyu, and Cheng Yi seized the precious time bought with their lives, charging towards the swamp crocodile king. Zhang Chengyu led the charge, the blood surging through his giant axe. He unleashed a blade of condensed energy, cleaving down onto the swamp crocodile king's carapace with the force of a mountain. Clang! Sparks flew. The tough shell was split open, revealing a gaping wound deep enough to see bone, dark purple blood gushing forth. Cheng Yi followed closely, transforming into a whirlwind of azure, his battle knife dancing with lethal precision, countless sharp flashes slicing into the swamp crocodile king's vulnerable joints and abdomen. Sizzle! Flesh and blood flew. Roar! The swamp crocodile king, in agony, let out a pained roar and violently lashed its long tail, resembling a colossal steel whip, sweeping towards the two individuals. Yet at that moment, Gu Fangchen's figure had already appeared above the swamp crocodile king's head like a wraith. Ultrasound! An invisible mental shock erupted from his eyes, striking fiercely against the immense skull of the swamp crocodile king. Buzz! The swamp crocodile king's movements suddenly froze, and a glimmer of evident confusion and dizziness flickered in its crimson beastly eyes. Cheng Yi and Zhang Chengyu were momentarily stunned. Huh, what was that? However, Gu Fangchen evidently had no intention of providing an explanation. Now is the moment. The massive wound created by the two second-tier powerhouses, combined with this instant of disorientation, constituted a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a lethal strike. Die! A cold glint flashed in Gu Fangchen's eyes as the black-scaled battle knife in his hand transformed into a streak of black lightning that tore through space, precisely plunging into the gaping wound that Zhang Chengyu had opened. Splat! The blade pierced through the heart. The colossal body of the swamp crocodile king twitched violently twice, and its crimson beastly eyes dimmed rapidly. Finally, with a thunderous crash, it fell heavily to the ground, utterly silent. Ding! Killed the king-level mutant beast, Swamp Crocodile King. 11. Loot successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Swamp Crocodile King's racial core talent, Corrosive Blood. Corrosive Blood, active talent. Upon mastering the externalization of vital energy, you may choose to activate it, causing the blade light to inflict continuous corrosive damage. No cooldown. Perfect breakthrough. King-level mutant beast, 3-1-5. Chapter 67, Affinity of the Wind. Gazing at the panel before him, Gu Fangchen was momentarily taken aback. Continuous corrosive damage upon externalizing vital energy? Does this mean only second tier can utilize it? Well then, he did not dwell on it further and prepared to return to reinforce the defensive line. Just then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sharp sounds of slicing air suddenly erupted from the shadows of the distant ruins. 3 pitch-black crossbow bolts, their tips gleaming with a ghostly blue poison, formed a triangular formation, sealing off all of Gu Fangchen's escape routes, aimed directly at his vital points: head, heart, and dantian. Xiaogu, be careful. Zhang Qingyu's eyes widened in alarm, desperate to assist, but it was already too late. The assailants were none other than the rock-solid squad. They had been waiting for this very moment when Gu Fangchen was most off guard, as the 3 lethal poisoned arrows were about to pierce Gu Fangchen. However, his face bore no trace of panic. A glimmer of cold derision flickered in his pitch-black eyes. So, they finally dared to show themselves. His aura sensing had long since locked onto these rats hiding aloft. His earlier focused demeanor of killing was merely a feigned opening to draw them out. Shadow step. His figure suddenly flickered, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 poisoned arrows seamlessly pierced through the afterimage, embedding themselves deep into the ground behind, corroding 3 sizzling black holes. Damn it, how did he evade? In the distance, Shi Jian's expression turned grim as he witnessed this scene. He never expected that after such an intense battle, the opponent would still possess the strength to execute such an astonishing, evasive maneuver. Meanwhile, Gu Fangchen's true form had already appeared like a specter 10 meters away. He did not pursue the assailants. There were 2 reasons. Firstly, his teammates. The defensive line formed by Gao Yizhou and the others was already on the brink of collapse, with everyone fighting for time with their lives. If he did not swiftly deal with the other 2 king-level mutant beasts, and instead chose to chase after the assailants, then faced with the onslaught of 2 king-level beasts along with 4 waves of beast tides, the defensive line would collapse in an instant. Everyone would perish. Secondly, on his aura sensing radar, those 4 rats were currently mingling among the vast red dots of the beast tide, constantly shifting positions, making them difficult to lock onto accurately. But once he eradicated all the mutant beasts on this battlefield, those 4 rats would have nowhere to hide in this desolate expanse. At that point, having broken through to the upper second tier, it would be as simple as breathing to crush these pesky flies. No rush. Gu Fangchen's gaze turned cold. Let them live a little longer. With this realization, He disregarded the hidden threat and directed his icy, piercing gaze towards the next target, the two-headed wind demon wolf king that was being fiercely held back by the defensive line. He abruptly turned to the two second-tier powerhouses and bellowed, Captain Zhang, Captain Zhang, switch positions. Let's take down that wolf king first. All right. The two second-tier powerhouses showed no hesitation, transforming into two arrows loosed from a bow, swiftly following Gu Fangchen towards the rampaging two-headed wind demon wolf king. Roar. Gao Yizhou watched the three figures charging with murderous intent, then glanced at the enormous rock lizard king now within arm's reach, his eyes blazing red. He slammed his tower shield heavily onto the ground, roaring at Lin Kiki and the others, who were barely holding on. Buy them time. We must endure even if it costs us our lives. Understood. Meanwhile, Gu Fangchen and his two companions had plunged into the wolf pack like three sharp knives. Zhang Qingyu led the charge, the vital energy on his massive axe surging. A cleaving axe light swept out, forcibly carving a bloody path through the dense pack of wolves. Cheng Yi followed closely behind, unleashing his protective aura, wielding his battle knife with a flurry of strikes, slaying all stragglers. Gu Fangchen trailed behind them, his fearsome composite battle bow unfurling once more, arrows like lightning, specifically targeting those mutant beasts attempting to flank them. The three worked in seamless harmony, functioning like an efficient killing machine, rapidly advancing towards the two-headed wind demon wolf king. Just as they were less than 50 meters away from the wolf king, suddenly, whoosh, 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 three more poison crossbow arrows tore through the air at a more cunning and vicious angle, targeting Zhang Qingyu's vulnerable back, knee, and neck. Old Zhang, be careful. Cheng Ye's eyes widened in horror. Zhang Qingyu was fully exerting himself, his old strength spent, new strength not yet gathered, leaving him no time to defend. Yet at this critical moment, a shadowy figure, like a phantom, appeared behind him. It was Gu Fangchen once again, with a speed that defied belief. He used his own back to absorb the three lethal arrows meant for Zhang Qingyu. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of metal striking echoed. The arrows, capable of piercing steel, struck against his shadowy panther combat suit, producing only a shower of sparks, leaving not even a white mark. Shi Jian and the others were left dumbfounded. What the hell? Wasn't he that combat suit classified as C-level? When did the quality become so exceptional? Damn it. Zhang Qingyu cursed inwardly, yet he chose not to let anger consume his reason. After regaining his composure, he unleashed all his fury upon the formidable wolf king before him. Roar. The two-headed wind demon wolf king clearly sensed the intentions of the three insignificant beings. As both wolf heads simultaneously opened their massive jaws, the left head unleashed dozens of azure wind blades, while the right head expelled a white ice orb the size of a human head. The combined assault of wind and ice sealed off all avenues of attack for the trio. Old wolf. Understood. Cheng Yi let out a furious roar, channeling his protective energy to its utmost limit, boldly confronting the tempestuous onslaught of wind blades, granting Zhang Qingyu and Gu Fangchen a precious half-second. Clang, clang, clang. Countless wind blades struck against his protective energy, emitting a piercing sound of friction as his defensive aura visibly thinned and dimmed. Now, Zhang Qingyu and Gu Fangchen, flanking the lethal ice orb, unleashed their weapons, the massive axe and the combat knife, radiating with blinding brilliance. Yet, just as they were on the verge of success, atop a high building, Shi Jian's eyes glinted with a cruel mockery. Attack! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, it was not 3 crossbow bolts, but a full dozen. From 4 distinct directions, they descended like a net, simultaneously ensnaring Gu Fangchen and Zhang Qingyu. The cunning angles and ruthless timing were clearly aimed at eliminating both the duo and the Wolf King. Damn it! Zhang Qingyu's eyes widened with rage. He attempted to defend, but his strength had waned, rendering him incapable of changing tactics. Meanwhile, Gu Fangchen, after a sharp intake of breath, activated both of his powerful innate abilities. Ultrasound. Wrath of the Tyrant. An invisible mental shockwave erupted, mingled with the roar of an ancient tyrant. Buzz. The already aggressive two-headed wind demon Wolf King's brain jolted violently. Both wolf heads fell into a brief stupor. Simultaneously, the dark red aura enveloping Gu Fangchen surged dramatically. He did not retreat. Instead, he channeled that frenzied energy entirely into his black-scaled combat knife. Breaking Army 7 Kill Blade 4th form, Soul Sever. He spun around sharply, his combat knife transforming into a black crescent that tore through the fabric of space. This strike not only severed the heads of the dazed Wolf King, but also, in a display of audacious ferocity, shattered all 12 incoming poisoned arrows. Clang, 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 clang. 1 strike, 3 kills. Thud. The 2 enormous wolf heads, mingled with a storm of shattered arrows, plummeted to the ground. Ding. Killed the king-level beast, two-headed wind demon Wolf King. 11. Plunder successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the core racial talent of the two-headed wind demon Wolf King, Affinity of Wind. Affinity of Wind, passive talent, permanently enhances the host's attack speed. Perfect breakthrough. King level beast, 415. Chapter 68, Violence Against Violence. Gu Fangchen disregarded the few remaining rats. His eyes, ablaze with dark red flames, turned toward the last king-level beast on the battlefield, the giant rock lizard king, which was relentlessly pushing Gao Yizhou and the others into a corner. Captain Zhang. Captain Cheng. Gu Fangchen's voice was icy and calm. The last one. Let us finish it off and return home. Good. The two, already ignited by pent-up frustration and fury, roared in unison. The trio, shedding all restraint, transformed into 3 arrows released from a bow, converging in a triangular formation towards the final colossal beast with fierce determination. Roar. The giant rock lizard king sensed the deadly threat from the trio. It abruptly abandoned its easily attainable prey and locked its molten lava-like eyes onto the leading Gu Fangchen. Subsequently, its massive form contracted, morphing into a gigantic boulder covered in menacing bone spikes, hurtling towards him with earth-shattering force. Zhang Qingyu's expression shifted. Be careful. This creature's defense is stronger than that of the Rhino King. Yet, Gu Fangchen's countenance bore no trace of fear. He inhaled deeply, his leg muscles swelling to their utmost limit. Bison charge. Boom. In that instant, he transformed into a human-shaped siege cannon, his speed surging beyond its original limit. As he charged head-on towards the colossal rock war machine. Point against point. Violence against violence. Boom. A deafening sound erupted, powerful enough to pale the mountains. The violent shockwave resembled a Category 12 hurricane, sending the surrounding beast carcasses flying. Zhang Qingyu and Cheng Yi were knocked back repeatedly. Meanwhile, the struggling defensive line in the distance, along with the beasts, was tossed about by the force of this gust. As the dust settled at the point of impact, the massive rock boulder was forcibly halted. Cracks, resembling spider webs, radiated from the point of collision, marring its seemingly indestructible rocky armor. As the smoke cleared, Gu Fangchen's figure emerged. He knelt on one knee, arms crossed protectively in front of him, the road beneath him reduced to powder, forming a deep pit several meters in diameter. He had single-handedly withstood the full-force charge of a mid-level king beast. Though a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, the dark red flames in his eyes shone with terrifying brilliance. Captain Zhang. Captain Cheng. He suddenly lifted his head and roared. Kill. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Zhang Qingyu and Cheng Yi launched themselves like streaks of light. Their massive axe and combat knife erupted with the most resplendent glow of vitality as they struck fiercely against the shattered rock armor. Crack. The armor fractured. Roar. The giant rock lizard king emitted a pained howl, its colossal form forcibly expelled from its rolling state. Yet before it could retaliate, a dark figure surged forward like a relentless specter. It was Gu Fangchen, his black-scaled combat knife transformed into a deathly lightning bolt, piercing without hesitation through the gap in the shattered armor. Thud. The blade precisely penetrated the heart of the giant rock lizard king. Time froze at that moment. The beast's molten eyes dimmed rapidly. Finally, with a thunderous crash, it fell heavily to the ground, concluding its nefarious existence. Ding. Killed the king-level beast, giant rock lizard king. 11. Plunder successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the core racial talent of the giant rock lizard king, rock armor body. Rock armor body, active talent. Upon activation, a layer of hard rock armor can be formed on the surface of the body, significantly enhancing physical defense for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Perfect breakthrough. King-level beast, 55. Conditions met. Perfect breakthrough can be initiated at any time. Gazing at the golden prompt on the system panel, Gu Fangchen slowly exhaled a breath laced with the scent of blood. He slowly lifted his head, his scarlet eyes piercing through the smoke-laden battlefield, locking onto a distant figure atop a high-rise, trembling uncontrollably in the grip of unrelenting terror. This silent threat transcended hundreds of meters, etching itself into the very souls of the few in the rocky formation. Their position had been compromised. The team captain, Monkey, spoke with a quavering voice, his hand gripping the crossbow shaking uncontrollably. Something was amiss. Just as Shi Jian intended to issue a retreat order, before he could utter a word, Gu Fangchen had already made up his mind in the heart of the battlefield. Breakthrough. Ding. Breakthrough in progress. At the moment the system panel materialized, a tempest erupted without warning, centered around Gu Fangchen, roaring outward. The wind carried with it an indescribable heaviness and oppressive force, blinding those caught in its grasp. Debris and dust were lifted high into the air, forming a slowly rotating gray vortex. The sky, unbeknownst to them, had darkened, clouds obscuring the sun. What is this? The faces of the 4 members of the Rocky team paled dramatically. This was a manifestation of a high-grade second-tier breakthrough. Shi Jian's voice trembled, his eyes filled with sheer horror and disbelief. How could this be? Who on earth would break through in such a place? Below, Gao Yizhou and his companions had just dispatched a few attacking beasts and were preparing to catch their breath when they were suddenly buffeted by the oncoming gale. What is happening? Lin Kiki exclaimed, looking up at the sky, her face a mask of confusion. Cheng Yi and Zhang Qingyu were equally bewildered. They could sense that within this phenomenon lay a terrifying energy that made their hearts race. Even the frenzied beasts seemed to sense a primal fear, their onslaught momentarily stalling as they restlessly pawed the ground, emitting low, mournful whines. At that instant, everyone witnessed the swirling vortex converging madly towards the blood-soaked figure at the center of the battlefield. It's Xiao Gu, Zhang Qingyu exclaimed in shock. Huh, is it not a brother? Does one really break through like this? Cheng Yi's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. High above, after a brief moment of shock, Shi Jian finally regained his composure. He gazed at the figure enveloped in gray vortex below, an unprecedented sense of dread surging within him. A monster. This individual was undoubtedly a genuine monstrosity. Retreat. Shi Jian felt no remnants of luck or greed. He roared at his three utterly stunned teammates. We must flee. Before he completes his breakthrough, run for your lives. Meanwhile, at Base 7, several officers on duty in the lookout tower had also observed the phenomenon in the distant sky. What is that? Such a powerful energy fluctuation, by the looks of it. Someone is breaking through to the second tier. A seasoned officer's face grew somber. No. Another younger officer, clutching a high-powered telescope, spoke with a trembling voice. This pressure. The magnitude of the force invoking the powers of heaven and earth. It is indeed high-grade second tier. Absolutely high-grade second tier. What? Within the command tower of Base 7, a middle-aged man with a stern countenance, bearing the insignia of a ninth-grade officer, stood before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, hands clasped behind his back. His gaze penetrated the distance of several kilometers, precisely landing on the surging gray vortex. A rare ripple stirred within his normally placid eyes. A manifestation of a high-grade second-tier breakthrough. He murmured to himself, his voice steady and powerful. Interesting. It has been a long time since such a promising talent has emerged in the barren war zone of our Base 7. Go investigate. He instructed the air casually. I need to know who he is. Yes. A respectful voice responded from the shadows behind him. Simultaneously, several kilometers away, on the other side of the ruined city, Wang Wu was leading his Kanjiing team, darting swiftly between buildings, a smug grin of schadenfreude on his face. Just then, an indescribable wave of terrifying pressure surged from behind, without warning. The sky darkened at a visible rate. Concurrently, a tempest whipped up the dust, as if the apocalypse had descended. Captain, what is that? In the team, the blonde-haired member turned back in terror, his voice quaking. Wang Wu spun around abruptly, his pupils constricting in shock. He stared fixedly at the gray vortex connecting heaven and earth in the distance, the triumphant smile on his face freezing in an instant, replaced by sheer horror. It's a breakthrough phenomenon, a manifestation that only appears during high-grade breakthroughs. High-grade second tier. High-grade second tier. The alluring female team member beside him also shrieked in disbelief. Who would choose to break through in such a hellish place? The blonde's face turned ashen, recalling the direction they had just left, stammering. That direction seems to be where Zhang Qingyu and the others are. Impossible. Wang Wu dismissed it without a second thought, his tone laced with disdain and scorn. Zhang Qingyu and Cheng Yi are both useless. How many years have they been stuck in the mid-second tier? It cannot be them. As for the others, he scoffed derisively. A bunch of late first-tier losers, even less likely. Upon hearing this, the female team member chuckled delicately, her eyes brimming with contempt. The captain is right. It's probably some ancient monster-esque disciple who just happened to choose this dilapidated place for seclusion. Humph. Wang Wu wore a look of utter disdain. He then turned without a backward glance, leading his team onward toward their mission objective. On the battlefield, Gu Fangchen's body was entirely enveloped by the densely swirling gray vortex. He could distinctly feel his bones fracturing, reassembling, his meridians expanding and fortifying. Every inch of his flesh was undergoing a transformative metamorphosis under the onslaught of this colossal energy. Boom. Finally, when the last trace of energy fused into his body, the gray vortex suddenly contracted inward, then erupted with a tremendous bang. A visible shockwave swept outward, sending the surrounding beasts flying. As the dust settled, a brand new figure emerged before the onlookers. Gu Fangchen slowly opened his eyes. His once dark pupils now radiated an unfathomable depth, reminiscent of a starry sky. An overwhelming aura, far surpassing his previous self, emanated from him, marking him as a second-tier powerhouse. Realm, peak first tier, initial second tier, new. Grade, supreme, max level, new. Vitality, 20,013, 500 points. This. Zhang Qingyu and the others stood dumbstruck, their minds blank. What just happened? Chapter 69, Severed Souls. Gu Fangchen felt the torrent of newfound power surging within him like a raging river, a wave of grand ambition swelling in his heart. He turned to the now bewildered Zhang Qingyu and Cheng Yi, curiously inquiring, Captain Zhang, Captain Cheng, how does one utilize the external release of vitality? The two snapped back to reality at his question. Zhang Qingyu instinctively explained. It's about condensing the vitality and then transmitting it through your weapon. Oh, I see. Gu Fangchen nodded. He then drew the black-scaled battle knife embedded in the ground. With a flicker of thought, I channeled the newfound power within me into the blade. Buzz. The black-scale warblade emitted a lament of unbearable strain. In the next instant, a terrifying crimson blade of light, 30 meters long and as solid as reality itself, surged forth from the tip, soaring towards the heavens. Its brilliance illuminated the surrounding dusky sky with an eerie, blood-red hue. The entire arena fell into an oppressive silence. Everyone stood transfixed, gazing at the terrifying blade of light that pierced the heavens and the earth, their minds utterly incapacitated. Let us not delve into how Gu Fangchen suddenly achieved a breakthrough to the upper second tier while standing. Nor shall we ponder how he mastered the technique of blood and chi release at the mere mention of it by Captain Zhang. The mere existence of this blade of light, 10 times longer than that of a typical second-tier warrior, was sufficient to leave the 7 of them in a state of bewilderment. Zhang Qingyu and Cheng Yi looked on as if they had seen a ghost. They glanced at Gu Fangchen's 30-meter-long blade of light, and then at their own, which could only muster 3 to 4 meters at best, despite their utmost efforts. A profound sense of helplessness and defeat surged within them. They exchanged glances, recognizing the same bitterness reflected in each other's eyes. How can his be so much larger than ours? Zhang Qingyu's voice trembled. Is this the difference between upper and middle tier? While everyone was still engulfed in this world-altering shock, the 4 members of the rock team, fleeing from a distance atop a high-rise, instinctively turned to glance back. Just one look sent shivers down their spines. The 30-meter crimson blade of light loomed above them like the sword of Damocles, radiating a cataclysmic aura that made their very souls tremble. Oh no! Iron Bull, responsible for the rear guard, felt his legs weaken, nearly losing control of himself. With all his strength, he let out a panicked shout. Run! Run fast! Damn it! Don't look back! Whatever you do, don't look back! Captain Shi Jian's scalp prickled, his heart racing. The last vestige of hope vanished from his mind, leaving only a singular thought: escape. Get as far away from this monster as possible. Yet, in the center of the battlefield, Gu Fangchen paid them little heed. His deep-set eyes merely scanned the chaotic scene ahead, a tumult of beasts spawned by the fall of the 3 kings. He then slowly lifted his head and calmly addressed his petrified teammates. Everyone, get down. Zhang Qingyu and the others were momentarily taken aback. However, driven by their unwavering trust in Gu Fangchen, they immediately dropped to the ground, pressing their bodies flat against the earth. In the very next instant, Gu Fangchen moved. Gripping the blade with both hands, he positioned the 30-meter-long terrifying blade of light horizontally across his chest. The black-scale warblade, unable to withstand the immense energy far exceeding its rank, began to emit a mournful wail, intricate cracks racing across its surface. Yet Gu Fangchen remained unfazed, a glimmer of cold resolve flashing in his tranquil gaze. He poured the 4th intent of the breaking Army 7 kills blade, the soul-severing strike, unreservedly into this earth-shattering blow. Then, with a single stroke, he cleaved towards the dense throng of beasts before him. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no deafening roar. At that moment, the world seemed to have been muted. A pure, red-black crescent energy blade silently detached from the tip of the blade, sweeping through the torrent of over 1,000 beasts. Where the black crescent passed, time appeared to freeze. All movements of the beasts came to an abrupt halt, whether they were fleeing or roaring, as if they had been instantaneously encased in ice. Then, a soft, almost imperceptible sound echoed. The bodies of the 1,000 beasts were severed cleanly at the waist, the cuts smooth as a mirror, without a single drop of blood splattering. Their upper halves remained in their final postures of life, while the lower halves collapsed to the ground in a thunderous crash. Silence. After a 3-second stretch of silence, a crack resounded. The black-scale warblade, having executed this cataclysmic strike, finally reached its limit, shattering into countless iron shards. Then, a thunderous roar erupted. Scalding blood and shattered innards surged forth like a torrential flood from the thousands of severed corpses. The entire abandoned cityscape was engulfed in a deluge of flesh and blood. One strike. The battlefield was cleared. Beep. Killed the beast-level creature, corrupted marsh crocodile, 100,100. Plunder successful. Beep. Killed the beast-level creature, 2-headed wind demon wolf, 100,100. Plunder successful. Beep. Killed the beast-level creature, stone-armored giant lizard, 100,100. Plunder successful. Beep, beep, beep. Summarizing. Beep. Plunder successful. Total kills, 1,038 beast-level creatures, 3 species of beasts, total plunder, 5,190 points of chi and blood value. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the core racial talent of the corrupted marsh crocodile, Breath of the Marsh. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the core racial talent of the 2-headed wind demon wolf, Double Strike. Plunder successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the core racial talent of the stone-armored giant lizard, Power of the Earth. A flurry of system notifications flooded his mind. Waves of immense and pure energy surged into his limbs and bones like rivers flowing into the sea. Then his chi and blood value skyrocketed at a terrifyingly visible rate. Before him, the semi-transparent blue panel flickered wildly. Chi and blood value, 20013,500 points. This number lingered for barely a tenth of a second. In the next moment, it shot upwards as if propelled by a rocket, soaring without restraint. 2,500, 3,000, 3,500. Boom. It shattered an invisible barrier. Realm, early second tier to mid-second tier, new. Chi and blood value, 35,006,000 points. But this was merely the beginning. The tide of energy showed no signs of abating. It surged even more violently. 4,000, 5,000, 6,000. Another roar emanated from the depths of his soul. Realm, mid-second tier to late second tier, new. The ascent of his chi and blood value gradually began to slow. 6,500, 7,000, 7,191. Gu Fangchen slowly opened his eyes. His gaze remained calm. Yet within those deep-set eyes lay an ocean of stars. He could distinctly feel an unprecedented connection with this world. With every breath, he could draw upon the energy particles around him. This was the power of the upper second tier. Host, Gu Fangchen. Realm, early stage of second tier. Late stage of second tier, new. Vitality points, 7191, 5190, 9999. Grade, superior. Talent, new breath of the swamp, active, double strike, active, power of the earth, passive. Breath of the swamp, an active talent. Once activated, the host will continuously emit an imperceptible corrosive aura, inflicting sustained defensive debuffs on enemies entering the vicinity. No cooldown. Double strike, an active talent. Within 0.5 seconds of any attack hitting a target, a follow-up attack may be executed that ignores defense, dealing 30 damage of the original attack. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Power of the earth, a passive talent. When the host's feet are on solid ground, their strength and defense will receive an additional 10 boost, significantly enhancing stability. Chapter 70, a clean sweep. Zhang Qingyu's lips trembled as he struggled to utter 2 words. One strike, just one strike, cleared the field. Beside him, Qingyi, a battle-hardened mid-tier second-tier warrior, was in no better state. His Adam's apple bobbed, feeling as parched as if it were on fire, yet he could not utter a single word. He could comprehend the release of vitality and the blade's brilliance, but he simply could not fathom why Gu Fangchen had suddenly broken through. Nor could he understand how a newly ascended second-tier warrior could unleash a 30-meter blade aura that seemed capable of cleaving the heavens. Was this a joke? Lin Kiki, Gao Yizhou, and the entire Bloodwolf squad remained prone on the ground, utterly motionless. It was not that they did not wish to rise. Rather, their bodies had been so thoroughly shaken by that world-destroying strike that they had lost all strength, their minds blank and unable to process this information that transcended reality. The entire world seemed to consist solely of the patter of blood rain, and that figure standing atop a mountain of corpses, resembling a deity or a demon. Gu Fangchen felt the unprecedented torrent of power within him and let out a long breath of turbid air. He slowly turned around, gazing at the 7 teammates sprawled on the ground, and sighed in relief. Everyone, get up. His voice was calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority, instantly rousing the others from their stupor. There are still a few rats left to deal with. Rats? Zhang Qingyu and the others froze at his words. They quickly realized it referred to the scoundrels who had just ambushed them and summoned the beast horde. They struggled to rise, their faces collectively ignited with fierce anger. Yet, upon recalling their opponent's elusive movements and cunning arrows, a heavy gloom fell over them. This derelict urban area was rife with complex terrain, littered with ruins. If their adversaries were determined to escape, this group of close combat warriors would be utterly unable to pursue them. Just as despair settled over the group, Gu Fangchen took a step forward, heading directly to the high-rise where the Bloodwolf Squad S sniper was stationed. The sniper, at that moment, had a vacant expression, staring downwards, clearly still reeling from the shock of the earlier strike. Sniper, may I borrow your grappling gun? Gu Fangchen's voice resonated below him. Huh. The sniper jolted awake, realizing he was still in a daze. He looked at the blood-soaked youth below, whose aura was as formidable as a mountain, and his mind was still struggling to catch up. He glanced bewilderedly at the intricately designed tactical grappling gun strapped to his waist, then back at Gu Fangchen, stammering, Oh. Sure, Gu. Brother. He hurriedly rappelled down using the grappling gun and fumbled to unfasten it, handing it over to Gu Fangchen. Just as Gu Fangchen was about to take it, he suddenly realized that he had never introduced himself to this extraordinary individual. This was terribly impolite, not even knowing the other's name. Thus, he could only refer to him as the sniper. I must have been thoughtless. The sniper's face flushed crimson. He straightened his posture, addressing Gu Fangchen with an almost report-like tone, nervously stating, report, Brother Gu. My name is Lin Mo, observer and sniper of the Bloodwolf Squad. Observing the sniper's anxious demeanor, Gu Fangchen could not help but chuckle. He accepted the weighty grappling gun, nodding at Lin Mo. That smile was like a spring breeze, instantly dispelling the tension within Lin Mo. I will remember that. Those simple 6 words stirred a warm current within Lin Mo's heart. He felt all his nervousness and awe transform into pure honor at that moment. He quickly stepped forward, pointing at the complex trigger and pressure regulator on the grappling gun. Ready to explain the operation. Brother Gu, the operation of this gun is a bit complicated. Its launch force and rope retraction speed are both adjustable, requiring predictions based on distance and angle, especially when turning. Before he could finish, Gu Fangchen had already taken the grappling gun in hand, casually weighing it. His deep-set eyes merely swept over the intricate structure once. With his SSS-level mental acuity, the equipment was instantly deconstructed into countless components before his eyes. Its operating principles, mechanical structure, and even the optimal methods of operation were comprehended in less than a second. Under Lin Mo's incredulous gaze, Gu Fangchen raised his arm and casually pulled the trigger at the roof of a crumbling building 100 meters away. With a soft sound, the gun emitted a burst of compressed airflow, and the alloy hook transformed into a silver flash, tracing a perfect parabola as it accurately latched onto the building's edge. Immediately after, Gu Fangchen flicked his wrist and pressed the retrieval button. Whoosh! A powerful motor roared to life, generating a tremendous pull that nearly lifted him off the ground. Yet his feet remained firmly rooted, unyielding as if anchored to the earth. He assessed the pull, adjusted the pressure valve, retracted the grappling hook, and nodded. Got it. Lin Mo, Zhang Qingyu, and Cheng Yi. They watched Gu Fangchen's expression of "oh, so it's that simple," their brains nearly short-circuited. Mastering this device typically required at least a month's training for an ordinary person. Gu Fangchen secured the grappling gun at his waist and turned to the others, saying, "You all take the spoils back to the base first. I will handle those remaining rats in return." Little Gu, Zhang Qingyu began, wanting to say that they would accompany him. But Gu Fangchen directly waved his hand, interrupting him. His gaze swept over the various injuries and fatigue evident on everyone's faces, his tone calm, yet laced with an unassailable command. "Your current condition is not suitable for pursuit. Ijo is also injured. You should return and rest. Wait for me to come back for drinks." Upon hearing this, warmth surged in everyone's hearts, and all objections lodged in their throats. They understood that this was Gu Fangchen's way of protecting them. All right. Zhang Qingyu took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. "Be sure to be careful." Gu Fangchen chose not to speak further, smiling as he nodded. He slowly closed his eyes. Breath sensing, activate. In an instant, for crimson points, symbols of hostility, vividly materialized on the radar in his mind. At that moment, they resembled startled birds, frantically fleeing into the depths of the ruins. He abruptly opened his eyes, and a glimmer of icy murderous intent flickered in his pitch-black gaze. In the next moment, he raised the grappling gun in his hand, aimed at a distant skyscraper, and fired with sudden force. Whoosh! A powerful tug ensued. His figure shot upwards like a predatory falcon in the night, effortlessly navigating between the buildings before vanishing from the astonished eyes of the onlookers. Chapter 71, The Reaper Approaches. At the opposite end of the abandoned city, within a concealed underground parking lot, the 4 members of the rock team leaned against a cracked support pillar, gasping for breath. Their faces etched with the terror of having narrowly escaped death. The captain must have shaken them off, right? Monkey's voice trembled as he anxiously scanned their surroundings, fearful that the demonic figure might suddenly emerge from some shadowed corner. Team leader Shi Jian's complexion was equally pallid. Leaning against the wall, his chest heaved violently, the fierce determination in his eyes replaced by overwhelming dread. He did not respond to his subordinate's words. Instead, with trembling hands, he retrieved a secure satellite phone from his pocket and dialed the number he most dreaded contacting at that moment. The phone rang for an eternity before it was finally answered. "Hello?" Zhao Tianhao's voice, laced with impatience and lethargy, emerged from the receiver. "How did the task go? What about that brat's head?" Upon hearing that voice, Shi Jian felt an uncontainable fury surge to his head. Yet, he forcibly suppressed the anger and fear within, rasping, "Zhao, the mission has failed. Failed." Zhao Tianhao's voice instantly turned frigid. "Shi Jian, I've already wired you the deposit. You were merely tasked with eliminating a fledgling fool, and you dare tell me you failed? Are you toying with me? That's not it. Master Zhao, please let me explain." Shi Jian's voice sharpened with agitation. "The intel you provided was utterly erroneous. That brat is not human at all. He is a monster. A complete and utter monster." It was as if he needed to unleash all his pent-up terror, his words tumbling out in a frantic roar. He single-handedly annihilated the entire beast nest. 3 king-level aberrations. In less than 10 minutes. All slaughtered by him alone. No, it wasn't just him. Well, it was mostly him. The main point is, he broke through, right in front of us, suddenly. It was sudden. From peak 1st tier to superior 2nd tier. Then, with blood energy released, he manifested a blade of light that was over 30 meters long. And then, he struck. Just one strike. He decimated the remaining 1,000+ aberrations in an instant. In an instant. Shi Jian was so astounded that his words became jumbled. Yet, he managed to convey the gist of the situation to Zhao Tianhao. On the other end of the line, a profound silence enveloped the conversation. Zhao Tianhao listened to Shi Jian's frenzied ranting, utterly bewildered. What nonsense. A single person slaughtered a beast nest, killed 3 king-level creatures in under 10 minutes. One strike took out over 1,000, achieved a breakthrough to superior second tier on-site, a blade of light over 30 meters long. Zhao Tianhao's brows furrowed tightly, his face a canvas of absurdity and confusion. Shi Jian, has your brain been gnawed on by aberrations? What are you babbling about? Just admit you failed the mission. There's no need to fabricate such absurd lies to deceive me. Do you think I'm a fool? I'm not spouting nonsense. I'm not deceiving you. Everything I said is true. Shi Jian shouted in despair. Master Zhao, we cannot proceed with this job. We will refund your money. His words were abruptly cut off. Whoosh, swoosh. A piercing sound, akin to the scythe of death slicing through the air, suddenly echoed from the entrance of the parking lot. Shi Jian and his companions froze in place. Mechanically, they turned their heads inch by inch towards the source of the sound. There, at the entrance of the parking lot, stood a tall figure, silently poised. Moonlight cascaded behind him, casting an elongated shadow. In his grasp, he held a grappling gun that still hummed faintly. His obsidian eyes, in the darkness, resembled 2 burning ghostly flames, fixated upon them without a hint of movement. He has arrived. He has arrived. The satellite phone in Shi Jian's hand clattered to the ground. On the other end, Zhao Tianhao could only hear rapid panting and Shi Jian's voice, filled with unending dread, murmuring incoherently. Who is it? Zhao Tianhao instinctively inquired. But what answered him was a voice, cold as ice. Come out, no need to hide. The 4 members of Shi Jian trembled as if sentenced to death. They exchanged glances, seeing boundless fear and despair reflected in each other's eyes. Ultimately, it was Shi Jian who lowered his weapon first, raising his hands high as he stepped out from the shadows of the support pillar. We surrender. The other 3, witnessing this, mimicked his actions, trembling as they emerged, hands raised above their heads, scarcely daring to breathe. Gu Fangchen's gaze calmly swept across their faces. He glanced at the satellite phone still engaged on the ground, and then at the leader, Shi Jian, already forming a judgment in his mind. The one on the phone was the boss. His attention then shifted to the 3 subordinates, who were now pale and shaking like leaves in a gale. Ants. Gu Fangchen formed the coldest of judgments in his heart. Big brother, spare us. The slight man named Monkey was the first to collapse under the suffocating silence. His knees buckling as he sank to the ground, tears streaming down his face. We were just doing this for the money. Before he could finish, a black flash suddenly erupted from Gu Fangchen's side. It was the dagger, gleaming with venomous light. The black-scaled battle blade had shattered. At this moment, the poison blade seized from the enemy had become his sole weapon. Gu Fangchen swiftly drew the dagger, releasing his blood energy to coalesce the blade's radiance. Then, with a horizontal slash, a blade of light, spanning several dozen, you just had killing intent toward me and my teammates. Then die. Chapter 72. Congratulations, Zhao Tianhao. Shi Jian stared blankly at the bloody scene before him, at the 3 companions' corpses that were still gushing blood. His mind went completely empty. He hadn't even seen how the other party made his move. The next second, boundless terror washed over him like an icy tide, swallowing him whole. Aya! He let out a shriek, so piercing it no longer sounded human, turned around, and tried to flee. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Tianhao heard the sudden scream and grew frantic. Hello, Shi Jian. What happened? Say something. How could Shi Jian care about him anymore? He lifted his leg and ran. But just as he took a single step, a black shadow appeared in front of him like a ghost. Gu Fangchen no longer had any close combat weapons, so he simply raised his fist calmly. One punch. Boom. Shi Jian felt an irresistible force smash into his face. The next instant, his entire body was sent flying backward, slamming violently into a load-bearing pillar behind him, cracking the solid concrete into a spiderweb of fractures. Then his mouth filled with a salty taste, and several teeth mixed with blood foam flew out of his mouth. The pain and humiliation instantly ignited the last trace of ferocity in his heart. Fuck, don't underestimate me. Shi Jian struggled up from the ground, eyes bloodshot. Looking utterly deranged. I'll fight you to the death. He yanked out a thick alloy shield from behind his back and raised it in front of him. With his other hand, he drew the battle blade from his waist, let out a furious roar, and charged at Gu Fangchen. But what met him was still that simple. Direct, yet overwhelmingly destructive fist. Tyrant Fury. Savage Bull Charge. Power of the Earth. 3 talent abilities stacked. Rumble. Gu Fangchen's fist collided head-on with the heavy alloy shield. Crack. A teeth-grinding sound of shattering rang out. That B-rank alloy shield, capable of withstanding fierce attacks from king-class beasts, was as fragile as glass before Gu Fangchen at the late stage of upper-rank second tier. At the instant of impact, it cracked from the center outward, shattering explosively. Countless metal fragments sprayed out like shrapnel, riddling the surrounding walls with holes. Shi Jian was completely stunned. He stared blankly at the half-broken shield handle left in his hand, his mind utterly blank. Before he could react, a hand like iron pincers had already seized the blade of the battle saber in his grasp. Immovable as a mountain. Rock armor body. A faint stone-like sheen surfaced over Gu Fangchen's palm. Shi Jian instinctively tried to pull the blade free. only to find it felt as if it were welded in place, completely unmoving, unwilling to believe it. He grabbed the hilt with both hands and used all his strength to press down hard, trying to slice open the opponent's palm with the sharp blade. But the edge that could cleave through steel bars against the opponent's palm actually couldn't even leave a white mark. Shi Jian? What the fuck? Is this even a human being? Shi Jian completely collapsed, looking at Gu Fangchen's unervingly calm face. He felt a chill shoot from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. The battle saber in his hand was crushed into a twisted spiral under Gu Fangchen's terrifying grip. Finally, boom, it turned into a pile of powder and exploded apart. Thud. Shi Jian's legs went limp, and he collapsed onto the ground. All the ferocity and madness drained from his face, leaving only endless terror. He scrambled backward on hands and feet, wailing incoherently. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I'll tell you everything. Please spare my life. His pleading only lasted halfway. A foot came down mercilessly, kicking him square in the face. Bam! Shi Jian's nose bridge snapped. His head slammed into the ground and bounced back up. Blood poured from his nose like a spring, instantly smearing his entire face. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Tianhao listened to the unending screams and dull impacts and was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is happening? Shi Jian. Say something, damn it. Fuck. Just then, the chaotic noises abruptly stopped. A hand picked up the satellite phone from the ground. Gu Fangchen calmly brought it to his ear. He looked down at Shi Jian, who lay beneath his feet like a dead dog, and asked in a flat, emotionless tone, "Who sent you?" Shi Jian trembled violently. Driven by the instinct to survive, he no longer dared to hide anything and shouted hoarsely. Like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. It was the Zhao family from Western Magic City. Zhao Tianhao sent us. Oh, Gu Fangchen tilted his head, his tone betraying neither joy nor anger. Where's the evidence? Yes, of course there is evidence. Shi Jian nodded frantically, as if clutching his last lifeline. His voice full of pleading. Contracts, deposit transfer records, call recordings. I've got backups of everything. As long as you spare my life, I'll fetch them immediately. Fine. Gu Fangchen nodded. Then he put the phone back to his ear and spoke slowly to Zhao Tianhao, who was still roaring on the other end. Zhao Tianhao, congratulations. Your Zhao family is finished. Prepare to face a military tribunal. On the other end of the line, Zhao Tianhao's furious shouting stopped abruptly, replaced by deep confusion and disbelief. What nonsense are you talking about? Who the hell are you? Gu Fangchen gave him no further explanation. He casually tossed the phone onto the ground. Then, he raised his foot and stomped down hard. Boom! The sturdy satellite phone, under a foot infused with chi and blood power, shattered like a brittle biscuit, instantly exploding into a pile of sparking debris. Dozens of kilometers away, inside a private estate, Zhao Tianhao felt a piercing screech blast into his ears, nearly bursting his eardrums. Then, only the monotonous beeping of a dead line remained. He stared blankly at the phone in his hand, his face full of confusion. What just happened? The Zhao family was finished? Military tribunal? He frowned, then let out a disdainful sneer. A bluffing piece of trash. In his eyes, this was nothing more than Gu Fangchen's impotent rage before death. What he didn't know was, when Gu Fangchen said the Zhao family would fall and face a military tribunal, it was never a joke. Chapter 73. Exterminate the entire clan. In the Dragon Nation, there exist many special regulations aimed at martial artists. One of them is a protection act specifically for upper-rank warriors. Any martial artist who advances through a perfect breakthrough is regarded as one of the Dragon Nation's most precious strategic resources. They are the backbone of humanity's resistance against exotic beasts and the hope of the future. Their personal files are classified at the highest level and placed under the military's focused protection and cultivation. Therefore, any act of assassination, framing, or even malicious suppression targeting an upper-rank martial artist, as long as the facts are verified and evidence is irrefutable. Regardless of who the mastermind may be or how profound their connections, they shall be deemed guilty of treason. What awaits them will be the most severe judgment from a military tribunal, complete extermination, implicating their entire lineage, with no room for defense. This is the ironclad law forged from the blood and tears of countless fallen geniuses of the Dragon Nation. In the parking lot, Gu Fangchen gazed calmly at the trembling Shi Jian beneath his feet. Shi Jian looked up at him, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears, his eyes brimming with desperation. Evidence, Gu Fangchen stated succinctly. Shi Jian, not daring to show any sign of negligence, hastily raised his unscathed wrist. Gu Fangchen crouched down, deftly maneuvering on his watch. Soon, an encrypted electronic contract, several clear screenshots of bank transfers, and a few processed audio recordings were entirely copied onto his watch terminal. After confirming that this evidence would suffice to obliterate the Zhao family, Gu Fangchen nodded in satisfaction. He slowly rose and addressed the quaking Shi Jian at his feet. Very well, I keep my word. I shall spare your life. Upon hearing this, Shi Jian's face erupted with joy as if he had survived a catastrophe. However, before he could utter any words of gratitude, Gu Fangchen had already approached the corpse of the burly warrior, Tainyo, and drew a relatively intact C-class alloy combat knife from his waist. The ecstasy on Shi Jian's face instantly froze. What are you doing?" he stammered, fearfully retreating. Gu Fangchen held the knife, advancing step by step toward him, a serene smile gracing his features. Then, he raised the combat knife. With swift precision, 4 clean and decisive flashes of the blade sliced through the air. "Ah!" Shi Jian's scream, piercing and inhuman, reverberated throughout the underground parking lot. His limbs were severed at the roots. After completing this act, Gu Fangchen did not spare him another glance. He moved to the 3 headless corpses, skillfully looting their tactical backpacks, weapons, and all valuables, packing them away. Even the smallest mosquito is meat, let alone the entire fortunes of 3 second-tier warriors. Finally, he hefted Shi Jian, who had succumbed to unconsciousness from excruciating pain and blood loss, like a lifeless dog. With a swift motion, he fired the grappling gun, lifting the vital witness and soaring into the sky, preparing to exit the parking lot. But in that instant, he suddenly raised his head, his previously calm eyes narrowing in shock. In the direction of the Magic City base city, dozens of kilometers away, a dazzling golden radiance unexpectedly illuminated the ink-black firmament. The light was resplendent and divine, yet carried an oppressive terror that made one's soul tremble, a force that transcended all existence. Amidst the golden light, a magnificent illusion of a colossal fire phoenix slowly unfurled its splendid wings and let out a clear and resounding cry. The sound seemed to penetrate the barriers of time and space, resonating clearly in Gu Fangchen's ears, causing his blood to boil in response. This overwhelming pressure was 100-fold more terrifying and vast than the anomaly he had triggered upon breaking through to the upper tier of the second stage. It signified a higher order of life transcendence. Gu Fangchen's heart and mind shook violently. Someone had broken through to the upper tier of the 4th stage. Meanwhile, 5 minutes earlier, in the heart of the abandoned district, beneath the half-collapsed clock tower, the thunderous roars of beasts and the clash of weaponry had long since ceased, replaced by a peculiar and bustling silence. The Yinluo and Blood Wolf squads, consisting of 7 members, did not heed Gu Fangchen's instructions to return, but instead began processing the corpses and materials of the exotic beasts, striving to bring back as much as they could to the military district. After all, this place contained over 1,000 beast-level exotic beasts and 3 king-level beasts, worth a significant fortune and military merit. Thus, even though Gu Fangchen did not ask for their assistance, they voluntarily remained to help with the materials. Of course, apart from Gao Yizhou, who was currently nursing a leg injury, though not severe, he was advised to rest on the sidelines. At that moment, a deep, powerful rumble of engines approached from the highway direction they had come from, causing everyone to tense up, instinctively gripping their weapons, their previously relaxed expressions shifting back to vigilance. Soon, 3 ominous-looking, fully black heavy-armored personnel carriers, akin to steel beasts, roared into sight, kicking up clouds of dust. They came to a sudden halt 100 meters from the ruins of the clock tower. With a series of clicks, the doors opened, and over a dozen fully armed elite soldiers, exuding an iron-blooded aura, disembarked in unison, swiftly establishing a perimeter. Following this, the rear door of the leading personnel carrier slowly opened, and a stern-looking captain, bearing the insignia of a 3rd lieutenant, stepped down first. He was tall and imposing, his presence as solid as a mountain, and with a mere glance from his sharp, eagle-like eyes, a suffocating aura of terror enveloped the entire area. He was Wei Xinghe, the commander of the directly subordinate guard unit dispatched to investigate the anomaly by Officer Zhou Hai, a mid-tier 4th stage warrior. Wei Xinghe's gaze swept across the battlefield, which resembled a hellish tableau. Upon witnessing the mountain of exotic beast corpses, along with the 3 king-level beasts in equally tragic states, even his cold countenance betrayed a hint of astonishment. His gaze finally settled on Zhang Qingyu and Cheng Yi, who were busy handling materials, his brow furrowing deeply. What transpired here? Chapter 74, Fire Phoenix. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingyu and Cheng Yi exchanged glances and stepped forward in unison, performing a standard military salute. Report, sir. Zhang Qingyu began, his voice resonant. The Yinluo squad and the Blood Wolf squad encountered a large-scale ambush from a beast tied here and have annihilated all the exotic beasts. Ambush? Annihilated all? Wei Xinghe's brow furrowed even deeper. He scrutinized the 7 members before him. Though they appeared disheveled, none bore serious injuries. Then glanced at the heaps of corpses, his eyes filled with inquiry. We are here to investigate the anomaly of the second-tier breakthrough. Wei Xinghe's voice was steady and powerful. Based on energy wave analysis, the breakthrough that triggered the anomaly is among you. Who is it? An adjutant beside him could not help but snort coldly, his sharp gaze sweeping over the group. Don't attempt any tricks. Before we arrived, we confirmed that this battlefield was teeming with over 1,000 beast-level exotic beasts, in addition to 3 king-level ones. There's no way you could have escaped unscathed. Who assisted you? Speak frankly, and perhaps we might consider it a contribution to your collaborative effort. Faced with this unabashedly demeaning inquiry, Both Zhang Qingyu and Cheng Yi's faces flushed red. Yet, they knew the truth in their words. Had it not been for Gu Fangchen, they would have certainly faced total annihilation. At this moment, Lin Kiki could no longer contain herself and stepped forward. She pointed towards the direction in which Gu Fangchen had departed, her voice ringing with clarity and pride. It was not us. It was he. He alone annihilated all the aberrant beasts here. He. Wei Xinghe's brow furrowed instantly. His keen, hawk-like gaze followed Lin Kiki's finger. Yet all he beheld was an expanse of emptiness, accompanied by a mountain of beast corpses. Who is he? There is no one there, sister. This is nonsense. The adjutant beside Wei Xinghe's expression darkened, and he coldly reprimanded. This is a war zone, not a playground for you. Report, Commander. I am not being absurd. Lin Kiki straightened her chest, gesturing towards the mound of corpses and blood, her tone brimming with pride. It was our team's newcomer, Gu Fangchen. He single-handedly exterminated all the aberrant beasts here. Gu Fangchen, is that the top scholar? The tactical genius that Miss Xia has praised so highly? Wei Xinghe pondered, resting his chin upon his hand. I too have seen the footage from the selection process. He is indeed formidable. But isn't he merely at the pinnacle of the first tier? How could he possibly provoke an upper-grade second-tier phenomenon? Lin Kiki continued to recount the events at an astonishing pace. At that moment, after he, Captain Cheng, and Captain Zhang jointly vanquished 3 royal-level aberrant beasts, he broke through on the spot, ascending from the pinnacle of the first tier to the upper-grade second tier. In the end, with just one strike, she extended a slender, pale finger, illustrating her point, her eyes gleaming with fervent admiration. With that one strike, he obliterated the remaining over 1,000 aberrant beasts. The members of the direct guard stood in stunned silence, as if the air had thickened in that instant. Wei Xinghe and the dozen elite soldiers behind him regarded Lin Kiki with expressions akin to that of madmen, their faces etched with incredulity. The breakthrough of a martial artist signifies a leap in the tiers of existence, fraught with peril. Such an endeavor necessitates seeking an absolutely secure retreat, supplemented by rare celestial materials and treasures, with guardians to ensure safety, before one dares to attempt it. Even prodigies like Miss Xia, a once-in-a-century martial talent, are currently secluded within the magic capital S-base, preparing to challenge the 4th tier. Though they had heard of Gu Fangchen's illustrious name and acknowledged his exceptional prowess, the idea of breaking through amidst battle, especially to the perilous upper-grade second tier? Are you spinning tales? Commander, what she says is true. Seeing the disbelief among them, Cheng Yi immediately stepped forward, adopting an earnest tone as he recounted the events that had transpired, from Gu Fangchen's solitary incursion into the beast's lair, to the emergence of the 3 kings, culminating in his on-the-spot breakthrough and ultimate extermination of the beasts. The adjutant laughed derisively, stepping forward and speaking with a tone laden with mockery. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on, old Cheng. Even your exaggeration has its limits, right? We know Gu Fangchen is impressive. We know Miss Xia is fond of him. But, breaking through in the heat of battle, to the upper-grade second tier? Condensing a 30-meter blade aura to annihilate over 1,000 aberrant beasts. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? Why not claim he punched through Gaia Star while you're at it? Enough. Wei Xinghe's expression darkened further. He surveyed the group before him, whom he deemed to be frivolously fabricating tales to claim credit, forcibly intertwining themselves with the beast tide. Disappointment flooded his heart. I shall ask one last time. What is the truth? His voice was icy, imbued with an unyielding authority. Should there be even a hint of falsehood, all will be treated as guilty of false reporting. Faced with the terrifying pressure belonging to a 4th-tier powerhouse, Zhang Qingyu and Cheng Yi paled, their legs growing weak, their breaths becoming labored. Yet even so, they refused to retract their statements. Report, Commander. Zhang Qingyu, enduring immense pressure, shouted, what we say is the absolute truth. Indeed. Cheng Yi gritted his teeth, solemnly asserting, Commander. It was Gu Fangchen, solely his doing. Stubbornly obstinate. A glint of icy killing intent flickered in Wei Xinghe's eyes. Just as he prepared to issue orders to apprehend these individuals guilty of false reporting, a technician responsible for surveying the scene suddenly rushed over, his face bearing an expression akin to witnessing a ghost. Report, Commander. The results from the scene investigation are in. Speak. The technician swallowed hard, his voice trembling. The corpses of these beast-level aberrant creatures were indeed severed by the same strike, cleanly bisected at the waist. The incision is as smooth as a mirror. They were instantaneously slain by an extraordinarily domineering blade aura. He paused momentarily, then added a statement that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Moreover, based on our analysis of the residual energy fluctuations at the scene, the aura of the assailant indeed belongs to a recently advanced second-tier martial artist. Exceedingly pure and overwhelmingly powerful. It perfectly aligns with the energy fluctuations that triggered the phenomenon. The entire area fell into a deathly silence. Wei Xinghe and the elite soldiers behind him found their expressions frozen in place. The adjutant's face turned a shade of deep crimson, pointing at the technician and stammering. And no, this is impossible. It absolutely cannot be. How could anyone break through in the heat of battle, as a second-tier martial artist, and with one strike, annihilate over 1,000 aberrant beasts. Are we filming a movie? Weixing has body jolted. He fixated on the technician, then glanced at the distant, neatly arranged corpses. For the first time, his typically stern visage revealed profound shock and disbelief. The technician's report perfectly corroborated the seemingly absurd tale. Could it be that the one who triggered the breakthrough phenomenon was indeed Gu Fangchen? He slowly turned his head, directing his gaze back to Zhang Qingyu and the others. His voice dry and strained. Gu Fangchen, where is he now? Before Zhang Qingyu could respond, a sudden, clear, and soaring phoenix cry resonated from the distant horizon. Everyone jolted in unison, instinctively looking towards the sound. They beheld, towards the direction of the magic capital S base, a pitch-black sky that abruptly illuminated with an extraordinarily resplendent golden radiance. Within the golden light, a colossal phoenix, vividly formed from pure energy, gracefully unfurled its magnificent wings, emitting a resonant call that reverberated through the heavens. Weixing's body trembled violently, gazing at the phoenix stretching across the sky. Even his voice quivered. This is the breakthrough phenomenon of the upper-grade 4th tier. It is Miss Xia. She has succeeded. Chapter 75, Return to Simplicity. In the depths of the Xia family manor within the magic capital, a closed chamber crafted from a special alloy, impervious to the full-force assault of calamity-level aberrant beasts, was already filled with people. These individuals were all prominent figures whose mere presence could shake the very foundations of the Eastern Theater. High-ranking military officials with the air of commanding generals, tycoons wielding vast resources, and venerable ancestors from martial arts families with centuries of legacy. At this moment, all held their breath, their expressions tense and expectant, fixated on the tightly sealed alloy door and the golden radiance above it that had yet to fully dissipate. The phoenix cried, and the golden light surged. This was the breakthrough phenomenon of the upper-grade 4th tier. She has succeeded. Creak, under the fervent gaze of numerous onlookers. The colossal alloy door, weighing 100 tons, gradually slid open to either side. A fiery crimson figure emerged, striding forth with measured grace. Clad once more in her form-fitting combat attire, her strikingly beautiful visage remained unchanged. However, at this moment, Xia Liuli exuded an aura that had undergone a profound transformation. If her previous demeanor was akin to a sword unsheathed, gleaming with brilliance, then now she resembled a divine weapon, concealed within its scabbard. All her sharpness was reined in. Yet she radiated an overwhelming presence that could subjugate souls, akin to a terrifying force of nature. Her skin appeared even more translucent than before, as if a subtle glow of dawn light coursed beneath its surface. The icy elegance of her phoenix eyes, when they opened and closed, flickered with a hint of golden divine fire, seemingly able to pierce into the hearts of onlookers. Congratulations, Miss Xia. Hail to you, Miss Xia. After a brief silence, a throng of high-ranking officials surged forward, their faces adorned with sincere smiles. Miss Xia is indeed a once-in-a-century prodigy for our dragon nation. To ascend to the 4th tier at such a tender age, her future is boundless. Boomed a military magnate, clapping his hands in hearty laughter. Indeed, indeed. With such a celestial talent in our midst, what do we have to fear from otherworldly beasts? Echoed another tycoon, bowing repeatedly with utmost humility. In response to the flattery, Xia Liuli merely nodded calmly, her demeanor poised and dignified, neither servile nor arrogant, yet imbued with an innate sense of detachment. At that moment, the crowd parted, revealing a middle-aged man in military uniform, exuding authority without anger, alongside a graciously elegant lady in a qipao. They were none other than Xia Liuli's parents, General Xia Zhan, the commander of the Eastern War Zone, and his wife. Good. General Xia, usually stern and unyielding, displayed a rare smile of profound satisfaction as he gazed upon his daughter, repeating the word thrice. Liuli, you have worked hard. Her mother stepped forward with concern, gently smoothing a stray lock of hair away from her face. Father, mother, Xia Liuli's cool countenance finally softened, revealing a hint of a smile. She looked at her father earnestly and said, this success is largely thanks to Major Zhou Hai from Base 7. Had he not timely delivered the 9-opening Linglong route to stabilize my mind, the final hurdle would have been far more arduous. General Xia nodded in approval. Indeed. Zhou Hai is commendable. I shall personally commend him later. Xia Liuli surveyed her surroundings, a flicker of puzzlement crossing her phoenix eyes. Where is Major Zhou? I had invited him to witness the ceremony. Upon hearing this, General Xia displayed a peculiar expression and replied, he has been assigned an urgent task. There seems to be a minor anomaly at Base 7 that requires investigation. An informed officer stepped forward respectfully, adding, reporting to Miss Xia and Commander Xia. According to the latest intelligence from the front lines, it appears that an anomaly of the 2nd tier has emerged near Base 7, likely triggered by a martial artist who recently joined the military district. The crowd fell into momentary silence. Another 2nd tier talent had emerged in the Dragon Nation. Even Xia Liuli's elegant brows subtly furrowed. A 2nd tier martial artist, recently enlisted. Could it be him? No, it couldn't be. Had his cultivation progressed so rapidly? Contemplating this, she turned to General Xia and the assembled guests, nodding slightly. Father, mother, esteemed uncles, I have just broken through, and my realm requires stabilization. I shall not linger. Major Zhou has done me a great favor, and I intend to visit Base 7 in person to express my gratitude. Additionally, I am curious about the identity of this newly advanced martial artist, so I will take my leave. Upon hearing this, no one dared to voice dissent. All bowing respectfully. Miss Xia, you are too humble. Please take care. Xia Lioli uttered no further words, nodding to her parents before turning and striding toward her independent loft. At the top of the loft, within an opulent bathroom, steam enveloped the air. Xia Lioli shed her combat attire, which bore the aura of her seclusion, revealing a form that would evoke envy from even the gods themselves. Warm water cascaded from the showerhead, cleansing her flawless skin. Water droplets glided down her delicate nose, tracing her exquisite collarbone and flowing over her taut abdomen. Her long, straight legs, shrouded in mist, hinted at explosive power and beauty. Moments later, she dried herself and donned a brand new, more form-fitting crimson combat suit, her cascading hair pulled back into a sleek ponytail. In an instant, the languorous, gentle girl was replaced by a striking figure, radiating confidence and power, the red flame dragon spear. She approached the terrace of the loft, without summoning any flying apparatus. Simply stepping forward, she took a single stride. In the next moment, a tremendous surge of vital energy erupted from beneath her feet, and she soared into the air. This was the hallmark ability of a fourth-tier powerhouse. Instantaneously, she transformed into a streak of crimson light, piercing through the heavens, vanishing into the horizon. Below, all who witnessed the spectacle in the estate were awestruck, their eyes filled with profound reverence and fervor. Within mere minutes, Xia Lioli's silhouette appeared above Base 7. She descended gracefully at the entrance of the base. It's Miss Xia. My heavens. Miss Xia has arrived. The guards at the entrance, after a brief moment of astonishment, erupted into thunderous cheers. All soldiers regarded her with an almost reverent gaze, executing a synchronized military salute. Miss Xia, in the face of their enthusiasm, a rare warmth graced Xia Lioli's cool features. She raised her hand in acknowledgement, her voice ringing clear and resonant. Comrades, you have worked hard. Let us fight for the Dragon Nation. It is no trouble. They responded in unison. Excellent. Very well. Xia Lioli nodded encouragingly. I hope that one day, you too will soar through the skies like I do. Having spoken, she did not linger, walking directly into the depths of the base. May I inquire where Major Zhou Hai is? Miss Xia, please hold on. I will notify you immediately. An excited soldier performed a salute and promptly communicated through the internal transmitter. Soon, a staff officer with the rank of second lieutenant hurried over, his face adorned with utmost respect. Miss Xia, your arrival is an honor, and I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Major Zhou is currently in the command tower's battle analysis room. I shall escort you there at once. Xia Lioli nodded, offering no further words as she followed the second lieutenant through the heavily guarded corridors, entering the command core of Base 7. Along the way, every officer and soldier who encountered her paused to stand at attention, their eyes filled with pure admiration and fervor. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a vast office constructed from special alloys. The second lieutenant halted at the door, respectfully opening it for her. Miss Xia, please. Xia Lioli stepped inside and immediately spotted a figure standing before the massive holographic sand table, facing away from her. The man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with a tall and robust stature, broad shoulders, and a strikingly tailored major's uniform that adorned him impeccably, exuding an air of formidable presence. At that moment, he rested his chin on one hand while holding an old mobile phone in the other, seemingly engrossed in something on the screen. Ahem. Xia Lioli softly cleared her throat. Zhou Hai's body jolted as if awakening from a dream. He hastily tucked away his phone and turned around. Upon recognizing Xia Lioli, the usually stern expression on his face transformed into one of sheer astonishment, which quickly softened into a genuine, warm smile. You mischievous girl, what brings you here so suddenly? His voice was steady and powerful, laced with a hint of affectionate indulgence typical of an elder. Have you succeeded in your breakthrough? Yes, Xia Lioli nodded, a faint smile gracing her otherwise cool visage, reminiscent of an iceberg melting. She settled onto a nearby sofa with a casual demeanor, shedding the icy aloofness she often displayed in the presence of others. Are you busy? She inquired casually. Not at all, not at all, Zhou Hai replied with a smile, gesturing dismissively as he approached the water dispenser to pour her a glass of warm water, handing it to her. What could possibly be more important than a matter concerning our esteemed Miss Xia? He took a seat on the sofa opposite her, observing the increasingly profound aura she emanated, his eyes brimming with unreserved admiration and emotion. Impressive. Your foundation is solid, and your aura is harmonious, devoid of any superficiality. Truly, you are the daughter of the old Xia, surpassing even your predecessor. Xia Lioli accepted the cup, took a delicate sip, and got straight to the point. Uncle Zhou, thank you for your generosity with the 9 apertures route. I will remember this favor. Oh, You needn't be so formal with me. Zhou Hai feigned displeasure, shooting her a mock glare. That thing is gathering dust in my possession. Only someone of your extraordinary talent can unlock its true potential. He paused, his tone turning solemn. An exceptional fourth-tier breakthrough. Countless heroes throughout history have faltered at this threshold. For you to surpass it at such a young age is indeed a historical feat. Your father will likely be so overjoyed he won't be able to sleep for 3 days. Xiao Liuli chuckled lightly. Yes? He just mentioned he plans to dedicate a page in the family tree to me. Zhou Hai blinked in surprise. Is that true? I was merely jesting. Xiao Liuli waved her hand dismissively, and the two exchanged knowing smiles. As they spoke, Xiao Liuli's gaze fell upon the phone Zhou Hai had placed on the table, and she deliberately shifted the topic. I noticed you were quite engrossed in your phone just now. Has something troublesome arisen on the front lines? Upon mentioning this, Zhou Hai's smile shifted to a rather nuanced expression. He glanced at Xiao Liuli, his eyes reflecting astonishment mixed with a hint of helplessness. It's not exactly troublesome, but I must consider my words carefully. It seems something monstrous has emerged at base 7. Monstrous? Xiao Liuli's brows arched slightly. To be described as a monster by Zhou Hai, a commander accustomed to tumult, surely indicated an extraordinary entity. Indeed, a monster, Zhou Hai affirmed gravely, nodding emphatically. He set aside his phone and, relying on his remarkable memory, began to recount the details. Just an hour ago, I dispatched Captain Wei Xinghe to investigate the anomalies in the abandoned district, and he returned with an urgent report. He looked at Xiao Liuli, his voice low yet resonant. The Yin Luo and Blood Wolf teams were ambushed in the Blackstone mining area, surrounded by 4 waves of beasts and 3 king-tier aberrations, trapped in a situation that seemed certain to lead to their demise. Xiao Liuli's expression hardened at his words. And then, she pressed. Zhou Hai inhaled deeply, his eyes alight with disbelief. Then, a newcomer in the Yin Luo team stepped forward. Xiao Liuli's movements paused momentarily. Yin Luo team, Zhang Qingyu. The newcomer, Gu Fangchen? Is it truly him? A tremor coursed through her, but she refrained from questioning further, allowing Zhou Hai to continue. According to the almost fantastical report relayed from Zhang Qingyu and Cheng Yi, Zhou Hai continued, his voice somewhat hoarse, that newcomer single-handedly annihilated a nest of over 300 aberrant beasts, including a king-tier beast. Subsequently, alongside the 2 captains, he beheaded 3 king-tier beasts within 10 minutes. Xiao Liuli's delicate fingers tightened around the cup. But that is not even the most astonishing part. Zhou Hai chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. The most extraordinary aspect is that after slaying the 3 king-tier beasts, that lad broke through on the battlefield. He delivered the news with a sense of incredulity. Right there, amidst the chaos, he ascended to the upper tier of the 2nd rank. Boom. Xiao Liuli felt her mind go blank, as though struck by a bolt from the blue, rendering her momentarily paralyzed. A breakthrough in the heat of battle. To the upper tier? How could that be possible? A martial artist's breakthrough is most perilous when their mind is unsettled. Even the slightest misstep could lead to a fatal backlash. To achieve such a feat amidst the bloodshed of battle is nearly inconceivable. No, not nearly. It is utterly impossible. Yet before she could fully process this shock, Zhou Hai's almost delirious voice echoed again. Wei Xinghe also mentioned that after completing his breakthrough, he successfully condensed a 30-meter-long blade aura and then, with a single stroke, Zhou Hai extended a finger, his eyes filled with bewilderment. With just that one stroke, he obliterated the remaining 1,000-odd beast-level aberrations. And that individual you are familiar with, he is none other than Gu Fangchen, the one you mentioned before. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the analysis room. Chapter 77, Luck. It truly is him. Listening to the words cascading around her, Xiao Liuli was utterly lost. She reflected that even during her early days at the 2nd rank, she could never have achieved such terrifying, unreasonable feats in battle. This transcended mere genius. This was a prodigy. Gu Fangchen. Could he be in existence even more monstrous than herself? Suddenly, everything clicked into place, and she understood why he had been able to lead her through the fray to slay the shadow leopard. If Zhou Hai's words were indeed true, he possessed remarkable talent in combat. Perhaps, just perhaps, a flicker of unprecedented seriousness and anticipation flashed in her icy phoenix eyes. In the not-so-distant future, on the broader, more perilous overseas battlegrounds, he could indeed prove invaluable, even becoming a pivotal ally beside her. As this thought took root, an inexplicable emotion began to blossom within her, one that even she was unaware of. Just then, a series of urgent and forceful knocks sounded at the door. Zhou Hai furrowed his brow, his voice low and commanding. Come in. The office door swung open, and a soldier rushed in, standing at attention with a nervous expression. Report, Major. What is it? Why the commotion? Zhou Hai's face flickered with displeasure. This was the command center of the base. Who dared intrude without his command? Report. A newly returned soldier claims to have urgent military intelligence regarding upper-tier martial artists and requests to report in person. A new soldier? Upper-tier martial artists? Zhou Hai's brow furrowed even deeper. What did it mean to barge directly into the command tower for a report? Had the officer who brought him here not taught him any manners? although discontent brewed within him. The mere mention of top-tier martial artist and the recently delivered report, nothing short of miraculous, ultimately piqued Zhou Hai's curiosity beyond the boundaries of decorum. He glanced at the equally puzzled Xia Liuli across from him, and, with a wave of impatience, gestured, "All right, let him in." Yes, the soldier, as if granted a reprieve, promptly turned and left. Soon, the office door swung open once more. A tall figure entered with deliberate steps. He was drenched in blood, his combat uniform marred by rips and charred marks. Yet in one hand, he nonchalantly dragged a bloodied corpse, its limbs severed, leaving only a lifeless torso. The chilling aura that seemed to emanate from him, as if stepping forth from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, caused the temperature in the office to plummet. With a dull thud, he cast the corpse onto the cold alloy floor. Then, he slowly raised his head. The moment Gu Fangchen's blood-stained yet eerily composed face met the astonished gaze of Xia Liuli, whose phoenix eyes were wide with shock and disbelief, time itself seemed to freeze. The two exchanged bewildered glances, their pupils trembling. Zhou Hai, observing their expressions, was utterly taken aback. He looked at his niece, who typically remained unruffled even in the face of calamity, now revealing an uncharacteristic display of disarray. Then he turned to the imposing youth, exuding a palpable aura of menace, as well as the motionless corpse on the ground, and his mind was left in disarray. He had been preoccupied with managing the front lines. Although he had learned of Gu Fangchen from an excited Xia Liuli half a month prior, the pressing situation had left him no time to delve into who this individual was or the specifics of the selection process. Thus, he had never seen Gu Fangchen's visage before. Consequently, at this moment, he found himself utterly perplexed. He pointed at Gu Fangchen, then at Xia Liuli, his face a canvas of confusion. "What? Do you two know each other?" Xia Liuli rose slowly from the sofa, her cold, piercing gaze locking onto Gu Fangchen. "It's more than just knowing each other. I am exceedingly familiar with him." She regarded Zhou Hai, enunciating each word with precision. "Uncle Zhou, this is Gu Fangchen." Boom. Zhou Hai felt as if his brain had been struck by a thunderbolt, and he shot upright from the sofa. "What? He is the Gu Fangchen?" His once imposing countenance was overtaken by sheer astonishment as he scrutinized the youth before him. All traces of his previous impatience vanished without a trace, replaced by an overwhelming joy and excitement akin to discovering a rare treasure. He dashed to Gu Fangchen's side, disregarding any semblance of a major's authority, gripping the young man's shoulders tightly, his voice quivering with exhilaration. Good lad. Quickly tell me, what on earth happened?" Confronted with the sudden enthusiasm of the base commander, Gu Fangchen remained calm, albeit a bit perplexed. He nodded slightly to Zhou Hai and Xia Liuli before executing a formal military salute. "Report, sir." "Report, Miss Xia. I am Gu Fangchen, a member of the Yanluo team, here to report military intelligence." He indicated the twitching corpse on the ground, succinctly stating, "This individual is Shi Jian, the captain of the bounty hunter organization, Rock. He and his team ambushed us in the Blackstone mining area, inciting a beast tide with the intent to eliminate us. All evidence resides within my watch terminal." Gu Fangchen's report was remarkably coherent. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai and Xia Liuli's expressions darkened instantaneously. At that moment, Gu Fangchen looked at Zhou Hai and continued in a disquietingly calm tone. "Additionally, sir, I was fortunate in the recent battle. By sheer chance, I broke through to the upper-tier second level." The air seemed to evaporate in that instant. Xia Liuli and Zhou Hai exchanged incredulous glances. Is this even humanly possible? They thought. Do you comprehend what those 4 words, upper-tier second level, entail for the entire Dragon Kingdom? Do you realize how many prodigies have sacrificed everything, only to meet a tragic end for the sake of those words? You call this mere luck. You refer to this as a fluke. And to break through in the midst of battle. Are you serious? Zhou Hai's lips trembled as he pointed at Gu Fangchen, attempting to articulate his thoughts, but found his throat parched as if he had traversed a desert for days, rendering him speechless. Xia Liuli's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her eternally frosty visage momentarily betraying an expression of sheer absurdity. Before they could recover from such a paradigm-shattering revelation, Gu Fangchen seemed to sense their skepticism. He slowly raised his right fist. With a thought, a visible surge of dark red blood energy erupted from his knuckles. This power was pure, domineering, and exuded a destructive aura that caused the surrounding air to shimmer and distort. The formidable pressure of a genuine upper-tier second-level warrior instantly filled the analysis room. It was indeed the upper-tier second level. Moreover, it was a perfectly solid foundation with an unblemished, harmonious aura. Zhou Hai and Xia Liuli were utterly dumbfounded. Though Zhou Hai was also a peak upper-tier 4th-level martial artist and had encountered countless prodigies, he could assert with absolute certainty that neither he nor the so-called prodigies he had witnessed possessed an ounce of the terrifying prowess displayed by the youth before him at the second level. Xia Liuli's mind reeled. She, too, could ascertain that Gu Fangchen's current foundation surpassed her own from years past, if not by a considerable margin. Zhou Hai swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as he inquired, "How on earth did you achieve this? How could you break through in the heat of battle?" This was the most astonishing aspect that shattered their understanding. Facing the inquisitive and astonished gazes of the two fourth-level warriors, Gu Fangchen gradually retracted the blood energy from his fist. He recognized that this question was unavoidable. The details regarding the system must remain concealed. However, what if he framed it differently? Gu Fangchen's mind raced. What if he could disguise the system's abilities as an unprecedented special physique, one capable of enhancing blood energy through slaying beasts? Then, with the military support, his rate of acquiring experience would surely increase exponentially compared to solitary endeavors. This represented a monumental opportunity. As for the risks, negligible. Moreover, considering the rarity of upper-tier martial artists, a slightly peculiar physique would seem plausible. Furthermore, before me stand two individuals of remarkable stature. One, the commander of the base, and the other, the daughter of the supreme commander, both perched atop the pinnacle of power within the Dragon Nation. Their vision and perspective far exceed that of ordinary individuals. By revealing a fragment of my talents, I can secure the utmost support from the military district. This transaction promises to be immensely profitable. It is not as if I am merely shouting my secrets in the streets for all to hear. Instead, I can carefully package select information and divulge it to such high-ranking officials in exchange for greater benefits, which seems entirely reasonable. There is little left to conceal. With this thought, Gu Fangchen had already arrived at his resolution. He cast a glance at Xiao Liuli, his expression revealing a subtle blend of gratitude and nostalgia. Before slowly speaking, in truth, I am not entirely certain about the specifics. Everything traces back to the time when I joined forces with Miss Xia to slay that shadow leopard. He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. After that encounter, Miss Xia, noticing my unique physique and the blockage in my vital energy, gifted me a tome titled Stone Body Refinement Technique. Upon hearing this, Xiao Liuli instinctively nodded. Indeed, it was true. Gu Fangchen continued. Later, upon arriving at the refuge, I was assigned to the kitchen. Each day, a multitude of beast corpses from the front lines required processing. With ample time on my hands, I approached the practice of that body refinement technique with a playful spirit. To my astonishment, I discovered something peculiar. A flicker of confusion crossed Gu Fangchen's face. Whenever I personally dispatched those beasts, I felt a mysterious warmth surge into my body, bringing me a sense of ease. And the previously blocked meridians appeared to open slightly. Furthermore, during the practical assessments of the selection competition, I inadvertently found that by personally slaying these beasts, I could draw forth a pure essence of vital energy from them, which directly enhanced my own cultivation. He then turned to face the two, delivering his final revelation. Moreover, this absorption seems to assist me in breaking through the barriers of my realm. Thus, after I decapitated 3 royal-level beasts in the recent battle, I suddenly sensed that force within me reaching a critical threshold, leading to a natural breakthrough. His words, a blend of truth and fabrication, artfully elucidated the bizarre phenomena of his rapid ascension and timely breakthrough, attributing it all to a seemingly fantastical, yet plausibly effective special physique and technique. Most critically, he only mentioned the aspects of absorbing vital energy and aiding his breakthroughs, deliberately omitting any reference to the core ability of the system, talent plunder. This was his greatest trump card. There was no need to expose everything. After all, the notion that slaying beasts could enhance one's strength was already astonishing enough. Indeed, upon hearing Gu Fangchen's account, which resembled a tale from the realm of fantasy, both Zhou Hai and Xiao Liuli felt their minds come to a complete standstill. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Hai finally emerged from what felt like a surreal dream. He gazed at Gu Fangchen, his eyes, accustomed to witnessing countless battles, now filled with profound shock and bewilderment. The idea that one could grow stronger by slaying beasts was unheard of, an unprecedented revelation. This surpassed all his previous understanding of martial arts and the world itself. If, indeed, what he said were true, then this young man before him could potentially become an infinitely evolving asset for the Dragon Nation, capable of altering the future of warfare. Victory over Sakura Nation was within reach. With this thought, Zhou Hai's heart, once as solid as granite, began to race uncontrollably. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to quell the tempest within, his gaze transforming into one of unprecedented seriousness and fervor. Although I have not heard of such a physique, Zhou Hai's eyes remained fixed on Gu Fangchen, his voice deep yet resonant. If this is indeed the case, the military district can prepare beasts for you to hunt at your leisure. What type of beasts do you require? His choice of words had unconsciously shifted to a more respectful tone. Upon hearing this, Gu Fangchen's eyes ignited with an unprecedented brilliance. This was precisely the statement he had been awaiting. It was an opportunity to make a significant leap to the third tier. His thoughts instantly plunged into the system interface. Vital energy, 71, 919, 999 points.